This is Audible.
Brought to you by Penguin.
War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Read by Olivia Darnley, Michael Fox, Chloe Pirrie, Terence Wilton, and Sam Wolfe.
This translation published as a Penguin hardback classic 2005. Published in Penguin Classics 2007. Translation and editorial material copyright Anthony Briggs.
Both for ease of listening and because it contains details of the plot, we've placed the introduction to this Penguin classic at the end of the audiobook.
Volume 1. Part 1. Chapter 1. Well, Prince, Genoa and Lucca are now nothing more than estates taken over by the Buonaparte family. No, I give you fair warning. If you won't say this means war, if you will allow yourself to condone all the ghastly atrocities perpetrated by that Antichrist, yes, that's what I think he is, I shall disown you. You are no friend of mine, not the faithful slave you claim to be. But how are you? How are you keeping? I can see I'm intimidating you. Do sit down and talk to me. These words were spoken in French, one evening in July 1805, by the well-known Anna Pavlovna Scherer, maid of honour and confidant of the Empress Maria Fyodorovna, as she welcomed the first person to arrive at her soirée, Prince Vasily Kuragin, a man of high rank and influence. Anna Pavlovna had had a cough for the last few days, and she called it la grippe, grippe being a new word not yet in common currency. A footman of hers in scarlet livery had gone around that morning delivering notes written in French, each saying precisely the same thing. If you have nothing better to do, Count or Prince, and if the prospect of spending an evening with a poor sick lady is not too unnerving, I shall be delighted to see you at my residence between 7 and 10. Annette Scherer. My goodness, what a violent attack, replied the Prince, who had only just come in and was not in the least put out by this welcome. Dressed in his embroidered court uniform with knee breeches, shoes and stars across his chest, he looked at her with a flat face of undisturbed serenity. His French was the elegant tongue of our grandparents, who used it for thought as well as speech, and it carried the soft tones of condescension that come naturally to an eminent personage grown old in high society and at court. He came up to Anna Pavlovna and kissed her hand, presenting to her a perfumed and glistening bald pate, and then seated himself calmly on the sofa. First things first, he said. How are you, my dear friend? Put my mind at rest. His voice remained steady, and his tone, for all its courtesy and sympathy, implied indifference and even gentle mockery. How can one feel when one is suffering in a moral sense? Can any sensitive person find peace of mind nowadays? Said Anna Pavlovna. I do hope you're staying all evening. Well, there is that reception at the English ambassador's. It's Wednesday, I must show my face, said the Prince. My daughter is coming to take me there. I thought tonight's festivities had been cancelled. I must say all these celebrations and fireworks are becoming rather tedious. If they had known you wanted the celebration cancelled, it would have been, said the Prince, with the predictability of a wound-up clock. Sheer habit made him say things he didn't even mean. Stop teasing me. Come on, tell me what's been decided about Novosiltsev's dispatch. You know everything. What is there to tell? Replied the Prince in a cold, bored tone. What's been decided? They've decided that Bonaparte has burnt his boats, and I rather think we're getting ready to burn ours. Prince Vasily always spoke languidly, like an actor declaiming a part from an old play. Anna Pavlovna Scherer was just the opposite, all verve and excitement, despite her 40 years. To be an enthusiast had become her special role in society, and she would sometimes wax enthusiastic when she didn't feel like it, so as not to frustrate the expectations of those who knew her. The discreet smile that never left her face, though it clashed with her faded looks, gave her the appearance of a spoilt child with a charming defect that she was well aware of, though she neither wished nor felt able to correct it, nor even thought it necessary to do so. Then suddenly, in the middle of this political discussion, Anna Pavlovna launched forth in great excitement. "Oh, don't talk to me about Austria. Perhaps it's all beyond me, but Austria has never wanted war, and she still doesn't want war. She's betraying us. Russia alone must be Europe's saviour. Our benefactor is aware of his exalted calling, and he'll live up to it. That's the one thing I do believe in. The noblest role on earth awaits our good and wonderful sovereign, and he is so full of decency and virtue that God will not forsake him. He will do what has to be done and scotch the hydra of revolution, which has become more dreadful than ever in the person of this murdering villain. We alone must avenge the blood of the righteous. And whom can we trust, I ask you? England, with that commercial spirit of hers, cannot understand the lofty soul of our Emperor Alexander, and never will. She has refused to evacuate Malta. She keeps on looking for an ulterior motive behind our actions. What did they say to Novosiltsev? Nothing. They didn't understand. They are not capable of understanding how altruistic our Emperor is. He wants nothing for himself, but everything for the good of mankind. And what have they promised? Nothing. And what little they have promised, they won't carry out. Prussia has already declared that Bonaparte is invincible, and that the whole of Europe is powerless to oppose him. I, for one, don't believe a single word from Hardenberg or Haugwitz. That much-vaunted Prussian neutrality is just a trap. I put my faith in God and the noble calling of our beloved Emperor. He'll be the saviour of Europe." She stopped suddenly, amused at her own passionate outburst. "I think if they had sent you instead of our dear Vincent Gerode," said the prince with a similar smile, "an onslaught like that from you would have got the King of Prussia to agree. You are so eloquent. May I have some tea?" "Yes, of course. By the way," she added, calming down, "there are 2 very interesting men coming here tonight. The Vicomte de Mortemar, a Montmorency through the Rohan line, one of the best French families. He's the right kind of émigré, one of the genuine ones. And the Abbé Morio, such a profound thinker. Do you know him? He's been received by the Emperor. Have you heard?" "Oh, it will be a pleasure to meet them," said the prince. "But tell me," he added with studied nonchalance, as if an idea had just occurred to him, though this question was the main reason for his visit, "is it true that the Dowager Empress wants Baron Funke to become First Secretary in Vienna? They do say he's a miserable creature, that Baron." Prince Vasily wanted this post for his son, but other people were working through the Empress Maria Fyodorovna to get it for the Baron. Anna Pavlovna half closed her eyes to indicate that neither she nor anyone else could pass judgment on what the Empress might feel like doing or want to do. "Baron Funke has been recommended to the Dowager Empress by her sister," was all she said, in a dry, lugubrious tone. As she pronounced the name of the Empress, Anna Pavlovna's face took on an expression of profound and sincere devotion, mixed with respect and tinged with sadness, which invariably came upon her when she had occasion to mention her exalted patroness. She said that Her Majesty had been gracious enough to show Baron Funke great respect, at which her face once again dissolved into sadness. The prince said nothing and showed no feeling. Anna Pavlovna, with all the sensitivity and quick thinking of both a courtier and a woman, decided to rebuke the prince for daring to refer in such a way to a person recommended to the empress, and, at the same time, to console him. "But on the subject of your family," she said, "do you realize how much your daughter has delighted everyone in society since she came out? They say she's as beautiful as the day is long." The prince bowed as a mark of his gratitude and respect. "I often think," Anna Pavlovna resumed after a short pause, edging closer to the prince and smiling sweetly to indicate that the political and social conversation was now at an end, and personal conversation was in order, "I often think that good fortune in life is sometimes distributed most unfairly. Why has fate given you two such splendid children? I don't include Anatoly, your youngest. I don't like him," she commented in a peremptory tone and with raised eyebrows. "Such charming children, and I must say you seem to appreciate them less than anyone. You really don't deserve them." And she smiled her exuberant smile. "What can I do? Lavater would have said that I have no paternity bump," said the prince. "Oh, do stop joking. I wanted a serious talk with you. Listen, I'm not pleased with your younger son. Just between ourselves," her face went all gloomy again, "his name has been mentioned in Her Majesty's presence, and people are feeling sorry for you." The prince said nothing, while she gave him a knowing look, waiting in silence for his reply. Prince Vasily frowned. "What can I do?" he said at last. "You know I've done everything a father could do to bring them up well, and they have both turned out to be idiots. At least Ippolit's a fool on the quiet. Anatoly's the rowdy one. That's the only difference between them," he said, with an unusually awkward and forced smile, which gave a sharp twist to the lines round his mouth, making it surprisingly ugly and coarse. "Why do men like you have children? If you weren't a father, I could find no fault with you," said Anna Pavlovna, looking up pensively. "I'm your faithful slave. I wouldn't admit it to anyone else, but my children are the bane of my life. They are the cross I have to bear. That's how I explain it to myself. What would you—" He broke off, with a gesture that signalled his resignation to a cruel fate. Anna Pavlovna thought things over. "That prodigal son of yours, Anatoly, haven't you thought of marrying him off? They do say," she went on, "that old maids have a mania for matchmaking. So far I've never been conscious of this failing in myself, but I do have a certain little person in my mind, someone who is very unhappy with her father, a relative of ours, the young Princess Bolkonsky." Prince Vasily made no reply, but being quick on the uptake, and good at remembering things, qualities that came naturally to the denizens of high society, he gave a slight nod to show that he had noted her comment, and was considering it. "No. Listen, do you realize that boy's costing me 40,000 roubles a year?" he said, obviously unable to check the dismal drift of his thinking. He paused. "What will it be like in 5 years' time if he carries on like this? You see what the benefits of fatherhood are. This princess of yours, is she rich?" "Her father's a very rich man, and a miser. He lives out in the country. You know, Prince Bolkonsky. He's very well known. He retired under the late emperor. They used to call him the King of Prussia. He's a very clever man, but he's a crank, not easy to get on with. Poor little thing. She's as miserable as any girl could be. It was her brother who married Lisa Minen not too long ago. He's one of Kutuzov's adjutants. He's coming here tonight." "Listen, my dear Annette," said the prince, suddenly taking his companion's hand and pressing it downwards for reasons best known to himself. "You set this up for me, and I'll serve you like a faithful slave forever. Or slafe, with an F, as my village elder puts it when he writes to me. She's a girl from a good family, and she's rich. That's all I need." And with the freedom, familiarity, and sheer style that were his hallmark, he took hold of the maid of honour's hand, kissed it, and gave it a little shake, easing back into his armchair and looking away from her. "Wait a minute," said Anna Pavlovna, thinking things over. "I'll have a little talk with Lisa, young Bolkonsky's wife, this very evening. Perhaps something can be arranged. I'll use your family to start learning the old maid's trade." Chapter 2. Anna Pavlovna's dressing room was steadily filling up. All the important people in St. Petersburg society were there, varying enormously in age and character for all their shared social background. Prince Vasily's daughter, the beautiful Helene, had just arrived to take him on to the ambassador's reception. She was wearing a ball gown enhanced by a maid of honour's monogram. The young Princess Bolkonsky, a slip of a girl known as the most seductive woman in Petersburg, was there too. Married the previous winter, she no longer appeared at large occasions because she was pregnant, but she did still attend small soirees. Prince Vasily's son, Prince Hippolyte, arrived with Mortemar and introduced him. Also present were the Abbé Morio and many other people. Anna Pavlovna was welcoming her guests as they arrived with a "Have you met my aunt?" or "I don't think you know my aunt," before steering them with great solemnity towards a little old lady with big bows in her hair, who had come sailing in from the next room as soon as the guests had begun to arrive. Anna Pavlovna would announce them by name, slowly transferring her gaze from guest to aunt, and then move on. All the guests went through the motions of greeting this aunt, who was unknown, uninteresting, and unneeded by anyone. Anna Pavlovna observed their greetings with sadness and solemn sympathy, a picture of silent approval. The lady known as my aunt spoke in the same way to every new arrival, commenting on their health, her own health, and the health of Her Majesty, who was by now, thank God, feeling better. All those who approached were polite enough to refrain from showing undue haste, but once this onerous duty had been fulfilled, they walked away from the old lady with a sense of relief, and never went near her again all evening. Young Princess Bolkonsky had brought some work with her in a gold-embroidered velvet bag. Her pretty little upper lip, slightly shadowed with down, barely covered her teeth, but that made it all the prettier when it rose up, and lovelier still when it curled down to meet the lower lip. As tends to happen with the best-looking women, a defect, in this case a short lip and a half-open mouth, came out as a distinctive and beautiful feature. Everyone enjoyed the sight of this pretty little mother-to-be, brimming with health and vitality and making light of her condition. After a few minutes in her company, and the exchange of a word or two, old men and bored, morose young men felt as if they themselves were becoming like her. Anyone who talked to her, watching her as every word she spoke revealed that bright little smile and the constant gleam of those dazzling white teeth, walked away feeling full of bonhomie. Everybody did. The little princess waddled slightly as she tripped rapidly round the table, holding her tiny work-bag. Then she cheerfully smoothed down her dress and sat on a sofa near the silver samovar. Everything she did seemed like a treat for herself and everyone around her. "I've brought my work," she said in French, opening her reticule and addressing all the company. "But listen, Annette, you must stop playing tricks on me," she said, turning to the hostess. "You wrote and said it was only a little party. Just look what I've got on." And she spread her arms wide to display an elegant grey dress, decorated with lace and set off by a broad sash just below the bosom. "Don't worry, Lisa. You'll always be the prettiest," answered Anna Pavlovna. "Did you know my husband is deserting me?" she said to a general, continuing to speak French and using just the same tone. "He's going off to get himself killed. Do tell me what this awful war is all about," she asked of Prince Vasily, but before he could answer, she had moved on to his daughter, the beautiful Helene. "Isn't she a gorgeous creature, this little princess?" said Prince Vasily to Anna Pavlovna. Shortly after the little princess's arrival, in walked a big, generously proportioned young man, with close-cropped hair and spectacles, wearing the last word in light-coloured breeches and a tan coat with a jabot. This stout young man was the illegitimate son of a celebrated grandee from Catherine's age, old Count Bezukhov, who was now on his deathbed in Moscow. He had not yet entered any branch of the service, having only just returned from abroad, where he had been completing his education. This was his first appearance in society. Anna Pavlovna welcomed him with the kind of bow she reserved for the lowest persons in the hierarchy of her drawing-room, but even as she bestowed her meanest welcome on this new arrival, Anna Pavlovna's face was transformed. She looked ill at ease and full of alarm, like someone who had come across some gross object, oversized and out of place. By a small margin, Pierre was indeed the largest man in the room, but her look of dismay must surely have derived from this man's special look. Intelligent, rather diffident, but also piercing and spontaneous, that made him a distinctive figure in the drawing-room. "It is most kind of you, Monsieur Pierre, to come to see a poor sick woman," said Anna Pavlovna, looking anxiously across at her aunt as she steered him in her direction. Pierre mumbled something unintelligible, and continued to stare around the room, looking for something. He beamed with pleasure, bowed to the little princess as if she was a close friend of his, and then went over to the aunt. Anna Pavlovna's worst fears were confirmed when Pierre walked off without hearing the full story of Her Majesty's health. Rattled, Anna Pavlovna detained him with a question. "You don't know the Abbé Morio, do you? Such an interesting man." "Yes, I've heard about him and his scheme for everlasting peace. All very interesting, but not really feasible." "Don't you think so?" asked Anna Pavlovna, for the sake of saying something before getting back to her duties as hostess. But Pierre now committed the opposite kind of faux pas. Fresh from walking away without listening properly to a lady who was speaking to him, he now talked on and detained a lady who needed to get away from him. With his head lowered and his great legs thrust wide apart, he set about explaining to Anna Pavlovna why he thought the Abbé's scheme was a silly fancy. "Could we talk about this later on?" smiled Anna Pavlovna. Detaching herself from this young man who had no idea how to conduct himself, she resumed her duties as hostess, watching and listening carefully, ready to render assistance at any point where the conversation was beginning to flag. Just as the foreman of a spinning mill settles the workers down and then strolls about the place on the lookout for a breakdown or any funny noise from a spindle, the slightest squeak or knock that would bring him rushing over to ease the machinery or make an adjustment, so Anna Pavlovna patrolled her drawing-room, walking over to any group where the talk was too little or too loud, and easing the machinery of conversation back into its proper steady hum with a single word here, or a tiny manoeuvre there. But busy as she was with all these preoccupations, she was still clearly worried about Pierre. She watched him anxiously as he went over to hear what was being said in Mortemar's circle, and then set off for a different group where the Abbé was holding forth. Pierre had been educated abroad, and this evening party at Anna Pavlovna's was his first such occasion in Russia. Knowing that all the intelligentsia of Petersburg was gathered here, he was like a child in a toy shop, his eyes darting about everywhere. He was afraid of missing any intellectual talk that might have been his to hear. As he gazed at the assembled company, their faces pictures of refinement and self-confidence, he was expecting to hear something very clever at any moment. Eventually he came over to Morio. The conversation struck him as interesting, so he stood there, waiting for a chance to launch forth with his own ideas, as young people are wont to do. Chapter 3. Anna Pavlovna's soirée was now in full swing. On all sides the spindles were humming away non-stop. Apart from the aunt, and her sole companion, an elderly lady with a thin, careworn face who seemed rather out of place in this brilliant society, the company had split into 3 groups. The one with most men in it centred around the abbé. Another group of younger people was dominated by the beautiful Princess Helene, Prince Vasily's daughter, and the pretty little Princess Bolkonsky, with her blushing features and a figure too full for her young age. Mortemart and Anna Pavlovna formed part of the 3rd group. The Viscount was a pleasant-looking young man with gentle features and manners, obviously full of his own importance, but modest enough, because of his good breeding, to indulge any company that he might find himself in. Anna Pavlovna was clearly showing him off to her guests. Just as a skilful head waiter can pass off as a supreme delicacy a cut of beef that would be inedible if you'd seen it in the filthy kitchen, Anna Pavlovna served up to her guests that evening first the Viscount and then the abbé, as if they were supreme delicacies. In Mortemart's group, the conversation had turned to the execution of the Duke of Enghien. The Viscount held that the Duke had perished through his own magnanimity, and there were special reasons behind Bonaparte's animosity towards him. "Oh, I say, do tell us all about it, Viscount," said Anna Pavlovna, delighted to feel she had insinuated a touch of Louis XV in the old-fashioned French phrase she had used. The Viscount gave a polite bow and a willing smile. Anna Pavlovna brought them into a circle around him and beckoned everyone over to hear his story. "The Viscount was a personal friend of the Duke," she whispered to one of them, and murmured to someone else, "The Viscount is such a good raconteur." To a third person she said, "You see? What a man of quality!" And the Viscount was presented in the most refined and advantageous light, served up like a joint of beef garnished with salad on a hot platter. The Viscount was preparing to launch forth. His smile was subtle. "My dear Helene, do come over here," said Anna Pavlovna to the gorgeous princess sitting in the very centre of the other group a little way off. Princess Helene rose with a smile, the same unchanging, beautiful woman's smile with which she had entered the room. With a gentle rustle of her white ball-gown trimmed with ivy and moss, with her glistening white shoulders, glossy hair, and sparkling diamonds, she moved between the men as they stepped aside to make way for her. Without looking anyone in the face, but beaming at the company in general, and apparently bestowing permission for everyone to admire her wonderful figure, her full shoulders, and her fashionably exposed bosom and back, she glided up to Anna Pavlovna, and the brilliance of the ballroom seemed to come with her. Helene was so exquisite that she not only avoided the slightest hint of flirtatiousness, she even seemed to be embarrassed by the all-too-evident, truly devastating beauty that was hers. It was as if she wanted to tone down the effect of her beauty, but couldn't do so. "What a beautiful woman!" said everyone who saw her. The Viscount shrugged and looked down, as if transfixed by a mysterious force as she arranged herself to sit before him, not sparing him that ever-dazzling smile. "Madame, I doubt my abilities in front of such an audience," he said, bowing with a smile. The princess rested her round, bare arm on a little table and found it unnecessary to say anything. She smiled, and she waited. Sitting up straight throughout the Viscount's story, she glanced down occasionally either at her beautiful round arm, so casually draped across the table, or at her still lovelier bosom and the diamond necklace above it that kept needing adjustment. Several times she also adjusted the folds of her gown, and whenever the narrative made a strong impact on the audience, she would glance across at Anna Pavlovna in order to imitate whatever expression she could see written on the maid of honour's face, before resuming her radiant smile. The little Princess Bolkonsky had also moved away from the tea-table, following Helene. "Wait a minute, I must have my work," she said. "Come along, what are you thinking about?" she demanded of Prince Hippolyte. Please fetch my bag." With a smile and a word for everyone, the little princess got the whole group to rearrange itself, and then sat down and settled her skirts. "Now I'm all right," she insisted, and took up her work, inviting the Viscount to begin. Prince Hippolyte brought her little bag, walked round behind her, moved up a chair, and sat down beside her. The charming Hippolyte bore a close resemblance to his beautiful sister. It was even more remarkable that in spite of the similarity, he was a very ugly man. His features were like his sister's, but whereas she glowed with joie de vivre, classical beauty, and the smiling self-assurance of youth, her brother's face was just the opposite, dim with imbecility, truculent and peevish, and his body was thin and feeble. His eyes, nose, and mouth, all his features, seemed to twist themselves into a vague kind of obtuse snarl, while his arms and legs were always in an awkward tangle. "It's not a ghost story, is it?" he asked, settling down next to the princess and jerking his lorgnette up to his eyes, as if he needed this instrument before he could say anything. "Why, no, my dear fellow," said the astonished Viscount with a shrug. "It's just that I can't abide ghost stories," said Prince Hippolyte, his tone implying that he had blurted all this out before realizing what it meant. Because of the self-confidence with which he had spoken, no one could tell whether what he had said was very clever or very stupid. He was dressed in a dark green frock coat, stockings, light shoes, and knee breeches of a colour he referred to as the thigh of a startled nymph. The Viscount then gave a nice rendition of a story that was doing the rounds. Apparently, the Duke of Enghien had driven to Paris for a secret assignation with a young woman, Mademoiselle Georges, only to run into Bonaparte, who was also enjoying the favours of the same famous actress. On meeting the Duke, Napoleon had fallen into one of his fainting fits and had been completely at the Duke's mercy. The Duke had not taken advantage of this, but Bonaparte had later rewarded his magnanimity by having him put to death. This was a very charming and interesting story, especially the bit when the rivals suddenly recognized each other, and it seemed to excite the ladies. "Delightful," said Anna Pavlovna, with an inquiring glance at the little princess. "Delightful," whispered the little princess, stabbing her needle into her sewing to show that the interest and charm of the story were getting in the way of her work. With a grateful smile of appreciation at this silent tribute, the Viscount resumed his narrative, but Anna Pavlovna, who never took her eyes off the dreadful young man who was worrying her so much, could hear him holding forth with the Abbé too forcefully and too heatedly, so she sped across into the danger zone on a rescue mission. Sure enough, Pierre had managed to get into a political conversation with the Abbé about the balance of power, and the Abbé, evidently taken by young man's naive passion, was expounding to him his cherished idea. Both men were listening too earnestly and talking too bluntly, and Anna Pavlovna didn't like it. "You do it by means of the balance of power in Europe and the rights of the people," the Abbé was saying. "If one powerful state, like Russia, despite its reputation for barbarity, were to take a disinterested stand as the head of an alliance aimed at guaranteeing the balance of power in Europe, it would save the world." "But how are you going to get such a balance of power?" Pierre was gathering himself to say, but at that moment Anna Pavlovna came across, glowered at Pierre, and asked the Italian how he was surviving the local climate. His face changed instantly and assumed the sickly sweet, patronizing air which he obviously reserved for conversations with women. "I am so enchanted by the delightful wit and culture of the society people, especially the ladies, by whom I have had the good fortune to be received, that I have not yet had time to think about the climate," he said. Determined not to let go of the Abbé and Pierre, Anna Pavlovna steered them into the larger group, where it would be easier to keep an eye on them. At this point, in walked another guest, the young Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, husband of the little princess. He was quite short, but a very handsome young man, with sharp, clear-cut features. Everything about him, from his languid, bored expression to his slow and steady stride, stood in stark contrast to his vivacious little wife. He made it obvious that he knew everybody in the room, and was so fed up with the whole lot that just looking at them and listening to them drove him to distraction. And of all the wearisome faces, it was the face of his own pretty wife that seemed to bore him most. With a snarl distorting his handsome face, he turned away from her. He kissed Anna Pavlovna's hand, screwed up his eyes, and scanned the whole company. "Are you enlisting for the war, Prince?" said Anna Pavlovna. "General Kutuzov has been kind enough to want me as an aide," said Bolkonsky, saying Kutuzov like a Frenchman rather than Kutuzov. "And what about Lisa, your wife?" "She's going into the country." "Shame on you, depriving us of your charming wife." "Andrei," said his wife, addressing her husband in the flirtatious tone that she normally reserved for other men, "the Viscount has just told us a wonderful story about Mademoiselle Georges and Bonaparte." Prince Andrei scowled and turned away. Pierre had been looking at this man with a joyful, affectionate gaze since the moment he walked in, and now he went over and took him by the arm. Before looking round, Prince Andrei gave a pained look of irritation as he felt the touch, but the moment he saw Pierre's smiling face, he smiled back in an unusually sweet and pleasant way. "It's you! Out in society!" he said to Pierre. "I knew you'd be here," answered Pierre. "I'm coming to dine with you," he added in a low voice, so as not to interrupt the Viscount, who was going on with his story. Is that all right?" "Of course it isn't," laughed Prince Andrei, but his handshake told Pierre he had no need to ask. He was about to go on, but at that moment Prince Vasily and his daughter stood up, and the two young men rose to let them go by. "Do excuse me, my dear Viscount," said Prince Vasily to the Frenchman, gently tugging down on his sleeve to persuade him not to get up. "This confounded reception at the ambassador's deprives me of a pleasure and interrupts you. I am so sorry to leave your delightful party," he said to Anna Pavlovna. Delicately holding on to the folds of her gown, his daughter, Princess Helene, moved off between the chairs, and the smile on her gorgeous face was more radiant than ever. Pierre watched this vision of beauty go past, his eyes brimming with rapture, and something not far from terror. "Isn't she lovely?" said Prince Andrei. "Yes, she is," said Pierre. As he went past, Prince Vasily took Pierre by the arm and turned to Anna Pavlovna. "Can you please train this bear for me?" he said. "He's been staying with me for a month, and this is the first time I've seen him out in society. There's nothing more important for a young man than the company of intelligent women." Chapter 4. Anna Pavlovna gave a smile and promised to look after Pierre, knowing he was related to Prince Vasily on his father's side. The elderly lady, who earlier on had been sitting by the aunt, got up hurriedly and overtook Prince Vasily in the hall. Her look of pretended interest had vanished, and her kindly, careworn face showed nothing but anxiety and alarm. "Prince, what can you tell me about my Boris?" she asked, catching up with him in the hall. She put a peculiar stress on the O in Boris. "I can't stay on in Petersburg. Tell me, please, what news may I take to my poor boy?" Although Prince Vasily's reluctance to deal with the elderly lady verged on impoliteness, even impatience, she gave him a sweetly ingratiating smile, and stopped him from going by clutching at his arm. "It will cost you very little to put in a good word with the Emperor, and he'll be transferred straight into the Guards," she implored. "Believe me, Princess, I'll do anything I can," answered Prince Vasily. "But it's not easy for me to petition the Emperor. I would advise you to see Rumyantsev through Prince Golitsyn. That would be the more sensible thing to do. The elderly lady, Princess Drubetskoy, came from one of Russia's best families, but she was impoverished. She had been too long out of society, and by this time she had lost all her old contacts. She had come now to make representations and get her only son into the Guards. For this reason alone, to see Prince Vasily, she had invited herself to Anna Pavlovna's party, turned up, and sat through the Viscount's story. She was shaken by the prince's words. Her face with its faded beauty flashed with resentment, but only for a moment. She smiled again, and tightened her grip on Prince Vasily's arm. "Please listen, Prince," she said. "I've never asked you to do me a favour, and I shall never do so again. I've never reminded you how close my father was to you. But now, in God's name, I beseech you, just do this for my son, and I shall always think of you as a benefactor." Then hurriedly she added, "Please don't be angry, but do promise. I have already asked Golitsyn, and he said no. Please be the nice gentleman you always used to be." She did her best to smile, though there were tears in her eyes. "Papa, we are going to be late," said Princess Helene from the doorway, her exquisite head looking back over statuesque shoulders. But influence in society is capital, which must be carefully conserved so it doesn't run out. Prince Vasily was aware of this, and realizing that if he were to petition for everybody who petitioned him, all too soon he would be unable to petition for himself, he rarely made use of his influence. In Princess Drubetskoy's case, however, her new appeal had given him something akin to a qualm of conscience. She had reminded him of the truth. His earliest progress in the service had been due to her father. Beyond that, he could see from her actions that she was one of those women, especially mothers, who once they get their teeth into something, are not going to let go until they get their own way. And if they don't get their own way, they are going to go on pestering every minute of every day, and they might even make a scene. This last consideration gave him pause. "My dear Anna Mikhailovna," he said, as always unceremoniously and with boredom in his voice, "it is virtually impossible for me to do what you want, but to demonstrate my affection for you, and to honour your late father's memory, I shall achieve the impossible. Your son will be transferred to the Guards. Here's my hand on it. Does that satisfy you?" "My dear Prince, you are our benefactor. I expected nothing less. I knew you were a good man." He tried to get away. "Wait a moment, just one more thing. When he's in the Guards," she hesitated, "you are on good terms with General Kutuzov. Please recommend Boris as one of his aides. Then I can relax. Then I can—" Prince Vasily smiled. "That's something I can't promise. You know how besieged Kutuzov has been since he became commander-in-chief. He told me himself that all the ladies in Moscow have got together to offer their children as aides." "No, you must promise. I won't take no for an answer. You are such a good, kind benefactor." "Papa," said the beautiful Helene, exactly as before, "we are going to be late." "Well, I must be off. I bid you good-bye. You see how things are." "Tomorrow, then, you will speak to the Emperor?" "Yes, indeed, but I can't promise anything about Kutuzov." "Oh, Basile, you must!" Anna Mikhailovna called after him, smiling like a young flirt which must have suited her in days gone by, but now ill became her scrawny face. She had obviously forgotten her age, and habit had told her to let go with all her ancient womanly wiles. But the moment he had gone, her face resumed its former cold, affected expression. She went back to the group where the Viscount was still holding forth, and again pretended to listen, but now that she had done what she had come to do, she was only waiting for a suitable moment to go home. "And what about this latest farce of a coronation in Milan?" said Anna Pavlovna. "And that other farce in Genoa and Lucca, with the people coming forward and presenting their petitions to Monsieur Bonaparte. Monsieur Bonaparte sits on a throne and grants nations their petitions. How very charming! Oh, it's enough to drive me mad. The whole world seems to have gone off its head." Prince Andrei smiled and looked Anna Pavlovna straight in the face. "This crown is God-given. Woe betide the man who touches it," he said. Bonaparte's words when the crown was placed on his head. "They say he looked superb as he spoke those words," he added, and he repeated the same words in Italian. "Dio mi, la donna, guai a qui la tocca." "I only hope," Anna Pavlovna went on, "that at long last this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. Really, the European sovereigns cannot continue to put up with this man. He's a threat to everything." "The sovereigns? I am not talking about Russia," said the Viscount, respectful but despairing. "But, Madame, the sovereigns? What did they do for Louis XVI, the Queen, Madame Elizabeth? Nothing," he went on, gathering confidence. "And believe me, they are being punished now for their betrayal of the Bourbon cause. The European sovereigns! They are sending ambassadors to congratulate the usurper." And he gave a scornful sigh as he shifted position. Then, at these words, Prince Hippolyte, who had been studying the Viscount through his lorgnette, suddenly turned right round to face the little princess, borrowed a needle from her, and used it to scratch an outline of the Condé family coat of arms on the tabletop. He began to explain it in some detail, as if this was something she had asked for. "Staff, gules, engrailed with azure gules, the House of Condé," he said. The princess smiled as she listened. "If Bonaparte stays on the throne of France for another year," said the Viscount, taking up the thread of the conversation with the air of an informed person pursuing his own train of thought and ignoring everybody else, "things will have gone too far. After all, the plotting and violence, the exiles and executions, society, I mean good French society, will have been destroyed forever, and then—" He gave a shrug and spread his hands. Pierre was about to say something. The conversation fascinated him, but the ever-vigilant Anna Pavlovna intervened. "Emperor Alexander," she said, with that doleful manner she always adopted when referring to the royal family, "has announced that he will leave it to the French people to choose their own form of government. I myself have no doubt the entire nation, once it is delivered from the usurper, will rush to embrace its lawful king," said Anna Pavlovna, trying to be nice to a royalist émigré. "That's doubtful," said Prince Andrei. "The Viscount is right when he says things have gone too far. I think it will be difficult to turn the clock back." "From what I hear," said Pierre, reddening as he got back into the conversation, "almost all the aristocrats have gone over to Bonaparte." "That's what the Bonapartists say," said the Viscount without looking at Pierre. "It's not easy nowadays to find out what public opinion is in France." "That's what Bonaparte said," observed Prince Andrei with a grin. It was obvious that he didn't like the Viscount, and he was directing his remarks at him without looking his way. "I have shown them the path to glory, but they wouldn't take it," he said after a brief pause, once more quoting Napoleon. "I have opened my antechambers to them, and the crowds rushed in." I don't know what justification he had for saying that. "None at all," retorted the Viscount. "Since the Duke's murder, even his strongest supporters have ceased to regard him as a hero." "There may be some people who have made a hero of him," said the Viscount, turning to Anna Pavlovna, "but since the Duke's assassination there has been one more martyr in heaven, and one hero less on earth." Anna Pavlovna and the others had barely had time to smile in appreciation of the Viscount's words when Pierre broke into the conversation again, and although Anna Pavlovna knew in advance he was going to put his foot in it, This time she couldn't stop him. "The execution of the Duke of Enghien," said Pierre, "was a political necessity, and in my opinion it was a measure of Napoleon's true greatness that he didn't balk at assuming total responsibility for it." "Merciful heaven!" Anna Pavlovna intoned in a horrified whisper. "So, Monsieur Pierre, you think murder is the measure of true greatness?" said the little princess, smiling and drawing in her work. Oohs and ahs came from all sides. "Capital," said Prince Hippolyte, using the English word, and he began slapping his knee. The Viscount merely shrugged. Pierre looked solemnly over his spectacles at his audience. "The reason I say this," he carried on in some despair, "is that the Bourbons were running away from the revolution, leaving the people to anarchy, and Napoleon was the only one capable of understanding the revolution and transcending it. And that was why, for the public good, he couldn't balk at the taking of one man's life." "Would you like to come over to this other table?" asked Anna Pavlovna, but Pierre didn't answer. He was in full flow. "Oh, no," he said, warming to his task. "Napoleon is great because he towered above the revolution, he stopped its excesses, and he preserved all its benefits. Equality, free speech, a free press. That was his only reason for assuming supreme power." "Yes, if only he had transferred it to the lawful king once he had obtained power, instead of using it to commit murder," said the Viscount. "Then I might have called him a great man." "He couldn't have done that. The people had given him power to get rid of the Bourbons, that was all, and also because they thought he was a great man. The revolution was a splendid achievement," Monsieur Pierre insisted, his desperate and challenging pronouncement betraying extreme youth and a desire to blurt everything out at once. "Revolution and regicide are splendid achievements. Well, whatever next? Are you sure you wouldn't like to come over to this table?" repeated Anna Pavlovna. "Ah, the social contract," said the Viscount with a pinched smile. "I'm not talking about regicide, I'm talking about ideas." "Yes, ideas, robbery, murder, regicide," an ironical voice put in. "These were the extremes, of course, but they weren't the meaning of the whole revolution. That was in human rights, freedom from prejudice, equality. Those were the strong ideas that Napoleon stood up for." "Liberty and equality," said the Viscount contemptuously. He seemed at last to have made up his mind to take this young man seriously and demonstrate how silly his outpourings had been. "Nothing but loud slogans, long compromised. Which of us does not love liberty and equality? Our Saviour himself preached liberty and equality. Have the people been any happier since the revolution? Quite the reverse. We wanted liberty, but Bonaparte has destroyed it." Prince Andrei smiled at them all, Pierre, Viscount, and hostess. Just for a moment, following Pierre's outburst, Anna Pavlovna had been taken aback. For all her social skills, but when she saw that the Viscount was not greatly put out by Pierre's sacrilegious way of speaking, and realized there was no stopping it, she rallied, came in on the Viscount's side, and attacked the other speaker. "But, my dear Monsieur Pierre," she said, "how do you account for a great man being capable of executing a duke, a human being, after all, who was innocent and untried?" "What I should like to ask," said the Viscount, "is how Monsieur accounts for the 18th Brumaire. That was very underhand, wasn't it? It was a sneaky piece of work. Nothing like a great man's way of doing things." "And what about all those prisoners that he killed in Africa?" said the little princess. "That was horrible." And she gave a shrug. "He's an upstart, whatever you say," said Prince Hippolyte. Not knowing which one to answer, Monsieur Pierre surveyed them all with a smile. His smile was not like theirs. Theirs were not real smiles. Whenever he smiled, a sudden and immediate change came over his serious, perhaps rather gloomy face, and a very different face appeared, childish, good-natured, a bit on the silly side, half apologetic. Noticing him for the first time, the Viscount realized that this Jacobin was much less formidable than the words he uttered. For a while, no one spoke. "Is he supposed to answer everybody at once?" asked Prince Andrei. "Anyway, in the actions of a statesman, you do have to distinguish between how he acts as a private person and what he does as a general or an emperor. That's how it seems to me." Yes, of course," put in Pierre, delighted that someone had come in on his side. "You have to admit," pursued Prince Andrei, "that Napoleon on the bridge at Arcola was a great man, and also in the hospital at Jaffa when he shook hands with the plague victims, but, well, there are other actions it would be hard to justify." Prince Andrei, clearly intent on relieving Pierre's embarrassment, now got up to go, signalling to his wife. All of a sudden, Prince Hippolyte got to his feet and gestured for them all to stop and sit down again. Then he spoke. I heard a really good Moscow story today, I must tell you. Begging your pardon, Viscount, it will have to be in Russian, or you won't get the point." And Prince Hippolyte began speaking in Russian, imitating the kind of speech that Frenchmen achieve after a year or so in Russia. Everyone stopped and paid attention, the prince having insisted so urgently that they should listen to his story. "Well, there was this lady, une dame, in Moscow, very stingy. She had to have 2 footmen behind her carriage, very tall footmen, that was her taste, and she had a lady's maid, also very tall. She said—" He hesitated, obviously having trouble getting his story together. "She said— yes, that's it. She said, 'You, girl,' to the lady's maid, 'put your livery on and get up behind the carriage. We're going out visiting.'" At this point, Prince Hippolyte snorted and laughed out loud, running well ahead of his listeners, which created a really bad impression of him as a storyteller. Still, there were plenty of people, including the elderly lady and Anna Pavlovna, who did manage a smile. "She drove off. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, the girl lost her hat, and her long hair was scattered about all over the place." Then, unable to contain himself any longer, he burst out laughing, and just managed to say through all of the laughter, "And everybody got to know about it." And that's all there was to the story. Nobody could understand why he had told it, or why he had insisted on telling it in Russian, and yet Anna Pavlovna and several other people appreciated the genteel diplomacy of Prince Hippolyte in so nicely putting an end to Monsieur Pierre's unpleasant and intemperate outburst. After this story, the conversation broke down into chit-chat about the last ball, and the next one, the theatre, and where and when, who would meet whom. Chapter 5. Thanking Anna Pavlovna for a delightful evening, the guests began to go home. Pierre was ungainly, stout, quite tall, and possessed of huge red hands. It was said of him that he had no idea how to enter a drawing-room, and was worse still at withdrawing from one, or saying something nice as he left. He was also absent-minded. He stood up now, picked up a general's nicely plumed 3-cornered hat instead of his own, and held on to it, pulling at the feathers until the general asked for it back. But all his absent-mindedness and his inability to enter a drawing-room or talk properly once inside it were redeemed by his expression of good-natured simplicity and modesty. Anna Pavlovna turned to him, forgiving his outburst with Christian humility, nodded and said, "I hope we shall see you again, but I also hope you will change your ideas, my dear Monsieur Pierre." She spoke, but he didn't answer. All he did was bow and show everyone another of his smiles, a smile that simply said, "Never mind ideas. Look what a nice, good-hearted fellow I am." And everyone, including Anna Pavlovna, couldn't help but agree. Prince Andrei had gone out into the hall, and as he offered his shoulders to the servant ready with his cloak, he listened indifferently to his wife as she chatted with Prince Hippolyte, who had come along with her. Hippolyte stood close to the pregnant little princess, who looked so pretty, and stared at her through his lorgnette. "Go back inside, Annette. You'll catch cold," said the little princess, taking leave of Anna Pavlovna. "It is settled, then," she added quietly. Anna Pavlovna had managed to have a few words with Lisa about the match she was setting up between Anatoly and the little princess's sister-in-law. "I'm relying on you, my dear," said Anna Pavlovna, no less quietly. "Write to her and let me know how her father sees things. Au revoir." And she left the hall. Prince Hippolyte moved in on the little princess and, bending down with his face close to hers, started speaking to her in a half-whisper. Two servants, one the princess's, the other his own, stood by with his shawl and coat, waiting for them to finish talking. The French was incomprehensible to them, but the servants' faces suggested for all the world that they did understand what was being said, though they would never show it. The princess, as always, smiled as she talked and laughed when she listened. "I'm so glad I didn't go to the ambassador's," Prince Hippolyte was saying. "Such a bore! This has been a delightful evening, hasn't it? Delightful!" "They say it will be a very fine ball," answered the little princess, drawing up her downy little lip. "All our pretty women will be there." "Not all of them. You won't be there," said Prince Hippolyte, with a happy laugh. He then snatched the shawl from the servant, shoving him out of the way, and began draping it around the little princess. Either from awkwardness or deliberately, no one could have said which, he kept his arms round her for some time after the shawl had been put on, seeming to clasp the young woman in his embrace. With good grace and still smiling, she wriggled free, turned and glanced at her husband. Prince Andrei's eyes were closed. He seemed to be weary and drowsy. "Are you ready?" he asked his wife, looking over her head. Prince Hippolyte hurried into his long coat. It was the last word in fashion, going right down to his heels, and he caught his foot in it as he ran out onto the steps after the princess. A servant was assisting her into the carriage. "Au revoir, princess!" he yelled, his tongue tripping over things just like his legs. The princess picked up her gown and took her seat, settling back into the darkness of the carriage while her husband was arranging his sword. Prince Hippolyte pretended to help, but all he did was get in the way. "If you don't mind, sir," said Prince Andrei, curtly and pointedly in Russian to Prince Hippolyte, who was standing in his way. "I'll see you soon, Pierre," said the same voice in warm and friendly tones. The coachman jerked forward, and the carriage rattled off. Prince Hippolyte honked with laughter as he stood on the steps waiting for the Viscount, having promised to drop him off at home. "Well, my dear fellow, your little princess is very nice, said the Viscount as he got into the carriage with Hippolyte. "Very nice indeed," he kissed his fingertips. "And very French." Hippolyte snorted and laughed. "And you know, you are awful with that innocent little way of yours," went on the Viscount. "I pity the poor husband, that baby officer who fancies himself a Prince Regent." Hippolyte honked again, and said through his laughter, "And you told me that Russian ladies weren't as good as French ladies. You just have to know how to get things going." Pierre arrived ahead of the others. Like one of the family, he walked straight into Prince Andrei's study, lay down on the sofa as he usually did, and took up the first book that came to hand, Caesar's Commentaries. Propped up on one elbow, he opened it in the middle and started to read. "What have you done to Mademoiselle Scherer? She'll have the vapours," said Prince Andrei, as he came into the study, rubbing his small white hands. Pierre rolled his massive body so that the sofa creaked, looked at Prince Andrei with an eager smile, and gave an airy wave. "No, that abbé was very interesting. Only he got things wrong. The way I see it, eternal peace is possible, but, I don't know how to put it. Well, not through the balance of power, anyway. Prince Andrei was obviously not interested in abstract talk like this. My dear fellow, you can't always come straight out with what you're thinking. Come on then, have you made your mind up? Are you going to be a cavalryman or a diplomat? Asked Prince Andrei, after a short pause. Pierre sat up on the sofa, with his legs tucked under him. You won't find it hard to believe. I still don't know. I don't fancy either of those jobs. But you'll have to decide, won't you? Your father's waiting. At the age of 10, Pierre had been sent abroad with an abbé as his tutor, and there he had stayed till he was 20. When he returned to Moscow, his father had dismissed the tutor and said to the young man, Off you go to Petersburg, have a good look round, and decide for yourself. I'll agree to anything. Here's a letter to Prince Vasily, and here's some money. Write and tell me everything. I'll give you every assistance. Pierre had spent the last 3 months choosing a career and had done nothing. This was the decision that Prince Andrei was talking about. Pierre rubbed his forehead. I'm sure he must be a Freemason, he said, thinking of the abbé he had seen at the party. That's all nonsense, said Prince Andrei, stopping him in his tracks. Let's get down to business. Have you been to the Horse Guards? No, I haven't, but listen, I've had one idea I'd like to talk to you about. We're at war with Napoleon. If we were fighting for freedom, I'd understand it. I'd be the first to enlist. But helping England and Austria against the greatest man in the world, that's not right. Prince Andrei gave a shrug. It was all he could do in the face of such childish words from Pierre. His manner suggested there was no answer to such absurdities, and indeed it would have been hard to find any answer to this naive question other than the one he gave now. If everybody fought for nothing but his own convictions, there wouldn't be any wars, he said. And a good thing too, said Pierre. Prince Andrei grinned at him. Yes, it probably would be a good thing, but it won't ever happen. Well, why are you going to war? Asked Pierre. Why? I don't know, because I have to. I'm just going. He paused. I'm going because the life I'm leading here, this life is not to my taste. Chapter 6. From the next room came the rustling of a woman's dress. Prince Andrei jumped, as if he had just woken up, and his face resumed the expression it had worn in Anna Pavlovna's drawing-room. Pierre lowered his legs from the sofa. In came the princess. She had changed into an informal dress, every bit as fresh and elegant as the earlier one. Prince Andrei got to his feet and courteously pushed an easy-chair towards her. I often wonder why it is, she began, as always in French, speedily and fussily settling herself into the chair, that Annette never married. You must be very foolish, all you men, not to have married her. Forgive me for saying so, but you really don't know the first thing about women. And, Monsieur Pierre, you really are a man for an argument. I've just been arguing with your husband. I can't imagine why he wants to go off to war, said Pierre to the princess, without any of the inhibitions which so often affect the attitude of a young man to a young woman. The princess reacted sharply. Pierre's words had clearly touched a raw nerve. That's what I keep on saying, she said. I can't understand it. I simply can't understand why men can't get by without war. Why is it we women don't want anything to do with it, don't need it? You can be the judge of this. I keep saying to him, here he is, one of Uncle's adjutants, a brilliant position to be in. Everybody knows him, everybody admires him. Only the other day at the Apraxins, I heard one lady say, Is that the famous Prince Andrei? I swear it's true, she laughed. He gets invited everywhere. He could easily end up in the royal entourage. You know the Emperor has spoken very graciously to him. Annette and I were just saying how easy it would be to arrange. What do you think? One glance at Prince Andrei told Pierre his friend didn't like this subject, so he said nothing. When are you off? He asked. Oh, please don't talk to me about his going away. Not that. I won't have it spoken about, said the princess in the same tone, all silly and playful, that she had used with Hippolyte at the party, quite out of place within the family circle. And Pierre was almost one of the family. Today, when I suddenly thought of all these dear friendships that will have to be broken off. Besides, you know what, Andrei? She flashed a meaningful look at her husband. I'm scared. I am scared, she whispered with a sudden shudder. Her husband glanced at her as if he was surprised to find someone else in the room other than himself and Pierre, but he questioned her with icy politeness. What is it you're scared of, Lisa? I don't understand, he said. See how selfish men are, all of them. Every one of them selfish. Just because he fancies it, heaven knows why, he's leaving me, shutting me away all on my own in the country. With my father and my sister, don't forget, said Prince Andrei quietly. I'll still be on my own. My friends won't be there, and he tells me not to be scared. Her tone was plaintive now, and her lip curled into a sneer, which made her look anything but happy, rather like a wild animal, squirrel-like and nasty. She said no more, as if it seemed wrong to talk about her pregnancy while Pierre was there, though that was what this was all about. I still don't understand what it is you're scared of, Prince Andrei said deliberately, without taking his eyes off his wife. The princess blushed and waved her hands in despair. No, Andrei, I tell you this, you've changed. You really have. The doctor says you shouldn't be late getting to bed, said Prince Andrei. You ought to get some sleep. The princess said nothing, but suddenly her tiny, downy lip began to tremble. Prince Andrei got to his feet, gave a shrug, and started pacing up and down. Pierre glanced over his spectacles from one to the other in naive wonderment, squirming as if he too had meant to get up, but had thought better of it. I don't care if Monsieur Pierre is here, said the little princess suddenly, her pretty face contorted into a tearful grimace. I've been wanting to ask you, Andrei, why have you changed so much towards me? What have I done to you? You're going off into the army and you won't listen. Why not? Lisa! Prince Andrei spoke only a single word, but it contained a request, a threat, and clearest of all, an assurance that she would live to regret these words. Nevertheless, she went on hurriedly to say, You treat me like an invalid or a child, I can see it all. You weren't like this 6 months ago, were you? Lisa, I'm asking you to stop, said Prince Andrei, more meaningfully still. Pierre had been growing more and more agitated during this conversation, and now he got to his feet and walked over to the princess. Clearly, the sight of her weeping was too much for him, and he was on the point of tears himself. Please, don't be so upset, Princess. I know how it seems to you. Honestly, I've been through it myself. Because, what I mean is... No, sorry, you don't want other people... Oh, please don't be so upset. I must go. Prince Andrei caught him by the arm and stopped him. No, wait, Pierre. The princess is very kind. She wouldn't want to deprive me of the pleasure of spending an evening with you. No, he's just thinking about himself, the princess declared, with no attempt to check her bitter tears. Lisa, said Prince Andrei sharply, raising his voice to a level that declared his patience to be at an end. All at once, the princess's lovely little face changed its angry, squirrel-like expression into a look of fear that made her seem both beautiful and sympathetic. She frowned and glared, directing her lovely eyes at her husband, but her face wore the timid, apologetic look of a dog wagging its drooping tail quickly but without much confidence. Oh, good Lord, murmured the princess, and with one hand holding her gown, she walked over to her husband and gave him a kiss on the forehead. Good night, Lisa, said Prince Andrei, getting up to kiss her hand politely, as if she was a stranger to him. The two friends were silent. Neither wished to start a conversation. Pierre kept looking across at Prince Andrei. Prince Andrei rubbed his forehead with a small hand. "Let's go and have some supper," he said with a sigh as he got to his feet and went over to the door. They went into the elegant, newly decorated and richly appointed dining room. Everything from the dinner napkins to the silver, the china and the glass bore the special stamp of newness that exists in the households of recently married couples. Halfway through supper, Prince Andrei leant on one elbow, and with the air of a man who has something on his mind and has suddenly decided to talk about it, he assumed an expression of nervous irritability, the like of which Pierre had never seen in his friend before, and began to speak. "Never, never get married, my dear fellow. That's my advice to you. Don't get married. Not until you can say you've done everything possible, and until you've stopped loving your chosen woman, until you can see her clearly. Otherwise you will be making a cruel mistake that cannot be put right. Marry when you're old and good for nothing. Otherwise everything good and noble in you will be finished. It will all be frittered away over trifles. Yes, yes, yes! Don't look so surprised. If you're expecting some kind of future for yourself, you'll feel every step of the way that everything is closed to you, blocked off, except the drawing-room, where you'll operate on the same level as the court lackey and the fool. Oh, why bother?" He made a vigorous gesture with his arm. Pierre took off his spectacles, which transformed his face, making it look even more benevolent, and gazed in amazement at his friend. "My wife," Prince Andrei went on, "is a splendid woman. She is one of those rare women with whom you feel your honour is secure, but my God, what wouldn't I give now to be an unmarried man? You're the first and only person I've said this to, because I'm close to you." As Prince Andrei said this, he seemed less than ever like the earlier Bolkonsky, who had sat sprawling in Anna Pavlovna's drawing-room, screwing up his eyes and forcing French phrases through his teeth. Now every muscle in his thin face was quivering with nervous excitement. His eyes, in which all the fire of life had seemed to have gone out, now shone with a radiant, vivid gleam. Clearly, the more lifeless he might seem at ordinary times, the more energetic he became when he was roused. "You don't understand why I'm saying this," he went on. "Well, this is life itself. You talk about Bonaparte and his career," he said, though Pierre had not spoken about Bonaparte. "You talk about Bonaparte, but Bonaparte, when he was working his way step by step straight towards his goal, he was free. He had nothing but his goal to go for, and he got there. But you tie yourself to a woman and you'll lose all your freedom, like a convict in fetters. And all the hope and strength there is in you just drags you down and tortures you with regret. Drawing-rooms, gossip, balls, vanity, vacuous nonsense. That's the vicious circle I'm stuck in. I'm off to the war, the greatest war there's ever been, and I know nothing. I'm useless. I'm a nice fellow, and I have a sharp tongue," he went on, "and at Anna Pavlovna's people listen when I speak. And all these stupid people without whom my wife can't exist, all these women, if you only knew what these fine women are, or let's say women in general. My father's right, selfish, vain, stupid, totally vacuous. That's what women are when they show themselves in their true colours. You see them out in society. You think there might be something there, but no, there's nothing, nothing. Don't get married, my dear fellow. Just don't." "It seems odd," said Pierre, "that you consider yourself a failure and your life ruined. You've got your whole life in front of you, everything, and you—" He did not say, "What about you?" but his tone showed how much he admired his friend, and how much he was expecting from him in the future. How can he talk like that? Pierre thought. He regarded Prince Andrei as a model of all the virtues, because he combined in the highest degree all the qualities he himself lacked. They were best summed up in a single concept: willpower. Pierre always admired Prince Andrei's ability to get on easily with all sorts of people, his remarkable memory, his wide reading. He had read everything, he knew everything, and he could understand something about everything. And most of all, his capacity for hard work and learning. If Pierre was sometimes struck by Andrei's inability to dream dreams and philosophize, activities that Pierre was particularly prone to, he saw this not as a defect, but as a positive quality. Even in the very warmest, friendliest, and simplest of relationships, you need either flattery or praise in the way that you need grease to keep wheels turning. "I'm yesterday's man," said Prince Andrei. "There's no point in talking about me. Let's talk about you," he said after a short pause, smiling at his own thoughts of consolation. His smile was instantly reflected on Pierre's face. "Why, what is there to say about me?" said Pierre, his mouth broadening in an easy-going, happy smile. "What am I? I'm a bastard." And he suddenly blushed to the roots of his hair. Clearly it cost him a great effort to say this. "No name, no fortune, and really, when all's said and done—" But he didn't say, really, what. "Anyway, I'm free for the time being, and I'm doing all right. It's just that I've no idea what to get going on. I wanted to talk things over with you seriously." Prince Andrei looked at him with kindly eyes. But as he looked, for all his friendliness and kindness, he knew his own superiority. "I feel close to you because you're the only living person in our social group. You'll be all right. Choose anything. It won't make any difference. You'll always be all right. But there is one thing. Stop knocking about with the Kuragins and leading their kind of life. It doesn't suit you, all that riotous living, debauchery and all that stuff." "Can't be helped, old man," said Pierre with a shrug. "Women, my dear fellow, women." "I can't see it," answered Andrei. "Decent women are all very well, but Kuragins' women and wine, no. I just can't see it." Pierre was staying at Prince Vasily Kuragin's and sharing in the dissipated lifestyle of his son Anatoly, the young man whom they were proposing to marry off to Prince Andrei's sister in order to reform him. "You know what?" said Pierre, as though a happy thought had suddenly struck him. "Seriously, I've been thinking that for quite a while now. With this kind of life, I can't make any decisions or think anything through. I've got a permanent headache and no money in my pocket. He's invited me tonight, but I'm not going. Promise me you won't go." "I promise." It was past 1 o'clock when Pierre left his friend. On one of those limpid white nights, typical of Petersburg in June, Pierre got into a hired cab with every intention of going home. But the nearer he got, the more he realized it would be impossible to get sleep on a night like this, when it was more like evening or morning. You could see right down the empty streets. On the way, Pierre remembered that the old gambling school would be meeting at Anatoly Kuragin's that night, and it would usually lead on to a drinking session followed by one of Pierre's favourite pastimes. It would be nice to go to Kuragin's, he thought, but then remembered he had promised Prince Andrei he wouldn't go there again. But, as so often happens with people who might be described as spineless, he felt such a strong urge for one more shot at the old debauchery that he decided to go. And it suddenly occurred to him that his promise wasn't valid anyway because he had already promised Prince Anatoly that he would go before promising Andrei that he wouldn't. Then he began to think that all promises like that were relative. They had no definite meaning, especially if you imagined that tomorrow you might be dead, or something so strange might happen that there would be no difference between honesty and dishonesty. Pierre was very prone to this kind of speculation, which destroyed all his resolutions and intentions. He went to Kuragin's. He drove up to the front of a mansion near the Horse Guards barracks where Anatoly lived, went up the well-lit steps and the staircase, and walked in through an open door. There was no one in the vestibule. Empty bottles, cloaks, and overshoes were scattered about everywhere. The place reeked of drink, and in the distance he could hear people talking and shouting. They had finished playing cards and supper was over, but the party had not broken up. Pierre threw off his cloak and went into the first room, where there were some leftovers from supper, and a servant, thinking that no one could see him, was downing half-empty glasses on the side. From the third room came great roars of laughter, the sound of familiar voices shouting, and a bear growling. 8 or 9 young men were jostling each other by an open window. 3 others were playing with a bear cub, one of them yanking at its chain and scaring the others with it. "100 on Stevens!" cried one. "No holding on to the window!" shouted another. "My money's on Dolokhov!" shouted a third. "You're my witness, Kuragin!" "Forget that, bear! There's a bet on here!" "Down in 1, or you've lost!" cried a fourth. "Yakov! Bring us a bottle, Yakov!" shouted Anatoly himself, a tall, handsome man, standing in his shirt-sleeves in the middle of the group, his fine shirt front unbuttoned down to mid-chest. "Hang on, gentlemen. Look who's come. It's old Pierre. Good man." He had turned towards Pierre. From the window, a blue-eyed man of average height, conspicuously sober amidst the drunken uproar, called out clearly, "Come on over here. Sort out your bets." This was Dolokhov, an officer in the Semyonov regiment, a notorious gambler and swaggering madcap, at present living with Anatoly. Pierre beamed at the company. "I don't get it. What's happening?" "Hang on, he's not drunk. Get him a bottle," said Anatoly. He took a glass from the table and walked over to Pierre. "First things first, have a good drink." Pierre proceeded to down glass after glass, looking doubtfully at the drunken revellers, who were crowding round the window again and listening to what they were saying. Anatoly kept his glass topped up, and told him that Dolokhov had made a bet with an English sailor by the name of Stevens who was passing through, that he, Dolokhov, could drink a bottle of rum sitting on the third-floor windowsill with his legs dangling outside. "Come on, finish that bottle," said Anatoly, giving Pierre the last glass, "or I'm not letting you go." "No, I don't want it," said Pierre, shoving Anatoly away, and he went over to the window. Dolokhov had a grip on the Englishman's arm, and he was meticulously explaining the terms of the bet, looking mainly at Anatoly and Pierre. Dolokhov was a man of average height, in his mid-20s, with curly hair and bright blue eyes. Like all infantry officers, he wore no moustache, so that his mouth, the most striking thing about him, was fully revealed. The lines of that mouth were very finely curved, the upper lip closed sharply down in the middle, wedge-like over the firm lower one, and at the 2 corners the mouth always worked itself into something like a double smile. All of this, together with the decisive, brazen, shrewd look in his eyes, was so impressive that no one could fail to notice this face. Dolokhov was a man of few resources and no contacts, and yet somehow, despite the fact that Anatoly doled out his money in tens of thousands, Dolokhov lived with him and managed to present himself in such a way that Anatoly himself and everybody who knew them admired Dolokhov more than Anatoly. Dolokhov gambled on everything and usually won. However much he drank, he always kept a clear head. Both of them, Kuragin and Dolokhov, were currently infamous figures among the fast and loose young men of Petersburg. The bottle of rum was brought. 2 servants, clearly flustered and intimidated by shouts and directions issuing from gentlemen on all sides, were in the process of removing the section of the window frame that prevented anyone sitting on the outer sill. Anatoly swaggered across to the window, eager to smash something. He shoved the servants out of the way and pulled at the frame, but it wouldn't give. He broke one of the panes. "Come on, Hercules, you have a go," he said, turning to Pierre. Pierre grabbed hold of the crosspiece and heaved, broke the oak frame with a crash and wrenched it out. "Get the lot out, or they'll think I'm holding on," said Dolokhov. "The Englishman's bragging, isn't he? Is everything all right?" said Anatoly. "Yes," said Pierre, watching Dolokhov go over to the window, bottle in hand. The light of the sky shone in with the merging of dusk and dawn. Dolokhov jumped up onto the windowsill, still holding his bottle. "Listen!" he shouted, standing there and facing back into the room. Silence fell. "I bet you," he spoke in French so the Englishman could understand what he was saying, and his French wasn't too good. "I bet you 50 imperials. Make it 100, he added, turning to the Englishman. "No, 50, said the Englishman. "All right, 50 it is. That I can drink a whole bottle of rum without taking it away from my lips. I'll drink it sitting outside the window there." He bent down and pointed to the downward-sloping ledge on the outside. "Without holding on to anything. Is that it?" "Yes," said the Englishman. Anatoly turned to the sailor, took hold of a button on his coat and looked down at him, he was quite short, and went through the terms of the bet once again in English. "Hang on a minute," shouted Dolokhov, calling for attention by banging the bottle on the windowsill. "Hang on. Kuragin, listen. If anybody else can do it, I'll pay him 100 imperials. All right." The sailor nodded, with no indication of whether he accepted this new bet or not. Anatoly hung on to him, and although the sailor nodded to say he fully understood, Anatoly kept on translating Dolokhov's words into English. A skinny young life-guardsman, who had lost a lot that evening, climbed up onto the windowsill, stuck his head out and looked down. "Ugh," he said, staring down at the pavement. "Attention!" cried Dolokhov, yanking him back in so that he tripped over his spurs and came tumbling down awkwardly into the room. Standing the bottle on the sill to keep it within easy reach, Dolokhov climbed slowly and deliberately out through the window and let his legs dangle down outside. Bracing himself with both hands against the sides of the frame, he settled himself, sat down, let go with his hands, shuffled slightly to the right, then to the left, and reached for the bottle. Anatoly brought 2 candles and put them on the window ledge, even though it was quite light. Dolokhov's back, with his white shirt and his curly head, were lit up from both sides. Everybody swarmed round the window, the English sailor at the front. Pierre smiled and said nothing. One of the party, a bit older than the rest, suddenly pushed his way through with a scared and angry face and tried to grab at Dolokhov's shirt. "Gentlemen, this is crazy. He'll get killed," said this more sensible man. Anatoly stopped him. "Don't touch him, you'll put him off, and then he will get killed, eh? What about that?" Dolokhov looked round, shifting his position, still supporting himself with both hands. "If anybody tries to get hold of me again," he said, forcing out his words one by one through tight, thin lips, "I'll chuck him down there. Right then." Whereupon he turned round again to face the outside, took his hands away, picked up the bottle and put it to his mouth, bent his head back, and held his free hand up in the air to balance himself. One of the servants, who had begun clearing up the broken glass, stood transfixed in a stooping posture, his eyes glued on the window and Dolokhov's back. Anatoly stood erect, staring. The Englishman winced as he watched from one side. The man who had tried to stop it all had rushed across into a corner and now lay on the sofa facing the wall. Pierre covered his eyes. A feeble, forgotten smile lingered on his lips, and his face was now full of fear and horror. Nobody spoke. Pierre took his hands away from his eyes. There was Dolokhov, still sitting in the same position, only his head was bent so far back that the curls on his neck touched his shirt collar, and the hand with the bottle rose higher and higher, trembling with the effort. The bottle was draining nicely, and went higher as it did so, bending the head further back. "Why is it taking so long?" thought Pierre. More than half an hour seemed to have passed. Suddenly, Dolokhov's spine jerked back, and his arm trembled nervously. enough to shift his whole body as he sat on the sloping edge. He slipped, and his arm and head shook even more violently as he struggled. One hand rose to clutch at the windowsill, but fell back again. Pierre shut his eyes again and swore he would never open them. Then suddenly he was aware of things beginning to move around him. He glanced up. There was Dolokhov, standing on the window ledge, his pale face full of delight. "All gone." He tossed the bottle to the Englishman, who caught it neatly. Dolokhov jumped down from the window, stinking of rum. "Well done! Bravo! That's a real bet! You're a right devil, you are!" came the shouts from all sides. The Englishman took out his purse and counted out the money. Dolokhov stood there frowning and silent. Pierre leapt up onto the windowsill. "Gentlemen, anybody betting? I can do that!" he shouted suddenly. "I don't even need a bet. No, I don't. Tell them to get me a bottle. I'll do it. Just get me a bottle." "Go on. Let him do it," said Dolokhov with a grin. "What are you, mad? No one will let you. You get dizzy walking downstairs," came the various protests. "I'll drink it. Give me that bottle of rum," roared Pierre, thumping the table with a deliberate, drunken gesture, and he climbed up into the well of the window. People snatched at his arms, but he was so strong he sent them flying if they came anywhere near. "No, you'll never talk him out of it like that," said Anatoly. "Hang on, I know how to fool him. Listen, Pierre, I accept your bet, but for tomorrow night. Right now we're all going on to you-know-where." "Right, let's go," yelled Pierre. "Let's go. We can take Bruin with us." And he grabbed the bear, hugged it, lifted it right off the floor, and took it waltzing round the room. Chapter 7. Prince Vasily kept the promise he had made to Princess Drubetskoy at Anna Pavlovna's soirée, when she had asked for his help with her only son, Boris. His case had been presented to the Emperor, and though it was not to be regarded as a precedent, he was transferred to the Semyonovsky Guards regiment as an ensign. But Boris did not get the post of aide or attaché in Kutuzov's service, despite Anna Mikhailovna's best efforts and entreaties. Shortly after the evening at Anna Pavlovna's, Anna Mikhailovna returned to Moscow, and went straight to her rich relatives, the Rostovs, with whom she stayed when she was in Moscow. It was with this family that her dear little Boris, who had only recently entered a regiment of the line and was now transferring to the Guards, had been brought up since childhood, and had lived for many years. The Guards had left Petersburg on the 10th of August, and her son, after staying behind in Moscow to get kitted out, was to catch up with them on the road to Radzivilov. The Rostovs were enjoying a name day celebration for both mother and younger daughter, their two Natalias. Since early morning, a constant stream of well-wishers in 6-horse carriages had been driving to and from Countess Rostov's mansion on Pavarsky Street, which was famous throughout Moscow. The Countess was sitting in the drawing-room with her lovely elder daughter, receiving the many visitors who kept turning up one after another. A woman of about 45, with a narrow, rather oriental face, the Countess was clearly exhausted from bearing children. She had had 12. Her slowness of movement and speech, deriving from physical weakness, lent her an air of importance which inspired respect. Princess Anna Mikhailovna Drubetskoy, as a family member, sat with them, assisting in the business of receiving and entertaining the guests. The youngsters were in the back rooms, not feeling obliged to play any part in receiving visitors. The Count welcomed the visitors, saw them out, and issued dinner invitations to every last one of them. "I really am most grateful to you, my dear," he said to every visitor, making no distinctions for persons of higher or lower social standing. "Both for myself and my two dear name-day ladies. Do please come to dinner, or I shall be offended, my dear. I am inviting you most sincerely on behalf of all the family, my dear lady." These words always accompanied by exactly the same expression on his round, cheery, clean-shaven face, and the same firm handshake and repeated short bows were spoken to all without exception or variation. When he had seen one guest out, the Count would return to some gentleman or lady who was still in the drawing-room, moving the chairs up and adopting the manner of a man who knows about life and enjoys it. He would sit down, spread his legs out like a youngster, put his hands on his knees, and rock to and fro with some dignity as he indulged in a little weather forecasting, or dispensed advice about health, some of this in Russian, some of it in very bad but confident French. Then he would get up again, and with the air of a tired man still zealous in the call of duty, he would escort guests to the door, rearranging the grey strands over his bald patch, and again he would issue invitations to dinner. Sometimes, on his way back from the vestibule, he would walk through the conservatory and the butler's room, and enter a great marble hall, where a table was being set for 80 guests. There he would inspect the waiters bringing in the silver and the china, setting out tables and unfolding damask linen for them. He would summon Dmitri, the young man of quality who acted as his steward and general assistant, and say to him, "Now then, Mitenka, make sure everything's all right. Yes, you will make sure, won't you?" Then he would take great pleasure in surveying the immense table opened out to its full extent, and add, "What matters is the service. That's the secret." And with a sigh of satisfaction, off he went again in the direction of the drawing-room. "Madame Maria Karagin and her daughter," boomed the Countess's huge footman in his deep bass voice at the drawing-room door. The Countess thought for a moment, and took a pinch of snuff from a gold snuff-box bearing her husband's portrait. "I'm worn out with all these callers," she said. "Well, this is the last one I'm seeing. Oh, she's so affected. Show her in," she said in a voice full of sadness, as though she was saying, "Go on then, finish me off." Into the drawing-room, with skirts rustling, walked a tall, stout, grandiose lady, and her round-faced, smiling daughter. "My dear Countess, it's been such a long time. She's been laid up, poor child. It was at the Razumovskys' ball, and the Countess Apraxin. I was so glad." The women's voices could be heard chattering away, interrupting each other and blending in with the sound of dresses rustling and chairs scraping. It was the kind of conversation calculated to last just long enough for the caller to get up at the first pause, skirts again rustling, murmur, "I'm so delighted, Mamma's health, and the Countess Apraxin," and walk out again, still rustling, into the vestibule to don cloak or coat and drive away. The conversation dealt with the latest news in town, the illness of the wealthy old Count Bezukhov, who had cut such a dashing figure in Catherine's time, and his illegitimate son, Pierre, who had behaved so badly at one of Anna Pavlovna's soirees. "I'm so sorry for the poor Count," said the visitor. "His health has been so poor, and now this nasty business with his son. It'll be the death of him." "What's all this?" asked the Countess, as if she had no idea what the lady was saying, though she had heard about the cause of Count Bezukhov's distress at least 15 times already. "This is what modern education does for you. When he was abroad," the visitor continued, "this young man was given a free rein, and now, in Petersburg, so they say, he has been doing such terrible things they've had to send him away under police guard." "You don't say so," said the Countess. "He's in with the wrong set," put in Princess Anna Mikhailovna. "He and Prince Vasili's son, and apparently another young man called Dolokhov, have, well, heaven knows what dreadful things they've been up to, and they've both paid the price. Dolokhov has been reduced to the ranks, and Bezukhov's son has been banished to Moscow. Anatoly Kuragin's father has managed to hush things up for him, but he's been sent away too." "Why? What did they do?" asked the Countess. "They're absolute scoundrels, especially Dolokhov," said the visitor. He's the son of Maria Dolokhov, such a respectable lady, you know. But there you are. Just imagine, the three of them somehow got hold of a bear. They put it in a carriage and went off with it to see some actresses. The police rushed in to stop them. They got a police officer, tied him back to back with the bear, and dropped the bear into the Moika. The bear swam about with the policeman on his back. "That policeman, my dear, what a picture!" cried the Count, helpless with laughter. "Oh, how shocking! Count, this is no laughing matter." But the ladies couldn't help laughing too. "They only just managed to save the wretched man," the visitor went on. "And that's the clever sort of trick the son of Count Kirill Bezukhov gets up to," she added. "And people said he was so well educated and clever. This is what foreign education has done for us. I hope no one will receive him here in spite of his wealth. They tried to introduce him to me. I refused, point blank. I have daughters." "What makes you say this young man is so wealthy?" asked the Countess, turning away from the girls, who at once pretended not to be listening. "All his children are illegitimate. I believe Pierre is also illegitimate." The visitor waved her hand. "He has a score of them, I believe." Princess Anna Mikhailovna intervened, clearly wanting to demonstrate her contacts and her knowledge of society matters. "I'll tell you what it's all about," she said, in a meaningful half-whisper. "Count Kirill's reputation is something we all know. He's lost count of how many children he has. But this Pierre has always been his favourite." "What a handsome man he was," said the Countess, "only a year ago. A better-looking man I've never seen." "He's very different now," said Anna Mikhailovna. "But what I wanted to say was this," she went on. "On his wife's side, the direct heir to the whole estate is Prince Vasily, but the father is very fond of Pierre. He took trouble over his education, and he has written a letter to the Emperor. So if he dies, he's in such a bad state that it's expected any moment, and Lorraine has come down from Petersburg. Nobody knows whether that huge fortune will go to Pierre or Prince Vasily. 40,000 serfs and millions of roubles. I know it's true. Prince Vasily has told me himself. And Kirill happens to be a third cousin of mine on my mother's side, and he's Boris's godfather too," she added, apparently attaching no significance to this circumstance. "Prince Vasily arrived in Moscow yesterday, some sort of inspection, I was told," said the visitor. "Yes, but just between the two of us," said the princess, "that's just an excuse. He's really come to see Count Kirill, knowing he's in such a bad way." "Well, really, my dear, that was a splendid bit of fun," said the Count, and noticing that the elder visitor was not listening, he turned to the young ladies. "That policeman! What a picture! I can just see him." And acting out the role of a policeman waving his arms, he boomed out his rich bass laughter, his whole body shaking with mirth, as people do after a good meal, and more so after a good drink. "Oh, please, you must come to dinner with us," he said. Chapter 8. For a while, nobody spoke. The Countess was smiling pleasantly at her lady guest without disguising the fact that she would not be greatly put out if she were to get up and go. The visiting daughter was fidgeting with her gown and looking inquiringly at her mother when suddenly they all heard a racket from the next room as several boys and girls ran to the door, bumping into a chair and knocking it over with a bang, and a girl of 13 dashed in with something tucked into her short muslin frock. She came to a halt in the middle of the room, evidently having misjudged everything, gone too far, and burst in on them. And there, behind her in the doorway, stood a student with a crimson collar on his coat, a young guards officer, a 15-year-old girl, and a fat little boy with rosy cheeks, dressed in a child's smock. The Count jumped up, swayed a little from one side to the other, held his arms out wide and put them right round the little girl who had run in. "Here she is," he cried, laughing. "A happy name-day, darling."
"My dear child, there is a time for everything," said the Countess, pretending to be firm. "You do spoil that child, Ilya," she added to her husband.
"Good morning, my dear. Many happy returns," said the visitor. "What a delightful child," she added, turning to the mother. The dark-eyed young girl was not pretty. Her mouth was too big, but she was full of life, and with her childish, uncovered shoulders and her bodice slipping down from all that running, her curly black hair tossed back, her slender bare arms and little legs in lace-trimmed drawers and open slippers on her feet, she was at that charming age when the girl is no longer a child, and the child is not yet a young girl. She wriggled free from her father, ran across to her mother, ignoring her rebuke, hid her flushed face in her mother's lace veil, and laughed. She was laughing at nothing, and she burbled something about her doll, pulling it out from the folds of her frock.
"See? Dolly, Mimi, you see?"
And Natasha found the whole thing irresistibly amusing. She fell upon her mother and laughed so loudly that everybody joined in, even the starchy visitor. They couldn't help it.
"Come on, off you go, you and your little monster," said her mother, pushing her daughter away and pretending to be annoyed. "This is my younger daughter," she said to the visitor. Natasha looked out from her mother's lace veil for a minute, peeped up at her through tears of laughter, and buried her face again. The visiting lady, compelled to admire this domestic scene, felt obliged to take some part in it. She turned to Natasha and said, "Tell me, my dear, who is Mimi? Is she your baby?" Natasha didn't like this patronizing baby talk from the visiting lady. She stared at her morosely and said nothing. By now, all the younger generation, Boris, the officer, Anna Mikhailovna's son, Nikolai, the Count's eldest son, a student, Sonia, the Count's niece, 15 years old, and little Petya, his younger son, had spread themselves across the drawing-room, and were all too obviously trying to contain within the bounds of decorum the excitement and glee which still showed in their features. Out there in the back rooms, where they had been before, they had come rushing in. The conversation had obviously been much more fun than the small talk in here. Nothing but scandal, the weather, and Countess Apraxin. Once or twice they glanced at each another and could hardly contain their laughter. The two young men, student and officer, were the same age and had been friends since childhood. Both were good-looking, but in different ways. Boris was a tall, fair-haired youth, with fine, regular features, a handsome face, and a look of composure. Nikolai was a small young man, with a shock of hair and an innocent look. His upper lip showed the beginnings of a black moustache, and his whole face expressed energy and enthusiasm. He had blushed as he came into the room, clearly trying to think of something to say and not being able to do so. Boris, by contrast, was immediately at his ease. He talked fluently and amusingly about Mimi, the doll. He had known her as a young girl before her nose got broken, and my, how she had grown up during the 5 years he had known her, and, by the way, she had a great crack right across her skull. He said all this and then looked at Natasha. She turned away, glanced at her younger brother, who had screwed up his face and was shaking with suppressed laughter. No longer able to restrain herself, she leapt up and sprinted out of the room as fast as her little legs could go. Boris did not laugh. "Mamma, weren't you about to go too? Do you want the carriage?" he asked, smiling at his mother. "Yes, do go and tell them to get it ready," she said with a smile. Boris followed Natasha slowly out through the door. The fat little boy ran angrily after them, apparently annoyed that his busy life had been so rudely interrupted. Chapter 9. The only youngsters left in the drawing-room, apart from the Countess's elder daughter, who was 4 years older than her sister and had assumed grown-up status, and also the young lady visitor, were Nikolai and Sonia, the niece. Sonia was a slim, petite brunette, with gentle eyes shaded by long lashes, a thick black braid of hair double-coiled round her head, with a sallow hue to her face and more so to her neck, and rather skinny, bare arms that were sinewy but nicely shaped. There was a smoothness in the way she moved, a gentle suppleness in her little limbs, and a kind of wary aloofness that suggested a pretty half-grown kitten that would one day turn into a lovely cat. She seemed to have thought it necessary to get involved in the general conversation, if only by smiling, but now, in spite of herself, she found her eyes under their long, thick lashes turning to her cousin, who was going off into the army. Her girlish passion bordering on adoration was so obvious that her smile didn't fool anyone. It was clear that the kitten had crouched down only to pounce faster than ever on her cousin and tease him the moment they could get out of the drawing-room, like Boris and Natasha.
"Yes, my dear," said the old Count, addressing the visitor and pointing at Nikolai. "Now that his friend Boris has got his commission, because of their friendship he doesn't want to be left behind. So he's giving up university, and his poor old father, he's going into the army, my dear. There was a place waiting for him in the archives and all that. But that's friendship for you, isn't it?"
"They do say war has been declared," said the visitor.
"They've been saying that for ages," said the Count. "They'll say it again lots of times before they stop. But that's friendship for you, my dear," he repeated. "He's joining the Hussars."
The visitor shook her head, at a loss for words. "It's nothing to do with friendship," Nikolai blustered, exploding as if this was a dreadful insult. "It's not friendship. I just want to be in the army. It's my vocation." He turned to look at his cousin and the young lady visitor. They returned his look with a smile of approval.
"Colonel Schubert's dining with us tonight. He's with the Pavlograd Hussars. Been here on leave, and he's taking Nikolai back with him. Can't be helped," said the Count, shrugging his shoulders and making a joke out of something that had obviously caused him a lot of distress.
"Papa, I've told you already," said his son. "If you really don't want me to go, I'll stay. But I know I'm useless anywhere except in the army. I'm not a diplomat or a civil servant. I'm no good at hiding my feelings," he said, keeping the flirtatious eye of a handsome young man on Sonia and the young lady. The kitten, with her eyes glued on him, seemed likely at any second to pounce like a real cat and start teasing him.
"Very well, then," said the old Count. "Such passion. It's that man Bonaparte. He's turned all their heads. They keep thinking about him rising from little corporal to emperor. Well, God bless them," he added, not noticing the visitor's smile of amusement. While their elders began talking about Bonaparte, Julie, Madame Karagin's daughter, turned to young Rostov and said, "I missed you at the Akharovs on Thursday. It was very dull without you," she said, giving him a sweet smile. Feeling flattered, he smiled his flirtatious young man's smile and moved closer to her. With the equally smiling Julie, he started a private conversation, blissfully unaware that his spontaneous smile had pierced a jealous Sonia to the heart. She was left with a forced smile on her blushing face. In mid-conversation, he happened to glance at her. Sonia glared back venomously, got to her feet and left the room, scarcely holding back her tears and still wearing that forced smile. Nikolai's liveliness evaporated. He waited for the first break in the conversation and went off to find Sonia, his face a picture of dismay. "Oh, these young people, they do wear their hearts on their sleeves," said Anna Mikhailovna, nodding after Nikolai's retreating figure. "Cousins, cousins, troubles in dozens," she added. "Yes," said the Countess, when the ray of sunshine that had come into the room with the young people had vanished,
as if she was answering a question that no one had asked, but was always on her mind. How many trials and tribulations we have to go through in order to enjoy them as they are now. And even now, I'll swear there's more dread than enjoyment. You are always, always afraid for them, especially at this age, when there are so many dangers both for girls and boys. It all depends on how they were brought up, said the visitor. You are quite right, the Countess went on. Up to now, thank God, I've been a good friend to my children, and they trust me completely. The Countess was repeating the delusion of so many parents who imagine their children have no secrets from them. I know my daughters will always turn to me as their first confidant, and I know that if Nikolai, with his impulsive nature, gets up to no good, boys will be boys. It won't be anything like those young gentlemen in Petersburg.
Yes, they are splendid children, splendid, agreed the Count, who resolved all his thorny problems by finding everything splendid. Just imagine, my son a hussar. Still, whatever you want, my dear.
Your younger girl is such a nice creature, said the visitor. What a fireball!
She's a fireball, all right, said the Count. Take it after me. And what a voice! I know she's my daughter, but I'm telling you she's going to be a singer. Another Salomone. We've engaged an Italian to give her lessons.
Isn't she too young? They say it damages the voice to train it at that age.
Too young? No, she isn't, said the Count. Don't forget, our mothers used to get married at 12 or 13.
Well, she's certainly in love. With your Boris. How about that? Said the Countess, smiling gently and looking at Boris's mother. Once again prompted by an idea that was constantly on her mind, she went on. If I was too strict with her, you see, if I was to stop her, heaven knows what they might get up to on the quiet. She had in mind kissing. Whereas now I know every word she speaks. Tonight she'll come to me and tell me everything. Perhaps I do spoil her a bit, but, well, I think it's the best thing to do. I was strict with the eldest. Yes, I was brought up quite differently, said the girl in question, the radiant young Countess Vera, with a smile. But, unusually, it was a smile that did nothing for Vera's face. On the contrary, she looked unnatural and therefore unpleasing. She, the elder daughter, was good-looking, quite intelligent, good at her lessons, and well brought up. She had a nice voice, and she talked good sense. But it was odd. Everybody there, including the visitor and the Countess, looked at her in some surprise when she spoke, and they were all embarrassed. You are always too clever by half with the first ones. Try to do something different, said the visitor.
Our sins will out. My dear Countess was a bit too clever with Vera, said the Count. Never mind. She turned out splendid all the same, he added, with a wink of approval in Vera's direction.
The visitors got up and left, accepting the dinner invitation. Dreadful manners. I thought they'd never go, said the Countess as she saw them off. Chapter 10. When Natasha came rushing out of the drawing-room, she ran only as far as the conservatory, where she stopped and listened to them still talking in the drawing-room, and she waited for Boris to come out. She soon began to lose patience, stamping her little foot and almost bursting into tears when he didn't come. But then she suddenly heard someone's footsteps, not too relaxed, not too quick, the measured tread of a young man. Natasha nipped between two tubs of flowers and hid. Boris came to a halt and stood there in the middle of the room, glanced around, flicked a speck of dirt off the sleeve of his uniform, and went over to the mirror to examine his handsome face. Natasha kept quiet and peeped out of her hiding-place, wondering what he was going to do. He stood there for a moment before the glass, smiled at himself, and walked towards the opposite door. Natasha was just about to call him when she had second thoughts. Let him look for me, she said to herself. Boris had only just gone when in through the other door came Sonia, all red in the face and mouthing some angry words through her tears. Natasha stopped herself from running out to meet her, and stayed in hiding, as if she was magically invisible to watch what was going on in the world. She was enjoying an exquisite new pleasure. Sonia was muttering something and glaring round at the drawing-room door. The door opened and out came Nikolai. "Sonia, what's wrong with you? How could you?" said Nikolai, running up to her. "It's nothing. Leave me alone," Sonia was sobbing. "No, I know what it is. That's all right then. Go back to her." "Sonia, just let me speak. Can you really want to torture me and yourself over a silly bit of nonsense?" said Nikolai, taking her hand. Sonia left her hand where it was and stopped crying. Natasha, holding her breath as quiet as a mouse, looked out from her hiding place with gleaming eyes. What's next? She thought. "Oh, Sonia, you're more than the whole world to me. You're everything," said Nikolai. "I'll prove it to you." "I don't like it when you talk like that." "Well, I won't then. Please forgive me, Sonia." He pulled her close and kissed her. "Oh, how nice," thought Natasha, and when Sonia and Nikolai had gone out of the room, she followed them and called for Boris. "Boris, please come here," she said with a sly, meaningful look. "I've got something to tell you." "Here, here," she said, and she led him into the conservatory, to the place where she had been hiding between the tubs. Boris followed, smiling. "What something?" he inquired. She was embarrassed. She looked round, and when she saw the doll she had dropped onto a tub, she picked it up. "Kiss my doll," she said. Boris looked at her eager face closely, tenderly, and said nothing. "You won't? Well, come here then," she said, plunging further in among the flowers, and she threw the doll away. "Closer, closer," she whispered. She grabbed hold of the young officer's cuffs, and her blushing face was a mixture of triumph and alarm. "Would you like to kiss me?" Her whisper was barely audible, as she peeped up at him coyly, grinning and almost weeping with emotion. Boris went red in the face. "You are a funny girl," he managed to say, bending down towards her redder than ever, but without actually doing anything. He was waiting for the next move. Suddenly, she skipped up onto a tub to make herself taller than Boris, flung her slender bare arms right round his neck, and flicked her hair back with a toss of the head. Then she kissed him right on the lips. She slipped away between the plant pots, went round behind the flowers, and stood there, with her head bowed. "Natasha," he said, "you know I love you, but—" "Are you really in love with me?" Natasha broke in. "Yes, of course I am, but please, we mustn't do that again. In 4 years' time, then I shall ask for your hand." Natasha thought things over. 13, 14, 15, 16, she said, counting on her tiny little fingers. "Good. It's all settled then." And her excited face radiated delight and relief. "Yes," said Boris. "Forever," said the little girl, "till death us do part." And taking his arm, with happiness written all over her face, she walked quietly beside him into the next room. Chapter 11. The Countess was so tired from receiving visitors that she gave orders not to admit any more, and the porter was told just to issue dinner invitations to anyone else who turned up with name-day congratulations. The Countess was looking forward to an intimate chat with her childhood friend, Princess Anna Mikhailovna, whom she had not seen properly since she had arrived from Petersburg. Anna Mikhailovna, with her pleasant, careworn face, moved closer to the Countess in her easy-chair. "With you I can speak my mind," said Anna Mikhailovna. "We're old friends, and there aren't many of us left. That's why I value your friendship so much." Anna Mikhailovna looked at Vera and paused. The Countess pressed her friend's hand. "Vera," said the Countess to her elder daughter, clearly not the favourite one, "you don't seem to understand anything. Can't you see you are not wanted now? Go and see your sisters or something." The lovely young Countess gave a scornful smile, not at all disconcerted. "If only you had told me, Mamma, I would have gone away ages ago," she said, and went off to her room. But passing by the sitting-room, she noticed two couples arranged symmetrically in front of two windows. She stopped and gave a contemptuous smile. Sonia was sitting close by Nikolai, who was copying out some poetry for her, the first he had ever written. Boris and Natasha were sitting by another window, and they stopped speaking when Vera came in. Sonia and Natasha looked at Vera with guilty, happy faces. It was amusing and quite touching to see these lovesick little girls, but the sight of them didn't seem to arouse any pleasant feelings in Vera. "How many times have I asked you," she said, "not to take my things? You have rooms of your own." She took the inkstand away from Nikolai. Wait, he said, dipping his pen in. "You have no sense of timing," said Vera. "Trust you to come rushing into the drawing-room and embarrass everybody." Despite her being in the right, or perhaps because of that, nobody answered, and the four of them simply looked at one another. She lingered in the room, holding the inkstand. "And what secrets can you have at your age, Natasha and Boris? And you two? Stupid nonsense." "What's it got to do with you, Vera?" said Natasha in their defence, speaking very softly. Today she seemed to be sweeter and nicer than ever to them all. "Don't be stupid," said Vera. "I'm ashamed of you. What kind of secrets?" "Everybody has secrets. We don't interfere with you and Belle," said Natasha, getting angry. "I should think not," said Vera, "because there's nothing wrong in anything I do, but I shall tell Mamma how you behave with Boris." "Natalia behaves perfectly well with me," said Boris. "I have no complaint." "Oh, shut up, Boris, you're such a diplomat." Diplomat was a catchword with the children, who had given it their own special meaning. "I'm fed up with this," said Natasha, her voice trembling with resentment. "Why does she always pick on me? You'll never understand," she said to Vera. "Because you've never been in love. You've no heart. You're just a Madame de Genlis." This nickname, bestowed on Vera by Nikolai, was intended to be very insulting. "And nothing gives you more pleasure than being nasty to other people. You can flirt with Belle as much as you like," she said quickly. "Well, one thing I won't do is go running after a young man in front of visitors." "Now, she's got what she wanted," Nikolai put in. "She's said nasty things to everybody and upset us all. Let's go to the nursery." All four rose like a startled flock of birds and left the room. "You said nasty things to me. I didn't say anything nasty to anybody," said Vera. "Madame de Genlis! Madame de Genlis!" cried their laughing voices through the door. This beautiful girl, who had caused so much offence and unpleasantness to them all, smiled, and, evidently quite indifferent to what had been said to her, she went over to the mirror and tidied her scarf and hair. One look at her own lovely face, and she seemed to grow colder and more composed than ever. In the drawing-room they were still talking. "Alas, my dear," said the Countess, "my path is not strewn with roses either. Do you think I can't see that, the way things are going, our fortune won't last much longer? With him it's the club and being generous to everyone. When we're in the country, do you think we get any rest? Theatricals, hunting parties, heaven knows what else. But let's not talk about me. Come on, tell me how you managed it. Annette, you amaze me. The way you go galloping off in your carriage on your own at your age to Moscow, Petersburg, seeing all those ministers and important people, and you certainly know how to get round them. You amaze me. Well, how did you manage it? All this is beyond me.
Oh, my dear, answered Princess Anna Mikhailovna. God willing, you'll never know what it's like to be left a widow, with no one to support you and a son you love to distraction. You just learn how to get by, she said with some pride. My lawsuit has taught me a good deal. If I want to see one of these big wigs, I send them a note. Princess X desires to meet Minister Y, and I go myself in a cab 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 or 5, until I get what I want. I don't care what people think about me. Well, come on. Whom did you talk to about your little Boris? Asked the Countess. Your boy's a guards officer now, and my little Nikolai's going in as a cadet. We have no one to put a word in for him. But whom did you ask? Prince Vasily. He was so kind. He agreed to everything straight away, and then he put it to the Emperor, said Princess Anna Mikhailovna with some delight, forgetting all the humiliation she had gone through to get what she wanted. And how is he, Prince Vasily? Getting on a bit? Inquired the Countess. I haven't seen him since our theatricals at the Rumyantsevs. He must have forgotten me by now. He flirted with me, you know. She smiled at the memory of it. He hasn't changed, answered Anna Mikhailovna. So approachable, so full of generosity. All those honours haven't gone to his head. I regret that I can do so little for you, my dear princess, he said. But do tell me what you want. Yes, he's a splendid man, and he knows that blood's thicker than water. But, Natalie, you know how much I love my son. I don't know what I wouldn't do to make him happy. But now my affairs are in such a bad state, Anna Mikhailovna went on, lowering her voice with great sadness in her face. I'm in the most dreadful situation. My wretched lawsuit is gobbling up everything I have, and it's not getting anywhere. Can you imagine? I literally haven't got a penny to my name, and I have no idea how to get Boris kitted out. She took out a handkerchief and began to weep. I must have 500 roubles, and all I have is one 25-rouble note. I'm in such a desperate situation. My only hope now is Count Kirill Bezukhov. If he won't agree to support his godson— you did know he was Boris's godfather, didn't you? And give him a small allowance, all my efforts will have been in vain. I shan't be able to kit him out. The Countess, who could feel her own eyes filling with tears, thought things over, but said nothing. I often think perhaps it's sinful to do so, said the Princess, but I do often think, here he is, Count Kirill, living all alone, that huge fortune, and what's he living for? Life is a burden to him, and my Boris is only just beginning his life. I'm sure he'll leave something to Boris, said the Countess. Heaven knows, my dear. These wealthy grandees are so selfish. Anyway, I'm going to see him at once with Boris, and I shall tell him straight. People can think what they want. I really don't care when my son's fate depends on it. The Princess got to her feet. It's 2 o'clock, and you dine at 4.
I can just get there and back." And so, like a Petersburg businesswoman who knows how to manage her time, Anna Mikhailovna sent for her son and went out with him into the hall. "Goodbye, my dear," she said to the Countess, who was seeing her off. "Wish me luck," she whispered so her son couldn't hear. "You're off to see Count Kirill, my dear," said the Count, coming from the dining room into the hall. "If he's feeling better, invite Pierre to dine with us. He's been here lots of times. He used to dance with the children. Make sure you invite him, my dear. We'll see what happens. But I think Taras will surpass himself this time. He says Count Orlov has never had a dinner like the one we're having tonight." Chapter 12. "Boris, my dear," said Anna Mikhailovna, as Countess Rostov's carriage took them along the straw-covered street and turned into the wide courtyard of Count Kirill Bezukhov's house. "Boris, my dear," said the mother, freeing her hand from her old mantle and laying it on her son's hand with a timid caress. "Be affectionate and be attentive. Count Kirill is your godfather, when all's said and done, and your future depends on him. Remember that, my dear, and do be nice to him. You know you can." "If I could be sure that anything would come of this other than humiliation," her son began coldly. "But I did promise, and I'm doing it for your sake." Despite the fact someone's carriage was standing at the entrance, the porter, studying the mother and son, who had walked straight in unannounced through the glass vestibule between two rows of statues in niches, and eyeing the old mantle suspiciously, asked who they wanted to see, the princesses or the Count. On hearing that they wanted the Count, he said that His Excellency was worse today and could not receive any visitors. "We may as well go," the son said in French. "My dear, please," pleaded his mother, touching her son's hand again, as though the contact might either pacify him or rouse him. Boris made no response, other than looking quizzically at his mother, and he didn't take off his overcoat. "My good man," said Anna Mikhailovna to the porter in her sweetest tone, "I know Count Kirill is very ill. That's why I'm here. I'm a relative. I shall not disturb him, my good man. I need only see Prince Vasily Kuragin, and I know he's staying here. Be so good as to announce us." The porter scowled, pulled a cord that rang upstairs, and turned away. "Princess Dubretskoy to see Prince Vasily Kuragin," he called to a footman in knee breeches, slippers, and a swallowtail coat, who had run across the landing and was looking down. The mother straightened the folds of her dyed silk gown, checked herself in the full-length Venetian mirror on the wall, and then walked jauntily up the carpeted staircase in her shabby shoes. "You did promise, my dear," she said, turning again to her son and urging him on with a touch on the arm. Eyes down, the son walked on quietly behind her. They entered a huge room, from which a door led to the apartments assigned to Prince Vasily. Just as mother and son reached the middle of the room, and were about to ask directions from an old footman who had jumped up when they came in, a bronze handle of one of the doors turned, and out came Prince Vasily, dressed in a velvet house jacket with a star on the breast, accompanied by a handsome man with black hair. This was the celebrated Petersburg physician, Dr. Laurent. "Is it positive, then?" the prince was saying. "Prince, errare humanum est," answered the doctor, lisping the Latin words in a French accent. "Very well, very well." When he saw Anna Mikhailovna and her son, Prince Vasily dismissed the doctor with a bow and came over to meet them, in silence and with a questioning look. The son watched as his mother's eyes switched on an expression of profound sadness, and he gave a slight smile. "Yes,
We meet again, Prince, but in what sad circumstances! And how is our dear invalid?" she said, seeming not to notice the frigid, offensive glance that was levelled at her. Nonplussed, Prince Vasily stared at her, then at Boris, with a look of inquiry. Boris bowed politely. Prince Vasily ignored his bow, turned to Anna Mikhailovna, and responded to her question by shaking his head and pursing his lips, all of which suggested little hope for the patient. "Can it be true?" cried Anna Mikhailovna. "Oh, this is terrible. It doesn't bear thinking about. This is my son," she added, indicating Boris. "He wanted to thank you in person." Boris made another polite bow. "Believe me, Prince, her mother's heart will never forget what you have done for us." "I'm pleased to have been of service, my dear Anna Mikhailovna," said Prince Vasily, straightening the frill on his shirt and exuding in voice and manner here in Moscow, for the benefit of Anna Mikhailovna, who was under an obligation to him, even more gravitas than at Anna Pavlovna's soirée in St. Petersburg. "Try to do your duty and be a worthy soldier," he added, turning severely to him. "I'm so pleased. Are you here on leave?" he asked in his offhand way. "I am awaiting orders, Your Excellency, to embark upon my new assignment," answered Boris, with no sign of resentment at the prince's abrasive tone, nor any desire to get into conversation, but he spoke with such calmness and courtesy that the prince gave him a close look. "I suppose you're living with your mother?" "I'm living at Countess Rostov's," said Boris, not forgetting to add, "Your Excellency." "That's Ilya Rostov, who married Natalia Shinshin," said Anna Mikhailovna. "Yes, I'm well aware of that," said Prince Vasily in his dull monotone. "I've never been able to understand how Natalie Shinshin came to marry that half-licked cub. A completely stupid and ridiculous person. And a gambler, so they say." "But a very kind man, Prince," observed Anna Mikhailovna, with a persuasive smile, as though she knew full well that Count Rostov deserved these strictures, but begged him not to be too hard on the poor old man. "What do the doctors say?" asked the princess after a brief pause, and the expression of profound sadness reappeared on her careworn face. "There is little hope," said the prince. "And I did so want to thank our uncle once more for all his many kindnesses to me and to Boris. He is his godson," she added, rather as if this news ought to please Prince Vasily beyond measure. Prince Vasily thought for a moment and frowned. Anna Mikhailovna saw he was afraid she might have a rival claim on Count Bezukhov's will, so she hastened to put his mind at ease. "If it were not for my genuine love and devotion for Uncle," she said, uttering the last word casually and yet with some emphasis, "I know what he's like, so generous and upright, but with only the princesses about him, they are so young," she bent forward and added in a whisper, "has he performed his last duty, Prince? Those last moments, they are priceless. Things couldn't be worse, it seems. It is absolutely necessary to prepare him, if he is as bad as all that. We women, Prince," she smiled tenderly, "always know how to say these things. I really must see him, however painful it may be. But then, I am used to suffering." It seemed to dawn on the prince, as it had done at Anna Pavlovna's, that Anna Mikhailovna was extremely difficult to get rid of. "Do you not think that such a meeting might be too much for him, my dear Anna Mikhailovna?" he asked. "Let's wait till tonight. The doctors think the crisis is due.
There can be no question of waiting, Prince, at a time like this. Don't forget, it is a matter of saving his soul. One's Christian duty is a terrible thing.
A door from the inner rooms opened, and one of the princesses, the Count's niece, entered with a cold and sorrowful face. Her elongated body was strikingly wrong for her short legs. Prince Vasily turned to her. "Well, how is he?"
"Still the same. What do you expect with all this noise?" said the princess, inspecting Anna Mikhailovna, who was not known to her. "Oh, I didn't recognize you, my dear," said Anna Mikhailovna, beaming at her, as she strolled over to the Count's niece. "I've just arrived, and I am at your service to help with the nursing of my uncle. I know what you must have gone through," she added sympathetically, rolling her eyes. The princess made no reply, didn't even smile, but walked straight off. Anna Mikhailovna removed her gloves, and, having won this ground, she ensconced herself in an armchair and invited Prince Vasily to sit down beside her. "Boris," she said to her son, and she smiled at him, "I'm going in to see my uncle, the Count. You must go and see Pierre, my dear. Oh, and don't forget to give him the Rostovs' invitation. They want him to come to dinner. I don't suppose he'll go," she said to the prince.
"On the contrary," said the prince, visibly disconcerted, "I'd be very pleased if you would take that young man off my hands. He won't go out anywhere. The Count hasn't once asked for him." He shrugged. A footman conducted the young man down one staircase and up another to Pierre's apartment. Chapter 13. Pierre had not managed to decide on a career in Petersburg, and had indeed been banished to Moscow for disorderly conduct. The story told about him at Count Rostov's had been true. He had helped to tie the police officer to the bear. He had arrived in Moscow a few days before, and was staying, as always, in his father's house. Though he had assumed the story would already be known in Moscow, and the ladies surrounding his father, all of them against him, would take advantage of his visit to make trouble for him with the Count, on the day of his arrival he went over to his father's part of the house. He walked into the drawing-room, the princess's favourite domain, and greeted the ladies, two of whom were doing embroidery, while one read aloud from a book. The eldest, a neat and prim maiden lady with a long waist, the one who had come out to see Anna Mikhailovna, was doing the reading. Both of the younger girls were rosy-cheeked and pretty. The only difference between them was that one had a little mole just above her lip, which made her look lovelier still. They were both working at their embroidery frames. Pierre was received like a corpse or a plague victim. The eldest princess stopped reading and stared at him in silence with a look of alarm. The younger one, without the mole, assumed precisely the same attitude. The youngest, the one with the mole, who had a delightful sense of humour, bent over her frame to hide her smile, evidently anticipating a very amusing scene. Scarcely able to suppress her laughter, she pulled the wool down and bent over as though the pattern needed sorting out. "Good morning, cousin," said Pierre. "Don't you recognize me?"
"Oh yes, I do. Only too well."
"How is the Count? Can I see him?" Pierre asked, awkwardly as always, but without any embarrassment.
"The Count is suffering both physically and mentally, and you seem to have done your best to add to his mental suffering."
"Please, can I see him?" repeated Pierre.
"Well, if you want to kill him outright, then you can. Olga, do go and see if Uncle's beef tea is ready. It will soon be time for it," she added, to demonstrate for Pierre's benefit that they were busy people, busy tending to his father, whereas he seemed to be busy upsetting him. Olga went out, Pierre stood there for a moment looking at the sisters, then he bowed and said, "I shall go to my room then. When I can see him, please tell me." He went out, and behind him he clearly heard the sister with the mole laughing softly. The next day Prince Vasily had arrived and taken up residence in the Count's house. He sent for Pierre and said to him, "My dear fellow, if you behave here as you did in Petersburg, you'll come to a bad end. That's all I have to say to you. The Count is very, very ill. You must not go to see him." Since then, Pierre had not been disturbed by any of them, and he had spent the whole day alone up in his room. When Boris walked in to see him, Pierre was stalking around his room, stopping now and then at the corners to make menacing gestures at the wall, as though stabbing some invisible enemy with a sword. Then he would glower over his spectacles and stride up and down again, mumbling, shrugging, and gesticulating. "England is done for," he announced, scowling and pointing as if there was someone there. "Mr. Pitt has betrayed the nation and the rights of man, and is therefore condemned to—" He never quite managed to pronounce sentence on Pitt. At that moment he was Napoleon, in whose heroic person he had survived a perilous crossing of the Channel and conquered London, because there before him, entering the room, he saw a handsome young officer of solid proportions. Boris halted. Pierre had last seen him as a boy of 14, and hadn't the slightest recollection of him. Nevertheless, he took him by the arm with his usual ready warm-heartedness, and beamed at him. "Do you remember who I am?" asked Boris quietly, with a pleasant smile. "I've come with my mother to see the Count, but it seems he's not very well." "No, he does seem to be quite poorly. People are always bothering him," answered Pierre, trying to think who this young man could be. Boris could see that Pierre didn't recognize him, but felt it wasn't for him to make himself known, so he looked him straight in the face, unperturbed. "Count Rostov wants to invite you to dinner this evening," he said, after rather a long silence, an awkward one for Pierre. "Ah, Count Rostov," began Pierre, delighted. "You must be his son Ilya. You won't believe it, but I didn't recognize you for a minute. Do you remember how we used to drive out to the Sparrow Hills with Madame Jacot all those years ago?" "You are mistaken," said Boris deliberately, with a strong and slightly amused smile. "I'm Boris, the son of Princess Anna Mikhailovna Dubretskoy. Count Rostov Senior is called Ilya. His son is Nikolai, and I don't know anybody called Madame Jacot." Pierre shook his head and waved his hands as if he was being attacked by a swarm of midges or bees. "Oh dear, what can I be thinking about? I've got it all wrong. I have so many relatives in Moscow. You're Boris, yes. All right then, we've got things straight. Tell me, what do you think of the Boulogne expedition? The English are finished, you know, if Napoleon gets across the Channel. I think an invasion is very possible. I just hope that Villeneuve doesn't mess things up." Boris knew nothing at all about the Boulogne expedition. He didn't read the newspapers, and this was the first he'd heard of Villeneuve. "Here in Moscow, we are more interested in dinner parties and scandal than politics," he said calmly and with some amusement. "I don't know anything about that. I just don't think about it. The main thing in Moscow is the gossip," he went on, "and at the moment it's all about you and the Count." Pierre smiled his warm smile, evidently worried that his companion might say something he would come to regret. But Boris spoke distinctly, clearly, and sharply, looking Pierre straight in the eyes. "There's nothing to do in Moscow but gossip," he went on. "Everybody's dying to know who the Count will leave his fortune to, though he might well outlive the lot of us, and I sincerely hope he does." "Yes, it's awful," Pierre interposed. "Absolutely awful." Pierre was still worried that this officer might inadvertently touch on something that could prove embarrassing. And it must seem to you, said Boris, flushing slightly, but not changing his voice or his attitude. It must seem to you that everybody's thinking of nothing but getting something from him. That's it exactly, thought Pierre. I'd just like to say, to prevent any misunderstanding, that you're very much mistaken if you include me and my mother with all those people. We're very poor, but I, speaking for myself, even if your father is rich, I don't consider myself a relative of his, and neither I nor my mother would ever ask him for anything, and we wouldn't take anything from him. It took Pierre a little time, but at last he understood, and when he did, he leapt up from the sofa, reached down and seized Boris by the arm with his usual hastiness and awkwardness, and blushing far more than Boris, began speaking with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Well, that's strange, isn't it? You don't suppose I mean, how could anyone think... I do know... But Boris interrupted again. I'm glad I've put my cards on the table. Maybe you don't like it? Please forgive me, he said, trying to put Pierre at his ease instead of being put at his ease by him. And I hope I haven't offended you. But I always call a spade a spade. By the way, what shall I tell the Rostovs? You will come to dinner? And Boris, with a great weight off his mind, having got himself out of an awkward situation and put somebody else into one, became perfectly pleasant again. No, listen, said Pierre, regaining his composure. You're someone out of the ordinary. What you have just said was good. It was very good. Of course you don't know me. It's ages since we met, not since we were children. Perhaps you expect me to... I understand. I quite understand. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have had the strength. But it's splendid. I'm very pleased to have met you. It's funny, he added, pausing and smiling. What you must have expected from me, he laughed. But, well, let's get to know each other better, shall we? He shook hands with Boris. Do you know, I haven't seen the Count once. He hasn't sent for me. I'm sorry for him, man to man, but what can I do? Anyway, you do think Napoleon will get his army across? Asked Boris with a smile. Pierre saw that Boris was trying to change the subject, so he launched into an explanation of the Boulogne campaign, with all its good points and bad points. A servant came in to fetch Boris. The princess was ready to leave. Pierre promised to come to dinner to see more of Boris, and gave him a warm handshake, looking affectionately over his spectacles into Boris's face. When he had gone, Pierre paced the room again for some time, no longer stabbing at an unseen foe, but smiling at the memory of that pleasant, intelligent, and confident young man. As so often happens with very young people, especially if they are leading a solitary existence, he felt a strange warmth towards this young man, and made up his mind to become friends with him. Prince Vasily went to see the princess out. She was holding a handkerchief to her eyes, and her face was tearful. "This is dreadful, truly dreadful," she was saying. "But never mind the cost. I shall carry out my duty. I'll come for the night. He can't be left like this. Every minute is precious. I can't see what his nieces are waiting for. With God's help, I shall find a way to prepare him. Goodbye, Prince. God keep you." "Goodbye, my kind friend," answered Prince Vasily, turning away. "Oh, he's in such a dreadful state," said the mother to her son when they were back in the carriage. "He hardly knows anyone." "I don't understand his attitude to Pierre, Mamma." "His will is going to clear that up, my dear, and our fate depends upon it too." "But what makes you think he'll leave us anything?" "Oh, my dear, he's so rich, and we're so poor." "That doesn't seem enough reason, Mamma." Oh dear, how poorly he is," cried his mother. Chapter 14. When Anna Mikhailovna had driven off with her son to Count Kirill Bezukhov's,
Countess Rostov sat there all alone for quite some time, pressing a handkerchief to her eyes. At last she rang the bell. "What do you think you're doing, girl?" she said testily to the maid, who had kept her waiting a few minutes. "Don't you want to remain in my service, eh? I can always find you somewhere else to work." The Countess, grief-stricken by her friend's demeaning poverty, was not feeling herself, and that always made her say "you girl" or "you there" to the servants. "I'm sorry, madam," said the maid. "Ask the Count to come to me." The Count came waddling in to see his wife, looking very shifty, as always.
"Listen, my little Countess, what a sauté we're going to have. My dear, woodcocks in Madeira. I've just tried it. Good job I gave 1,000 roubles to get Taras. Worth every penny." He sat down by his wife, jauntily splaying his elbows on his knees and ruffling his grey hair. "What is your command, little Countess?"
"It's this, my dear. What's this stain on you here?" she said, pointing to his waistcoat. "Oh, it must be the sauté," she added with a smile. "It's this, my dear. I need some money." Her face took on a gloomy aspect.
"Oh, my little Countess."
And the Count rummaged for his pocketbook. "I need rather a lot, Count. 500 roubles." She took out her cambric handkerchief and rubbed her husband's waistcoat with it.
"It won't take me a minute. Hey, you there!" he shouted, as men do when they know for certain that someone will come running. "Get Mitenka for me."
Mitenka, the young man of good birth who had been brought up in the Count's house and now ran all his business affairs, stepped softly into the room.
"There you are, my dear boy,"
said the Count to the respectful young man as he approached.
"Go and get me,"
he thought a moment,
"let's say 700 roubles. Yes, and none of your torn and dirty notes like last time. Get me some nice ones now, for the Countess."
"Yes, Mitenka. Do make sure they're nice and clean, please," said the Countess with a gloomy sigh. "Your Excellency, when do you want them delivered?" said Mitenka. "Sir, you must realize— But don't worry, sir," he added, noticing that the Count was beginning to breathe rapidly and deeply, always a sign of approaching anger. "I was forgetting. Do you require them immediately?"
Yes, I do. Just get them and give them to the Countess." "That Mitenka, he's worth his weight in gold," smiled the Count, when the young man had gone out. "Never says it can't be done. I can't abide that sort of thing. Anything's possible."
"Oh, my dear Count, money, money, money. How much trouble it causes in this world," said the Countess. "But I do need it very much."
"My sweet little Countess, everybody knows you're a shocking spendthrift," said the Count, who then kissed his wife's hand and went back to his own room. When Anna Mikhailovna returned from the Bezukhovs, the Countess had the money ready under a handkerchief on her little table, all in crisp new notes. Anna Mikhailovna could see something was worrying her.
"Well, how did you get on, my dear?" asked the Countess. "Oh, he's in a dreadful state. Unrecognizable. He's so ill, so ill. I was only there for a minute, and I hardly said a thing. Annette, for heaven's sake, please don't refuse," the Countess blurted out with a blush which looked rather odd on her aging, thin, aristocratic face, as she produced the money from under the cloth. Immediately understanding, Anna Mikhailovna leant forward, ready to embrace when the moment came. "This is for Boris, from me, to get him kitted out." Anna Mikhailovna's arms were round her. She was weeping, and the Countess wept too.
They wept for their friendship, their kind-heartedness, and the unfortunate need for lifelong friends to soil their hands with anything as sordid as money. And they wept also for their lost youth. But the tears of both women were sweet. Chapter 15. Countess Rostov was sitting in the drawing-room with her daughters and a large number of guests. The Count had taken the gentlemen into his study to show them his special collection of Turkish pipes. Now and then he would venture forth to inquire whether or not she had arrived. They were waiting for Maria Dmitrievna Akhrosimov, known in society as the dreaded dragon, and celebrated not for wealth or rank, but for her sharp wit and plain speaking. She hobnobbed with royalty, and was known throughout Moscow and Petersburg. In both cities people may have marvelled at her, laughed at her coarse behaviour behind her back, and told many a story about her, but she was feared and respected by every last one of them. In the Count's smoke-filled room there was talk of the war, which had just been declared in a manifesto, and of recruitment. As yet, no one had read the manifesto, but everybody knew it had been issued. The Count was sitting on a pouf with a guest, smoking and talking on either hand. He himself was neither smoking nor talking, but as he turned his head from side to side, he watched those who were with obvious enjoyment, following the argument between his two neighbours that he had steered them into. One of them was a civilian, with a thin, wrinkled, sallow, clean-shaven face, getting on in years, but still dressed like the most fashionable young man. He sat with his feet up on the pouf, making himself at home, and with an amber mouthpiece thrust deeply into the side of his mouth, he sucked up the smoke intermittently, screwing up his eyes. This was Shinshin, an old bachelor cousin of the Countess, famed in the drawing-rooms of Moscow for his acid tongue. He seemed to be patronizing his companion, a fresh-faced, rosy-cheeked guards officer, impeccably washed, groomed, and buttoned, who held his pipe in the middle of his mouth, sucked up a little smoke, and let it coil out through his pink lips. This was Lieutenant Berg, an officer in the Semyonovsky regiment, which he was about to join with Boris, the person Natasha had teasingly identified as Vera's intended. The Count sat between them, all ears. His favourite occupation, apart from playing Boston, a game he really loved, was listening to conversations, especially when he could get a good argument going between two talkative guests. "So, my dear chap, mon très honorable Alphonse Karlich," said Shinshin with a sarcastic smile, indulging his own speciality, which was to combine the raciest Russian with the most elegant French. "You're expecting to get one income from the state and another from your company, are you?" "No, sir. I only want to show that cavalry service brings few advantages when you compare it with the infantry. Take my own situation, for instance, Pyotr Nikolaich." As a talker, Berg was always precise, calm, and polite. He had only one topic of conversation: himself. He always maintained an aloof silence when any subject was broached that did not directly concern him, and he could keep quiet like this for hours on end, without the slightest embarrassment to himself or anyone else. But the moment a conversation touched him personally, he would launch forth expansively and with obvious pleasure. "Take my situation, Pyotr Nikolaich. If I were in the cavalry, I would get 200 roubles every 4 months at the most, even at the rank of lieutenant, whereas now I get 230, he explained with a gleeful, friendly smile, looking at Shinshin and the Count as though his personal success would obviously and always be the one thing everyone else would wish to advance. "And another thing, Pyotr Nikolaich, by transferring to the Guards, I shall stand out," Berg persisted, "and there are many more vacancies in the Foot Guards, and just imagine how much better off I'll be on 230 roubles.
I'll be able to save and send something home to my father." He released a smoke ring. "There is a balance in all things. A German knows how to skin a flint, as the Russian proverb says," said Shinshin, switching his pipe to the other side of his mouth and winking at the Count. The Count roared with laughter. Other guests, seeing that Shinshin was in charge of the conversation, came over to listen. Oblivious to any ridicule or indifference, Berg rambled on about his transfer to the Guards and how he was now one step ahead of his old army colleagues, how easily a company commander could get killed in wartime, and he would be next in line and might easily become a commander, and how popular he was with everyone in the regiment, and how pleased his father was with him. Berg was revelling in all of this, and it never seemed to occur to him that other people might have their own interests too. But everything he said was so pleasant, he was so old beyond his years, and his youthful egoism seemed so open and ingenuous, that his listeners were all disarmed. "Well, my dear chap, infantry or cavalry, you'll always get on. That's my prediction," said Shinshin, patting him on the shoulder and taking his feet down from the poop. Berg beamed with pleasure. The Count and all his guests then trooped out into the drawing-room. It was that time just before a formal dinner when the assembled guests do not get involved in lengthy conversations because they are expecting a summons to hors d'oeuvres in the dining room, while at the same time they feel they ought to keep moving about and saying something to show that they are not over-anxious to get to the table. Host and hostess keep glancing at the doors and occasionally at one another. The visitors try to guess from these glances who or what may be holding things up. Some important relative late in arriving, or some dish not yet ready. Pierre had arrived just in time for dinner, and was sprawling awkwardly in mid-drawing-room in the first chair he had come across, thus blocking everyone's way. The Countess tried to get him talking, but he stared round naively through his spectacles, as though he were looking for someone, and answered all her questions in monosyllables. He was an embarrassment, and only he was unaware of it. Most of the guests, knowing the bear story, looked curiously at this great, big, stout, inoffensive person, at a loss to think how such a bumbling, unassuming young man could ever have played such a prank on a policeman. "When did you arrive? Just recently?" the Countess asked him. "Yes, madame." "I don't suppose you've seen my husband?" "No, madame." He smiled. Just the wrong thing to do. "I believe you were in Paris until recently. Very interesting, I imagine." "Yes." The Countess exchanged glances with Anna Mikhailovna, who saw that she was being asked to take the young man under her wing, so she sat down next to him and began talking about his father. Again, he responded in monosyllables. The other guests were busy chatting amongst themselves. "The Razumovskys, it was so charming. You're too kind. Countess Apraxin." The conversation came from all sides. The Countess got up and went into the reception hall. "Maria Dmitrievna," she could be heard asking from there. "The very same," a rough woman's voice was heard to reply, and Maria Dmitrievna walked into the room. All the girls, and even the ladies except the very old ones, got to their feet. Maria Dmitrievna paused in the doorway and drew herself up to her full height. A plump woman of 50 or so, she held her head high with all its grey curls, contemplated the guests, and then carefully arranged the wide sleeves of her gown as though rolling them up for action. Maria Dmitrievna always used Russian. "Greetings to the name-day lady and her children," she boomed in her deep voice that drowned all other sounds. "Now, you old sinner," she went on, turning to the Count, who was kissing her hand. "I imagine you're tired of Moscow, nowhere to run the dogs.
Well, sir, there's not much you can do. These fledglings will soon be grown up. She pointed to the girls. Like it or not, you'll have to find husbands for them. Now, my little Cossack, what about you? She said.
Maria Dmitrievna always called Natasha a Cossack, stroking Natasha's arm as the girl came forward to kiss her hand cheerfully and without a trace of shyness.
I know you're a little pest, but I like you all the same.
From her huge reticule, she extracted some teardrop amber earrings and gave them to Natasha, who grinned at her, flushed with pleasure on the day of her party. Then she turned away abruptly and directed her attention to Pierre.
Hey, you, my friend, come over here, she said,
lowering and refining her voice with some affectation.
Come over here, sir.
And ominously, she rolled her sleeves up even higher. Pierre approached, looking at her ingeniously over his spectacles.
Come a bit nearer, sir. I was the only one who told your father the truth when he was in high favour, and it's my Christian duty to do the same for you.
She paused. An expectant hush fell on the room. What would happen next? Surely this was only a prelude.
A fine young man, and no mistake. A truly fine young man. His father's on his deathbed, and he's off enjoying himself, getting a policeman to ride on a bear. Shame on you, sir, real shame. You should have gone to the war.
She turned away and gave her hand to the Count, who could hardly contain his laughter.
Well, shall we sit down? I think dinner must be ready,
said Maria Dmitrievna. The Count led the way with her, followed by the Countess, alongside a colonel of the Hussars, a man worth cultivating since Nikolai was due to travel with him to join his regiment. Then came Anna Mikhailovna with Shinshin. Berg gave his arm to Vera, and a smiling Julie Karagin walked in with Nikolai. After them came a string of other couples, stretching all round the hall, and right at the end of the table the children were tagged on with their tutors and governesses, trooping in one by one. The waiters stirred themselves, chairs scraped, the band struck up in the gallery, and the guests took their places. The music provided by the household band soon gave way to the clatter of knives and forks, the buzz of conversation, and the gentle tread of waiters. The Countess presided over the lady guests at one end of the table, with Maria Dmitrievna on her right and Anna Mikhailovna on her left. At the other end sat the Count and all the male guests, with the Colonel of Hussars on his left and Shinshin on his right. Midway down the huge table sat the grown-up youngsters, Vera beside Berg, Pierre beside Boris. Opposite them were the younger children, with their tutors and governesses. The Count peeped over the glittering glassware, the decanters and fruit dishes, looking at his wife with her tall cap and its blue ribbons, and generously poured out wine for his neighbours, not forgetting himself. The Countess, too, while attending properly to her duties as hostess, cast meaningful glances over the pineapples at her spouse, whose face and bald head, she noticed, stood out with a brighter-than-normal redness against his grey hair. A steady babble of chatter flowed from the ladies' end, but at the other end of the table the men's voices grew louder and louder, especially that of the Colonel of Hussars, as he reddened so much with all his eating and drinking that the Count held him up as an example to the others. Berg was telling Vera with a tender smile that love was not an earthly emotion but a heavenly one. Boris was telling his new friend Pierre the names of the guests at table, all the time exchanging glances with Natasha sitting opposite. Saying very little, Pierre looked round at all the new faces and ate a great deal. Faced with the choice of 2 soups, he went for the turtle, and then straight on to the fish pasties and the game, without missing a single dish, or any of the wines offered by the butler, who would solemnly thrust a bottle wrapped in a napkin over his neighbour's shoulder, murmuring, "Dry Madeira, Hungarian, or Rhine wine?" Pierre would simply lift up a goblet chosen at random from the 4 crystal glasses engraved with the Count's monogram that was set at each place, and he drank with great pleasure, surveying the guests with mounting benevolence. Natasha, sitting opposite, gazed at Boris as girls of 13 gaze at a boy they have just kissed for the first time and with whom they are in love. Sometimes This same gaze found its way to Pierre, and the look on that excited little girl's amused face made him feel like laughing too, though he couldn't have said why. Nikolai was sitting well away from Sonia, next to Julie Karagan, and he was talking to her with the same spontaneous smile. Sonia too wore a facade of a smile, but she was visibly tormented with jealousy, her face alternating between deathly pallor and bright crimson as she strained every nerve to catch what Nikolai and Julie were saying to each other. The governess kept looking round uneasily, as though preparing to defend the children against any possible offence. The German tutor was trying to memorize all the various courses, desserts, and wines in order to write a detailed description of them to his people back home in Germany, and he was most annoyed when the butler with the bottle in the napkin missed him out. The German scowled, making out that he hadn't wanted that particular wine, but what really annoyed him was the general failure to understand that he had wanted the wine not because he was thirsty or greedy, but out of blameless curiosity. Chapter 16. At the men's end of the table, the conversation was becoming more and more animated. The colonel told them that war had been declared through a manifesto issued in Petersburg, and that he had seen with his own eyes a copy sent by courier to the commander-in-chief. "But why the devil should we fight Bonaparte?" said Shinshin. "He's already brought Austria down a peg or two. I'm afraid it could be our turn next." The colonel was a stout, tall, and florid-faced German, evidently a keen officer and good Russian patriot. He resented Shinshin's words. "The reason why, my good sir," he said in his German accent, "is just that the Emperor knows this too. In the proclamation he says that he cannot stand back and watch the danger threatening Russia, and that the security of the Empire, its dignity, and the sacredness of its alliances," he emphasized the word alliances, as if this was what really mattered. And with his typically impeccable memory for bureaucratic detail, he was able to quote verbatim from the introduction to the proclamation. "And the desire constituting the sole and immutable aim of the sovereign to establish peace in Europe on a firm foundation, as determined in this day to dispatch a section of the army abroad and to renew every effort towards the achievement of that purpose. This is the reason why, my dear sir." He finished his little homily by tossing off a glass of wine and looking to the Count for encouragement. "Do you know the saying, 'Stay, Jerome, do not roam, there is work to do at home'?" said Shinshin, smiling through his frown. "That suits us down to the ground. Look at Suvorov. Even he was chopped into little pieces, and where will you find any Suvorovs today, I ask you?" he said, going in and out of Russian and French as he spoke. "We must fight to the last drop of our blood," said the colonel, thumping the table, "and die for our emperor, and then all will be well. And think about things as little as possible," he concluded, turning again to the Count and drawing out the word possible. "That is how we old soldiers see it, and that is all there is to see. You are a young man and a young soldier. How do you see it?" he added, addressing Nikolai, who had abandoned his conversation with Julie once the subject of war had cropped up, and was now all eyes and all ears on the colonel. "I'm in total agreement," Nikolai spluttered, turning his plate around and shifting his wine glasses with desperate determination, almost as if he was in dire danger at that very moment. "It is my conviction that the Russians must win or die in the attempt," he said. The moment that the words were out of his mouth, he realized, as everyone else did, that they had been a little too fervent and bombastic for this occasion, and therefore slightly embarrassing. "That was a very fine thing, what you've just said," gushed Julie, sitting beside him. Sonia had trembled all over while Nikolai was speaking, and blushed to the roots of her hair, and the colour flooded past her ears and down her neck and shoulders. But Pierre had been listening to the Colonel's remarks, and he nodded his approval.
"Yes, splendid," was his comment. "You're a true soldier, young fellow," the Colonel shouted, thumping the table again. "Why are you making all that noise?" Maria Dmitrievna's deep voice rang down the table. "Why do you keep banging on the table?" she asked the Colonel. "What's all the noise about? You haven't got the French here, you know." "I speak the truth," came the smiling reply. "It's war talk," the Count shouted across the table. "My son's going, Maria Dmitrievna. He's off soon." "I have 4 sons in the army, but I don't go on about it. We're all in God's hands. One man can die in his bed over the stove while God spares another in battle," the deep voice boomed back effortlessly from the far end of the table. "That is true," and the conversation split in 2 again, one at the ladies' end and the other at the men's.
"You're not going to ask, are you?" said her little brother to Natasha. "Go on, I dare you." "Oh, yes, I am," answered Natasha. Her face suddenly glowed with a comical sense of desperate determination. She half rose, her eyes darting across to Pierre sitting opposite, inviting him to listen, and turned to her mother. "Mamma!" she sang out down the table in her girlish contralto. "What do you want?" the Countess asked in some alarm, but when she saw from her daughter's face that she was playing up, she waved her hand at her with a forbidding look and an ominous shake of her head. The conversation died down. "Mamma, what's for dessert?" Natasha's tiny voice rang out more insistently. She would not stop. The Countess couldn't quite manage a frown, but Maria Dmitrievna shook a fat finger and said threateningly, "Cossack!" Most of the guests looked at the parents, wondering what to make of this little outburst. "Watch what you're saying," said the Countess. "Mamma, what is for dessert?" Natasha called out cheerily, with deliberate impertinence, sure that her little frolic wouldn't be taken amiss. Sonia and fat little Petya were doubled up, giggling. "See, I did," Natasha whispered to her little brother and to Pierre as she gave him another glance. "Ices, but you're not having any," said Maria Dmitrievna. Natasha could see there was nothing to be afraid of, not even Maria Dmitrievna. "Maria Dmitrievna, what kind of ices? I don't like ice cream." "Carrot ices." "No, but what kind, Maria Dmitrievna, what kind?" she almost shrieked. "I want to know." Maria Dmitrievna and the Countess burst out laughing, and so did all the guests. They were not laughing at Maria Dmitrievna's answer, but at the unheard-of cheekiness of a clever little girl who had the daring and the wit to take on Maria Dmitrievna. Natasha gave up only when she had been told it would be pineapple ice cream. Before that course, more champagne was served. The band struck up again, the Count kissed his little Countess, and the guests began to get up from the table, thanking the Countess, and clinking glasses across the table with the Count, the children and each other. Once more the waiters scurried around, chairs scraped, and the guests filed out in the same order as before, but with much redder faces, some to the drawing-room, and others to the Count's study. Chapter 17. Card tables were set up, and partners arranged for Boston, and the Count's guests proceeded to one of the 2 drawing-rooms, the sitting-room or the library. As he fanned out his cards, the Count found it hard to keep awake. He usually had a nap after dinner, and this made him prone to laugh at anything. The young people, at the Countess's instigation, gathered round the clavichord and harp. Julie went first by common request, performing a short theme and variations on the harp. Then she joined the other young ladies in inviting Natasha and Nikolai to sing, They were known for their musical ability. Natasha was being treated by everyone as an adult, which made her feel proud, but also rather shy. "What shall we sing?" she asked. "The Spring," answered Nikolai. "Come on then, quick, over here, Boris," said Natasha. "Where's Sonia gone?" She looked around, saw that her companion was not in the room, and ran out to find her. She raced up to Sonia's room, but her friend wasn't there, so Natasha ran to the nursery. She wasn't there either. Natasha knew she must be out in the corridor sitting on the chest. That chest in the corridor was a place of sorrow for the females of the younger generation of the House of Rostov. Yes. There she was, face down on the chest, squashing her filmy pink party dress on their old nanny's dirty, striped feather mattress. Her face was buried in her tiny fingers, and her bare little shoulders were convulsed with sobbing. Natasha's face, glowing from the day's excitement, changed at once. Her eyes narrowed, her broad neck quivered, and her mouth turned down at the corners. "Sonia, what's wrong? What's happened? Oh!" And Natasha, with her large mouth gaping, which made her look quite ugly, howled like a baby for no reason, just because Sonia was crying. Sonia tried to look up, tried to answer, but she couldn't, and she buried her face deeper than ever. Still crying, Natasha sat down on the dark blue mattress and hugged her friend. With a big effort, Sonia struggled halfway up, wiped tears away, and began to talk. "Nikolai's going away next week. His papers have come. He told me himself. I ought not to cry." She showed Natasha the sheet of paper she was holding in her hand, poetry written by Nikolai. "I know I ought not to cry, but you just can't. No one can understand. He's got such a lovely soul." And she burst into floods of tears again at the thought of how lovely his soul was. "It's all right for you. I'm not jealous. I love you and Boris too," she said, pulling herself together a little. "He's so nice. There's nothing to stop you. But Nikolai's my cousin. It would take the Archbishop, and they won't. So if anyone tells Mamma," Sonia looked on the Countess as a mother and called her Mamma, "she'll just say I'm ruining Nikolai's career. I'm heartless and ungrateful, but really, I swear to God," she made the sign of the cross, "that I do love her. I love all of you, except Vera. What's wrong with her? What have I done to her? I really am grateful to you. I'd sacrifice anything for you. But there's nothing for me to—" Sonia broke down again and buried her head in her hands and the mattress. Natasha was beginning to calm down, and her face showed that she grasped the full significance of her friend's distress. "Sonia!" she snapped. She seemed to have guessed the real reason for her cousin's misery. "Has Vera been talking to you since dinner? She has, hasn't she?" "Yes, it's these poems that Nikolai wrote himself, and I copied out some other poetry, and she found it all on my table, and said she'd show it to Mamma, and she said I was an ungrateful girl, and Mamma would never let him marry me, and he was going to marry Julie, and you've seen him all day with her. Oh, Natasha, why?" And again she burst into tears, more bitter than ever. Natasha pulled her up, gave her a hug, and started to comfort her, smiling through her own tears. "Sonia, you mustn't believe her, darling. You really mustn't. Do you remember us talking together in the sitting room, the three of us, you, me, and Nikolai? You remember after supper? We worked everything out for the future. I can't quite remember how, but you remember everything was going to be all right and nothing would be impossible. Listen, Uncle Shinshin's brother is married to his cousin, and we're only second cousins, and Boris said it's definitely possible. You know I told him everything. He's so clever and so good," said Natasha. "Don't cry, Sonia, lovely, sweet, darling Sonia." And she laughed as she kissed her. "Vera's spiteful. Never mind her. Everything will be all right, and she won't tell Mamma. Nikolai will tell her himself, and he's never even thought about Julie." And she kissed her on the top of her head. Sonia half rose, and the kitten in her revived, its eyes gleaming. It seemed ready to flick its tail, pounce about on its soft paws, and start playing with a ball, as good kittens do. "Do you think so? No, really, do you?" she said rapidly, smoothing dress and hair. "Yes, I really do," answered Natasha, tucking some straggling hair back into place on her friend's head, and they laughed together. "All right then, let's go and sing the Spring." "Yes, let's." "And you know that fat Pierre who sat opposite me? He's so funny," Natasha said suddenly, and she stopped. "I'm having such a wonderful time," she shouted, and ran off down the corridor. Brushing the fluff off her dress, and hiding the poetry in her bodice next to her throat and bony little chest, Sonia ran after Natasha, with flushed face and light, happy steps, down the corridor and into the sitting room. By popular request, the youngsters sang a quartet called The Spring, which everyone enjoyed. Then Nikolai sang a song he had just learnt by heart. "There where the evening moonlight shimmers, how sweet and lovely to renew, and trust the happy hope that glimmers, for somewhere someone thinks of you. And she will strain her little fingers, and they the golden harp will strum, with harmony and love that lingers, she calls to you, O come, O come. Though paradise will one day beckon, alas, your love will not be there." Before he could get to the end, out in the big hall, the young people started getting ready for the dancing, and the gallery musicians began stamping their feet and coughing. Pierre was sitting in the drawing-room, where Shinshin, knowing he was just back from abroad, came over and started up a conversation about politics, which Pierre found very boring. Others joined them. When the orchestra struck up, Natasha walked in, went straight up to Pierre, laughing and blushing, and said, "Mamma told me to ask you to dance." "I'm afraid I can never get the figures right," said Pierre. "But if you'll be my teacher—" and he reached down to offer his big arm to the tiny little girl. While the couples were taking up their places and the band tuned up, Pierre sat down with his little lady. Natasha's happiness was complete. She was going to dance with a grown-up, and with someone who had just come home from abroad. She sat there for all to see, and talked to him like a grown-up lady. In one hand she held a fan, which a lady had given her to hold. Posing, like a real society lady, heaven knows where and when she learnt all this, she spoke to her champion with much fluttering of the fan and many a glance over it. "What is she doing? Just look at her," said the old countess, striding across the hall and pointing to Natasha. Her daughter blushed a little and gave a laugh. "Well, Mamma, why are you looking at me like that? What's so surprising?" Halfway through the third écossaise, there was a scraping of chairs in the sitting room, where the Count and Maria Dmitrievna had been playing cards with the more distinguished and older guests, and most of them stood up to stretch after sitting for so long, before putting away their pocketbooks and purses and walking through to the ballroom. Maria Dmitrievna and the Count led the way, both looking very jolly. With flamboyant politeness and mincing like a ballet dancer, the Count crooked his arm and offered it to Maria Dmitrievna. Then he drew himself up, a dashing figure with a clever smile on his face, and as the écossaise came to an end, he clapped his hands to the gallery musicians and called up to the leader, "Semyon, can you play a Daniel Cooper?" This had been his favourite dance since the days of his youth, though properly speaking the Daniel Cooper was one movement in the Anglaise. "Watch Papa dance," Natasha shouted to the whole ballroom, completely forgetting that her partner was a grown-up, and her laughter rang through the room as her curly head went down to her knees. Everyone was indeed enjoying the sight of the jolly old gentleman with his rather taller partner, the majestic Maria Dmitrievna, as he linked arms with her to the rhythm of the music, put back his shoulders, tapped the floor with his turned-out toes, beaming ever more benevolently at his audience and whetting their appetite for what was to come. By the time the band struck up with the rousing strains of the Daniel Cooper, a merry country dance in all but name, every doorway into the ballroom had become filled with the smiling faces of servants, men on one side and women on the other, as they piled in to watch the master enjoying himself. In one doorway stood the old nurse, applauding the master in the traditional peasant manner, calling him "our little father" and "our eagle." The Count was a good dancer, and he knew it. But his lady couldn't dance at all, and didn't want to. Her great big body stood stiffly, and her sturdy arms dangled. She had handed her evening bag to the Countess. The only thing about her that did any dancing was her face, a nice mixture of grimness and beauty. Whereas the Count performed with the whole of his rotund form, Maria Dmitrievna did so with nothing more than a broadening smile and a slight quivering of the nose. The Count may have enchanted the audience with his ever-increasing energy, his amazingly nimble and gentle prancing and capering, but Maria Dmitrievna made no less impact with a mere twitch of the shoulders or the curving of an arm as they turned or halted to mark time, and her contribution was greatly admired, in view of her stout figure and legendary dourness. Their dancing became more and more hectic. The opposite couple couldn't make any impression, nor did they try to. All eyes were on the Count and Maria Dmitrievna. Natasha tugged at every sleeve and gown, urging everyone to watch Papa dancing, though that's what they were already doing. In any brief pauses the Count gasped for breath and waved to the band, shouting to them to speed things up. Faster and faster he whirled, faster and nimbler than ever, rising on tiptoes, crashing down on his heels, swirling around his partner, and finally swinging her back into her place with one last flourish and a leg kicked up neatly behind him. Now he bowed a perspiring head, beamed at the company, and gave a huge sweep of his right arm to thunderous applause and much laughter, especially from Natasha. Both partners stood there, getting their breath back and mopping their faces with fine cambric handkerchiefs.
"That's the way we danced in our day, my dear," said the Count. "Good for Daniel Cooper," said Maria Dmitrievna, taking a long, deep breath and tucking back her sleeves. Chapter 18. At the moment when the 6th Anglaise was being danced in the Rostovs' hall, to the badly timed strains of a weary orchestra, and exhausted cooks and waiters were getting supper ready, Count Bezukhov suffered his 6th stroke. The doctors pronounced no hope of recovery. The sick man was given silent confession and Holy Communion, and the last rites were prepared. As always on such occasions, there was much coming and going in the house, and a dreadful air of expectancy. Outside, hordes of undertakers hid beyond the gates, avoiding any approaching carriages, but eagerly anticipating a nice fat order for the Count's funeral. The military governor of Moscow, who had sent a string of aides to inquire after the Count's condition, came in person that evening to take leave of this famous grandee of Catherine's court, Count Bezukhov. The magnificent reception room was full. Everyone stood up respectfully when the governor emerged from the sick room after half an hour alone with the sick man. He gave a curt nod, and then made his escape as quickly as possible from the onlooking doctors, church dignitaries, and relatives. Prince Vasily, who had grown thinner and paler over recent days, escorted the governor out, whispering to him several times. After seeing him on his way, the prince sat down alone on a chair in the hall, crossed one leg high over the other, leant an elbow on his knee, and covered his eyes with his hand. He sat like that for some time, and then got to his feet and hurried off faster than usual down the long corridor, looking around in some alarm, and heading for the rear of the house and the eldest princess. Those left behind in the dimly lit room murmured occasionally in hushed tones, but all paused and watched with intense interest whenever the door to the dying man's room creaked open as someone went in or out. "The human span," said a little old man, some sort of cleric, to a lady who had come to sit by him and was now listening naively to everything he said. "That span is determined and may not be exceeded."
I was wondering whether it might be too late for the last rites, inquired the lady, using his clerical title, herself apparently devoid of any opinion on this matter.
It is all a great mystery, madam, answered the cleric,
stroking his bald head with its few thin strands of greying hair combed across.
What? Did I hear you say the governor's been here? Someone asked at the other end of the room. Doesn't look his age, does he? No, he's over 60. I gather the Count can't recognize anyone. Are they still giving him the last rites?
I knew a man who had the last rites 7 times. The second princess emerged from the sick room with tears in her eyes and sat next to Dr. Laura, who had arranged himself in a pose under a portrait of Catherine the Great and was leaning against the table.
It's a very nice day, said the doctor in reply to a question about the weather. A very nice day, princess. But then being in Moscow is just like being in the country.
Is it really? Said the princess with a sigh. Now, can we give him anything to drink? Laura paused for reflection.
Has he had his medicine?
Yes.
The doctor consulted his watch. Take a glass of boiled water and add a pinch of cream of tartar. His delicate fingers showed her what a pinch meant. That has never been a case, said a German doctor to an adjutant in his broken Russian, that anybody lived on after the 3rd stroke.
And didn't he look after himself? Said the adjutant. And who's going to inherit all this? He added in a whisper.
The customers will come, smiled the German in reply.
The door creaked, and everyone turned. It was the second princess, who had made up the drink prescribed by the doctor and was now taking it in. The German doctor went over to Laura.
Can he hold out till tomorrow morning? Asked the German, speaking French with a ghastly accent.
Laura pursed his lips and wagged a stern finger in front of his nose to say no.
During the night, at the latest, he said softly, with a courteous smile of smug confidence in his unique ability to interpret and transmit the precise condition of his patient so clearly.
Then he stood up and walked away. Meanwhile, Prince Vasily had opened the door of the princess's room, which was in semi-darkness, with only 2 small lamps burning before the icons. There was a pleasing scent of incense and flowers. The room was filled with small pieces of furniture, tiny knickknacks, bookcases, and tables. White covers on a high feather bed were just visible behind a screen. A little dog yapped. "Is that you, cousin?" She got up and smoothed her hair, which was always, even now, so extraordinarily smooth that it seemed to have been made out of one piece along with her head and given a coat of gloss. "Has anything happened?" she asked. "You startled me."
"No, nothing has changed. I've just dropped in for a little chat, Katish, about business," said the prince, sinking wearily into the low chair from which she had just got up. "Oh, it's quite warm in here," he said. "Come and sit down. Let's talk."
"I was just wondering whether anything had happened," said the princess, and with that perpetually stony look on her prim face, she sat down opposite the prince, ready to listen. "I have been trying to get some sleep, cousin, but I can't."
"Well now, my dear," said Prince Vasily, taking the princess's hand and pressing it downwards as he often did.
This little phrase clearly touched on things that both of them knew, but neither spoke of. The princess, with her spare, rigid body, too long for her legs, looked straight at the prince with no sign of emotion in her prominent grey eyes. She shook her head and looked round at the icons with a sigh. This movement might have been interpreted as an expression of sorrow and devotion, or perhaps one of weariness and the hope for a speedy release. Prince Vasily opted for weariness.
"Do you imagine it's any easier for me," he said,
I'm as worn out as a post-horse. But I must speak to you, Katish. It's something serious." Prince Vasily broke off, and his cheeks began to twitch nervously, first on one side, then on the other, giving his face an unpleasant look, the like of which was never seen when he was in a drawing-room. His eyes, too, were different. They either stared out with a kind of crude humour in them, or they darted about furtively. The princess held her lapdog with her thin, dry hands, staring closely at Prince Vasily, and it was soon obvious that she was not going to break the silence, if she had to sit there till morning. "Well, it's like this, my dear princess and cousin, Katerina Semyonovna," said Prince Vasily, clearly struggling to continue. "At times like this, one must think of everything. We must think about the future, about you. I love all of you as I love my own children. You know that." The princess looked at him with the same fixed, inscrutable gaze. "But when all's said and done, we have to think of my family too," continued Prince Vasily, petulantly shoving away a little table while avoiding her eyes. "You know, Katish, that you 3 Mamontov sisters and my wife are the only direct heirs of the Count. I know, it is distressing for you to speak and think about such things. I don't find it any easier. But, my dear, I'm over 50 now, and I must be ready for anything. Did you know I had sent for Pierre, and that the Count pointed to his portrait and asked to see him?" Prince Vasily looked inquiringly at the princess, but he couldn't work out whether she was absorbing what he had said or just looking at him. "Cousin, I pray constantly for one thing only," she replied. "That God may have mercy on his noble soul as he departs this—" "Yes, yes," Prince Vasily went on impatiently, wiping his bald head and angrily pulling back the table he had just shoved away. "But as things stand, well, the point is this. I'm sure you know that last winter the Count made a will which bypassed his direct heirs, including us, and left all his estate to Pierre." "He must have made lots of wills," the princess said placidly. "But he couldn't leave everything to Pierre. Pierre is illegitimate." "My dear cousin," he snapped, clutching the table in his growing excitement and hurrying his words. "What if a letter had been written by the Count to the Emperor asking for permission to adopt Pierre as his legitimate son? You must realize that the Count's service would mean that his request would be granted." The princess smiled, as people do when they think they know more than the person they are talking to. "I'll go further," said Prince Vasily, taking her hand. "That letter has been written, and although it was never sent, the Emperor knows of its existence. The only question is, has it been destroyed or not? If not, when it's all over—" Prince Vasily sighed, giving her a chance to see what he meant by the words "all over," "and they go through the Count's papers, the will and the letter will be given to the Emperor together, and his request will probably be granted. As the legitimate son, Pierre will get everything." "What about our share?" asked the princess with a twisted smile, as if anything could happen, only not that. "Why, my poor Katish, it's as clear as daylight. He will then be the sole legal heir to everything, and you won't get a thing. You must surely know, my dear, whether the will and the letter were written and whether or not they were destroyed. And if by any chance they have been mislaid, then you ought to know where they are and be able to find them, because now you've gone too far," the princess interrupted, with a sardonic smile and no change in the expression of her eyes. "I'm a woman, and you think we're all stupid.
but I do know this. An illegitimate son cannot inherit. He is a bastard," she added, the last word in French, as if its use would demonstrate the flaw in his thinking. "Katish, you really don't seem to understand. If you are that intelligent, why can't you see that if the Count has written to the Emperor asking for recognition of Pierre as legitimate, he won't be Pierre anymore, he'll be Count Bezukhov, and he'll inherit everything under the will. And if the will and the letter have not been destroyed, then apart from the consolation of having done your duty and all the rest of it, you are left with nothing. And that's a fact. I do know the will was made, but I also know that it is invalid. You seem to take me for a complete fool, my dear cousin," said the princess, with the air of a woman who has come out with something clever and scathing. "My dear Princess Katerina Semyonovna," Prince Vasily was losing patience, "I haven't come here just to annoy you. I'm talking to you as a relative, a good, kind, true relative about your own interests. I am telling you for the umpteenth time that if that letter to the Emperor and the will made out in Pierre's favour are still among the Count's papers, neither you, my dear girl, nor your sisters are heiresses. If you don't believe me, you must believe other people who know about these things. I've just been talking to Dmitri Onufrich, the family solicitor, and he says the same thing." A sudden and obvious change now came over the princess's train of thought. Her thin lips paled, though her eyes stayed the same, and when she spoke her voice seemed to come out more thunderously than she was expecting. "That would be a fine thing," she said. "I wanted nothing, and I still want nothing." She pushed the dog down from her lap and smoothed out the folds of her skirt. "There's gratitude for you. That's what you get for sacrificing everything," she said. "Wonderful, splendid. I have no need of anything, Prince." "Yes, but it's not just you. You have 2 sisters," answered Prince Vasily, but the princess was not listening. "Yes, I have always known, but I had forgotten that in this house I could never expect anything but unfairness, deceit, jealousy, and double-dealing. Only ingratitude, the blackest ingratitude." "Do you or do you not know where that will is?" Prince Vasily insisted, his cheeks twitching more than ever. "Oh, yes, I've been stupid. I've kept faith with people, given them my love, and sacrificed everything, but you can't succeed nowadays without being mean and horrible. I know who's been double-dealing." The princess was about to stand up, but the prince held her back by the arm. She had the air of someone who has suddenly lost faith in the whole human race. She glared at him malevolently. "There is still time, my dear. Remember, Katish, this was an accident, something done in a moment of anger, of illness, and then forgotten. Our duty, my dear, is to correct his mistake, to relieve him in his last moments by not letting him commit this injustice, not letting him die with the thought that he has brought unhappiness to people who have sacrificed everything for him," the princess responded. She made another effort to get up, but the prince restrained her. "A sacrifice he's never been able to appreciate. No, cousin," she added with a sigh, "I shall remember that there are no rewards in this world, that in this world there is no honour or justice. In this world you need to be clever and wicked." "Well, we shall see. Don't upset yourself. I know your noble heart." "No, I have a wicked heart." "I know your heart," repeated the prince. "I value your friendship, and I would like you to think the same of me.
So don't upset yourself, and let's talk sensibly together while there is still time, whether it's a whole day or just an hour. Tell me everything you know about that will. The most important thing is, where is it? You must know. We'll take it to the Count and show it to him. He's probably forgotten all about it, and he'll want it destroyed. Please understand that my sole desire is to carry out his wishes religiously. That's what I came here for. I am here only to be of service to him and to you. Oh, I see. Now I know who's doing the double-dealing. Yes, I know, said the princess. You've got it wrong, my dear. It's that Anna Mikhailovna, your lovely protégée. I wouldn't have her as a housemaid. Ghastly, horrible woman. Please, we are wasting time. Don't you talk to me. Last winter she wormed her way in here and told the Count so many rotten, terrible things about all of us, especially Sophie, I can't repeat them, that it made the Count ill, and for 2 weeks he refused to see us. I'm sure that was when he wrote that awful, dreadful document, but I thought it didn't matter. There we have it. Why didn't you tell me? Instead of replying, the princess said, It's in that inlaid portfolio that he keeps under his pillow. I can see it all now. If I have one sin on my conscience, it is a big one. I loathe that vile woman. She was a different woman, virtually shrieking. And why does she come crawling in here? I'll give her a piece of my mind. My time will come.
Chapter 19. While these conversations were taking place in the reception room and in the princess's room, a carriage was bringing Pierre, who had been sent for, and Anna Mikhailovna, who had found it necessary to come along too, into the courtyard of Count Bezukhov's house. As the carriage wheels crunched softly over the straw laid down beneath the windows, Anna Mikhailovna turned consolingly to her companion, only to find him asleep in his corner of the carriage. She woke him up. Pierre roused himself and followed Anna Mikhailovna out of the carriage, and only then turned his mind to the impending visit to his dying father. He noticed that they had not come to the main entrance, but had gone round to the back door. As he got down from the carriage, 2 men dressed like tradesmen scurried away from the doorway into the shadow of the wall. Pausing for a moment, he could just make out several other similar figures standing in the shadows on both sides of the house. But Anna Mikhailovna, the servant and the coachman, who must have seen these men, simply ignored them. So Pierre decided all was as it should be, and followed her in. Anna Mikhailovna hurried up the badly lit, narrow stone staircase, calling for Pierre not to lag behind. He couldn't see why he had to visit the Count at all, still less why they had to use the back stairs, but Anna Mikhailovna's confident manner and sense of urgency made him think it must be absolutely necessary. Halfway up the steps, they were almost knocked off their feet by some men who came clomping down towards them in big boots, carrying buckets, but who squeezed back against the wall to let Pierre and Anna Mikhailovna pass by, and didn't seem the least bit surprised to see them there. "Is this the way to the princess's apartments?" Anna Mikhailovna asked one of them. "Yes, madam," answered a footman in a loud, strong voice, as though anything were now permissible. "The door on the left." "Perhaps the Count didn't really ask for me," said Pierre, as he reached the landing. "I think I ought to go to my own room." Anna Mikhailovna waited for him to catch up. "Ah, my friend," she said, touching his arm just as she had touched her son's arm that morning, "believe me, I am suffering as much as you. But be a man." "Really, hadn't I better go?" Pierre asked, peering amiably at her over his spectacles. "Ah, my friend, forget the wrongs that may have been done to you. keep thinking, this is your father, and perhaps in his death agony, she sighed. I took to you, and I've loved you like a son. Trust me, Pierre, I shall not forget your interests. Pierre couldn't understand a word of this, but he sensed even more strongly that all was as it should be. So he meekly followed Anna Mikhailovna, who was already opening a door into the backstairs vestibule. In one corner sat one of the princess's old manservants knitting a stocking. Pierre had never been in this part of the house, and hadn't even suspected the existence of these rooms. A maid went past carrying a tray with a decanter on it, and Anna Mikhailovna, calling her "my dear" and "good girl," inquired after the princess's health, and then took Pierre on down the stone-flagged corridor. The first door on the left led through to the princess's living quarters. The maid with the decanter was in such a hurry, everything in the house seemed to be done in a hurry just then, that she didn't close the door behind her. Pierre and Anna Mikhailovna, in passing, happened to glance into the room where the eldest princess and Prince Vasily were in close conversation. Seeing them go by, Prince Vasily fell back in his chair with a gesture of irritation, but the princess leapt to her feet and in sheer desperation slammed the door with all her might and put the bolt on. This action was so out of character for the princess, with her perpetual serenity, and the shock on Prince Vasily's face was so out of tune with his dignity, that Pierre stopped in his tracks and gave a bewildered look at his guide over his spectacles. But Anna Mikhailovna, showing no surprise, gave a thin smile and sighed, as if to indicate that this was just what she had expected. "Be a man, my friend. I shall be looking after your interests," she said, in response to his glance, and quickened her pace down the corridor. Pierre still couldn't understand what was going on, and he had even less idea of what was meant by looking after his interests. But he did gather one thing. Everything was as it should be. The corridor brought them into the half-lit hall just off the Count's reception room. This was one of the cold, magnificently furnished rooms that Pierre normally entered from the main staircase. But even here there was an empty bath in the middle of the room, and water had been splashed on the carpet. Tiptoeing in their direction came a servant and a deacon with a censer, who ignored them. They went on into the reception room, which Pierre knew well, with its 2 Italian windows and a door into the winter garden, its large bust and full-length portrait of Catherine. The same people were still sitting there in almost the same positions, whispering. Everyone paused and looked round at Anna Mikhailovna as she came in with her pale, tear-stained face, and at the large, stout figure of Pierre, who trailed along meekly in her wake, hanging his head. Anna Mikhailovna's face betrayed her awareness that the moment of crisis had arrived. With her Petersburg businesswoman's air, she strode into the room even more assertively than in the morning, keeping Pierre close by her. Since she was bringing the person the dying man wanted to see, she felt sure of a warm welcome for herself. With a rapid glance, she took in the whole room, and particularly the presence of the Count's spiritual adviser. Without actually bowing, she seemed somehow to shrink into herself before gliding slowly over to the priest and reverently offering herself for a blessing to the 2 ecclesiastics, one after the other. "Thank God we are in time," she said to the priest. "We are family, and we have been terribly worried. This young man is the Count's son," she added more softly. "This is a dreadful time." This said, she went over to the doctor. "Dear doctor," she said to him, "this young man is the Count's son. Is there any hope at all?" Without speaking, the doctor gave a quick shrug and rolled his eyes upwards. With precisely the same gesture, Anna Mikhailovna shrugged and looked upwards, almost closing her eyes. Then, with a sigh, she walked away from the doctor and went back to Pierre. She addressed him with particular respect and sad solemnity. "Have faith in his mercy," she said to him, and indicating a small sofa for him to sit on and wait, she went soundlessly over to the door that all the eyes were on. It opened almost inaudibly, and she slid through as it closed behind her. Pierre, having decided to obey his guide in everything, went over towards the sofa she had pointed to. The moment Anna Mikhailovna disappeared, he noticed the eyes of everyone in the room turning towards him with something more than curiosity and sympathy. He noticed they were all talking in whispers, looking across at him with something like a mixture of awe and sycophancy. They showed him the kind of respect he had never seen before. A lady, quite unknown to him, stopped talking to the priest, got to her feet, and offered him a seat. An adjutant picked up a glove that Pierre had dropped and handed it back to him. The doctors fell into a polite silence when he passed by and stood aside for him. Pierre's first desire was to sit somewhere else so as not to disturb the lady, to pick up the glove himself, and to go round the doctors, who weren't in his way at all. But suddenly he realized that to do so would be improper. He realized that tonight he had become a special person, obliged to endure some ghastly ceremony because it was expected of him, and this meant he was bound to accept favours from everyone. He took the glove from the adjutant in silence, sat down in the lady's place, spreading out his big hands symmetrically on his knees, and posing innocently like some Egyptian statue, and then made up his mind that all was as it should be, and that to avoid losing his head and doing stupid things tonight, he must not act on his own initiative, but bend wholly to the will of those who were guiding him. In a couple of minutes, Prince Vasily marched into the room, majestic in his coat with the 3 stars on it, and carrying his head high. He seemed to have grown thinner since the morning. His eyes seemed wider than usual as he glanced round the room and picked out Pierre. He came across and took his hand, something he had never done before, pressing it downwards as if he wanted to test the strength of its grip. "Do take courage, my friend. He has asked to see you. That's a good thing." He made as if to leave, but Pierre felt a need to ask something. "How is, He hesitated, undecided whether it was proper for him to call the dying man the Count, but embarrassed to call him father. "He had another stroke half an hour ago. Do take courage, my friend." Pierre was in such a confused state of mind that the word stroke made him think of a blow from some heavy body. He looked nonplussed at Prince Vasily, and it was some time before he realized that a stroke is an illness. Prince Vasily said a few words to Laurent in passing and tiptoed out. He was not very adept at tiptoeing, and his whole body jerked and twitched awkwardly. He was followed by the eldest princess, then by the clergy and the deacons. A few servants also went out. Beyond the door, people could be heard moving about, and before long Anna Mikhailovna ran out, her face still pale but resolute in doing her duty. She touched Pierre on the arm and said, "God's goodness is inexhaustible. The last rites are beginning. Come with me." Pierre went in, and as he trod the soft carpet, he noticed that the adjutant and the unknown lady and even 1 or 2 servants came trooping in too, as if it was no longer necessary to ask permission to enter that room. Chapter 20. Pierre knew it well, this huge room, divided by columns and an arch, the floor covered with Persian carpets. That part of the room, beyond the columns, where a high mahogany bedstead with silk hangings stood on one side, and with a huge stand and many icons on the other, was lit up with a bright red light, like a church prepared for evening service. Under the ornamental icon coverings stood a deep Voltaire armchair, and in it Pierre saw propped up on snow-white, uncrumpled, freshly changed pillows, and covered waist-high with a bright green quilt, a familiar and majestic figure. His father, Count Bezukhov, slumping there with the familiar grey lion's mane over his broad brow, and the typically aristocratic lines deeply etched into a handsome reddish-yellow face. He lay there immediately under the icons, with his big, thick arms at rest on the quilt. In his right hand, palm down, a wax candle had been thrust between thumb and forefinger, and was being held in place by an old servant bending over him from behind. Around the chair hovered the churchmen, with their long hair trailing down over splendid glittering vestments. Holding lighted candles in their hands, they were performing their offices with unhurried solemnity. Just behind them stood the two younger princesses, clutching handkerchiefs and intermittently dabbing their eyes, and in front of them the eldest, Katish, a picture of spiteful determination, kept her eyes glued on the icons, as though declaring to all and sundry that she wouldn't answer for the consequences if she were to look away from them. Anna Mikhailovna, all meekness, sorrowfulness, and forgiveness, stood near the door with the unknown lady. Prince Vasily was standing beside the invalid chair on the other side of the door. He had drawn up a carved velvet chair and was resting his left hand on its back, holding a candle, and using his right hand to cross himself, rolling his eyes upwards every time he put his fingers to his forehead. His face conveyed a gentle piety and resignation to the will of God. "If you cannot understand feelings like these," his face seemed to say, "that's too bad for you." Behind him stood the adjutant, the doctors, and the men servants. The men and women had separated as in church. They all made the sign of the cross in silence, and the only sounds came from the holy reading, the subdued deep bass chanting, and in moments of silence from some sighing and the shuffling of feet. With a meaningful air which showed she knew what she was doing, Anna Mikhailovna walked across the room to Pierre and handed him a candle. He lit it, but was then so busy watching the people around him that he used the hand holding the candle to cross himself. The youngest princess, Sophie, the rosy-cheeked one with the mole and the sense of humour, had her eyes on him. She smiled, hid her face in her handkerchief, and kept it there for some time, but soon looked at Pierre again and gave another giggle. She was obviously incapable of looking at him without giggling, but she couldn't resist looking at him, so she removed the temptation by gliding behind a column. In mid-service, the voices of the priests suddenly ceased, and they started whispering to one another. The old servant, who was holding the Count's hand, straightened up and turned to the ladies. Anna Mikhailovna stepped forward, bent down over the sick man, and beckoned behind her back to Laura. The French doctor had been standing there without a candle, leaning against a column, but with the respectful attitude of a foreigner who, despite differences of religion, fully acknowledges the solemnity of the ceremony and even approves of it. Now, with the noiseless steps of a man in his prime, he strode over to his patient, extended delicate white fingers to raise a hand from the quilt, turned to one side, and began feeling the pulse thoughtfully. They gave the sick man something to drink. A few people around him stirred. Then they all went back to their places, and the service continued. During this break in the proceedings, Pierre watched Prince Vasily leave his chair back, and with the same air of authority — he knew what he was doing, and it was too bad for anyone who couldn't understand him — he walked straight past the sick man and joined the eldest princess. Together, they went off to the far end of the room, towards the high bedstead with its silk hangings. They went past the bed and out through a rear door. But before the end of the service, they came back in one after the other and resumed their places. Pierre paid no more attention to this development than to any other, having made up his mind once and for all that tonight everything unfolding before him was necessary and inevitable. The sound of chanting stopped, and the priest's voice could be heard reverently congratulating the sick man on having received the mystery. The patient lay there, showing no sign of life or movement. Round about him there was a shuffling and a rustling and voices whispering, Anna Mikhailovna's louder than the rest. Pierre heard her say, "Yes, he must be moved across to the bed. It's impossible here." The sick man was now so hemmed in by doctors, princesses, and servants that Pierre could no longer see the reddish-yellow face with the grey mane that he had never for a moment lost sight of during the ceremony, even though there had been other faces to watch as well. From the gingerly manoeuvring of people round the chair, he surmised that they were lifting the dying man up and moving him over to the bed. "Hold on to my arm or you'll drop him," he heard one of the servants whisper in panic. "Down a bit. Somebody else here," said voices. Laboured breathing, heavy steps, and a gathering rush made it seem as if the weight they were carrying was too much for them. The bearers struggled past, Anna Mikhailovna among them, and the young man caught a glimpse over their backs and necks of the sick man, the fleshy expanse of his huge chest, the curling grey of his leonine head, and the massive shoulders, all hunched up as people grasped him under the armpits. That head, with its broad brow and prominent cheekbones, a handsome, sensual mouth, and an aloof expression of high dignity, was not disfigured by the approach of death. It was the same head that Pierre remembered from 3 months ago, when his father had seen him off to Petersburg, but now it flopped about helplessly to the stumbling steps of the bearers, and the cold, apathetic eyes were focused on nothing. After a few minutes' commotion around the high bed, the bearers went back to their places. Anna Mikhailovna touched Pierre's arm and said, "Come with me." The two of them approached the bed on which the sick man had been laid, in some style, perhaps, to accord with the mystery that had just been enacted. He was lying with his head propped up on high pillows, his hands symmetrically spread, palms down, on the green silk quilt. When Pierre came up, the Count looked straight at him, but with a gaze unintelligible to mortal man in its purpose and significance. Either these eyes said nothing at all, but simply stared because they had to look at something, or else they said too much. Pierre stopped, not knowing what he ought to do, and turned to his guide for help. Anna Mikhailovna looked at him, motioning quickly with her eyes towards the sick man's hand, and using her lips to float down a kiss. Pierre got the message, thrusting his neck forward with a great effort to avoid getting caught in the quilt, and kissing the solid, broad hand. Nothing stirred, neither the hand itself nor any muscle on the Count's face. Again, Pierre sought guidance from Anna Mikhailovna as to what to do next. Her eyes indicated an armchair beside the bed. Meekly, Pierre made as if to sit down in it, his eyes still wondering whether he was doing the right thing. Anna Mikhailovna nodded approvingly. Pierre resumed his innocent, symmetrical pose as an Egyptian statue, obviously rueing the fact that his big, clumsy body took up so much space, and doing his utmost mentally to reduce himself in size. He looked at the Count. The Count still gazed ahead at where Pierre's face had been when he had stood before him. Anna Mikhailovna's attitude acknowledged all the pathos and significance of this last meeting between father and son. It lasted 2 minutes, but they seemed like an hour to Pierre. Suddenly, a tremor passed over the big muscles and deep lines on the Count's face. The shudder intensified, and the handsome mouth was contorted. It was now that Pierre realized how near death his father was, and from the contorted mouth came a hoarse wheeze. Anna Mikhailovna looked anxiously into the sick man's eyes, trying to work out what he wanted. She pointed at Pierre, then at a drink. Then, in a whispered question, she mentioned the name of Prince Vasily, Then she pointed to the quilt. The sick man's eyes and face registered some impatience. He made a great effort to look round at the servant, immovable at the head of his bed. "His Excellency wishes to be turned over onto his other side," whispered the servant, and he got up to turn the Count's heavy body towards the wall. Pierre stood up to help. While the Count was being turned over, one of his arms got caught helplessly behind him, and he made a vain attempt to drag it back. Whether or not the Count noticed the horror with which Pierre stared at that lifeless arm, or whether some other idea flashed through his dying mind at that instant, he looked down at his unresponsive arm, then at the expression of horror on Pierre's face, then back at his arm, and finally his face produced a smile which jarred his fine features, a pathetically weak smile that seemed to mock his own helplessness. Suddenly, at the sight of that smile, Pierre felt a shudder in his chest and a prickling in his nose, and his eyes clouded over with tears. They finished turning the sick man towards the wall. He gave a sigh. "He's having a little doze," said Anna Mikhailovna, noticing that one of the princesses was coming to take her turn by the bedside. "Let's go." Pierre went out. Chapter 21. By now, there was no one in the reception room except Prince Vasily and the eldest princess, who was sitting under the portrait of Catherine, engaged in a lively conversation. They stopped talking the moment they caught sight of Pierre and his guide, and he thought he saw the princess hide something away as she mumbled, "I can't abide that woman." "Katish has arranged for tea to be served in the little drawing-room," said Prince Vasily to Anna Mikhailovna. "My poor dear, you must go and take a little something, or you won't hold out." Saying nothing to Pierre, he simply squeezed his upper arm sympathetically. Pierre and Anna Mikhailovna went into the little drawing-room. "There's nothing like a cup of this excellent Russian tea after a sleepless night," said Laurent, with subdued enthusiasm, as he sipped from a delicate Chinese cup without a handle, standing in the little round room at a table with tea things and some cold supper on it. All of those who had foregathered that night in Count Bezukhov's house had come to fortify themselves at this table. Pierre had fond memories of this little round room, with its mirrors and tiny tables. When balls were held in the Count's house, Pierre, who was no dancer, had enjoyed sitting in that little room of mirrors, watching the ladies in their ballroom finery decked out with diamonds and pearls on their bare necks, as they passed through and admired themselves in the brightly lit mirrors that multiplied their reflections over and over. Now, in the middle of the night, in that same room, dim light came from 2 candles, and the tea things and refreshments were scattered about on one of the little tables, while all sorts of people in ordinary clothes sat there whispering together, showing with every gesture, every word, that no one could ignore what was happening at that moment, and what was about to happen in the bedroom. Pierre didn't eat anything, even though he was feeling very hungry. He turned to consult his guide, and saw her tiptoeing back to the reception room, where Prince Vasily had stayed behind with the eldest princess. Pierre assumed that this also had to be, so, after a moment's hesitation, he followed. Anna Mikhailovna was standing beside the princess, and they were talking in emotional whispers, both at the same time. "Allow me, Princess, to know what is necessary and what is not necessary," Princess Katish was saying, her highly emotional state no different from when she had slammed the door of her room. "But, my dear Princess," Anna Mikhailovna was saying with gentle persuasiveness, barring the way to the bedroom and not letting her pass, "don't you think that might be rather too taxing for poor uncle just now, when he needs to rest? At a time like this, to talk of worldly affairs when his soul had been prepared." Prince Vasily was sitting in a low chair in his customary pose, one leg crossed high above the other. Both of his cheeks were twitching furiously, and when they relaxed, they made him look heavy-jowled, but his air was that of a man little interested in the two ladies' discussion. "No, no, my dear Anna Mikhaïlovna, let Katish do what she wants. You know how the Count loves her." "I don't know what's in this document," said Princess Katish to Prince Vasily, pointing to the inlaid portfolio which she held in her hand. "What I do know is that the real will is in his desk, and this is a paper that has been forgotten." She tried to get past Anna Mikhaïlovna, who skipped across to bar her way again. "I know, my dear sweet princess," said Anna Mikhaïlovna, taking hold of the portfolio, so strongly that it was clear she had no intention of letting go again. "My dear princess, I beg you, I implore you, spare him. I appeal to you." The princess said nothing. The only sound was a scuffling over the portfolio. There could be no doubt that if she had said anything, it wouldn't have been complimentary to Anna Mikhaïlovna. The latter held on grimly, but her voice still managed to retain its unctuous charm and honeyed gentleness. "Pierre, come over here, my dear. He's not out of place, I think, in any family council. Don't you agree, Prince?" "Cousin, say something, please!" Princess Katish screamed suddenly, so loud that her voice was heard in the drawing-room, where it caused some alarm. "Why don't you say something when a nobody comes in here meddling and making a scene outside a dying man's room? You scheming hussy!" she muttered viciously, and heaved the portfolio with all her strength. But Anna Mikhaïlovna took a few steps forward to keep hold of it and get a better grip. "Oh, dear," said Prince Vasily, amazed and full of reproach. He got up. "This is ridiculous. Now, come on, let go, I tell you." Princess Katish did so. "You, too." Anna Mikhaïlovna did not respond. "Let go, I tell you. I take full responsibility. I shall go and ask him. Let that be enough for you." "But, Prince," said Anna Mikhaïlovna, "after that solemn sacrament, let him have a moment's peace. Pierre, tell us your opinion," said she, turning to the young man, who had come up to her and was staring in amazement at her face, malicious beyond all decency, and at Prince Vasily with his twitching cheeks. "Please remember, you will have to answer for the consequences," said Prince Vasily sternly. "You don't know what you are doing." "Foul woman!" screamed Princess Katish, suddenly pouncing on Anna Mikhaïlovna and wrenching the portfolio from her hands. Prince Vasily bowed his head and spread his hands. At that moment the door, that dreaded door at which Pierre had gazed so long, and which usually opened so softly, was suddenly flung open and banged against the wall, and the second of the three sisters rushed out, wringing her hands. "What are you doing?" she said in despair. "He is passing away, and you leave me alone." Her sister dropped the portfolio. Anna Mikhaïlovna swooped down, grabbed the object of contention, and ran into the bedroom. The eldest princess and Prince Vasily pulled themselves together and followed. A few minutes later, the eldest princess was the first to re-emerge, with a pale, dry face biting her lip. At the sight of Pierre, her face crumbled into uncontrolled hatred. "Oh, it's all right for you," she said. "You've got what you wanted." She buried her face in her handkerchief and ran, sobbing, out of the room. Then came Prince Vasily. He staggered as far as the sofa where Pierre was sitting and sank down on it, covering his eyes with one hand. Pierre noticed he was pale, and his jaw was quivering and twitching as if he was having a fit. "Oh, my dear boy," he said, taking Pierre by the elbow, his voice ringing with a sincerity and weakness that Pierre had never seen in him before. "We sin, we cheat, and what's it all for? I'm over 50, my friend, and I too. Everything ends in death. Everything does. Death is so horrible." And he burst into tears. Anna Mikhailovna was the last to emerge. She came over to Pierre with slow and quiet steps. "Pierre," she said. Pierre looked inquiringly at her. She kissed the young man on the forehead, wetting him with her tears. She did not speak for a while, but then she said, "He's gone." Pierre gazed at her over his spectacles. "Come on, I'll take you in again. Cry if you can. There is nothing like tears for the easing of pain." She led him into the dark room, and Pierre was glad that in there no one could see his face. Anna Mikhailovna left him alone, and when she came back, he had put one arm under his head and was fast asleep. In the morning, Anna Mikhailovna said to Pierre, "Yes, my dear, it is a great loss for all of us. I cannot speak for you, but the Lord will keep you. You are still young, and now you are, I hope, at the head of an immense fortune. The will has not yet been opened. I know you well enough to be sure you won't let this go to your head. But it does impose certain duties, and you must be a man." Pierre said nothing. "Perhaps later I may tell you, my dear, that if I had not been there, God knows what might have happened. You know my uncle promised me only the day before yesterday he wouldn't forget Boris. But he didn't have enough time. I do hope, my dear friend, that you will carry out your father's wishes." Pierre didn't understand a word she was saying. Blushing shyly, he looked at Anna Mikhailovna and still said nothing. After her little talk with him, Anna Mikhailovna drove home to the Rostovs and went to bed. When she awoke the following morning, she told the Rostovs and all her acquaintances the details of Count Bezukhov's death. She said the Count had died exactly as she would wish to die. His end had been more than touching. It had been truly inspiring. The last meeting between father and son had been so moving that she couldn't recall it without weeping, and she couldn't say who had behaved better in those dreadful moments. The father, who had remembered everything and everyone so well at the last, and had said such moving things to his son, or Pierre, who made such a heart-breaking sight, so utterly distraught and yet struggling to hide his grief so as not to upset his dying father. "It is hard to bear, but it does one good. It uplifts the soul to see such men as the old Count and his worthy son," she said. She whispered to them in the strictest confidence, sotto voce, about the machinations of the Princess and Prince Vasily, of which she could not approve. Chapter 22. At Bald Hills, the estate of Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky, the arrival of young Prince Andrei and his wife was expected daily. But this expectation did not disrupt the orderly system according to which life in the old prince's household was organized. Prince Nikolai, a former commander-in-chief, nicknamed the King of Prussia in high society, had been exiled to his estate in the reign of Paul, and had remained at Bald Hills ever since with his daughter, Princess Maria, and her companion, Mademoiselle Bourienne. Under the new Tsar, even though he was now allowed to visit the capital cities, he had stayed on resolutely in the country, saying that anyone who needed him could travel the 100 miles from Moscow to Bald Hills, while he himself wanted nobody and needed nothing. He used to claim that there were only two sources of human depravity, idleness and superstition, and only two virtues, hard work and intelligence. He was educating his daughter, and in order to inculcate these two cardinal virtues, he was still teaching her algebra and geometry when she was nearly 20, and had organized her whole life around one unending course of study. He himself had many occupations, writing his memoirs, solving mathematical problems, turning snuff-boxes on his lathe, working at his garden, or supervising the building work which never stopped on his estate. Since the main prerequisite for hard work is good order, dictated his lifestyle to the last degree of exactitude. The details of his appearances at the meal table were unvarying, timed to the minute rather than the hour. With those around him, from daughter to servant, the prince was brusque and always demanding, so that without actually being cruel, he inspired the kind of fear and respect that the cruelest of men would have found difficult to achieve. Although he was now retired, and without political influence of any kind, every senior figure in the province where he lived felt obliged to call on him, and they were no different from the architect, the gardener, or Princess Maria. They had to wait in the lofty antechamber until the precise time set for the prince's arrival. And in that room, everyone felt the same kind of deference bordering on dread as the immensely tall door of the study swung open to reveal the small figure of an old man in a powdered wig, with tiny withered hands and bushy grey eyebrows that were prone to gather in a frown and thus hide the gleam in his shrewd young man's eyes. On the morning of the day when the young people were expected, Princess Maria went to the antechamber as usual at lesson time to wish her father good morning, crossing herself with dread in her heart and saying a silent prayer. Every day she went in like this to her father, and every day she prayed for a happy outcome to their daily encounter. The powdered old man-servant rose smoothly from his seat there and whispered, "Please go through." From the other side of the door came the steady hum of a lathe. The princess eased the door open timidly and stood in the doorway. The prince, busy at the lathe, glanced up once and went on with his work. It was a vast workroom, full of objects evidently in constant use. A huge table with books and plans laid out, tall glass-fronted bookcases with keys in the doors, a high desk for writing standing up, with an open notebook on top, the carpenter's lathe with a scattering of tools and shavings. All of this betokened constant, continually varied and systematic hard work. The motion of the prince's tiny foot in its silver-trimmed tartar booty, and the firm pressure of his lean and sinewy hand, spoke of resolute strength and indefatigable energy taken through to old age. A few more turns of the lathe, and he took his foot off the pedal, wiped a chisel, dropped it into a leather pouch attached to the lathe, came to the table and called his daughter over. He was not one to bother with blessings for his children, and he simply offered her a bristly, unshaven cheek, before looking her over in a manner that somehow managed to mix strictness with care and tenderness. Then he spoke. "You all right? Very well, sit down." He took out a geometry exercise book with his writing in it, and dragged a chair over with one foot. "For tomorrow," he said, turning rapidly to a particular page and using his thick nail to mark out 2 paragraphs together. The princess bent over the table and the exercise book. "Wait! There's a letter for you," said the old man suddenly, taking an envelope with a woman's handwriting on it from a pouch hanging above the table and tossing it down before her. The princess coloured up blotchy red at the sight of the letter. She took it hurriedly and bent down to open it.
"From your Eloise?"
asked the prince, with a cold smile, showing teeth that were yellowing but still strong.
"Yes, it's from Julie,"
said the princess, with a timid glance and an equally timid smile.
"2 more letters I'll let through, but the 3rd one I shall read," said the prince severely. "I'm afraid you must be writing a lot of nonsense. The 3rd one I shall read."
"Read this one, father,"
answered the princess, redder still, and she offered him the letter.
"The 3rd one! I said the 3rd one!"
the prince cried brusquely, thrusting the letter away before leaning his elbows on the table and bringing up the book with the geometrical figures in it.
"Now, madam,"
began the old man, poring over the book close to his daughter, and placing one arm along the back of the chair she was sitting on, so that the princess felt herself completely swamped by her father and his long familiar acrid odour of tobacco and old age.
"Come along, madam. These triangles are equal. Be so good as to note that the angle ABC—"
The princess glanced in trepidation at her father's gleaming eyes so close beside her. More red blotches spread across her face, and she was obviously taking nothing in. So scared was she that fear itself prevented her from understanding any of the explanations her father went on to give, however clear they might have been. Whoever was to blame, teacher or pupil, every day the self-same scene repeated itself. The princess's eyes glazed over. She could see and hear nothing. She could feel nothing but the close proximity of her strict father with his desiccated face, stale breath and body odour, and she could think of nothing but how to get away from there as soon as possible and somehow work out the problem in the freedom of her room. The old man would lose patience, scraping his chair backwards and forwards, then struggle to control himself, not to lose his temper, which he almost always did, and then he shouted at her, sometimes flinging the book across the room. The princess got one of her answers wrong.
"How can you be so stupid?"
he roared, pushing the book away and turning from her sharply. But then he got up, paced up and down, laid a hand on the princess's hair and sat down again. He drew close to the table and went on with his explanations.
"No, no, you can't do that,"
he said, as Princess Maria took the exercise book with the homework in it, closed it and made as if to leave the room.
"Mathematics is a great subject, madam, and you, being like the silly young ladies of today, is something I do not want. Persevere, and all will come clear."
He patted her on the cheek.
"This will drive the silliness out of your head."
She tried to get away, but he signalled for her to stop and took a new book with uncut pages down from the high desk.
"And here's a book from your Eloise, A key to the mystery. Something religious? Well, I don't interfere with anybody's religious faith. I've had a look at it. Here you are. Go on then, run along."
He patted her on the shoulder and went himself to close the door after her. Princess Maria went back to her room with that gloomy, frightened look that rarely left her, making her sickly, plain face even plainer. She sat down at her desk with its miniature portraits and scattered books and writing paper. The princess was as untidy as her father was tidy. She put down the geometry exercise book and eagerly tore open the letter. It was from her dearest childhood friend, the very Julie Karagan, who had been at the Rostovs' name-day party, and was written in French.
"My dear and excellent friend, what a terrible and awful thing absence is. I tell myself that half of my existence and happiness is in you, that for all the distance that divides us, our hearts are united by indissoluble bonds. Yet my own rebels against destiny, and in spite of the pleasures and distractions that surround me, I cannot overcome a certain secret sadness which I have sensed at the bottom of my heart ever since our separation.
Why are we not together, as we were last summer in your huge study, on that blue sofa, the sofa of secrets? Why can I not, as I did 3 months ago, draw new moral strength from those eyes of yours, so gentle, so calm, so penetrating, eyes that I have loved so well, and seem to see before me even as I write? At this point, Princess Maria sighed and looked around at the tall mirror to her right. The glass reflected a feeble, unattractive body and a skinny face. The ever-gloomy eyes looked at themselves more hopelessly than ever. "She's flattering me," thought the princess, as she turned back to read on. But Julie was not flattering her friend. Her eyes were large, deep, and radiant. Sometimes a warm light seemed to pour out of them, really so winsome that very often, in spite of the plainness of the face as a whole, her eyes held a greater appeal than mere beauty. But the princess had never seen the beautiful expression in her own eyes, an expression they assumed only when she wasn't thinking about herself. Like everyone else's, her face took on a strained, artificial, and disagreeable expression the moment she looked at herself in the mirror. She read on. "All Moscow talks only of war. One of my brothers is abroad, and the other is in the Guards, who are about to march to the frontier. Our dear Emperor has left Petersburg, and he now intends, so it is said, to expose his precious person to the hazards of war. God grant that the Corsican monster who is destroying the peace of Europe may be brought down by the angel whom the Almighty in his mercy has given us as sovereign. Apart from my brothers, this war has deprived me of one of those dearest to my heart. I refer to young Nikolai Rostov, who with all his keenness could not endure inaction, and who has left university to enroll in the army. Well, dear Marie, I must admit that, for all his extreme youth, his departure for the army has caused me great pain. This young man, of whom I spoke to you last summer, has so much of that nobility and true youthfulness that is rarely encountered in our age among our men who are old by 20. Above all, he has so much openness and emotion. He is so pure and poetic that my acquaintance with him, brief though it has been one of the sweetest pleasures of my poor heart, which has already suffered so much. One day I will tell you about our farewells and all that was said between us as we parted. As yet, it is all too fresh in my mind. Ah, dear friend, you are fortunate in knowing none of these joys, and these troubles which are so poignant. Fortunate because the latter are usually the stronger. I know only too well that Count Nikolai is too young ever to become more than a friend to me, but our sweet friendship, our closeness, so poetic and so pure, these have satisfied my heart's need. But enough of this. The great news of the day, the talk of all Moscow, is the death of old Count Bezukhov and his inheritance. Just imagine! The 3 princesses have got almost nothing. Prince Vasily, nothing at all. And everything has gone to Monsieur Pierre, who, to crown it all, has been acknowledged as a legitimate son, and therefore as Count Bezukhov, owner of the finest fortune in Russia. They do say Prince Vasily played a very nasty part in this story, and he has returned to Petersburg all down in the mouth. I confess I understand very little about all these matters, legacies and wills, but I do know that ever since the young man whom we all used to know as plain Monsieur Pierre became Count Bezukhov and owner of one of the largest fortunes in Russia, I have been greatly amused to observe certain changes in the tone and manner of mammas burdened with daughters who need to be married, and of the young ladies themselves towards that person who, incidentally, has always seemed to me a miserable specimen of manhood. As people have found it amusing to keep marrying me off for the last 2 years, usually to husbands I don't even know, the Moscow Marriage News is now making a Countess Bezukhov out of me. But I am sure you will appreciate that I have no desire whatsoever to become such. Speaking of marriage, by the way, did you know that everybody's auntie, Anna Mikhailovna, has confided to me, under the seal of the strictest confidence, a marriage scheme for you? It is with none other than Prince Vasili's son, Anatoly. They would like him to settle down and marry someone rich and distinguished, and his relative's choice has fallen on you. I don't know how you will look on this matter, but, well, I considered it my duty to warn you in advance. He's said to be very handsome and very naughty, and that's all I've been able to find out about him. That's enough gossiping. I am coming to the end of my second sheet, and Mamma has sent for me. We are dining with the Apraxins. Do read the mystical book which I am sending you. It's all the rage here. There are some things in this book which are difficult for our feeble human thinking to grasp, though it is an admirable book, and reading it is relaxing and spiritually uplifting. Goodbye for now. My respects to your father, and my compliments to Mademoiselle Bourrienne. I embrace you and continue to love you. Julie. P.S. Do send news of your brother and his charming little wife.
Princess Maria paused, pensive and smiling, her radiant eyes lighting up and utterly transforming her face. Then she got up quickly, and with her heavy tread went over to the table. She took out some paper, and soon her hand was speeding across it. This is what she wrote, also in French.
Dear and excellent friend, your letter of the 13th was a delight to read. So you do still love me, my poetic Julie. And absence, which you so roundly denounce, has not had its usual effect on you. You complain about absence. What would I say if I could only dare to complain, deprived as I am of all who are dear to me? Oh, if we had no religion to console us, life would be so very sad. Why do you imagine I should look askance when you tell me of your affection for that young man? In these matters I am hard on myself and no one else. I understand such feelings in other people, even if I have never had them myself, and if I cannot condone them, neither do I condemn them. Only, it seems to me that Christian love, love for one's neighbour, love for one's enemies, is more deserving, sweeter, more beautiful than any feelings aroused by a young man's lovely eyes in a romantically inclined young girl like yourself. News of Count Bezukhov's death reached us before your letter. My father was very moved by it. He says the Count was the last but one representative of the great century, and he'll be the next to go. But he will do his best to put this off as long as possible. God save us from that terrible misfortune. I cannot share your opinion of Pierre, whom I knew as a child. He always seemed to me to have an excellent heart, and this is the quality I value most in people. As to his inheritance, and the part played in it by Prince Vasily, it is very sad for both of them. Oh, my dear friend, our divine Saviour's words, that it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God, are terribly true. I pity Prince Vasily, but I am sorrier still for Pierre. So young and burdened with this wealth, what temptations will he have to resist? If anyone asked what I would like most in the world, it would be to be poorer than the poorest beggar. Many thanks, dear friend, for the work you have sent me, which is all the rage where you are. However, since you tell me that amid several good things there are others which our feeble human thinking cannot grasp, it seems to me rather useless to spend time reading something unintelligible, which in the nature of things must turn out to be fruitless. I have never been able to understand the passion that some people have for befogging their thoughts by cleaving to the study of mystical books which can only awaken doubts in their minds, while inflaming the imagination and inclining them towards exaggeration, which goes right against Christian simplicity. Let us read the Apostles and the Gospel. Let us not seek to penetrate what they contain that is mysterious. For how dare we presume, miserable sinners that we are, to admit ourselves into the terrible and holy secrets of Providence, while we still wear this mortal flesh that raises an impenetrable veil between us and the eternal? Let us rather confine ourselves to the study of those sublime principles which our divine Saviour has left for our guidance here below. Let us seek to obey and to follow them. Let us persuade ourselves that the less scope we give to our feeble human minds, the more pleasing this will be to God, who rejects all knowledge that cometh not from him, and the less we seek to peruse that which he has been pleased to conceal from us, the sooner will he reveal it to us through his Holy Spirit. My father has not spoken to me of any suitor. All he has said is that he received a letter and has been expecting a visit from Prince Vasily. In relation to any marriage scheme concerning me, I can tell you, my dear and excellent friend, that I consider marriage to be a divine institution to which we must conform. However painful it may be for me, if the Almighty should ever impose upon me the duties of wife and mother, I shall strive to fulfil them as faithfully as I can, without troubling to consider my feelings towards him whom he may give me for a husband. I have received a letter from my brother, who announces that he is coming to Bald Hills with his wife. This will be a pleasure of brief duration, since he is leaving us to become part of this unhappy war in which we have become embroiled. God alone knows how and why. It is not only with you, at the centre of business and society, that all the talk is of war. Here too, with the countryman at his labour and nature at peace, which is how city dwellers usually imagine the countryside, painful rumours of war are heard and felt. My father talks of nothing but marching and countermarching, of which I have no understanding. And the day before yesterday, while out for my customary walk down the village street, I witnessed a heart-rending scene. It was a convoy of recruits who had been enrolled here and were being sent off to the army. You should have seen what a state they were in, the mothers, wives, and children of the men who were going, and heard the sobbing on both sides. It seemed as if humanity had forgotten the laws of its divine Saviour, who preached love and forgiveness, and were placing the greatest merit in the art of killing one another. Goodbye for now, my dear good friend. May our divine Saviour and his most holy Mother keep you and guard you in their holiness and strength. Marie.
Oh, you are sending a letter, Princess. I have already sent mine. I have written to my poor mother, said a smiling Mademoiselle Bourienne, sharply and brightly in her pleasant ringing voice with its very throaty R's. She had swept into the stiflingly sad and gloomy atmosphere surrounding the princess, bringing with her quite a different world of light-hearted and self-sustaining frivolity. "Princess, I have to warn you," she added, lowering her voice. "The prince has had an altercation," she said, with the R throatier than ever, and seeming to enjoy hearing herself speak. "An altercation with Mikhail Ivanovitch. He's in a bad mood, very grumpy. Be warned. Now you know."
"Oh, my dear friend," answered Princess Maria, "I have asked you never to tell me in advance about my father's moods. I do not allow myself to pass judgment on him, and would not wish others to do so." The princess glanced at her watch, and saw that she was already 5 minutes late for clavichord practice. She went into the sitting-room, with alarm written all over her face. From 12 to 2, as laid down by the timetable for each day, the prince took his rest, and the princess played the clavichord. Chapter 23. The grey-haired valet was sitting in the anteroom, dozing and listening to the prince snoring away in his immense study. From the far end of the house, through all the closed doors, came the sound of music, the hard passages of a Dussek sonata, being repeated 20 times over. 2 carriages, one large, one small, drove up to the steps. Prince Andrei got out of one, helped his little wife down and let her go on ahead. Grey old Tikhon, in his wig, slipped out from the anteroom and whispered that the prince was taking his nap, and closed the door quickly after himself. Tikhon knew that no unusual events, not even the arrival of his son, must infringe the timetable for each day. Prince Andrei clearly knew this as well as Tikhon. He consulted his watch, as if wondering whether his father's habits might have changed while he had been away, and when he was satisfied that they hadn't, he turned to his wife. "He'll be up in 20 minutes. Let's go and see Princess Maria," he said. The little princess had filled out recently, but her eyes and that short upper lip with its touch of down and its bright smile popped up as sweetly and cheerfully as ever when she spoke. "But it's a palace!" she exclaimed to her husband, staring around and speaking like someone at a ball who wants to praise the host. "Come on, let's hurry." She still stared round, smiling at them all, Tikhon, her husband, and the servant helping them in. "Is that Marie practicing? Let's go in quietly and surprise her." Prince Andrei followed politely behind her, looking depressed. "You've aged a bit, Tikhon," he said as he walked by the old man who was kissing his hand. Just as they reached the room where the clavichord was being played, a pretty blonde Frenchwoman skipped out through a side door. Mademoiselle Bourienne seemed beside herself with joy.
"Oh, what a treat for the princess!" she exclaimed. "At last, I must tell her."
No, please don't," said the little princess, kissing her. "You must be Mademoiselle Bourienne. I know about you because you have been such a good friend to my sister-in-law. She's not expecting us." They went to the sitting-room door, through which came the sounds of the same passage being repeated over and over again. Prince Andrei stopped with a frown, as if something unpleasant was about to happen. Then the little princess went in. The playing stopped halfway through. He heard an exclamation followed by the heavy footsteps of Princess Maria and kissing noises. When Prince Andrei came in, the 2 princesses, who had met only once before, briefly, at the wedding, were hugging each other and kissing hard wherever they happened to touch. Mademoiselle Bourienne was standing near them, hand on heart, smiling blissfully, and not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Prince Andrei shrugged and scowled like a music lover frowning at a false note. The 2 ladies let go, then immediately seized each other's hands, as if every second counted, kissed them, tore them away, smothered each other's faces with more kisses, and then amazed Prince Andrei by bursting into floods of tears, both of them, before carrying on with yet more kissing. Mademoiselle Bourienne cried too. Prince Andrei was clearly embarrassed, but to the 2 women crying seemed the most natural thing in the world. It would have never occurred to them that this meeting could have taken place without it. "Oh, my dear Marie," both ladies blurted out together, and then laughed. "I had a dream last night. You really didn't expect us. Oh, Marie, you've lost weight. And you've put some on."
"I recognized the princess straight away," put in Mademoiselle Bourienne.
"No, I had no idea," cried Princess Maria. "Oh, Andrei, I didn't see you there." Prince Andrei and his sister kissed each other's hands, and he told her that she was just the same crybaby she always had been. Princess Maria turned to her brother, and through all the tears, her wide and radiant eyes shining for an instant with a rare beauty, lingered with gentle, loving tenderness on Prince Andrei's face. The little princess chattered away. Her short, downy upper lip would flick down momentarily to meet the rosy lower lip at just the right point, only to flit away in a smile, teeth gleaming and eyes sparkling. She was describing something that had happened to them on Spassky Hill that could have been serious for someone in her condition,
and went on to say that she had left all her dresses behind in Petersburg, and God knows what she would walk about in here, that Andrei had completely changed, that Kitty Odintsov had married an old man, and that someone quite serious had turned up as a suitor for Princess Maria, but that was something they could talk about later. Princess Maria was still gazing in silence at her brother, her lovely eyes filled with affection and sadness. She was clearly thinking thoughts of her own, miles away from the young bride's chatter. In the middle of her sister-in-law's description of the last holiday celebration in Petersburg, she spoke to her brother. "So, it's settled then? You are going to the war, Andrei?" she asked with a sigh. Lisa sighed with her. "Yes, I'm going tomorrow," answered her brother. "He's deserting me, God knows why, when he could have been promoted." Princess Maria stopped listening, followed her own train of thought, and then turned to Lisa, directing sympathetic eyes to her figure. "It's true, then?" she asked. Lisa's face changed, and she gave a sigh. "Yes, it's true," she said. "Oh, I'm so scared." Lisa's lip drooped. She brought her face close to her sister-in-law's, and yet again she burst into tears. "She needs to rest," said Prince Andrei with a frown. "Don't you, Lisa? Take her to your room while I go and see father. How is he? Same as always?" "Yes, just the same. I don't know what you'll make of him," Princess Maria answered with some delight. "The same old timetable, walks in the avenues, that lathe?" asked Prince Andrei, with a barely noticeable smile which showed that he loved and respected his father, but knew about his eccentricities. "The same timetable, the same lathe, still mathematics, and my geometry lessons," Princess Maria answered cheerfully, as though geometry lessons were one of the most delightful prospects in her life. When the old prince's 20 minutes for getting up had come and gone, Tikhon arrived to summon the young man to his father. The old man allowed one infringement of his normal routine in honour of his son's arrival, arranging for him to be admitted to his rooms while he was dressing for dinner. The old prince dressed in the old style, all kaftan and powder, and when Prince Andrei walked into his father's room, not with the moody face and attitude that he assumed for entering fashionable drawing-rooms, but with the eager look he had shown when talking to Pierre, the old man was sitting in a big leather armchair with his head abandoned to the ministrations of Tikhon. "Aha! The warrior comes! So, you want to fight Bonaparte?" said the old man, shaking his powdered head and pigtail as best he could, with Tikhon still working on it. "And you get after him as soon as you like, or he'll have us down as his subjects sooner than you think. Hello, my boy!" And he offered a cheek. The old gentleman was in fine fettle after his nap before dinner. Sleep after dinner is silver, sleep before dinner is gold, was his motto. He aimed delighted sideways glances at his son from beneath his thick, bushy eyebrows. Prince Andrei walked forward and kissed his father on the appointed spot. He avoided any comment on his father's hobby horse, joking about today's military men, and especially Bonaparte. "Yes, I have come to you, father, with a wife who is pregnant," said Prince Andrei, his lively, respectful eyes following every movement of his father's face. "How are you keeping?" "It's only fools and libertines that fall ill, my boy. And you know me, busy from dawn to dusk, and I don't indulge. Of course I'm well." "Thank God for that," said his son with a smile. "God doesn't come into it. Come on, then, start telling me," the old man continued, back on his favourite topic. "What have the Germans taught you about fighting Bonaparte with this new scientific stuff, strategy, or whatever they call it?" Prince Andrei smiled. "Give me a minute to recover, father," he said, with a smile which showed that his father's foibles did not prevent his respecting and loving him. "I haven't even been to my room yet." "Nonsense, my boy!" cried the old man, shaking his pigtail to make sure it was properly plaited, and taking his son by the hand. "The house is ready for your wife. Marie will take her around and show her everything, and they'll talk the hind leg off a donkey. That's the way with women. I'm pleased she's come. So, sit down and talk to me. I know about Mikhelson's army, and Tolstoy's. Simultaneous attacks.
But what's the Southern Army going to be doing? Then there's Prussia. She's neutral. I know about that. What about Austria? He asked, getting up from his chair and pacing up and down the room, with Tikhon trotting at his heels, handing him various articles of clothing. And Sweden? And how will they get through Pomerania? After listening to question after question put so insistently by his father, Prince Andrei started to outline the plan of operations of the proposed campaign. Reluctant at first, he soon became more and more enthusiastic, and as he spoke he followed his usual habit of alternating between Russian and French. He told him an army of 90,000 was to threaten Prussia in order to bring her out of neutrality and into the war. Some of these men were to join with the Swedes at Stralsund. 220,000 Austrians would combine with 100,000 Russians in Italy, and on the Rhine, 50,000 Russians and 50,000 English were to land at Naples, and the entire 500,000-strong army would then attack the French on several different fronts. The old prince showed no sign of interest in what he was saying. He seemed not to be listening, and he carried on getting dressed as he walked up and down. But he did make 3 sudden interruptions. Once he stopped and shouted, "The white one! The white one!" meaning that Tikhon had handed him the wrong waistcoat. Another time he stopped and asked, "When is she due?" shaking his head reproachfully. Too bad. Well, get on with it." The third time was when Prince Andrei was coming towards the end of his story. Suddenly, the old man's wobbly falsetto sang out the French song, "Marlborough is off to war, God knows when we'll see him." His son merely smiled. "I don't say it's a plan I approve of," he said. "I'm just telling you how things are. Napoleon has his own plan, and it's no worse than ours." "Well, you've told me nothing new." Pensively, the old man gabbled to himself, "God knows when we'll see him. Go on into dinner."
Chapter 24. Exactly on time, the prince, well-powdered and clean-shaven, strode into the dining-room to be welcomed by his daughter-in-law, Princess Maria, Mademoiselle Bourienne, and the prince's architect, who was allowed to dine with them by some strange whim of the master, even though such an unimportant person of no significant status was hardly entitled to such an honour. Normally a stickler for social distinctions, the prince was loath to admit to his table even important local dignitaries, but he had suddenly lighted on the architect Mikhail Ivanovitch, who had a habit of going into a corner to blow his nose into a checked handkerchief, as living proof that all men are equal, and had repeatedly impressed on his daughter that Mikhail Ivanovitch was by no means an inferior. At meals the prince spent most of his time talking to the architect, who never said anything back. Like all the other rooms in the house, the dining room was vast, with a high ceiling. With the prince about to enter, servants and waiters stood there expectantly, one behind each chair. The butler, with a napkin draped over his arm, was checking the table and giving eye signals to the servants, all the time glancing uneasily from the wall clock to the doorway through which the prince would soon enter. Prince Andrei was staring at something new, an immense gilt frame containing the Bolkonsky family tree, and across from it another frame just as big, with a badly painted image of a crowned Prince Regent, obviously done by some amateur domestic, supposedly a descendant of Rurik, and founder of the Bolkonsky dynasty. Prince Andrei shook his head as he looked at this family tree, and laughed as you would at an unintended caricature. "That's him to a T," he said to Princess Maria as she came up to him. Princess Maria looked at her brother in surprise, not seeing anything funny about it. Everything her father did was beyond criticism and inspired reverence. "Everyone has an Achilles heel," Prince Andrei went on. "All his vast intellect, and he sinks to this level of crassness." Princess Maria couldn't understand her brother's biting criticism, and was just about to protest when the footsteps they were all listening for were heard coming from the study. In strode the prince with a brisk joviality. This was how he always walked, as if consciously contradicting the strict household regime with a bustling manner of his own. On the instant, the big clock struck 2, and another clock in the drawing-room echoed with a thinner chime. The prince stopped and peered out sternly from under his great bushy eyebrows, his sharp eyes glinting as they first surveyed all the diners and then lighted on the little princess. She felt like a courtier at the entrance of the Tsar. Such was the feeling of intimidation and profound respect that this old man evoked in everyone about him. He stroked her hair, and then rather awkwardly gave her a pat on the neck. "Yes, I'm very pleased," he said, and after staring into her eyes, he walked off and sat down in his place. "Do sit down, everyone! Mikhail Ivanovich, do sit down!" He motioned for his daughter-in-law to sit beside him, and a footman pulled back a chair for her. "Oh ho!" said the old man, looking at her rounded figure. "You've not wasted any time. Not a good thing." His laugh was dry, cold, and disagreeable. As always, he laughed with his mouth, but not with his eyes. "You must go out walking, plenty of walking, yes, as much as you can," he said. The little princess, not hearing him, or perhaps not wanting to, sat there in silence, looking embarrassed. But when the prince asked after her father, she began to talk and smile. He also asked about common acquaintances, at which she became more and more animated, and began chattering away, conveying best wishes from various people, and telling him the city gossip. "Countess Apraxin has lost her husband, and she cried her eyes out, poor dear," she said, growing livelier by the moment. As she did so, the prince stared at her more and more severely, and then suddenly, as though he had studied all there was to study about her, and formed a clear impression, he turned the other way and spoke to Mikhail Ivanovich. "Well, Mikhail Ivanovich, our friend Bonaparte is in for a bad time. Prince Andrei," he always spoke of his son in the third person, "has just been telling me what forces are being massed against him, and you and I always thought he was a nobody." Mikhail Ivanovich had no knowledge of a time when "you and I" had said any such thing about Napoleon, but he could see that he was needed so that they could get round to the prince's favourite subject, so he sat there staring at the younger prince, nonplussed and wondering what might now develop. "He's my master tactician," said the prince to his son, pointing to the architect, and once again the conversation turned to the war, Napoleon, and the latest generals and politicians. The old prince seemed convinced that all these public men were babes in arms without the slightest knowledge of warfare and politics, and Napoleon was a useless French nonentity who had been successful only because there were no more Potyomkins and Suvorovs to stop him. He was even convinced that there weren't any political difficulties in Europe. There wasn't any war, only a kind of puppet show with people fooling around, pretending to be doing something serious. Prince Andrei accepted his father's sneering attitude towards the new people quite cheerfully, and egged his father on to say more. He obviously enjoyed listening. "The past always seems better," he said. "But didn't Suvorov fall into a trap he couldn't get out of, set by Moreau?" "Who told you that? Who said so?" cried the prince. "Suvorov?" He flung his plate away, and Tikhon caught it deftly. "Suvorov? Think again, Prince Andrei. Here we have two men, Frederick and Suvorov. Moreau? Moreau would have been a prisoner if Suvorov's hands hadn't been tied behind his back. By that Hofkriegswurstschnapsrat. That lot would stop the devil himself. Oh, you'll soon find out about these Hofkriegswurstschnapsrats. Suvorov couldn't cope with them. So how can Mikhail Kutuzov? No, my dear fellow," he went on, "you and your generals won't get past Napoleon. You'll have to get hold of some Frenchmen, set a thief to catch a thief. That German, Parlin, has been sent off to New York in America to get that Frenchman Moreau," he said, having in mind that Moreau had been invited to enter the Russian service that year. "It's marvellous, isn't it? All those Potyomkins, Suvorovs, and Orlovs, they weren't Germans, were they? No, my boy. Either you've lost all your wits, or I've outgrown mine. God help you, but we'll see what happens. So, now they've got Napoleon down as a great general, have they? Pah!" "I'm not saying that all our preparations are perfect," said Prince Andrei, "but I can't see how you can judge Napoleon like that. You can laugh all you want, but Napoleon is a great general." "Mikhail Ivanovich!" the old prince shouted to the architect.
who was enjoying his meat and rather hoped they had forgotten about him. "I told you Bonaparte was a master tactician. Now he says so too."
Well, Your Excellency,"
replied the architect. The prince gave another chilling laugh. "Napoleon was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's got some splendid soldiers, and besides that, he picked the Germans to attack first. You'd have to be pretty slow not to beat the Germans. Since time began, everybody has beaten the Germans, and they've never beaten anybody except each other. He made his name fighting them." And off went the prince, analysing all the blunders he thought Bonaparte had perpetrated in his wars and even in politics. His son made no objection, but it was clear that whatever arguments he might have to face, he was as unlikely to change his mind as the old prince himself. Prince Andrei listened, managing not to object. He couldn't help wondering how this old man, who had spent so many years alone in the countryside, never going anywhere, could keep abreast of all the military and political developments in Europe over recent years and discuss them in such detail and with such accuracy. "You think I'm an old man and I don't know how things stand, don't you?" he said, drawing things to a close. "I'm telling you I do. Sometimes I can't sleep for nights on end. Anyway, where is this great general of yours? Where has he proved himself?"
"That would be a long story," answered his son.
"Go on with you and your Napoleon. Mademoiselle Bourienne, here's someone else who admires your country bumpkin of an emperor," he cried in excellent French.
"You know I am not a Bonapartist, Prince."
"God knows when we'll see him," the prince hummed tunelessly,
and his laugh was even more grating as he rose from the table. The little princess had sat through the whole argument and the rest of the dinner without saying a word, looking in some alarm from Princess Maria to her father-in-law. When they left the table, she took her sister-in-law's arm and led her off into another room. "What a clever man your father is," she said. "Perhaps that's why I'm so scared of him." "Oh, he's so kind," said Princess Maria. Chapter 25. It was the next evening, and Prince Andrei was preparing to leave. The old prince, not one to disrupt his regular routine, had retired to his room after dinner. The little princess was with her sister-in-law. Prince Andrei had put on his civilian travelling cloak and spent some time cloistered with his valet, packing. After making a personal inspection of the carriage and the stowing of his trunks, he gave orders for the horses to be harnessed. In the room there was nothing left but a few things that Prince Andrei always carried with him: a travelling case, a silver canteen, 2 Turkish pistols, and a sabre, the last a present from his father brought back from Suvorov's siege of Acharkov. All of these travelling essentials were in excellent order. Everything was spick and span, covered with cloth, and meticulously taped up. At a time of departure and change, thinking people usually find themselves in a serious frame of mind. At such a time, you tend to review the past and make plans for the future. Prince Andrei's face was gentle and very thoughtful. He paced briskly up and down the room from one corner to another with his arms behind his back, staring ahead and pensively shaking his head. Whether he was worried about going off to war or sad at leaving his wife, or perhaps a little of both, he evidently didn't want to be caught like that. At the sudden sound of approaching footsteps, he quickly unclasped his hands and stood by a table, pretending to be fastening the lid of the case, and he resumed his normally calm and inscrutable expression. He had heard the heavy tread of Princess Maria. "They told me you were having the horses harnessed," she said, all out of breath. She must have been running. "And I did want to have one more little talk with you on our own. Heaven knows how long we shall be apart this time. I hope you're not angry that I've come. Andrusha, you really have changed, you know," she added, as if that justified her question. She smiled as she called him Andrusha. She could hardly imagine that this forbiddingly handsome man was the same Andrusha as that wiry, mischievous little boy who had been the companion of her childhood. "Where's Lisa?" he asked, and a smile was his only answer. She was so tired she fell asleep on the sofa in my room. Oh, Andrei, what a treasure of a wife you have, she said, sitting down on the sofa facing her brother. She's just a perfect child. Such a sweet, happy child. I've really taken to her. Prince Andrei said nothing, but the princess watched as a look of irony and scorn came over his face. But you have to put up with little weaknesses. We all have them, Andrei. Don't forget, she's been brought up and educated in high society, and besides, her present position is not all that rosy. We must try to put ourselves in other people's places. When you understand everything, you can forgive everything. Just think what it must be like for her, poor girl, after the life she's been used to part from her husband, and then be left alone in the country, and in her condition too. It's very hard on her. Prince Andrei looked at his sister and smiled the kind of smile we reserve for people we think we can see through. You live in the country, and you don't find it too awful, he said. It's not the same thing. Don't bring me into it. I don't wish for any other kind of life, and I couldn't if I wanted to, because I don't know any other kind of life. But just think, Andrei, what it means for a young woman who is used to living in society to bury herself away in the country for the best years of her life, and all on her own, because Papa is always busy, and well, you know me, I'm poor company for a society woman. There's only Mademoiselle Bourienne. I don't like her, that Bourienne woman, said Prince Andrei. Oh, you mustn't say that. She's so kind and so sweet, and, well, you have to be sorry for her too. She has nobody at all. If you want to know the truth, she's no use to me. In fact, I find her oppressive. You know I've always been unsociable, and now I'm worse than ever. I like to be on my own. Father's very fond of her. She and Mikhail Ivanovitch are the only two people he gets on with, and keeps his temper with, because they are both beholden to him. As Lawrence Sterne says, we love people not so much for the good they have done to us, as for the good we have done to them. Father picked her up off the streets as an orphan, and she's very good-hearted, and Father likes the way she reads. She reads to him in the evenings. She does it very well. But be honest, Marie, I can only think sometimes it must be hard for you living with Father. You know the way he is, Prince Andrei suggested suddenly. Princess Maria was taken aback, then shocked by this question. Me? Me? Hard for me? She said. He's always been on the stern side, but now I think he's getting quite difficult, said Prince Andrei, disparaging their father so easily that he must surely have meant to tease his sister, or test her. You're a good man, Andrei, but there is a kind of intellectual pride about you, said the princess, apparently following her own train of thought rather than the thread of the conversation. And this is a great sin. How can we pass judgment on our own father? And even if we could, what feeling but the deepest admiration could a man like Father evoke? I am so pleased and happy to be with him. I just wish all of you were as happy as I am. Her brother shook his head in some doubt. The only thing that bothers me, honestly, Andrei, is our father's cast of mind in a religious sense. I can't understand how a man of such vast intellect can fail to see what is as clear as daylight, and can get things so wrong. That's the one thing that disturbs me. And even here I think I've seen a glimmer of improvement recently. Lately he has not been so bitter with his mockery, and he has been willing to receive a monk, and he talked to him for a very long time. Well, my dear, I'm afraid you and your monk are wasting your powder, said Prince Andrei, in amused but affectionate tones. Oh, my dear friend, all I can do is pray to God
and hope that he will hear me. Andrei, she said timidly, after a moment's pause, I have a great favour to ask you.
What is it, my dear?
Promise me you won't refuse. It will cost you almost nothing, and it won't involve anything disreputable. Only it will be such a comfort to me. Promise, Andrusha, she said, thrusting one hand into her handbag and getting hold of something without showing it, as though what she was holding concerned the favour she was asking, but until she had a promise that it would be granted, she could not take that something out. She looked sheepishly at her brother, imploring him with her eyes.
Even if it cost me a great deal, answered Prince Andrei, who seemed almost to have guessed what it was all about.
I don't mind what you think about it. I know you're like father. Think what you want, but do it for my sake, please. Father's own father, our grandfather, wore this whenever he went to war.
She still didn't take what she was holding out of her bag.
You promise?
Of course I do. What is it?
Andrei, I'm going to bless you with a holy icon, and you must promise never to take it off. Do you promise?
As long as it doesn't weigh 100 weight and won't break my neck. To please you, said Prince Andrei. At this little joke, he noticed instantly that a pained expression came over his sister's face, and he regretted it. I'm really pleased, my dear, really pleased, he added.
Even against your will, he will save you, and spare you, and bring you to himself, because in him alone are truth and peace, she said in a voice shaking with emotion, solemnly holding before him with both hands a little antique oval icon depicting the Saviour, with a black face in a silver setting, on a very finely wrought silver chain. She crossed herself, kissed the icon, and handed it to Andrei. Please, Andrei, do it for me. Her great wide eyes shone timidly with loving kindness. They lit up the whole of her thin, sickly face and turned it into a thing of beauty. Her brother reached for the icon, but she stopped him. Andrei understood, crossed himself, and kissed the icon. He was moved, and his face showed a mixture of amusement and tenderness. Thank you, my dear. She kissed him on the forehead and sat down again on the sofa. Neither spoke. So, as I was saying, Andrei, please be kind and generous as you always used to be. Don't judge Lisa too harshly, she began again. She is so sweet and kind, and her present situation is very difficult. Masha, I don't think I've said anything about blaming my wife for anything or being dissatisfied with her. Why do you go on like this? Princess Maria went all red and blotchy, and stopped speaking as though she felt guilty. I have said nothing to you, but other people have. That's what makes me sad. The red blotches stood out stronger than ever on her forehead, cheeks, and neck. She would have liked to say something, but couldn't get it out. Her brother had guessed the truth. His wife had shed tears after dinner, saying she knew she was in for a difficult birth and was terrified of it, and she had cursed her misfortune, her father-in-law, and her husband. Only then had she fallen asleep. Prince Andrei was sorry for his sister. I can tell you one thing, Masha. I can't reproach my wife for anything. I never have done and never shall do. Nor do I reproach myself in relation to her, and that will always be so in any circumstances whatsoever. But if you really want to know, well, whether I'm happy, the answer is no. Is she happy? No. Why not? I don't know. As he said this, he stood up, went over to his sister, and bent to kiss her on the forehead. His handsome eyes were shining with an unusual brightness and kindness.
but he was looking past his sister's head through the open door into the darkness beyond. "Let's go to her. I have to say goodbye. Or you go on your own and wake her up, and I'll come in a moment. Petrushka," he called to his valet, "come and take these things out. This goes in the seat, and that on the right-hand side." Princess Maria got up and moved towards the door. She stopped. "Andrei, if you had faith, you would have turned to God and asked him to give you the love that you do not feel, and your prayer would have been answered." "Yes, you may be right," said Prince Andrei. "Go on, Masha, I'll follow you in a minute." On the way to his sister's room, in the gallery connecting the two parts of the house, Prince Andrei came across Mademoiselle Bourienne, who smiled sweetly at him. It was the third time that day that she had happened on him in out-of-the-way passages, always with a nice, beaming smile on her face. "Oh, I thought you were in your room," she said, blushing for some reason and looking down. Prince Andrei glanced at her sharply, and a look of bitter displeasure came over his face. He glared at her in silence, not at her eyes, but at her forehead and hair, with such contempt that she turned bright red and walked off without another word. When he got to his sister's room, the little princess was awake, and her cheery little voice could be heard through the open door, chattering away like mad. Her French poured out as if she had been too long restrained, and now wanted to make up for lost time. "No, but just think of old Countess Zubov, with all those false curls and her mouth full of false teeth, as though she was trying to turn back the years. He, Marie!" This was the 5th or 6th time that Prince Andrei had heard his wife speak these very words about Countess Zubov, and always with the same laugh. He walked quietly into the room. The little princess was sitting in a chair with some sewing in her hands, all round and rosy, coming out with a stream of Petersburg memories and fashionable phrases. Prince Andrei walked over, stroked her on the head, and asked if she had got over her tiredness from the journey. She nodded and went on with her tale. The carriage with 6 horses stood at the steps. It was an autumn night, so dark the coachman couldn't see the main shaft of his carriage. Servants with lanterns were running up and down the steps. The vast house stood there with its huge windows blazing. House serfs thronged the entrance, eager to wish their young prince Godspeed. All the members of the household were gathered in the great hall: Mikhail Ivanovitch, Mademoiselle Bourienne, Princess Maria, and the little princess. Prince Andrei had been summoned to his father's study, so they could be alone to say goodbye, and now everyone was waiting for him to come out again. When Prince Andrei went into the study, the old prince was wearing his old-age spectacles and his white dressing-gown, in which he never saw anyone but his son. He was sitting at the table, writing. He looked round. "You're off, then?" And he went on writing. "I've come to say goodbye." "Kiss me here." He offered his cheek. "Thank you very much." "What are you thanking me for?" "For not hanging about and not being tied to your wife's apron strings. Duty comes first. Thank you very much indeed." And he went on writing, with ink splattering from his scratching pen. "If you want to say something, say it. I can manage 2 things at once," he added. "Well, my wife. I'm rather embarrassed to be leaving her in your hands." "What are you rambling on about? Say what you mean." "When her time comes, please send to Moscow for a specialist. I want him here." The old prince stopped, bemused, and glared harshly at his son. "I know no one can help if nature doesn't," said Prince Andrei, much embarrassed. "I know it's only a chance in a million, but it's her one nightmare, and mine. She has heard things, she has had bad dreams, and she's very scared.
mumbled the old prince, going on with his writing. "I'll see to it," he signed with a flourish, and then turned sharply to his son and laughed. "Bad business, eh?" "What is, father?" "Wife," said the old prince, curt but emphatic. "I don't know what you mean," said Prince Andrei. "Can't be helped, dear boy," said the old prince. "They're all like that, and you can't get unmarried now. Don't worry, I shan't tell anyone, but you know it's true." He grasped his son's hand with bony little fingers and shook it, looking him straight in the face with sharp eyes that seemed to see right through him, and gave another chilling laugh. The son sighed, inadvertently admitting that his father had seen through him. The old man was busy folding and sealing the letters, helter-skelter as always, snatching up wax, seal, and paper, and throwing them down again. "Can't be helped. She's a pretty thing. I'll do everything. Not to worry," he said in his staccato manner as he finished sealing the letters. Andrei said nothing, feeling both pleased and displeased that his father had seen through him. The old man got up and gave his son the first letter. "Listen," he said. "Don't worry about your wife. What can be done will be done. Now, keep listening. Give this letter to General Kutuzov. I've written to ask him to use you properly and not leave you long as an adjutant. Ghastly job. Tell him I remember him with affection, and let me know how he receives you. If he's all right, serve him well. No son of Nikolai Bolkonsky needs to serve out of charity. Now, come here." He was gabbling so much that half his words never got finished, but his son was used to understanding him. He took Prince Andrei over to the bureau, opened the top and pulled out a drawer, taking from it a notebook filled from cover to cover with his big, bold, closely written handwriting. "I'm sure to die before you do. See, these are my notes to be given to the Emperor after my death. Now, see here, this is a state lottery bond, and there's a letter with it. It's a prize for the first person to write a history of the Suvorov's wars. Send it to the Academy, here are my notes. They're for you to read when I'm gone, should be of some use to you." Andrei didn't tell his father he probably still had many years to live. He knew it went without saying. "I shall do what you say, father," he said. "Well, goodbye then." He gave his son his hand to kiss, and then embraced him. "Remember this, Prince Andrei. If you get killed, it will be a great sadness to me in my old age." He broke off sharply, and then bawled at him. "But if I hear that you have not behaved like the son of Nikolai Bolkonsky, I shall be ashamed of you." "You needn't have told me that, father," said his son with a smile. The old man now said nothing. "There's just one more thing I wanted to ask you," went on Prince Andrei. "If I do get killed, and if I have a son, don't let them take him away from you. As I said yesterday, let him grow up with you. Please."
"Don't give him up to your wife," said the old man with a laugh.
They stood there in silence, facing each other. The old man's sharp eyes were fixed firmly on his son's. A kind of tremor ran over the lower part of the old prince's face.
"We've said goodbye. Just go," he said suddenly. "Go!"
he cried in a loud, angry voice, opening the study door. "What is it? What's wrong?" asked the two princesses when they saw Prince Andrei, and caught a glimpse of the old prince without his wig, wearing his white dressing-gown and his old-age spectacles, and heard him shouting angrily. Prince Andrei sighed and made no reply. "Come on, then," he said, turning to his wife, and his "come on, then" sounded like a cold rebuke, as if he had said, "Let's see you put on your little act."
"Andrei, it can't be time to go,"
cried the little princess, turning pale and looking fearfully at her husband. He embraced her. She gave a little cry and fell in a faint on his shoulder. He eased her away from his shoulder, looked her in the face, and carefully sat her down in a chair. "Goodbye, Masha," he said softly to his sister, and they kissed hands. Then he strode briskly out of the room. The little princess flopped back, sprawling across the armchair, and Mademoiselle Bourienne began to massage her temples, while Princess Maria also offered support, but with her tearful eyes still glued to the door through which Prince Andrei had disappeared. She made the sign of the cross. From the study came the angry sounds of an old man blowing his nose, like one pistol shot after another. The moment Prince Andrei left the room, his study door was flung open, and out peered the forbidding figure of the old man in his white dressing-gown.
"Has he gone? Good thing, too," he said, glaring at the swooning princess.
He shook his head in disapproval and slammed the door. Part 2. Chapter 1. In October 1805, Russian troops were busy occupying towns and villages in the Archduchy of Austria, with new regiments arriving all the time from Russia and settling near the fortress of Braunau, making life hard for the inhabitants on whom they were billeted. Braunau was the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief, General Kutuzov. On the 11th of October 1805, one of the newly arrived infantry regiments had halted half a mile from Braunau, awaiting inspection by the Commander-in-Chief. The countryside and the general situation may have looked foreign with all those orchards, stone walls, tiled roofs, mountains in the distance, and foreign peasants gawking at the Russian soldiers, but the regiment looked just like any Russian regiment getting ready for inspection anywhere in the depths of Russia. Yesterday evening, on the last stage of the march, an order had been received. The Commander-in-Chief would inspect the regiment on the march. The wording of the order was not quite clear to the commanding officer, leaving open the question of whether or not the men should be in battle dress or in full-dress uniform. It was decided, after consultation with the battalion commanders, to present the regiment in full dress. As they say, better to bow too low than not low enough. And after marching 25 miles, the men had been kept up all night, mending and cleaning, while the staff officers checked numbers and gave orders. By morning, the regiment, a straggling shambles on the eve of the last march, looked like an orderly formation of 2,000 men, everyone knowing his place and his duty, buttons firm and straps tight, everything spick and span and gleaming. And not only on the surface. If it should occur to the Commander-in-Chief to check underneath the uniform, he would see that every man was wearing a clean shirt, and in every knapsack he would find the regulation number of articles, the complete soldier's soap and sewing kit. There was only one thing that no one could be happy with: their footgear. More than half the boots had holes in them. This was no fault of the commanding officer. In spite of repeated demands, the Austrian authorities had left him undersupplied, and the regiment had now marched over 700 miles. The regimental commander was an aging, ruddy-faced general with grizzled whiskers and eyebrows, rather portly, broader from front to back than from side to side. His uniform was brand new and still nicely creased, with great big golden epaulets which wouldn't lie down properly on his big shoulders. He had the air of a man who was happily fulfilling one of life's most solemn duties. He paraded up and down the front rank, and as he did so, his body quivered and his back was arched. Here was a general unmistakably proud of his regiment, happy with it and serving it with all his energy and spirit. Even so, his quivering walk seemed to suggest that his personal interests extended well beyond the military, to include good society and the fair sex.
"Well now, my good Mikhail Mitrich," he said, addressing one of the battalion commanders who had stepped forward with a smile on his face. They were clearly in good spirits, both of them. "Last night kept us on our toes, didn't it? Still, the regiment's not too bad now. Must be one or two worse than ours, eh?"
The major understood this ironical banter, and he laughed.
"Fit for the best parade ground,
Even Tsar eats in field."
"What's that?"
said the commander. 2 riders had come into view down the road from the town where signalmen had been posted. They were an aide-de-camp, with a Cossack riding along behind him. The aide had been sent from staff headquarters to confirm what had not been clearly stated in the previous order, that the commander-in-chief wished to inspect the regiment just as it was on the road, in greatcoats, carrying rucksacks, and with no special preparation. A member of the Hofkriegsrat from Vienna had come to Kutuzov the previous day with a proposal, nay, a demand, that he proceed as soon as possible to join forces with the army of Archduke Ferdinand and General Mack. Kutuzov considered this inadvisable, and now, as part of his supporting argument, he wanted to demonstrate to the Austrian general the pitiable condition the troops were in after marching all the way from Russia. With this in mind, he intended to ride out and meet them on the road. The worse the regiment looked, the more delighted the commander-in-chief would be. The aide was not privy to all the details, but he did communicate the commander-in-chief's categorical insistence that the men be in greatcoats and marching order, and that anything other than that would incur his displeasure. At these words, the commanding officer's head sank down. He gave a shrug and flung up his arms with some passion.
"Now we've done it," he said. "Mikhail Mitrich, I told you, on the march, meant dressed in greatcoats." He rebuked the major. "Oh, my God," he added, but then he stepped forward resolutely. "Company captains," he roared in a voice well used to bawling commands. "Sergeant majors, when will His Excellency be here?" he asked, turning to the aide with an expression of obsequious deference that was really meant for the person he was referring to.
"In an hour's time, I believe."
"Have we time to change?"
"I couldn't say, General." The general went down among the ranks to supervise personally the change back into greatcoats. Captains rushed through their companies, sergeant-majors worried about greatcoats that weren't quite right, and it took only a few moments for the solid and silent rectangles to stir, straggle, and buzz with talk. Soldiers ran about everywhere, jerking their shoulders to lift up their rucksacks, pulling the straps over their heads, fishing out their greatcoats, and reaching up with their arms to pull down the sleeves. Half an hour later, everything was back to normal, but the rectangles were grey rather than black. The general set off with his quivering walk to parade himself before the regiment, scanning it from some way off.
What's all this?"
he roared, coming to a halt.
"Captain of the 3rd Company!"
"Captain of the 3rd Company, report to General! Company Captain to the General! 3rd Company to the Captain!" Voices rang out down the ranks, and an aide ran off to find the laggardly officer. When this urgent clamour reached its destination, having mixed up all the orders until eventually they were shouting, "General, to report to the 3rd Company!" The officer in question emerged from the rear of his company and, although he was an elderly man and no great runner, he managed a fair trot towards the general, tripping over his own toes as he came. The captain looked like a shifty schoolboy who had been told to run through some homework that he hadn't done. His face, already bright red in colour, he was clearly no abstainer, now turned blotchy and his mouth twitched. The general looked him up and down as he ran forward, gasping and slowing down with every step.
"Do you want your men in women's dresses? What is the meaning of this?"
roared the general, setting his jaw and pointing in the ranks of the 3rd Division to a soldier wearing a different coloured greatcoat from everyone else's, the colour of factory cloth.
"And where have you been? The Commander-in-Chief is expected, and you're not where you should be, eh? I'll teach you to put your men in fancy dress for an inspection, eh?"
The captain, never taking his eyes off his superior officer, pressed his 2 fingers harder and harder against the peak of his cap, as if his only hope of safety lay in saluting as hard as he could.
"Well, why don't you say something? Who's that man dressed up like a Hungarian?"
The general's joke was a bitter one. "Your Excellency."
"What do you mean, Your Excellency? I'll give you Your Excellency. You say it, but nobody knows what you mean."
Your Excellency, that man is Private Dolokhov. He's been reduced to the ranks, the captain said softly.
Are you sure he wasn't reduced to field marshal? If he's a private, he should be dressed like the others. Regulation kit.
Your Excellency, you gave him permission on the march.
Permission? What permission? There you go, you're all the same, you youngsters, said the general, cooling down a little. Permission? A simple remark, and you take it.
He paused.
Yes, you, take it. Well, what about it? He said, newly infuriated. Kindly make sure your men are properly turned out.
And the general, looking round at his aide, walked his quivering way back to the regiment, patently delighted with his own show of displeasure, and now, as he walked through the ranks, looking for other excuses to blow his top, he tore a strip off one officer for having a dirty badge, and another because his column was out of line. Then he came to the third company.
Call that standing to attention? What's that leg doing? That leg! What's it doing?
The general roared with his long-suffering tone, and he was still 5 men short of Dolokhov, the man in the blue greatcoat. Dolokhov slowly straightened his leg, and looked brazenly with his clear eyes at the general's face.
Why are you wearing a blue coat? Get it off! Sergeant Major, change this man's coat. The filthy
But he wasn't allowed to complete the word. General, I am bound to obey orders, but not to put up with... Dolokhov spoke rapidly.
No talking in the ranks! No talking there! No talking!
Not to put up with insults, Dolokhov persisted in a clear and confident voice. The eyes of general and private met. The general demurred, angrily pulling down on his tight scarf.
Be so kind as to change your coat, he said, and walked on.
Chapter 2.
He's coming,
came the call from a signalman. The general, red in the face, ran to his horse, grasped the stirrup with trembling hands, swung himself up and across, settled down in the saddle, drew his sword, and with a look of pleasure and determination, opened one side of his mouth, ready to shout. The regiment stirred itself like a bird settling its feathers. Then all was still and silent.
Attention!
Roared the general, in a voice that would shake souls, a voice of personal pleasure, of warning to the regiment, and of welcome to the approaching commander-in-chief. Towards them, down the broad, tree-lined country road, came a tall blue Viennese coach drawn by 6 horses at a smart trot, creaking on its springs. The general's entourage and an escort of Croats followed on behind the coach. At Kutuzov's side sat an Austrian general in a white uniform that looked out of place among the black Russian ones. The coach drew up before the regiment. Kutuzov and the Austrian general were chatting together in low voices, and Kutuzov gave a slight smile as he stepped down ponderously from the carriage step, for all the world as if these 2,000 men watching him and the other general with bated breath simply didn't exist. A command rang out. The regiment jerked into life and presented arms with a ringing clatter. Then, through the deathly silence, came the reedy voice of the commander-in-chief. The regiment roared its response. "Long live His Excellency, NC." Then silence again. At first, Kutuzov stood rooted to one spot while the regiment changed formation. Then he began walking along the ranks, accompanied by the general in white, and followed by his entourage. From the way the regimental commander saluted his commander-in-chief, staring fixedly at him, rigidly to attention, and yet somehow cringing, from the way he bent forward eagerly as he followed the generals down the ranks, barely disguising his quivering walk, and jumped nervously at every word and movement of the commander-in-chief, it was evident that he was enjoying his role as a subordinate even more than his role as a commander. Because of his strictness and keenness,
The regiment was in fine fettle compared with others that had reached Braunau at the same time. The sick and the stragglers numbered no more than 217, and everything was in splendid order, except the soldiers' boots. Kutuzov walked the ranks, stopping occasionally to say a few friendly words to officers he had known in the Turkish War, and sometimes to the other ranks. More than once, looking down at their boots, he shook his head sadly, and pointed them out to the Austrian general as if to say that, although no one was to blame, he couldn't help noticing how bad things were. Each time this happened, the regimental commander sprang forward so as not to miss a single word the commander-in-chief might say about his men. Following on behind Kutuzov, near enough for the slightest whisper to carry, came the 20-strong entourage. These gentlemen were talking among themselves and occasionally laughing. Closest of all to the commander-in-chief walked a handsome adjutant. It was Prince Andrei Bolkonsky. Alongside him was his comrade, Nesvitsky, a tall and very fat staff officer with a kind smile, a handsome face and watery eyes. Nesvitsky could hardly help laughing at a dark-skinned hussar nearby. This officer, unsmiling and looking ahead doggedly with unblinking eyes, was goggling intently at the commander's back, mimicking his every movement. Each time the commanding officer quivered and bent forward, the hussar officer quivered and bent forward in exactly the same way. Nesvitsky was laughing and nudging the others, so they didn't miss him playing the fool. Kutuzov walked at a slow, leisurely pace past the thousands of eyes almost straining out of their sockets in an effort to see him. When he got to the third company, he stopped abruptly. The entourage had not foreseen such a sudden stop and couldn't help pressing up close behind.
"Ah, Timochin,"
said the commander-in-chief, recognizing the red-nosed captain who had been in trouble over the blue greatcoat. It might have seemed impossible for anyone to stand as erect as Timochin had done when the regimental commander had rebuked him, but now, finding himself spoken to by the commander-in-chief, the captain stretched himself to attention so rigidly that he seemed unlikely to survive the experience, should the commander-in-chief stay there much longer looking at him. For this reason, Kutuzov, seeing how things stood and wishing him nothing but good, turned away sharply. A flicker of a smile passed over Kutuzov's podgy, battle-scarred face.
"Another old comrade from Ismail," he said. "A gallant officer. Are you pleased with him?"
Kutuzov asked the general in command, and the general, oblivious to the mirror-like mimicry of the hussar behind him, quivered, pressed forward, and responded,
"Yes, sir. Very pleased indeed." "We all have our little weaknesses," said Kutuzov, smiling as he walked away. "His was a predilection for Bacchus." The commander was worried that this might be his fault, so he said nothing in reply. At that moment the hussar officer noticed the red-nosed captain's face and his pulled-in stomach, and he mimicked them both so closely that Nesvitsky laughed out loud. Kutuzov turned round. The officer seemed able to do anything with his features. Even as Kutuzov turned round, he managed to pull another funny face, before assuming the gravest expression of innocence and respect. The third company was the last one, and Kutuzov paused for a moment, as if he was trying to remember something. Prince Andrei stepped forward and spoke quietly to him in French. "Sir, you asked me to remind you about Dolokhov, the officer in this regiment who was reduced to the ranks." "Where is Dolokhov?" asked Kutuzov.
Dolokhov, who had by now changed into a grey private soldier's coat, didn't wait to be called. The slim figure of the fair-haired soldier with his clear blue eyes stepped out of the front rank, marched up to the commander-in-chief, and presented arms.
"Any complaint?"
asked Kutuzov, with a slight frown. "This is Dolokhov, sir," said Prince Andrei.
"Ah," said Kutuzov. "Well, let this be a lesson to you. Do your duty as a soldier. The Emperor is merciful. I shan't forget you, if you do well."
The clear blue eyes looked at the commander-in-chief just as brazenly as at the regimental commander. They seemed almost to rip away the veil of convention that set the commander-in-chief so far above the common soldier. "I ask only one favour, your most high excellency," he said in his loud, confident voice, not hurrying his words, and that is a chance to atone for my offence and prove my devotion to His Majesty the Emperor and to Russia." Kutuzov turned away. His eyes lit up with the same flicker of a smile with which he had turned away from Captain Timokhin. He turned away and frowned, as if to indicate that everything Dolokhov had said to him, and anything that he could say, was old hat, too tedious for words, and not at all what was needed. He turned away and walked off towards the coach. The regiment broke down by companies, and the men set off for their appointed quarters, at no great distance from Braunau, where they hoped to find new boots and clothes, and have a good rest after so long on the march.
"Don't hold it against me, Prokhor Ignatych, will you?" said the regimental commander, overtaking the 3rd Company and riding up to Captain Timokhin, who was leading it. The general's face was beaming with irrepressible delight following such a successful inspection.
"It's all in the Tsar's service. You can't, sometimes you have to be a bit hard. I'm the first to apologize, you know me. He said how pleased he was."
And he held out a hand to the captain. "Please, General, as if I would," answered the captain, his nose redder than ever. He smiled, and his smile showed that his 2 front teeth were missing. They had been knocked out by a rifle butt at Ismail.
"Oh, and tell Dolokhov to rest easy. I shan't forget him. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what is he doing? How's he getting on?"
"He is diligent in the performance of his duty, sir. But he can be temperamental," said Timokhin.
"What do you mean, temperamental?" asked the general.
"Different things on different days, sir," said the captain. "Sometimes he's sensible and intelligent and good-natured. Then he can be like a wild animal. When we were in Poland, I should tell you, he all but killed a Jew."
Yes, I see," said the general. "Still, you have to go easy on a young fellow when he's in trouble. He is well connected, you know. I think you should,
Yes, sir, said Timokhin, his smile indicating that he knew what was required of him.
"Very well, then. Very well."
The general went to find Dolokhov in the ranks and reined in his horse.
"Come the first action, you could get your epaulets back," he said to him.
Dolokhov looked round but said nothing. The sardonic smile that played about his mouth stayed the same.
"Well, that's all right then," the general went on. "Vodka all round, on me," he added,
loud enough for the soldiers to hear.
"My thanks to you all. God be praised."
He galloped past that company and on to the next one.
"He's a good man, you know, worth serving with,"
said Timokhin to a junior officer at his side.
"King of Hearts, that's the only word for him,"
said the officer with a laugh, that being the general's nickname. The officer's buoyant mood following the inspection was caught by the soldiers. The company marched along merrily, with soldiers' voices chattering away on all sides.
"Who was it said Kutuzov's blind in one eye?"
"Well, he is, blind as they come."
"Nay, boys, he's got better eyes than you. Soon spotted our boots and leg bands, didn't he?"
"Listen, mate, when he looked at my legs, I says to myself,
and what about that Austrian bloke with him? Looked like they chalked him all over white as flour. I bet they strips him down and cleans him like we does the guns.
Hey, Fedger, did he say anything about when it all starts? You were nearer than me. Somebody said Bonaparte's here in Braunau."
"In Braunau? Rubbish, come off it. It's the Prussians what's revolting now. The Austrians, they got to put 'em down. When that's done, that's when there's a war with Bonaparte, and your mate says Bonaparte's here now. Must be stupid. You keep your ears open."
"Blasted quartermasters, look! 5th Company's turning off into that village. They'll have their porridge cooked, and we're nowhere near. Give us a bit of your biscuit, old man."
"What?
Did you give me any baccy yesterday? See what I mean?"
"Go on then, you can have a bit."
"We ought to have a halt here, or we'll have to do another 3 or 4 miles with nothing inside us."
"Wasn't it great when them Germans gave us a lift in their carts? Got to move on then, didn't we?" But listen, boys, the folks round here be a weird lot. Up to now it's been all Poles and such like, all under the Russian crown. From now on, it's all Germans, my boy."
"Singers to the front!" came the captain's call, and a couple of dozen men went forward from various ranks. The drummer, who was also the leader, turned round to face the choir, waved an arm, and struck up a long, meandering soldier's song, beginning, "As the morning sun was dawning," and ending, "Therefore, boys, we march to glory, all with Father Kamensky." This song had been composed in Turkey, and now it was being sung in Austria, except that instead of Kamensky, they sang Kutuzov. Rapping out the last words in military fashion, with a downward sweep of his arms as if he was throwing something on the ground, the drummer, a lean, handsome soldier about 40 years old, looked grimly at the soldiers' choir and frowned. Then, satisfied that everyone was looking at him, he made as if he was delicately raising some unseen treasure over his head with both hands, held it there for a few seconds, and then suddenly hurled it down in one furious movement. "Ah, the bosom of my cottage!" And 24 voices came in with the next line, "My new cottage!" And the wooden spoon player, in spite of all his accoutrements, leapt smartly to the front and walked backwards, facing the company, jerking his shoulders and pretending to threaten people with his spoons. The soldiers stepped out to the rhythm of the song, swinging their arms and instinctively coming into step. Suddenly, from behind the company, came the sound of wheels, the crunching of springs, and the clattering of horses' hooves. Kutuzov and his entourage were returning to the town. The commander-in-chief gave a signal for the soldiers to carry on, and soon he and all his followers were enjoying the singing, the antics of the dancing soldier, and the happy men marching on so smartly. There, in the second row from the right flank, which the carriage had to drive past, one figure stood out, the blue-eyed soldier, Dolokhov, marching to the rhythm of the song with a special bounce and panache, and looking at the faces of those who were driving by with apparent pity for anyone who was not marching with them then and there in the ranks. The young hussar officer in Kutuzov's suite, Zherkov, who had been mimicking the general, dropped back from the carriage and rode up to Dolokhov. Zherkov had at one time belonged to the wild set in Petersburg, which had had Dolokhov as its leader. He had come across Dolokhov outside Russia as a common soldier, and had not seen fit to recognize him. But now, following Kutuzov's conversation with the disgraced officer, he addressed him with all the joviality of an old friend. "My dear fellow, how are you?" he asked through all the singing, while manoeuvring his horse to keep pace with the marching soldiers. "How am I?" Dolokhov answered coldly. "Can't you see?" The lively song gave a particular thrust to Zherkov's free and easy cheerfulness as he spoke, and to the deliberate iciness of Dolokhov's responses. "Well, how do you get on with the officers?" "Not bad. They're good fellows. How did you manage to worm your way onto the staff?" "I was seconded, just for a spell." They were silent. "I took my hawk and let him leave from my right arm from my sleeve," the song rang out, automatically arousing feelings of brightness and joy. No doubt they would have had a different kind of conversation if they hadn't been talking against the singing. "Have the Austrians really been beaten?" asked Dolokhov. "They keep damn well saying so." "I'm glad," came Dolokhov's clear, snappy reply, as demanded by the song. "I say, why don't you drop round one evening? We'll have a game of cards," said Zherkov. "Have you got plenty of money, then?" "Well, do come." "I can't. I've sworn not to. No drinking or betting till I'm promoted." "Oh well, come the first action." "We'll see what happens." Another pause. "Well, drop by if you need anything. Someone at staff headquarters can always help." Dolokhov grinned. "Don't worry. What I want, I'm not going to ask for. I'll get it myself." "Yes, well, Me too. Goodbye, keep well." Go, fond flyer, ever higher to your country far away. Zhechov put spurs to his horse, which reared on its hind legs 2 or 3 times in great excitement, as if it couldn't decide which foreleg to lead off with. Then it galloped past the company and caught up with the carriage, still moving to the rhythm of the song. Chapter 3. Once back from the review, Kutuzov took the Austrian general into his private room and summoned his aide, asking for certain papers concerning the condition of the newly arrived troops, and some letters received from the Archduke Ferdinand, who was in command of the advance army. Prince Andrei Bolkonsky came into the commander-in-chief's room with the necessary documents. Kutuzov and the Austrian representative of the Hof Kriegsrat were sitting over a plan that lay unfolded on the table.
"Oh, yes,"
said Kutuzov, looking round at Bolkonsky and using the phrase as an invitation for his aide to stay with them. Then he continued his conversation.
"I have only one thing to say, General,"
said Kutuzov, using French of such agreeable elegance and persuasive intonation that the listener was obliged to concentrate on each carefully enunciated word, and Kutuzov was clearly not averse to the sound of his own voice.
"All I can say is that if this were a matter of my personal preference, the desire of His Majesty Emperor Francis would have been fulfilled long ago. I would have lost no time in joining the Archduke. I give you my word that for me, personally, to hand over the high command of the army to more knowledgeable and experienced generals, which Austria has in abundance, and to cast off such a heavy responsibility, this for me personally would be a relief. But circumstances are sometimes too much for us, General."
And Kutuzov smiled with an expression that seemed to say, "You have every right to disbelieve me, and I don't much care whether you do or you don't, but you have no grounds for saying that out loud, and that's it." The Austrian general looked unhappy, but he dared not adopt the wrong tone with Kutuzov. "On the contrary," he snapped, with a petulance that belied the meaning of his unctuous words, "on the contrary, the participation of your most high excellency in our joint enterprise is highly appreciated by His Majesty. But we do believe that the present delay is depriving the gallant Russian troops and the commander-in-chief of the laurels they are accustomed to winning in the field." He concluded a sentence obviously prepared in advance. Kutuzov bowed, still smiling the same smile. "But I am equally certain, to judge by the last letter with which His Highness the Archduke Ferdinand has honoured me," he said, "and I put it to you, indeed, that the Austrian troops under the command of so skilful a leader as General Mack have already achieved total victory and have no further need of our assistance." The general frowned. Though there had been no definite news of an Austrian defeat, there was too much circumstantial evidence confirming this as an unpleasant possibility, and that made Kutuzov's assertion of an Austrian victory sound rather like a sneer. But Kutuzov's brief smile contained the same suggestion as before, that he had every right to say what he did. As it happened, the last letter he had received from the army of General Mack had informed him of victory, and of the army's most favourable strategic position.
"Hand me that letter," said Kutuzov to Prince Andrei. "See here,"
and Kutuzov, with a sardonic smile playing about the corners of his mouth, read out in German, for the benefit of the Austrian general, this excerpt from the letter of the Archduke Ferdinand.
"We have a fully concentrated force of nearly 70,000 men, and therefore stand ready to attack and defeat the enemy in the event of his crossing the Lech. Since we already hold Ulm, we are in a position to maintain the advantage of commanding both banks of the Danube, and therefore would be able, at a moment's notice, should the enemy decide not to cross the Lech, to cross the Danube ourselves and fall upon their line of communications, recross the river downstream, and frustrate the enemy's intentions should he decide to mount a mass attack against our faithful ally. On this account we shall await with confidence the full readiness of the Imperial Russian army, whereupon we shall easily proceed together in preparing for the enemy that fate which he so richly deserves."
Kutuzov gave a heavy sigh as he finished reading the extract, and he turned sympathetically to the representative of the Hofkriegsrat, eyeing him closely. "But, as you well know, Your Excellency, it is always wise to prepare for the worst," said the Austrian general, clearly eager to stop playing around and get down to business. He glanced with displeasure at the adjutant.
"Excuse me, General,"
Kutuzov interrupted him, and he too turned to Prince Andrei.
"My dear fellow, I want you to collect all our intelligence reports from Kozlovsky. Here are 2 letters from Count Nostitz. Here's one from His Highness the Archduke Ferdinand, and there's all these others," he said, handing him several documents. "Take all this and write me a memorandum, a note in your neatest French clearly presenting all the information we've received about any movements of the Austrian army. Do that, please, and then show it to His Excellency."
Prince Andrei gave a nod which indicated that he had understood from the outset not only what was said, but also what Kutuzov would have liked to say. He gathered up the papers, gave a single bow, and padded across the carpeted floor and out into the reception room. Although it was not long since Prince Andrei had left Russia, he had changed a great deal during that time. His facial expression and the way he moved and walked showed barely a trace of his former affectation and languid boredom. He had the air of a man too absorbed in enjoyable and fascinating work to think about making an impression on other people. His face showed greater contentment with himself and those around him. His smile was easier, a warmer charm shone in his eyes. General Kutuzov, whom he had caught up with in Poland, had received him very graciously and promised not to forget him. He gave him preference over the other adjutants and took him to Vienna, entrusting him with the more important commissions. From Vienna, Kutuzov wrote as follows to his old comrade, Prince Andrei's father.
"Your son, with his knowledge, spirit, and attention to detail, has the potential to become an outstanding officer. I consider myself lucky to have such an able subordinate."
On Kutuzov's staff, among his fellow officers and in the army generally, Prince Andrei was what he had been in Petersburg society, a man with 2 completely different reputations. Some people, the minority, considered him a cut above themselves and everybody else. They expected a lot from him. They listened to him, admired and imitated him, and with these people Prince Andrei was open and agreeable. Others, the majority, didn't like him at all, seeing him as petulant, aloof, and thoroughly unpleasant. But Prince Andrei knew enough to ensure that even these people treated him with respect, and sometimes a certain awe. He left Kutuzov's room and walked across the anteroom to his comrade, the duty adjutant Kozlovsky, who was sitting by the window reading. "What is it, Prince?" queried Kozlovsky. "I've been told to write a note saying why we're not going on." "Well, why aren't we?" Prince Andrei shrugged. "No news from Mac?" asked Kozlovsky. "No." "If he really had been beaten, we would have heard by now." "Quite likely," said Prince Andrei, moving towards the door. But he was confronted on the way out by a tall man who walked into the anteroom and slammed the door behind him. The new arrival was an Austrian general in a long coat, with a black cloth around his head and the Order of Maria Theresa around his neck. Prince Andrei stopped short.
"The Commander-in-Chief Kutuzov?"
asked the general, speaking quickly with a rough German accent. He looked to both sides and walked straight on to the door of the private room. "The Commander-in-Chief is busy," said Kozlovsky, hurrying over to the unknown general and barring his way to the door. "Who shall I say has arrived?" The newcomer looked down on the diminutive Kozlovsky, apparently surprised not to be recognized. "The Commander-in-Chief is busy," Kozlovsky repeated calmly. The general's face contorted, his lips twitching and trembling. He took out a notebook, jotted something down in pencil, tore the page out and handed it to Kozlovsky, and then strode swiftly to the window, where he threw himself into a small chair and looked around him at the others, as though wondering why they were watching him. Then he looked up and thrust his neck out as though about to speak, only to start humming with a kind of forced nonchalance, a strange sound which he snapped off almost immediately. The door of the private room opened, and there was Kutuzov in the doorway. As though fleeing from some danger, the general with the bandaged head bent forward and sped towards him on spindly legs.
"You see before you the unfortunate Mac,"
he managed to say in French, his voice breaking. Kutuzov's face, as he stood there in the doorway, remained impassive for a few moments. Then a wrinkle rippled across it like a wave, and left his forehead smooth. He bowed his head respectfully, closed his eyes, ushered Mac in without a word, and closed the door behind him. So, the rumour that had been going round, that the Austrians had been defeated and the whole army had surrendered at Ulm, had turned out to be true. Within half an hour, aides had been dispatched in every direction, with orders to the effect that the Russian troops, which had so far been inactive, would soon have to confront the enemy. Prince Andrei was one of those few staff officers with a genuine interest in the overall progress of the war. On observing Mac and learning the details of his downfall, he saw immediately that the campaign was half lost. He could sense the enormous difficulty which now faced the Russian troops, and imagine what lay ahead of them. He could also foresee the part that he personally would have to play. He couldn't resist a thrill of real pleasure at the thought of the arrogant Austrians suffering such humiliation, and the prospect of, perhaps in less than a week, witnessing, even taking part in, an encounter between the Russians and the French, the first since Suvorov's day. But he was afraid of Bonaparte's genius. This man might turn out to be stronger than all the brave Russian troops put together, and yet at the same time he couldn't bear to think of his hero being disgraced. Excited and unnerved by these thoughts, Prince Andrei decided to go to his room and write to his father, which he did every day, but in the corridor he met his roommate, Nesvitsky, and Zherkov the clown. As usual, they had found something to laugh at. "What are you looking so miserable about?" asked Nesvitsky, noticing Prince Andrei's pale face with its gleaming eyes. "There's nothing to celebrate," answered Bolkonsky. Just as Prince Andrei encountered Nesvitsky and Zherkov, down the corridor towards them came the two Austrian generals who had arrived the previous night, Strauch, an attaché charged with provisioning the Russian army, and the Hofkriegsrat representative. There was plenty of room in the wide corridor for the generals to pass the three officers with something to spare. Nevertheless, Zherkov shoved Nesvitsky to one side and called out breathlessly, "Mind your backs, please, make way, stand aside." The generals walked on, looking as if they would have liked to avoid any embarrassing display of respect, but Zherkov the clown suddenly smirked with what seemed to be uncontrollable glee. "Your Excellency," he said in German, moving forward and addressing the Austrian general, "my compliments to you, sir." He began bowing and scraping awkwardly, like a child getting his legs mixed up at a dancing lesson. The Hofkriegsrat man looked at him sharply, but, detecting something serious behind the silly smirk, he couldn't refuse him a moment's attention. He frowned with concentration to show that he was listening. "My compliments indeed, sir, on General Mac's arrival. He seems to be well. Just a bit of trouble up here," he added, tapping his head with an even broader smile. The general's frown deepened. He turned away and hurried off. "Stupid boy," he said angrily a few steps further on. Nesvitsky roared with laughter and threw his arms around Prince Andrei. But Bolkonsky, turning even paler, pushed him away with a furious glare and turned to Zherkov. The nervous tension brought on by the sight of Mac, the news of his defeat, and the thought of what the Russian army was in for expressed itself in a furious reaction to Zherkov's tasteless joke. "Sir, if you insist on acting like a buffoon," he began cuttingly, with a slight trembling of the jaw, "it is not for me to stop you. But if you dare play the fool once more in my presence, I'll teach you how to behave." Nesvitsky and Zherkov were so taken aback by this outburst that they gazed in silence at Bolkonsky with wide-open eyes. "Ha! I only gave them my compliments," said Zherkov.
"I'm not joking, sir. Please be silent," Bolkonsky roared, and taking Nesvitsky by the arm, he walked away from Zherkov, leaving him lost for words.
"I say, come on, old fellow," said Nesvitsky, trying to soothe him.
"Come on," said Prince Andrei, pausing, still very excited. "Listen. Either we are officers serving Tsar and country, rejoicing in Allied successes and grieving together in defeat, or we're just hired servants who have no interest in our master's business. 40,000 men massacred and the Allied army destroyed, and you think that's funny," he said, choosing his phrases carefully in French to emphasize what he was saying. "It may be all right for a stupid young idiot like that friend of yours, but it's not all right for you, not for you. Schoolboys joke like that," Prince Andrei added, going into Russian but saying the word with a French accent. He had noticed that Zherkov was still within hearing and waited for some response from the cornet, but no. He turned away from them and walked out of the corridor. Chapter 4. The Pavlograd Hussars were stationed 2 miles from Braunau. The squadron in which Nikolai Rostov was serving as an ensign was billeted on a German village, Zalzinek. The squadron commander, Captain Denisov, known throughout the cavalry division as Vaska, had been given the best quarters, and Ensign Rostov was sharing with him, as he had done ever since he joined the regiment in Poland. On the 8th of October, the day when headquarters was shocked out of its complacency by the news of Mack's defeat, life in this squadron had been going smoothly in its old routine. Denisov had spent all night losing at cards, and was still out when Rostov came back early that morning from a foraging expedition. Rostov rode up to the steps in his cadet's uniform, reined in his horse, swung one leg over the saddle with the ease of a fit young man, stood up in the stirrup for a second as though reluctant to let go of the horse, and then leapt down and called for an orderly.
"Ah, Bondarenko, my dear fellow," he said to the hussar who came rushing up to his horse. "Give him a walk, there's a good fellow," he said, with the kind of cheery familiarity which good-hearted young people show to everyone when they are in a happy mood.
"Yes, sir," answered the Ukrainian boy, with a cheerful toss of his head.
"Mind you give him a decent walk."
Another hussar had rushed up by now, but Bondarenko had already thrown the reins of the snaffle-bit over the horse's head. The young cadet was obviously a good tipper, well worth working for. Rostov stroked the horse on its neck and flank, and then paused for a while on the steps.
"First rate. What a horse he's going to be," he said to himself with a smile.
Holding his sabre up, he ran up the steps with clattering spurs. The German on whom they were billeted, wearing his thick shirt and pointed cap, and holding a fork which he was using for mucking out, glanced out from the cowshed. His face lit up when he saw Rostov. With a cheerful smile and a quick wink he greeted him in German.
"Good morning. A very good morning to you."
He seemed to take pleasure in welcoming the young man.
"You're out working early?"
said Rostov, also in German, with the happy, friendly smile that never left his eager face.
"Hurrah for the Austrians! Hurrah for the Russians! Long live the Emperor Alexander!"
he said, using phrases that had often been said before by the German, who now came out of his cowshed laughing, pulled off his cap, and waved it above his head, shouting,
"And long live the whole world!"
Rostov did the same with his cap and cried out laughingly,
"Yes, long live the whole world!"
There was no reason for either of them to celebrate, the German mucking out or Rostov coming back from foraging for hay, but these two people beamed at each other in sheer delight and brotherly love, wagging their heads at one another to show mutual affection, and then they went off smiling, the German to his cowshed, and Rostov to the rough cottage he was sharing with Denisov.
Where's your master?" he asked Lavrushka, Denisov's valet and a well-known rogue. "He's been out all night, must have been losing," answered Lavrushka. "I know him by now. If he wins, he comes home early and tells us all about it. If he's not back by morning, that means he's lost. He'll be furious when he does come home. Shall I serve some coffee?" "Yes, please." 10 minutes later, Lavrushka brought in the coffee. "He's coming now," said he. "There'll be trouble." Through the window, Rostov could see Denisov returning home. A small figure of a man, red in the face, with sparkling black eyes, wayward black moustaches, and tousled hair. His long cloak was unfastened, his baggy breeches hung down in folds, and his hussar's cap had slid down the back of his head, all crumpled. A picture of gloom, with downcast eyes, he walked to the steps. "Lavrushka!" he yelled in a loud, angry voice that emphasized his speech impediment. "Come on, get it off, man!" "Yes, that's what I am doing," came Lavrushka's voice in reply. "Oh, you're up then," said Denisov, coming into the room. "Ages ago," said Rostov. "I've been out foraging, and I've seen Fraulein Matilda." "Have you? And I've been losing, bother, all night long, like a son of a bitch," cried Denisov. "Rotten luck! You've never seen anything like it. Since the moment you left, no luck at all. Hey, you, bring me some tea." Denisov's face wrinkled into something like a smile, which showed off his small, strong teeth, and he began working with the short fingers of both hands to ruffle the dense, tangled thicket of his tousled black hair. "Devil knows why I had to take on that rotten rat." One of the officers was nicknamed Rat, he said, rubbing his forehead and face with both hands. "Can you believe it? He never dealt me a decent card, not one, not one, not one." Denisov accepted the lighted pipe that was handed to him, squeezed it in his fist, tapped it on the floor with a shower of sparks, and carried on shouting. "Lets you win straight, and he wins the doubles. Me straight, him doubles." He scattered more sparks. The pipe broke, and he threw it away. Then he paused and turned his gleaming black eyes sharply on Rostov. "If only there were some women. But here you have a drink, and then there's nothing else to do. What we need is some fighting, and soon. Hey, who's that?" he called, turning towards the door, hearing someone stop with a clattering of thick boots and clanking spurs, followed by a polite cough. "Quartermaster," called out Lavrushka. Denisov wrinkled his face up more than ever. "Oh, damn," he said, flinging down a purse with a few gold coins in it. "Rostov, dear boy, would you count how much is left, and shove the purse under my pillow?" he said, and went out to see the quartermaster. Rostov took the money and began to sort it automatically into 2 heaps, old coins and new ones, which he then began to count. "Ah, Telyanin, good morning to you. Cleaned me white out last night," he could hear Denisov saying in the other room. "Where were you?" "At Bezukov's, at the Rats." "I knew it," said another person's reedy voice, and into the room walked Lieutenant Telyanin, a small fellow officer. Rostov stuffed the purse under the pillow and went to shake the damp little hand that was offered. For some reason, Telyanin had been transferred from the Guards just before the regiment had marched off. He had behaved well enough with them, but no one liked him, and Rostov in particular couldn't abide him, or even manage to hide his unreasonable dislike of this officer. "Well now, my young cavalryman, how are you getting on with my little rook?" Little Rook was his young horse, well broken in for riding, that Telyanin had sold to Rostov. The lieutenant never looked anyone in the eye when he was speaking. His own eyes were continually darting from one object to another. "I saw you out on him today." "Oh, not bad at all. He's a good ride," answered Rostov, though the horse for which he had paid 700 roubles wasn't really worth half that amount. "He's limping a bit on the left foreleg," he added. "Got a cracked hoof. It's nothing. I'll teach you. I'll show you how to put a rivet in." "I would be glad if you would," said Rostov. I'll show you. Nothing secret about it. but you'll be glad you bought that horse." "Good, I'll have him brought round," said Rostov, anxious to get rid of Telyanin, and he went out to arrange for them to get the horse. Outside, Denisov was squatting on the threshold with a new pipe, facing the quartermaster, who was reporting to him. Seeing Rostov, Denisov screwed up his face, pointed a thumb over his shoulder towards the room where Telyanin was still sitting, frowned, and shuddered with revulsion. "Ah, I can't stand that fellow," he said, ignoring the quartermaster. Rostov shrugged as if to say, "Neither can I, but what can you do?" He gave his instructions and went back in to Telyanin, who was sitting, as before, in the same languid pose, rubbing his little white hands together. "Some people are just too awful for words," thought Rostov as he entered. "Well, have you ordered them to fetch the horse?" said Telyanin, getting up and looking around casually. "Yes." "Well, you come too. I just dropped in to ask Denisov about yesterday's order. Have you got it, Denisov?" "No, not yet. Where are you off to?" "I'm going to show this young man how to shoe a horse," said Telyanin. They went out, down the steps and into the stable. The lieutenant showed Rostov how to fix a rivet, and then went off to his own quarters. When Rostov got back, there on the table stood a bottle of vodka and some sausage. Denisov was sitting there, and his pen was scratching across a sheet of paper. He looked glumly into Rostov's face. "I am writing to her," he said. He leant his elbows on the table, pen in hand, and was obviously so delighted at the prospect of speaking much faster than he could write that he gave Rostov the benefit of his whole letter. "You see, my dear fellow," he said, "we are asleep until we fall in love. We are the children of dust and ashes, but once you have loved, you are a god, as pure as on the first day of creation. Who's that? Send him away! Damn it, I've no time!" he bawled at Lavrushka, who, nothing daunted, went up to him. "Who do you expect? You invited him. It's the quartermaster come for his money." Denisov scowled, and seemed as if he would say something, but didn't. "Rotten business altogether," he said to himself. "How much was there left in that purse?" he asked Rostov. 7 new, 3 old." "Well, don't just stand there like a big wag doll. Bring in the quartermaster," Denisov shouted to Lavrushka. "Denisov, please, here's some money. I've got plenty," said Rostov, reddening. "I don't like borrowing from friends. I really don't," growled Denisov. "But if you won't accept money from me, a comrade, I'll be offended. I've really got plenty," repeated Rostov. "Oh, no!" And Denisov went over to the bed to get the purse out from under the pillow. "Where did you put it, Rostov?" "Under the bottom pillow." "Well, it's not there." Denisov threw both the pillows down onto the floor. No purse. "Well, I'm blessed." "Hang on, you must have dropped it," said Rostov, picking the pillows up one at a time and shaking them. He pulled the quilt off and shook it out. Still no purse. "Have I forgotten something?" "No, I remember thinking you'd be sleeping on a secret treasure," said Rostov. "I did put the purse there. Where's it gone?" He turned to Lavrushka. "I was never in the room. It must be where you put it." "Well, it isn't." "That's you all over, throwing things about and forgetting where they are. Look in your pockets." "No, if I hadn't thought of it like a secret treasure," said Rostov, "but I do remember where I put it." Lavrushka rummaged through the whole bed, looked underneath it and under the table, rummaged through the entire room, and then stood still in the middle of it. Denisov followed Lavrushka's movements in silence, and when Lavrushka spread his hands in amazement to show that it was nowhere to be found, he looked round at Rostov. "Rostov, is this one of your ridiculous schoolboy jokes?" Rostov could sense Denisov glaring at him. He glanced up, and then rapidly down again.
All the blood in his body seemed to have been blocked somewhere just below the throat, and it rushed to his face and eyes. He could hardly get his breath. "And no one's been in the room? No but the lieutenant and yourselves. It's got to be here somewhere," said Lavrushka. "Right then, damn you! Move yourself! Find it!" Denisov yelled suddenly, turning purple and rushing at the valet with a menacing gesture. "Find that purse or I'll have you flogged, the lot of you!" Studiously avoiding Denisov's eyes, Rostov began buttoning up his jacket, fastening on his sword and putting on his cap. "I'm telling you that pocketbook has got to be here!" roared Denisov, shaking the orderly by the shoulders and banging him against the wall.
"Denisov, leave him alone. I know who's taken it," said Rostov, heading for the door without looking up. Denisov paused, thought for a moment, and seemed to get Rostov's drift. He seized him by the arm.
"Oh, rubbish, Rostov!"
he roared, the veins standing out like cords on his neck and forehead.
"I'm telling you you're crazy! No, I won't let you. That pocketbook is here somewhere. I'll flay this rogue alive, then it'll turn up."
"I know who's taken it,"
repeated Rostov in a tremulous voice, and went to the door.
"And I'm telling you, don't you dare!" cried Denisov, hurtling after the ensign to hold him back.
But Rostov freed his arm, looked up straight into his eyes, and glared at Denisov with the kind of fury you reserve for your worst enemy.
"Do you know what you're saying?"
he said in a quavering voice.
"I'm the only person who's been in that room, so if it's not there, you think—"
Lost for words, he fled from the room.
"Oh, damn you and all the rest of you!"
were the last words Rostov heard. Rostov went over to Telyanin's quarters. "The master's not in. He's gone over to HQ, Telyanin's orderly told him. Has something happened? The orderly added, taken aback by the ensign's worried face.
No, nothing's happened.
You've only just missed him, said the orderly. The headquarters were nearly 2 miles from Zaltzenek. Rostov took his horse and rode there without calling in at his own quarters. In the village which the staff had taken over, there was an inn much frequented by the officers. Rostov went there. Telyanin's horse was at the door. In the second room, the lieutenant was sitting at a table with a dish of sausage and a bottle of wine before him. "Oh, so you've come here too, young man?" he said, smiling and raising his eyebrows.
"Yes, I have."
Rostov seemed to force the words out with a great effort. He sat down at the next table. Neither man spoke. There were 2 Germans and a Russian officer in the room. Silence reigned, the only sounds being the scraping of knives on plates and the lieutenant munching away. When Telyanin had finished his meal, he took out a double-sided purse, parted the rings with the curved tips of his tiny white fingers, took out a gold coin, raised his eyebrows, and handed the money to the waiter. "I'd be glad if you would hurry," he said. It was a new gold coin. Rostov got up and went over to Telyanin.
"Please let me look at that purse,"
he said, his voice barely audible. With shifty eyes and eyebrows still raised, Telyanin handed over the purse. "Nice little purse, isn't it? Yes, yes," he said, suddenly turning white. "Do have a look at it, young man," he added. Rostov took hold of the purse and examined it, also checking the money inside, and he stared at Telyanin. The lieutenant let his eyes wander around everywhere, as he always did, and suddenly he seemed remarkably cheerful. "If we get to Vienna, I suppose I shall leave it all there. But just now there's nothing to buy in these ghastly little places," he said. "So let me have it back, young man, and I'll be on my way." Rostov said nothing. "What are you going to do then? Are you lunching too? They do a decent meal," Telyanin went on. Please could I have it back? He put out his hand and took hold of the purse. Rostov let go of it. Telyanin took the purse and casually began to slide it back into his breeches pocket. With his eyebrows still raised and his mouth half open as if to say, Yes, yes, I'm putting my purse in my pocket, that's all there is to it, and it's nobody's business but mine. Well, young man, he said with a sigh, staring out from under those raised eyebrows for once straight into Rostov's eyes. A strange glint surged like a charge of electricity from Telyanin's eyes to Rostov's and back again, to and fro in a split second. Come over here, said Rostov, grabbing Telyanin by the arm and almost dragging him to the window. That money is Denisov's. You took it, he whispered in his ear. You what? What? How dare you? What do you mean? Said Telyanin, but the words sounded pathetic, almost desperate, a plea for forgiveness. The moment Rostov heard that tone of voice, a great boulder of doubt seemed to fall from him and roll away. He felt a thrill of delight, mixed immediately with some pity for the miserable creature standing before him. But this was something that had to be taken all the way. God knows what these people might think, Telyanin was muttering. He snatched up his cap and went over to a small empty room. We need to talk. Yes, I know we do. I can prove it, said Rostov. Telyanin's terrified face, drained of all colour, now twitched in every muscle, and his eyes darted about everywhere, but only downwards, never coming to the level of Rostov's face. His sobs were pitiful to hear. Count, please don't ruin me. I'm only young. Here's the wretched money. Take it. He threw it down on the table. My father's an old man. Rostov took the money, avoiding Telyanin's eyes, and left the room without a word. But he stopped in the doorway and looked back. My God, he said, with tears in his eyes. How could you have done that? Count, said Telyanin, coming nearer. Don't you touch me, said Rostov, backing away. If you're so badly off, keep the money. He flung the purse at him and ran out of the inn. Chapter 5. That same evening, in Denisov's quarters, a heated discussion was taking place among some of the squadron officers. But I'm telling you, Rostov, that you're going to have to apologize to the colonel. The words came from a staff captain, a tall man with greying hair, a vast spread of whiskers, bold features, and a deeply furrowed face. Rostov was bright red with excitement. Kirsten, the staff captain in question, had been reduced to the ranks twice for affairs of honour, both times regaining his commission. I won't let anybody call me a liar, cried Rostov. He said I was lying, and I said he was, and that's it. He can put me on extra duty every day of the week. He can put me under arrest, but no one's going to make me apologise, because if he thinks that being our colonel means it's beneath his dignity to give me satisfaction, then— Hang on, old fellow, you just listen to me, put in the staff captain in his deep bass voice, calmly smoothing his long whiskers. You tell the CO with officers present that another officer has been stealing— Well, it's not my fault. There were other officers around when I spoke. Maybe I shouldn't have spoken while they were there, but I'm no diplomat. That's why I joined the Hussars. I didn't think there would be any hair-splitting here, so when he calls me a liar, let him give me satisfaction. That's all very well, but nobody thinks you're a coward. That's not the point. Denisov will tell you whether it's even remotely possible for a cadet to challenge his CO. Denisov was biting his moustache and looking rather grim as he listened to the conversation, evidently not wanting to be drawn into it. He shook his head in response to the captain's question. So, there you are in the presence of other officers sounding off to the CO about this nasty business, the staff captain persisted. Bogdanich, the colonel, brings you into line.
That's not what he did. He said I wasn't telling the truth.
Yes, and you said some stupid things, for which you must now apologize.
Not on your life, shouted Rostov.
This is something I never expected from you, said the staff captain, with a grave and stern look about him. You won't apologize, but, my good sir, it's not only him. It's the whole regiment, all of us, that you've offended. You're completely in the wrong. Listen, if only you'd stopped and thought for a minute, taken a bit of advice about what to do, but no. You had to go and blurt it all out before all the officers. So what's the colonel supposed to do next? Charge the officer and disgrace the whole regiment? Shame the whole regiment because of one cad? Go on, should he do that? I'll tell you what we think. No. Bogdanich was a good fellow. He just told you that what you were saying couldn't be true. It's not very nice, but what else could he do? Listen, old man, you've brought this on yourself. And now, when people are trying to hush things up a bit, you get on your high horse and refuse to apologize. You want the whole story to come out. You see red because you've been given some extra duty. Well, why can't you just go and apologize to an old and honourable officer? Say what you will about Bogdanich, but he's an honourable and gallant old colonel. But oh no, you feel you've been slighted, and you don't mind disgracing the whole regiment. The staff captain's voice became shaky. You, sir, are a new boy in this regiment. You're here today, and tomorrow you'll be a nice little adjutant somewhere else. You couldn't care less if people start saying there is thieving among the Pavlograd officers. But we care. Don't we, Denisov? Don't we care?
Denisov neither moved nor spoke. Now and then his gleaming black eyes settled on Rostov.
Your pride means a lot to you, so you won't apologize, continued the staff captain. But we old-timers, we've grown up in this regiment, and please God we'll die in it. And the honour of our regiment means a lot to us, and Bogdanich knows that. I'll say it does. But this is wrong. It's just wrong. I don't want to offend you, but I always speak plain, and this is wrong.
At this, the staff captain got up and turned his back on Rostov.
Too damn true, shouted Denisov, jumping to his feet. Come on, Rostov, what about it?
Rostov, turning red and then white, looked from one to the other. No, gentlemen, no, please don't think I see what you mean. You've got me wrong. For me, for the honour of the regiment, well, listen, I'll show you what. I can honour our colours. Well, anyway, what you say is true. I am in the wrong. His eyes had filled with tears. I'm completely in the wrong. Well, what more do you want?
Now you're talking, Count, cried the staff captain, turning round and clapping him on the shoulder with a huge hand.
I tell you, shouted Denisov, he's a real man.
That's better, Count, repeated the captain, using his title in appreciation of his confession. Go and apologize, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, that's what you must do.
Gentlemen, I'll do anything. You won't hear a peep out of me. Rostov went on in a voice of supplication. But I can't apologize, for God's sake, I just can't, whatever you say. How can I go and apologize like a little boy asking to go unpunished?
Denisov laughed. It'll be worse if you don't. Bogdanich has a long memory. He'll make you pay for being awkward, said Kirsten.
Good God, I'm not being awkward. I can't describe how it feels. No, I can't do it.
Well, it's your decision, said the staff captain. By the way, where has that swine hidden himself? He asked Denisov.
He's reported sick. There's an order for him to be struck off tomorrow, said Denisov.
Well, he must be ill. There's no other explanation, said the staff captain.
Ill or not, he'd better keep out of my way. I'll kill him, came the bloodthirsty cry from Denisov.
In came Zherkov. What are you doing here? Cried the officers, turning to the newcomer. We're going into battle, gentlemen. Mack has surrendered with his whole army.
Nonsense! I've seen him with my own eyes.
You've what, seen Mack alive with all his limbs intact?
Into battle, into battle. Give that man some vodka for bringing news like that. But why have you come?
I've been sent back to my regiment because of that devil Mack. The Austrian general filed a complaint against me. All I did was compliment him on Mack's arrival. Hey, what's wrong with you, Rostov? You look as if you've just come out of the bathhouse.
Oh, we've had a spot of bother for a couple of days, old man.
Then the regimental adjutant came in and confirmed Zherkov's news. They were under marching orders for the next day.
Into battle, gentlemen!
Well, thank God for that. We've been stuck here long enough.
Chapter 6. Kutuzov pulled back towards Vienna, destroying bridges behind him over the river Inn in Braunau and the river Traun in Linz. On the 23rd of October, the Russian troops crossed the river Enns. By midday, Russian baggage wagons, artillery, and columns of troops were strung out in long lines throughout the town of Enns on both sides of the bridge. It was a warm but showery autumn day. The broad panorama that unfolded below the Russian batteries guarding the bridge was sometimes closed off by a gossamer curtain of slanting rain, but then would spread itself out again in bright sunlight, so that far-off objects could be seen clearly in the distance, glinting as if newly varnished. The little town stood out sharply down below, with its white houses and their red roofs, its cathedral and its bridge, on which streaming masses of Russian troops crowded together at both ends. At a bend of the Danube, they could see ships, an island, and a castle in parkland, surrounded by the waters of the Enns flowing into the Danube, and the Danube's own rocky, pine-covered left bank, with its mysterious green peaks and bluish gorges receding into the distance. The towers of a convent rose up out of the wild virgin pine forest, and straight ahead across the Enns, on a hill in the far distance, enemy troops could be seen riding on patrol. Among the field guns at the top of the hill stood 2 men in a forward position, the general in command of the rear guard and one of his staff officers. They were scanning the countryside through field glasses. Just behind them, sitting on the trail of a gun carriage, was Nesvitsky, who had been sent to the rear guard by the commander-in-chief. His Cossack orderly had handed him knapsack and flask, and Nesvitsky was now dishing out little pasties and real doppelkümmel to the other officers. They circled around him, squatting down contentedly, some on their knees, some cross-legged, Turkish fashion.
That Austrian prince who built a castle here knew what he was doing. It's a magnificent spot. Why aren't you eating, gentlemen? Said Nesvitsky.
I'm most grateful, Prince, answered one officer, delighted to be talking to a staff officer of such importance.
Yes, it is a magnificent spot. We marched in past the park and we saw a couple of deer. And the house is simply wonderful.
Look over there, Prince, said someone else, hungry for another pasty, but too embarrassed to take one, and thus making a show of studying the countryside.
Look where our infantry boys have got to. There they are, just past that village, 3 of them, carrying something across a field. They'll soon smash their way into that palace, he said with some relish.
I'm sure they will, said Nesvitsky.
But that's not it. You know what?" he added, his handsome mouth moist from munching a pasty. "I'd like to see them get in there." He was pointing to the convent towers on the far hillside. He smiled, with a special glint in his narrowed eyes. "Be all right, wouldn't it, gentlemen?" The officers laughed. "Shake those nuns up a bit. Italian girls, they do say. Nice young ones, worth 5 years of anybody's life." "And they must be bored stiff," laughed one of the cheekier officers. Meanwhile, the officer up front was pointing out something to the general, and he peered through his field-glass. "Yes, it is," said the general angrily, lowering the telescope with a shrug. "You're right. They're going to get fired on, crossing that river. Why are they taking so long?" On the far side, the enemy and their batteries, with milky white smoke rising from them, were visible to the naked eye. After the smoke came the sound of a distant shot, and our troops could be seen perceptibly speeding up the crossing. Nesvitsky got up slightly out of breath and went over to the general, smiling. "Sir, would you like a bite of something?" he asked. "It's a bad business," said the general without answering. "Our men have taken too long." "Shall I ride down there, Your Excellency?" said Nesvitsky. "Yes, please do," said the general, going on to repeat an order that had already been given in detail, "and tell the hussars they must cross last and then set fire to the bridge. I've already told them, and they must double-check the kindling materials on the bridge." "Very good," answered Nesvitsky. He beckoned to the Cossack who was holding his horse, told him to clear away the knapsack and flask, and then swung his great bulk easily into the saddle. "Well, I think I'll just drop in on those nuns," he said to the amused officers watching him, and rode off down the winding hill path. "Come on then, Captain, let's see how far we can fire," said the general, turning to the artillery officer. "A bit of fun to relieve the boredom. Man the guns!" At this command, the gunners instantly left the shelter of their campfires and came running up, keen to start loading. "Number 1!" came the order. Number 1 cannon recoiled smartly with a deafening metallic boom. The ball whistled out over the heads of our men down below and flew across, but fell a long way short of the enemy. A puff of rising smoke showed where it had landed and exploded. The faces of the soldiers and officers lit up at the sound. They all got to their feet and went to watch the movements of our troops down below, looking for all the world like tiny creatures in the palm of your hand, and the movements of the advancing enemy up ahead. At that moment, the sun came fully out from behind the clouds, and the wonderful bang of that single shot, melting into blazing sunlight, gave them all a feeling of fun and high spirits. Chapter 7. Down on the bridge, 2 enemy cannonballs had whistled over them, and the bridge itself was crammed with people. Halfway across stood Prince Nesvitsky, who had dismounted and was now leaning with his portly figure squashed heavily into the railings. He kept glancing back in amusement at his Cossack, who was standing a few paces behind him, holding both horses by their bridles. Every time Nesvitsky tried to walk on, the crush of soldiers and wagons forced him to stop and squeezed him back against the railings. He simply had to smile. "Hey, you, my boy," said the Cossack to a driver who was forcing his wagon through the mass of walking soldiers flattened against his wheels and horses. "What do you think you're doing?" "You'll have to wait. Look, the general wants to get through." But the convoy driver, unimpressed by the mention of a general, just yelled at the soldiers who were blocking his way. "Come on, boys, get over to the left. Hang on a minute." But the boys themselves, shoulder to shoulder, bayonets clinking together, were surging across the bridge in one great mass. Looking down over the railing, Prince Nesvitsky could see the splashing low waves of the fast-moving ends as they rippled and swirled, chasing each other and crashing against the bridge supports. Then looking back along the bridge, he saw the same kind of formless, living tidal wave of soldiers, with their covered shakos, knapsacks, bayonets, long muskets, and beneath the shakos, the broad faces and sunken cheeks of men,
reduced to an apathetic weariness, their legs tramping across the boards of the bridge through a thick layer of sticky mud. Sometimes, amid the featureless waves of soldiers, like a fleck of white foam on the waves of the ends, an officer in his cloak would wriggle through, his face looking quite different from those of the soldiers around him. Sometimes, like a splinter of wood borne on the current, an individual would be swirled across the bridge amid the waves of infantrymen, a hussar walking without his horse, an orderly or a civilian. Sometimes a baggage wagon belonging to a company commander or some other officer would struggle across like a floating log, hemmed in on all sides, piled up high and draped with leather covers.
"It's like a dam burst," said the Cossack, stopping helplessly. "Are there many more after you?"
"Oh, must be 1,000,000, said a soldier in a torn coat, winking cheerfully as he disappeared from sight. Just behind him strode an old soldier.
"If he, the enemy, has a go at the bridge now," said the old soldier gloomily, turning to a comrade, "you'll forget about scratching yourself."
And he too passed out of sight. Then came another soldier, riding on a wagon.
"Where the hell did you put the leg rags?"
said an orderly, scrambling after the wagon and rummaging in the back. He and the wagon passed by. Next came some high-spirited soldiers who had obviously been at the bottle.
"Yes, up with the butt he went, and give him a smack in the teeth,"
said one soldier in a tucked-up greatcoat, gleefully punching upwards with his arm.
"Nice bit of ham,"
laughed another one, and on they went. Nesvitsky never did find out who got smashed in the teeth and where the ham came into it.
"Look at them running. He lets one go and you'd think they were all getting killed," said an infuriated NCO full of scorn. "It went right over my head, Sarge. That cannonball did," said a young soldier with a huge mouth, hardly able to stop himself laughing. "Nearly fainted, didn't I? Put the fear of God in me, that did," said the soldier, making a kind of boast out of being scared. He too went on his way. Along came a wagon different from all the previous ones, a German cart pulled by 2 horses, with what seemed like a houseful of stuff on top. The horses were led by a German, and a splendid brindle cow with an enormous udder was tied at the back. Sitting on feather mattresses were a young woman with a tiny baby, an older woman, and a young, rather pretty German girl with bright red cheeks. They must have been country people on the move, with a special permit to travel. All the soldiers' eyes turned to the women, and as the wagon trundled by at walking pace, the 2 younger women were the only subject of conversation. Every face smiled virtually the same smile. Every man thought his salacious thoughts about one of them. "Hey, pumpernickel's on the road."
"Sell us your missus," said another soldier to the German, who was striding on, alarmed and angry, but not looking up.
"Tightened herself up a bit, hasn't she? Trollops." "Wouldn't mind being billeted on them, Fedotov."
"Seen worse, mate."
"Where are you heading for?" asked the infantry officer, eating an apple and half smiling as he stared at the pretty girl. The German father shut his eyes as if to say he didn't understand.
"Here you are,"
said the officer, offering the apple to the girl. She smiled and took it. Nesvitsky was no different from the rest. He couldn't take his eyes off the women till they had passed by. When they had gone, they were followed by the same soldiers, saying the same things, and then suddenly everything stopped. It was the usual thing. The horses in a company wagon had got themselves into a tangle at the end of the bridge, and the whole crowd had to stand and wait.
"Why are we waiting? Who's in charge?" said the soldiers. "Who do you think you're shoving? Go to hell! Just hang on a minute. Damn sight worse if he sets fire to the bridge. Look, there's an officer got stuck too."
The voices came from the standing crowd, as men looked round at one another, and everybody pressed forward to get off the bridge. As he was looking down at the waters of the Enns flowing under the bridge, Nesvitsky suddenly heard a sound he had never heard before, something hurtling towards him, something big, and then a great splash in the water. "They've got our range," said a grim-faced soldier nearby as he looked towards the sound.
"He's just telling us to get a move on," said another uneasily.
The crowd moved on. Nesvitsky realized it was a cannonball.
"Hey, Cossack, give me my horse," he said. "You there! Stand aside! Stand aside! Get out of the way!"
With a great effort, he managed to struggle to his horse, shouting non-stop. He began to move forward. The soldiers pulled back to let him through, but soon squashed in on him again, crushing his leg, and those nearest him were not to blame, because they were being shoved even harder from behind.
"Nesvitsky! Nesvitsky, you old rogue!" called a hoarse voice from behind him.
Nesvitsky looked round, and there, 15 paces away, separated by the seething mass of moving infantry, he saw the red and black shaggy figure of Vaska Denisov, with his cap on the back of his head and his cloak flung jauntily over one shoulder.
"Tell 'em to make way, the damned devils!"
roared Denisov, who seemed to be wildly excited. His gleaming coal-black eyes were rolling, their whites all bloodshot, and he was brandishing his sheathed sword, clasped in a small, bare hand as red as his face.
"Hey, Vaska!" Nesvitsky called back with delight. "What are you doing here?" "The squadron can't get through," roared Vaska Denisov, with a snarl that bared his white teeth, putting the spurs to his fine black thoroughbred Bedouin. The horse's ears kept twitching as it brushed up against the bayonets. It was snorting and spattering foam from the bit, its hooves clanging on the boards of the bridge, and it seemed all set to leap over the railings, if only its rider would let it. "What's all this? A white lot of sheep! Out of the road! Let me through! Stay where you are, you and your damned wagon! I'll cut you to pieces!" he roared, actually drawing his sword and beginning to brandish it. The soldiers, looking quite terrified, squeezed closer together, and Denisov joined Nesvitsky. "How come you aren't drunk today?" said Nesvitsky as he rode up. "No time to get drunk," answered Vaska Denisov. "They've been dragging the regiment here, there, and everywhere all day. Fighting's all right, but God knows what this is all about." "You're looking very smart today," said Nesvitsky, looking at the new cloak and saddlecloth.
Denisov smiled, reached into his sabotage, and pulled out a handkerchief reeking of scent, which he shoved under Nesvitsky's nose.
"Mustn't get things wrong. I'm going into battle. Shaved, cleaned my teeth, and put on a bit of scent."
Nesvitsky's imposing figure, the presence alongside him of his Cossack, and Denisov's determination based on much sword-waving and lusty shouting, all of this produced so great an effect that they did manage to get through to the other end of the bridge and halt the infantry. There Nesvitsky found the colonel to whom he was to deliver the command. Mission completed, he set off to ride back. Having cleared the route, Denisov stopped at the bridge. Casually reining in his mount, which was neighing to the other horses and stamping its hoof, he watched as his squadron came towards him. The hollow clang of hooves on the boards of the bridge sounded like lots of horses galloping, and the squadron rode 4 abreast, officers leading across the bridge and on to the far bank. The halted infantrymen, crowded together in the trampled mud near the bridge, looked on as the clean, smart hussars rode past them so stylishly, with that special feeling of unfriendly rivalry and derision which different branches of the service usually show to each other when they meet.
"Pretty boys, aren't they? Do well in the circus." "Useless lot, showmen and show horses," said another voice. "Infantryman, no dust, please," joked a hussar, as his horse pranced up and splattered an infantry soldier with mud. "I'd like to see you marching 2 days with a pack on your back, bit of muck on your tassels," said the infantryman, wiping the mud off his face with his sleeve. "More like a bird than a man up there." "Zekin, we should get you on a horse.
"What a rider!" joked a corporal to a skinny soldier, stooping under the weight of his pack. "Put a stick between your legs. That's your kind of horse," the hussar called back. Chapter 8. The rest of the infantrymen funneled on to the bridge and hurried across. Eventually, all the baggage wagons were over. There was less of a crush, and the last battalion strode on to the bridge. Only the hussars of Denisov's squadron were left on the far side of the river facing the enemy. The enemy, visible at a distance from the opposite hillside, could not yet be seen from the bridge below, because the river valley created a horizon not more than half a mile away at the top of the rising ground. Ahead lay an open space where the only movement came from the odd little group of our patrolling Cossacks. Suddenly, along the road on the opposite slope, some troops and artillery appeared. The men were wearing blue greatcoats. It was the French. A Cossack patrol trotted back downhill. The officers and men of Denisov's squadron chatted on, trying to ignore all this and look elsewhere. But every last one of them had his mind on what was up there on the hillside and nothing else. They kept glancing at dark patches appearing on the skyline, which they knew to be enemy forces. The weather had cleared during the afternoon, and the sun shone brightly as it began to go down over the Danube and the dark surrounding hills. It was quiet, except that now and then the far hillside rang with sounds, a bugle call or the enemy shouting. No one but a few patrolling men stood now between the squadron and the enemy. A mere half-mile of empty space separated the two sides. The enemy held their fire, increasing the sense of that dark, menacing, mysterious, and intangible dividing line that exists between two warring armies. One step across that dividing line, so like the one between the living and the dead, and you enter an unknown world of suffering and death. What will you find there? Who will be there? There, just beyond that field, that tree, that sunlit roof. No one knows, and yet you want to know. You dread crossing that line, and yet you still want to cross it. You know sooner or later you will have to go across and find out what is there beyond it, just as you must inevitably find out what lies beyond death. Yet here you are, fit and strong, carefree and excited, with men all around you just the same, strong, excited, and full of life. This is what all men think when they get a sight of the enemy, or they feel it if they do not think it, and it is this feeling that gives a special luster and a delicious edge to the awareness of everything that is now happening. High on the enemy slope, a puff of smoke indicated a shot, and a cannonball whistled over the heads of the hussar squadron. The officers, who had been standing together, scattered to their various posts. The hussars began to ease their horses back into line. The whole squadron was silent. All the men were watching the enemy ahead and waiting for an order from the squadron commander. Another cannonball flew over, then a third. They were definitely firing at the hussars, but the cannonballs soared with their steady whine right over their heads and landed somewhere behind them. The hussars didn't look back, but at the sound of each flying ball, as if responding to an order, the entire squadron, a sea of faces so alike yet so different, rose in the stirrups, each man holding his breath as the ball whizzed by, then sank down again. The soldiers didn't turn their heads, but they angled glances at each other, curious to note the effect on their comrades. Every face, from Denisov's down to the buglers, showed about the lips and chin the same suggestion of a struggle between anxiety and excitement. The sergeant surveyed the men with a scowl, as though threatening punishment. Officer Cadet Mironov ducked every time a cannonball flew over. Out on the left flank, Rostov, on his little rook, a handsome mount, despite the weakness in his legs, looked rather like a cheerful schoolboy appearing at a public examination which he knows he is going to pass with flying colours. He looked at them all coolly and closely, as though inviting them to notice how calm he was under fire,
But despite his best efforts, even his face showed about the mouth that same suggestion of living through something new and dangerous.
"Who's that bobbing up and down? Officer Cadet Mironov? That's not white, watch me!"
roared Denisov, unable to settle in one place and galloping up and down in front of the squadron. Vaska Denisov, with his snub-nosed face, black hair, his small, stocky figure, and the sinewy hand with its hairy little fingers clasping the hilt of his naked sword, looked exactly like his normal self, as he did in the evening with a couple of bottles inside him, only a bit redder still in the face. Tossing back his mane of hair like a bird drinking, he ruthlessly drove the spurs on his little feet into his good horse Bedouin, reared right back in the saddle, and galloped across to the far flank of the squadron, where he roared at the men in a hoarse voice, telling them to look to their pistols. Then he rode over to Kirsten. The staff captain on his rather plump, staid old mare jogged towards him at a gentle walking pace. The staff captain's face with its long whiskers was as stern as ever, but his eyes gleamed brighter than usual.
"Well,"
he said to Denisov,
"there won't be any fighting. You watch. We shall pull back."
"It's ridiculous. What the hell are we doing?"
growled Denisov.
"Ah, Rostov!"
he called to the ensign, noticing his beaming face.
"This is it!"
And he smiled approval, visibly pleased at the sight of the ensign. Rostov had now achieved perfect happiness. Just then, the commanding officer appeared on the bridge. Denisov galloped over to him.
"Sir, let's ride into the attack. I'll run 'em back."
"What do you mean, attack?" said the colonel languidly, scowling as if annoyed by a passing fly. "Why are you hanging about here? You can see the flanks are retreating. Lead the squadron back." The squadron crossed the bridge and passed unscathed out of the enemy's range. No. 2 Squadron followed on behind, and the Cossacks brought up the rear, leaving the far bank deserted. Once over the bridge, the 2 squadrons of the Pavlograd Regiment retired uphill one after the other. Their colonel, Karl Schubert, known to all by his patronymic Bogdanich, had come over to join Denisov's squadron, and was now riding at walking pace not far from Rostov, ignoring him even though this was the first time they had met since the Telyanin affair. Rostov, conscious of being at the front in the hands of a man that he had wronged, couldn't take his eyes off the colonel's athletic back, fair hair and red neck. One moment, Rostov imagined that Bogdanich was only pretending to ignore him, and that his main purpose was now to test the ensign's courage, so he kept drawing himself up and looking around cheerfully. The next, he fancied that Bogdanich was riding close to him because he wanted to show off his own valour. Then the thought struck him that his adversary was about to launch the squadron into a hopeless attack simply in order to punish him, Rostov. This led to another idea. When the attack was over, the colonel would come to him as he lay there wounded and magnanimously extend the hand of reconciliation. Then the colonel was approached by a familiar figure in the Pavlograd Hussars, that of the stiff-shouldered Zherkov, who had recently left the regiment. After his dismissal from the staff of the commander-in-chief, he had not remained with them because, as he put it, he was not fool enough to slog on at the front when he could get more pay for doing nothing on the staff, and he had wangled an appointment as orderly to Prince Bagration. Now he rode over to his old colonel with an order from the rearguard commander. "Colonel," he said with his usual moroseness, addressing Rostov's adversary, and looking round at his former comrades, "the order is to halt, go back, and burn the bridge down." "Order? Who to?" asked the colonel grimly. "Well, Colonel, I don't know who to," answered the cornet gravely. "All I know is the prince gave me a command. Ride down, he said, and tell the colonel the hussars are to double back and burn the bridge down." Zherkov was followed by an officer of the commander's entourage, who rode up with exactly the same order, and after him came the stout figure of Nesvitsky on a Cossack horse, which could hardly manage a gallop with him on board. "Colonel!"
he shouted, still galloping. "I told you to burn the bridge, and someone's messed things up. It's a madhouse over there. Everything's all over the place." The colonel stopped the regiment, unhurried, and turned to Nesvitsky. "You have tell me about the kindling," he said, "but not about the burning. You never said a word." "My good man," said Nesvitsky as he came to a halt, removed his cap, and passed a podgy hand over his sweaty hair. "Was it really necessary to say burn the bridge when you were packing it with kindling materials?" "Don't you, good man, me, Mr. Staff Officer," said Schubert, his marked German accent worsening. "You did not tell me to set fire to the bridge. I know my service, and is my habit to carry out strictly mine orders. You said the bridge will be burned, but who is going to burn it? I, by Holy Spirit, couldn't tell." "Well, that's always the way," said Nesvitsky with a wave of his arm. "What are you doing here?" he added, turning to Zherkov. "Same as you. Look, you're all wet through. Let me help." "But, Mr. Staff Officer, what you say was—" the colonel was insisting in an aggrieved tone. "Colonel," interrupted the first officer, "we must hurry, or the enemy will have moved up their guns and started using grape shot." The colonel looked dumbly from him to the stout staff officer, then to Zherkov, and he scowled. "I will the bridge fire," he said with great solemnity, and the air of a man determined to do his duty, however difficult they made things for him. Spurring his horse with his long muscular legs, as though it were the guilty party, the colonel rode forward and ordered No. 2 Squadron, in which Rostov was serving under Denisov's command, to return to the bridge. "I was right," thought Rostov. "He does want to test me." His heart missed a beat, and the blood rushed to his face. "I'll show him whether I'm a coward or not," he thought. That same grave look which had overtaken them under fire returned to every cheerful face in the squadron. Rostov stared closely at his adversary, the colonel, searching his face for confirmation of his suspicions. But the colonel never once glanced at Rostov. As always, he was looking ahead sternly and solemnly. The word of command was given. "Come on, let's get on with it," said several voices around him. Sabres snagging in the reins and spurs jingling, the hussars dismounted at speed, without knowing what they were going to do. The soldiers crossed themselves. Rostov had stopped looking at the colonel. There was no time. His one great dread, which he felt with a sinking heart, was of falling behind the hussars. His hand shook as he gave his horse to an orderly, and he could feel his heart pumping blood. Denisov rode past, rearing back and calling out. Rostov could see nothing but hussars all around him, running everywhere with jingling spurs and clanking sabres. "Stretcher here!" called a voice behind him. It never occurred to Rostov what stretcher meant. He just ran on, trying to keep to the front. But right by the bridge, running along without looking down, he slipped on the well-trodden mud, staggered and fell on his hands. The others ran round him. "For both sides, Captain!" He heard the shout from the colonel, who must have galloped on ahead, and had now reined in his horse by the bridge, watching with triumph and delight written on his face. Rostov wiped his muddy hands on his riding breeches and looked round at his adversary. He made as if to run on, with the idea that the further he could get, the better it would be. But Bogdanich, without recognizing him or even looking at him, gave a shout. "Who is middle of the bridge? On the right! Ensign, get back!" he shouted furiously, rounding on Denisov, who had ridden with swaggering bravado on to the boards of the bridge. "Why run the risk, Captain? You should dismount," said the colonel. "If the bullet has your number on it," said Vaska Denisov, turning in the saddle. Meanwhile, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the officer from the commander's entourage were standing together out of range,
watching the two groups of men, those in yellow shakos, gold-braided dark green jackets and blue breeches, swarming towards the bridge, and those on the other bank, in the blue greatcoats and some with horses, easily recognizable as artillerymen approaching in the distance. Will they burn it down or not? Who will get there first? Will they get through and set fire to it? Or will the French get their grape-shot going and mow them down? These were the questions that each man instinctively asked himself with a sinking heart, in the great mass of troops looking down on the bridge. In the bright evening sunlight, they were staring down at the bridge and the hussars, and across at the blue greatcoats on the other side, advancing with guns and bayonets.
"Ah, the hussars are in for it," said Nesvitsky. "They're within range of that grape-shot now."
"He shouldn't have taken so many men," said one of the officers of the suite.
"Quite right," said Nesvitsky. "Could have sent 2 brave boys. Wouldn't have made any difference."
"Oh no, Your Excellency," put in Zherkov, his eyes fixed on the hussars, but still with that innocent manner which made it difficult to tell whether he was serious or not. "Oh no, sir, the very idea. Send 2 men. He wouldn't get the Vladimir medal and ribbon for that, would he? As things stand, if we get wiped out, he'll still be able to recommend the squadron for honours and go and collect a personal ribbon. Our good friend Bogdanich knows how things get done."
"Hey!" exclaimed the first officer. "Here comes the grape-shot."
He pointed to the French guns, which had been taken down from the carriages and were being swiftly trundled into position. On the French side, smoke rose in puffs from the groups with cannons, 1, 2, 3, almost simultaneously, and just as the sound of the first shot reached them, a 4th puff rose up. 2 more bangs, one right after the other, then the 4th.
"Oh, no!"
moaned Nesvitsky, clutching at the officer's arm as though in intense pain.
"Look! There's a man down! He's down! 2, I think. If I were the Tsar, I'd never go to war," said Nesvitsky, recoiling.
The French cannons were swiftly reloaded. The blue-coated infantry were sprinting towards the bridge. More puffs of smoke rose at scattered intervals, and the grape-shot sizzled, rattling down on the bridge. But this time Nesvitsky couldn't see what was happening at the bridge. Dense smoke rose from it. The hussars had done it. They had set fire to the bridge, and the French batteries were firing now, not to stop them, but just because the guns were there and they had someone to fire at. The French had managed 3 rounds of grape-shot before the hussars got back to the men holding their horses. 2 were badly directed, and the shot flew over them high and wide, but the last volley fell right in the middle of the group of hussars, and 3 men were felled. Rostov, preoccupied by his relations with Bogdanich, had stepped onto the bridge without knowing what to do. There was no one to slash at with his sword, which was how he had always imagined a battle would go, and he couldn't contribute to the bridge burning because, unlike the other soldiers, he had forgotten to bring any straw. He was just standing there, looking around, when suddenly there was a great rattling sound on the bridge, like a scattering of nuts, and one of the hussars, standing right next to him, fell with a groan against the railing. Rostov ran to him along with the others. Again a voice called out, "Stretcher here!" 4 men took hold of the hussar and started to lift him.
Oh, Jesus Christ, leave me alone!"
screamed the wounded man, but they went ahead, lifted him, and laid him on a stretcher. Nikolai Rostov turned away and began staring into the distance, at the waters of the Danube, at the sky, at the sun, as if he were looking for something. How lovely that sky looked! How blue and calm and deep! Oh, the brightness and magnificence of that setting sun! The warm glow of the water on the far Danube! Even lovelier were the distant hills that shone so blue beyond the Danube, the convent, the mysterious gorges, the pine woods misted over to their tops. Everything so calm and happy. I would ask for nothing, nothing in the world, if only I could be there, thought Rostov. In me, only in me and that sunshine, there is so much happiness. And here, all this groaning and agony, this feeling of dread, all the uncertainty, this rushing about. There they are, shouting again. Everybody's running back somewhere, and I'm running too. And here is death, hanging over me, all around me. One flash, and I'll never see that sunshine, that water, that mountain gorge ever again. Just then, the sun disappeared behind the clouds, and more stretcher-bearers came into view ahead of Rostov, and the dread of death and of the stretchers, and the loss of all sunshine and life, everything fused into a single sensation of sickening horror. Dear God, who art in heaven, save, forgive, and deliver me, Rostov whispered to himself. The hussars ran back to their waiting horses. Their voices grew louder and more settled. The stretchers disappeared from sight. "Well, my boy, you've had a real sniff of powder," Vaska Denisov shouted in his ear. It's all over. But I'm a coward. I really am, thought Rostov, and with a heavy sigh he received little Rook, who was resting one of his legs from the orderly and prepared to mount. "What was that? Grape shot?" he asked Denisov. "Too damn true!" cried Denisov. "Heroes, all of us, but rotten work. A cavalry charge is fine, chop the dogs down, but for God's sake, that was providing target practice." And Denisov rode away to join the group that had stopped close to Rostov, the colonel, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the officer of the suite. Anyway, nobody seems to have noticed, Rostov thought to himself. And nobody had. All of them knew the feeling that this ensign, never before under fire, was now experiencing for the first time. "This'll look good when they write it up," said Zherkov. "I'll get my promotion to second lieutenant before the day's out, eh?" "Please to inform the prince I have the bridge burnt," said the colonel, a picture of bonhomie and triumph. "And what if he wants to know about losses?" "Nothing worth mentioning," boomed the colonel. "2 hussars wounded, 1 dead in his tracks," he said, with a delight that was obvious to all. He could not resist a smile of smug contentment as he relished the splendid sound of that phrase, "dead in his tracks." Chapter 9. General Kutuzov's Russian army of 35,000 men was retreating along the Danube, pursued by 100,000 French men under Napoleon. They were getting a hostile reception from the local populations and had lost all confidence in their allies. They were running out of supplies and were forced to operate in ways that no one could ever have foreseen. They halted whenever they were overtaken by the enemy and defended themselves in rearguard action, but only long enough to secure further retreat without losing their heavy equipment. They had fought at Lambach, Amstetten, and Melk, but for all their courage and tenacity, acknowledged even by the enemy, the only consequence was an even faster retreat by the Russians. The Austrian troops that had escaped capture at Ulm and joined Kutuzov at Braunau had now separated from the Russian army, and all Kutuzov had at his disposal were his own weak and exhausted forces. There could be no question now of defending Vienna. Gone was the elaborate plan of attack handed to Kutuzov in Vienna by the Austrian Hofkriegsrat, based on the latest scientific laws of field strategy. Now, Kutuzov's sole aim, and even this was almost impossible, was to survive with his army,
unlike Mack at Ulm, and somehow join up with the fresh troops marching from Russia. On the 28th of October, Kutuzov took his troops across to the left bank of the Danube and halted for the first time, with the river separating his army from the bulk of the enemy. On the 30th, he attacked Mortier's division, which was still on the left bank, and defeated it. In this action, for the first time, they captured some trophies: a flag, several cannons, and 2 enemy generals. For the first time in a fortnight of retreating, the Russian troops had halted, fought, won the field, and driven the French back. The troops were without clothing and exhausted. They had lost a third of their strength, wounded, killed, or missing. Many of the sick and wounded had been abandoned on the other side of the Danube with a letter from Kutuzov commending them to the humanity of the enemy, and they still had casualties beyond the capacity of the local infirmaries and makeshift hospitals. But none of this could prevent a great surge in the troops' morale following the halt at Krems and the victory over Mortier. Wildly optimistic rumours, without any foundation, ran through the whole army, and even through headquarters, that the columns from Russia were almost here, that the Austrians had won a battle, and that Napoleon was on the run with his tail between his legs. During this engagement, Prince Andrei had been in attendance on the Austrian General Schmidt, who had been killed in the field. His own horse had been wounded, and he had received a slight bullet wound to the arm. As a mark of special favour on the part of the Commander-in-Chief, he was dispatched with news of this victory to the Austrian court, now at Brno, rather than Vienna, which was under French threat. On the night of the battle, still excited but not weary, despite Prince Andrei's apparently slender build, he could bear fatigue better than the strongest of men. He had ridden into Krems with a report from Doktorov to Kutuzov, and was then straight on with a special dispatch to Brno. This commission, apart from the decoration it would bring, meant an important step towards promotion. It was a dark but starry night, and the road shone black against the white snow that had fallen on the day of the battle. Prince Andrei bowled along in his post-chaise, his mind filled with images of battle, pleasantly anticipating the effect that his news of victory would create, and still enjoying the memory of his commander-in-chief and his comrades sending him on his way. His feelings were those of a man who has found the beginnings of a long-sought happiness. The moment he closed his eyelids, his ears rang with the rattle of muskets and the boom of cannon fire, sounds that blended with the rumble of the wheels and the sensation of victory. First he began to dream that the Russians were on the run and he had been killed. Then he would wake up with a start and realize with great relief that none of this had happened. It was the French who were running away. Once more he savoured the details of their victory, including his own courage and steadiness under fire. Then, fully reassured, he began to doze off. The dark, starry night was followed by a bright and sunny morning. The snow was thawing in the sunshine, the horses were running well, and on either side of the road new and different kinds of forest, fields and trees flew by. At one posting station, he caught up with a convoy of Russian wounded. The Russian officer in charge of the transport sprawled back in the leading wagon, swearing volubly at a soldier. In each of the long German carts, 6 pale-faced, bandaged and filthy casualties were being jolted along the stony road. Some of them were talking. He could hear Russian being spoken. Others were munching bread. But the worst of the wounded gazed out impassively as the courier's carriage went trotting by, showing no more concern than the feeblest of sick children. Prince Andrei told the driver to stop, and asked a soldier what battle they had been in when they were wounded. "Day before yesterday on the Danube," answered the soldier. Prince Andrei took out his purse and gave the soldier 3 gold pieces. "For all of you," he added, addressing an officer who now came up. "Let's see you get better, boys," he said to the soldiers. "There's a lot more work to be done." "Any news, sir?" asked the officer, eager for conversation. "Yes, good news. Drive on," he called out, and off they went. It was quite dark when Prince Andrei drove into Brno,
and found himself surrounded by tall mansions, well-lit shops, houses with bright windows, street lamps, fine carriages rattling down the streets, and the whole atmosphere of a great living town which is so appealing to a soldier back from camp. Prince Andrei had lost a night's sleep on the hurried journey, but now, as he drove up to the palace, he felt even more alert than he had on the previous evening. His eyes had a feverish glint in them, and all manner of thoughts raced through his mind with remarkable clarity. As he ran over every last detail of the battle, his ideas were not now blurred but sharp and concise, just as he could see himself presenting them to Emperor Francis. He also ran over all the casual questions that might be put to him, and the answers he would provide. He assumed he would be taken straight to the Emperor, but no. At the main entrance to the palace, an official ran out to meet him, saw that he was a special messenger, and took him round to another entrance. "Down the corridor on your right you will find the duty adjutant, Your Excellency," said the official. "He will take you to the Minister of War." On receiving Prince Andrei, the duty adjutant asked him to wait, and went in to see the War Minister. 5 minutes later he returned, bowing low with great courtesy, and, ushering Prince Andrei ahead of him, led him across the corridor and into a private room where the War Minister was at work. The adjutant seemed to be using this exaggerated courtesy to protect himself from any attempt at familiarity on the part of the Russian aide. Prince Andrei's joyful enthusiasm was considerably dampened as he walked to the door of the minister's room. He felt humiliated, and the sense of humiliation soon transformed itself imperceptibly into a quite unjustified belief that they were treating him with contempt. His fertile mind immediately hit on the right attitude for him to adopt to be able to treat them, the adjutant and the Minister of War, with equal contempt. "They've never smelled powder. I'm sure they think winning victories is the easiest thing in the world," he thought. His eyes narrowed with scorn. He walked very slowly into the War Minister's room. The feeling was reinforced when the Minister of War, sitting at a big table, ignored his visitor for a full 2 minutes. The minister sat with his bald head, which retained some grey hair at the temples, bowed down between 2 wax candles. He was reading some papers and making penciled notes on them. Determined to finish, he did not look up when the door opened and he heard the approaching footsteps. "Take this and give it to him," said the Minister of War to his adjutant, handing him the papers and still ignoring the Russian courier. Prince Andrei felt that either the Minister of War was less interested in the activities of Kutuzov's army than in any of his other business, or this was the impression that he wanted to create. "Well," he thought, "why should I care?" The minister squared off the remaining papers and put them to one side. Only then did he look up. He had the distinctive head of an intellectual, but the moment he turned to Prince Andrei, the War Minister's shrewd and concentrated look changed into a contrived facial expression that he had all too obviously grown used to assuming. His face was left wearing an inane smile, the forced smile, with no attempt to disguise the effort behind it, of a man who receives endless petitioners, one after another. "From General Field Marshal Kutuzov?" he asked. "Good news, I hope. Has there been an encounter with Mortier? A victory? Not before time?" He took the dispatch, which was addressed to him, and began to read it with a glum expression. "Oh, my God! My God! Schmidt!" he said in German. "What a disaster! What a disaster!" He skimmed the dispatch, laid it on the table, and glanced up at Prince Andrei, greatly preoccupied. "Oh, my God! What a disaster! So you say the action was decisive? But Mortier wasn't taken," he thought to himself. "Very glad you've brought such good news, though the death of Schmidt is a heavy price to pay. His Majesty is sure to wish to see you, but not today. My thanks to you. Please go and rest. Come to the reception tomorrow morning after the review. Anyway, I'll be in touch." The inane smile, which had disappeared during the conversation,
now returned to the War Minister's face. Au revoir, many thanks indeed. His Majesty the Emperor will probably wish to see you, he repeated, bowing his head. Prince Andrei left the palace with the feeling that all the excitement and pleasure that had been his following the victory had now drained away into the uncaring hands of the minister and his unctuous adjutant. His entire cast of mind had changed in an instant. The battle figured in his memory as something far away and long ago. Chapter 10. In Brno, Prince Andrei stayed with a Russian diplomat of his acquaintance, Bilibin. "My dear Prince, I couldn't have a more welcome guest," said Bilibin, advancing to meet Prince Andrei. "Franz, take the prince's things to my bedroom," he said to the servant who was ushering Bolkonsky in. "So you're the herald of victory. Splendid. I've been ill, as you can see, not allowed out." After washing and dressing, Prince Andrei came into the diplomat's opulent study and sat down to the dinner prepared for him. Bilibin settled down comfortably by the fireplace. So long deprived of the niceties of cleanliness and sophistication, not only during his journey but throughout the whole campaign, Prince Andrei now felt a delightful sense of relaxation as he returned to the kind of luxurious surroundings he had been accustomed to since childhood. Besides which, after his Austrian reception, he was glad not so much to speak Russian, they spoke in French, but at least to talk to someone who was Russian, and a man who would presumably share the general Russian antipathy towards the Austrians, now at its sharpest. Bilibin was a bachelor in his mid-30s from the same background as Prince Andrei. They had known each other in Petersburg, but had become closer during Prince Andrei's last stay in Vienna with Kutuzov. If Prince Andrei was a young man with a promising military career ahead of him, Bilibin promised even more in the diplomatic field. Still young in years, he was not young in diplomacy. Joining the service at the age of 16, he had been posted to Paris and Copenhagen, and now occupied a responsible position in Vienna. Both the Chancellor and our ambassador in Vienna knew him and thought highly of him. He was not one of that vast army of diplomats required to display negative qualities, those men who rise to the top by speaking French and not doing certain things. He was a diplomat who liked his work and understood it, and for all his natural indolence, he would sometimes spend whole nights at his desk. He was equally adept at every aspect of his work, and more interested in the question how than the question why. He didn't mind what kind of diplomatic assignment came his way. It was always an exquisite pleasure for him to work with subtle conciseness and a touch of elegance in composing any circular, memorandum, or report. But apart from his written work, Bilibin was also valued for his easy manner when moving and talking in the highest circles. Bilibin enjoyed talking as much as working, as long as the conversation was stylish and clever. In society, he always hung back, waiting for a chance to say something very striking, and would not enter any conversation unless he could do so. His speech was invariably salted with polished phrases, original, witty, but of general application. They were fabricated in some inner laboratory of Bilibin's mind, portable and ready-made for social nonentities to commit to memory and take around the other drawing-rooms. Bilibin's bon mot, widely peddled in every Viennese salon, often went on to influence what people thought of as important matters. His thin, lean, sallow face was covered all over with deep wrinkles, but they always looked as wholesome and scrupulously cleansed as fingertips fresh from a bath. All the variations of his facial expression were played out in the manipulation of these wrinkles. One moment his brow would furrow up in thick folds as his eyebrows rose, the next his eyebrows would plunge, leaving deep lines all down his cheeks. His small, deep-set eyes looked out openly and shone with good humour. "Well, come on then, tell us about your deeds of valour," he said. With exemplary modesty, and without any reference to himself, Bolkonsky described the engagement and his subsequent reception by the War Minister. "They welcomed me and my news like a dog in a skittle alley," he concluded. Bilibin grinned, relaxing all his wrinkles. "All the same, my dear fellow," he said, taking a long view of his fingernails and bunching up the skin over his left eye, "for all my admiration of Holy Russia's military machine, I must say your victory was not very victorious." He carried on speaking French, using Russian only for words which he wanted to invest with particular derision. "Just think, you and your massed ranks fell on the miserable Mortier with his single division, and Mortier slipped through your fingers. Is that victory?" "No, but seriously," answered Prince Andrei, "at least we can claim without boasting that it's an improvement on Ulm." "You might have caught us a marshal, just one." "Well, things don't always turn out the way you plan them. It's not like being all neat and tidy on the parade ground. As I said, we had expected to attack the enemy in the rear at 7 in the morning, but we didn't even get there till 5 in the afternoon." "But why didn't you arrive at 7 in the morning? You should have arrived at 7 in the morning," said Bilibin with a smile. "You should have arrived at 7 in the morning." "Why didn't you manage to persuade Napoleon through diplomatic channels that he had better leave Genoa alone?" said Prince Andrei, adopting the same tone. "I know what you're thinking," broke in Bilibin. "It's not difficult to capture a marshal sitting on a sofa by the fireside. That's fine. But the question remains, why didn't you capture him? You shouldn't be too surprised if the most august Emperor and King Francis, like the War Minister, is not too delighted by your victory. I'm not all that jubilant, and I'm just a poor secretary in the Russian embassy." He looked directly at Prince Andrei and suddenly relaxed the bunched-up folds on his forehead. "All right, dear boy, now it's my turn to ask you a few questions," said Bolkonsky. "There's something here I don't understand. Maybe there are some diplomatic subtleties beyond my feeble intellect, but I still don't understand. Mack loses a whole army, Archduke Ferdinand and Archduke Karl give no sign of life and make one blunder after another. Kutuzov is the only one to win a proper battle, thus destroying all the mystique of the French, and the Minister of War shows not the slightest interest in any of the details." "My dear fellow, that's the whole point. Listen, 3 cheers for the Tsar, for Russia and the faith, all very nice, but why should we, the Austrian court, get excited about your victories? Bring us some news of a victory by Archduke Karl or Ferdinand. One archduke's much the same as another, as you well know. I don't care if they've beaten Napoleon's fire brigade. It will be something different and will fire a begun salute. Otherwise, this can only tantalize us, and it seems almost deliberate. Archduke Karl does nothing, Archduke Ferdinand covers himself with disgrace, and you walk out on Vienna. No more defense. You might as well say it straight out. God's with us, and you and your capital can go to the devil. You take one of our generals, Schmidt, loved by all and sundry, you stick him in the way of a bullet, and then congratulate us on a great victory. You must admit, anything more infuriating than the news you brought would be hard to imagine. You seem to have done it on purpose. That's what it looks like. And setting that aside, if you really were to win a brilliant victory, even if Archduke Karl did, what difference would it make to the general course of events? It's too late now. Vienna has been occupied by the French forces. What do you mean, occupied? Vienna hasn't been occupied, has it? Yes, and that's not all. Bonaparte is at Schönbrunn, and the Count, our dear Count Wurbner, is going to see him to receive his orders. After the tiring demands, and all the varied impressions of his journey, and then his reception, and even more after the dinner he'd just eaten, Bolkonsky felt unable to take in the full significance of what he had just heard. Count Lichtenfels was here this morning, Bilibin continued, and he showed me a letter containing every last detail of a French parade through Vienna, Prince Murat, and all the rest of them. So you see, your victory is no great cause for rejoicing, and you can hardly expect to be received as a saviour. But honestly, I'm not bothered about that. I really am not, said Prince Andrei, as it dawned on him that his news about the battle at Krems paled into insignificance in the light of events like the occupation of Austria's capital city. How was Vienna taken? What about the bridge and those famous fortifications, and Prince Auersperg? We heard it said that Prince Auersperg was defending Vienna. Prince Auersperg is stationed on this side, our side. He's defending us, not very effectively, it seems, but he is defending us. Vienna's across the river. No, the bridge has not been taken, and I hope it won't be, because it's been mined, and orders have been given to blow it up. Otherwise, we'd have been up in the mountains of Bohemia ages ago, and you and your army would have had a bad time of it between two fires. That still doesn't mean the campaign is finished, said Prince Andrei. I think it is. So do all the bigwigs here, though they don't dare admit it. I said when the campaign started that it wouldn't be settled by gunpowder, not by your little squabble at Dürrenstein, but only by those who invented it, said Bilibin. This was one of his bon mots, relaxing the wrinkles on his forehead and pausing for a moment. The only question now is what will come out of the meeting between Emperor Alexander and the Prussian king. If Prussia enters the alliance, that will force Austria's hand and there'll be war. If she doesn't, all we have to do is agree on a place where the articles of a new Campo Formio can be drawn up. What an amazing genius that man is! Prince Andrei burst out, clenching his small fist and banging it on the table. And amazingly lucky, too. Who is Buonaparte? Queried Bilibin, puckering up his forehead, a clear sign that a bon mot was on its way. Buonaparte, he repeated, stressing the U. Still, I think we might let him off the U now. After all, he is dictating Austria's laws from Schönbrunn. That's it. I've decided once and for all to accept the innovation and just call him Bonaparte. No, listen, joking apart, said Prince Andrei. Do you really think the campaign is finished? I'll tell you what I think. Austria has been made a fool of, and she is not used to that. She'll be out for vengeance. And why was she made a fool of? First, because her provinces have been pillaged. They say the Holy Russian Army is good at looting. Her army has been destroyed. Her capital has been occupied, and all this to please the pretty eyes of His Sardinian Majesty. So, between you and me, old fellow, instinct tells me we're having the wool pulled over our eyes. Instinct tells me of negotiations with France and plans for a peace treaty, a secret agreement done on the side. That's impossible, said Prince Andrei. That would be too vile for words. Time will tell, said Bilibin, relaxing the creases on his forehead again, an indication that the subject was now closed. When Prince Andrei retired to the room they had prepared for him, and lay down in clean sheets on a feather bed, with his head on the fragrant, nicely warmed pillows, the battle he had come to report on seemed to have receded into the distant past. His mind was full of the Prussian alliance,
the treachery of Austria, Bonaparte's latest triumph, tomorrow's parade and reception, and his audience with Emperor Francis. His eyes closed. Instantly his ears rang with cannon fire, muskets discharging and rumbling wheels. He could see a long line of musketeers running downhill, and the French firing back at them. He could feel his heart miss a beat, and watch himself galloping to the front with Schmidt, with bullets whistling all around him, and he was once again enjoying that tenfold delight in living that he had not known since childhood. Then he woke. Yes, it really did happen, he told himself, with the happy smile of a young child, before relapsing into a deep, youthful slumber. Chapter 11. Next morning, he woke late. Reviewing his recent impressions, he remembered first of all that today he was to be presented to the Emperor Francis, and he also recalled the Minister of War, the unctuous adjutant, Bilibin, and last night's conversation. He put on his full dress uniform, which he had not worn for a long time, and walked into Bilibin's room with his arm in a sling, looking fresh, eager, and handsome. 4 gentlemen of the diplomatic corps were already there. Prince Hippolyte Kuragin, a secretary in the embassy, was already known to him. Bilibin introduced the others. The visitors were a set of fashionable, wealthy, and high-spirited young men who made up a special circle, originally in Vienna and now in Brno, a circle which Bilibin, their leader, referred to as our people. They were almost all diplomats, but their interests extended well beyond the war and politics to take in fashionable society, relations with certain women, and the official side of the service. These young gentlemen clearly took to Prince Andrei, welcoming him straight away as one of ours, a rare distinction. Out of politeness, and to break the ice, they asked him 1 or 2 questions about the army and the battle, but soon the conversation slipped back into inconsequential chit-chat, jokes, and gossip. "No, but the best bit of all," said one of them, describing a disaster that had happened to a service colleague. "Yes, the best bit was that the minister had told him that his appointment to London was definitely a promotion, and that was how he should see it. Imagine his face. Worse than that, gentlemen, now I am going to give Kuragin away. A fellow runs into a bit of trouble, and this Don Juan takes full advantage. Shocking fellow." Prince Hippolyte was sprawling in a Voltaire armchair, with his legs over the arm. He laughed and said, "Tell me more." "Don Juan, you reptile!" cried various voices. "Something you don't know, Bolkonsky," said Bilibin, turning to Prince Andrei. "All the atrocities of the, French army, I nearly said the Russian army, are nothing compared with this fellow's achievements with women." "A woman is a good companion for a man," declared Prince Hippolyte, peering at his elevated legs through a lorgnette. Bilibin and the rest of our people roared with laughter, staring at Hippolyte. Prince Andrei could now see that this Hippolyte, who, if he was honest about it, had brought him to the verge of jealousy over his wife, was the butt of this circle. "No, I must treat you to a bit of Kuragin," Bilibin whispered to Bolkonsky. "He's wonderful when you get him going on politics. You must see the depth of his thinking." He sat down by Hippolyte, wrinkled up his forehead, and started a conversation about politics. Prince Andrei and the others gathered round. "The Berlin cabinet cannot express any feelings concerning an alliance," Hippolyte began with a knowing look, "without expressing, as in its last note, you do see, don't you? And besides, if His Majesty the Emperor doesn't go back on the principle of our alliance—" "Wait, I haven't finished," he said to Prince Andrei, seizing him by the hand. "I can only imagine that intervention will be stronger than non-intervention, and besides," he paused, "non-receipt of our dispatch of November the 28th doesn't count as imputing. Anyway, that's how it's all going to end." And he let go of Bolkonsky's hand to indicate that he had quite finished. "Demosthenes, I know you by the pebble in your golden mouth," said Bilibin, his thick thatch of hair rippling with delight. Everyone laughed, no one louder than Hippolyte. He was almost choking from obvious distress, but he couldn't hold back from frenzied laughter that sent spasms across his usually impassive features. "Now listen, gentlemen," said Bilibin. "Bolkonsky is my guest, even here in Brno, and I want to entertain him to the best of my ability with all the pleasures of our life in this town. If we were in Vienna, it would all be very easy, but here, in this God-forsaken Moravian hole, it's more difficult, and I am asking all of you to help. He must be given the freedom of Brno. You take the theatre, I'll take society life, and, of course, you, Hippolyte, the women." "We must show him Amélie, she's gorgeous," said one of our people, kissing his fingertips. "To cut a long story short," said Bilibin, "we must turn this bloodthirsty warrior more towards love of his fellow creatures." "I'm afraid I shan't be able to accept your hospitality, gentlemen. It's time for me to go," said Bolkonsky, glancing at his watch. "Where are you off to?" "The Emperor." Oh. Well, au revoir, Bolkonsky, au revoir, Prince. Come back for an early dinner," said various voices. "We're going to look after you." "While you're talking to the Emperor, do what you can to praise the procurement and route mapping," said Bilibin, seeing Bolkonsky into the hall. "I'd love to do that, but from what I've seen I shan't be able to," answered Bolkonsky with a smile. "Well, try to do all the talking anyway. He's a great holder of audiences, but he doesn't like talking. In fact, he can't talk at all. You'll see for yourself." Chapter 12. At the reception, Prince Andrei took up his appointed place among the Austrian officers. Emperor Francis merely looked at him closely in the face and nodded his elongated head. But after the reception, the adjutant of the previous evening obsequiously communicated to Bolkonsky the Emperor's desire to grant him an audience. Emperor Francis received him standing in the middle of the room. Prince Andrei was surprised to observe that before beginning the conversation, the Emperor seemed embarrassed. He didn't know what to say, and went red in the face. "Tell me when the battle began," he blurted out. Prince Andrei answered. The question was followed by others, just as simple. Was Kutuzov well? When did he leave Krems? And so on. The Emperor spoke as though his sole aim was to get through a series of set questions. The answers seemed not to hold the slightest interest for him. "At what time of day did the battle begin?" asked the Emperor. "I cannot inform your Majesty at what precise time the battle began at the front, but at Dürrenstein, where I was, the troops began the attack about 6 in the evening," said Bolkonsky, warming to his task, and beginning to think he would now have a chance to launch into his carefully prepared description of all he knew and had seen. But the Emperor interrupted him with a smile. "How many miles is it?" "From where to where, your Majesty?" "From Dürrenstein to Krems." 3.5 miles, your Majesty." "The French abandoned the left bank?" "According to intelligence, the last of them crossed on rafts during the night." "Have you enough provisions at Krems?" "Well, we were rather short of—" the Emperor interrupted.
What time was General Schmidt killed? 7 o'clock, I believe. At 7 o'clock? Very sad. Very sad. The Emperor said he was grateful, and bowed. Prince Andrei withdrew, and was immediately surrounded on all sides by courtiers. Everywhere he saw warm, friendly eyes looking at him, and heard warm, friendly voices talking to him. Yesterday's adjutant reproached him for not staying in the palace, and offered him his own house. The Minister of War came up and congratulated him on the Order of Maria Theresa, 3rd class, which the Emperor wished to award him. The Empress's chamberlain invited him to call upon Her Majesty. The Archduchess, too, wished to see him. He didn't know which answer should come first, and took a few seconds to gather his senses. The Russian ambassador took him by the shoulder, led him away to a window, and began to talk. Despite all that Bilibin had said, his news was received with rejoicing. A service of thanksgiving was arranged, Kutuzov was awarded the Grand Cross of Maria Theresa, and further awards went to the whole army. Bolkonsky received invitations from all and sundry, and spent the whole morning paying visits to the top people in the Austrian government. These went on into the afternoon, and it was past 4 o'clock when Prince Andrei was able to make his way back to Bilibin's, mentally composing a letter to his father about the battle and his reception at Brno. On the way he stopped off at a bookshop to stock up on reading material for the campaign, and stayed there for some time. When he finally reached the steps of Bilibin's house, there stood a carriage half stowed with luggage, and here was Franz, Bilibin's servant, struggling in the doorway with a travelling trunk. "What's happened?" asked Bolkonsky. "Oh dear, Your Excellency," said Franz, heaving the trunk onto the carriage. "We're moving on. That villain's at our heels again." "You what?" queried Prince Andrei. Bilibin came out to meet Bolkonsky. His usually composed face showed some agitation. No, you'll have to admit there's a nice little story here," he said. "It's the Tabor Bridge at Vienna. They crossed it without a shot being fired." Prince Andrei couldn't follow him. "Where have you been? You don't seem to know what every coachman in the town has heard by now." "I've been with the Archduchess. I heard nothing there." "Haven't you seen everybody packing their things?" "I haven't seen anything. What's gone wrong?" Prince Andrei asked impatiently. "Gone wrong? What's gone wrong is that the French have crossed the bridge that Auersperg was supposed to be defending, and they didn't blow it up. So even as we speak, Murat is coming hotfoot down the road to Brno, and they'll be here soon, tomorrow at the latest." "What do you mean? Why wasn't the bridge blown up? I thought it had been mined." "Why? That's what I'm asking you. Nobody knows why. Even Bonaparte doesn't know why." Bolkonsky shrugged. "But if they're over the bridge, the army's finished. It'll be cut off," he said. "Of course it will," answered Bilibin. "Listen to this. The French enter Vienna, as I said, fine. The following day, yesterday, Marshals Murat, Lannes, and Belliard jump on their horses and ride down to the bridge. Please note, all three are Gascons. 'Gentlemen,' says one, 'you know the Tabor Bridge has been mined and countermined. It is protected by formidable defences. Oh, and 15,000 troops with orders to blow it up and stop us getting across. But our sovereign, Emperor Napoleon, will be very pleased if we take the bridge. So, let the three of us go and take it.' 'Yes, let's,' say the others, and they set off and they take the bridge. And they march across, and now, with their entire army on this side of the Danube, they are heading straight for us, and for you and your lines of communication." "It's no joke," said Prince Andrei, saddened and serious. The news grieved Prince Andrei, but it also gave him pleasure.
Once he knew the Russian army was in such a hopeless situation, it immediately occurred to him that he might be the very man destined to extricate the Russian army from that situation, and that just as Napoleon rose from obscurity at Toulon, this was where he would be raised forever from the ranks of anonymous officers. This was his first step on the road to glory. Even as he listened to Bilibin, he could see himself getting through to the army, presenting to a council of war his version of events, the army's only salvation, and taking personal responsibility for the execution of his plan. "It's no joke," he said. "I'm not joking," Bilibin went on. "Nothing could be truer or sadder than this." These three gentlemen advanced to the bridge, unaccompanied and waving white handkerchiefs. "It's a truce," they say, and they, the marshals, have come to parley with Prince Auersperg. The duty officer lets them on to the bridgehead. They spin him 1,000 gasconades. The war is over. Emperor Francis has arranged a meeting with Bonaparte. They wish to see Prince Auersperg, and so on. The officer sends for Auersperg. These Gascon gentlemen embrace the officers, make a lot of jokes, and sit there on the big guns. And meanwhile, a French battalion creeps up quietly onto the bridge, hurls the sacks of incendiary material down into the river, and marches up to the bridgehead. Eventually, the Lieutenant General appears. Our dear Prince Auersperg von Mautern, no less. Esteemed enemy, flower of the Austrian yeomanry, hero of the Turkish wars, hostilities are at end. We can all shake hands. Emperor Napoleon has a burning desire to make the acquaintance of Prince Auersperg. In a nutshell, these gentlemen, true Gascon all, bamboozle Auersperg with their clever talk. He is so flattered by this rapidly developed intimacy with French marshals, so dazzled by Murat's fine cloak and ostrich feathers, that he is blinded by their fire and forgets that firing's what he ought to be doing to the enemy. Carried away as he was by the lively telling of his story, Bilibin did not forget to pause after this bon mot to allow it to sink in. A French battalion storms the bridgehead, spikes the cannons, and that's it. The bridge is taken. But wait. The best part of the whole story, he went on, a skilled raconteur, relaxing in mid-narrative, is that the sergeant in charge of the cannon, which was due to give the signal to light the fuses and blow up the bridge, this sergeant, seeing the French troops running onto the bridge, wanted to open fire, but Lannes stayed his hand. The sergeant, obviously brighter than his general, goes up to Auersperg, and he says, "Prince, it's a trick. Look, the French are coming." Murat sees that all is lost if he lets the sergeant have his say. With pretended amazement, a true Gascon indeed, he addresses Auersperg. "Is this Austrian discipline famed the world over?" he asks. "How can you let a man of low rank address you like that?" This was a stroke of genius. Prince Auersperg preserves his honour by having the sergeant arrested. Be honest, this Tabor Bridge affair makes a sweet little story, doesn't it? No stupidity, no cowardice. "It could be treason," said Prince Andrei, still vividly imagining grey overcoats, wounds, gunsmoke, and roaring cannons, and the glory that would be his. "Oh, it's not that. But it does put the court in an awkward spot," pursued Bilibin. "It's not treason, or cowardice, or stupidity. It's Ulm all over again." He seemed to pause for reflection, wondering just how to put it. "It's that man, Mack. We have been macked," he said.
satisfied that he had coined another bon mot, a brand new one that was going to get repeated. His wrinkled brow relaxed smartly in self-congratulation, and with a thin smile he began to inspect his fingernails. "Where are you off to?" he asked abruptly, turning to Prince Andrei, who had got up and was heading for his room. "I must get going." "Where to?" "Back to the army." "I thought you were going to stay on for a couple of days." "Not now. I've got to leave at once." And Prince Andrei, after making the necessary arrangements for the journey, went to his room. "You know, my dear fellow," said Bilibin, following him in, "I've been thinking about you. Why do you have to go?" As if to prove the sureness of his coming argument, all the wrinkles disappeared from his face. Prince Andrei looked at him quizzically, but said nothing. "Why do you have to go? I know duty calls. You must gallop off to the army now that the army is in danger. I understand this, my boy. It's called heroism." "Absolutely not," said Prince Andrei. "But you're a cultivated man, so be one in the fullest sense. Look at things the other way round and you'll see you've got it all wrong. Your duty is to take care of yourself. Leave that sort of thing to other people who are good for nothing better. No one has ordered you back, and you haven't been dismissed from here, so you can stay on and go with us wherever misfortune takes us. I've heard it said we're going to Olmütz. Olmütz is a very charming town, and we can travel there together quite pleasantly in my carriage." "That's enough of the jokes, Bilibin," said Bolkonsky. "No, I speak sincerely as a friend. Think it over. Where are you off to now, and why are you going at all when you can stay on here? There are only two possibilities." He wrinkled up the skin of his left temple. "Either peace will be declared before you get back to the army, or it will mean defeat and disgrace along with Kutuzov and the whole army." And Bilibin relaxed his brow again, confident that this dilemma was irrefutable. "This is something I can't argue about," said Prince Andrei coldly. But he thought to himself, "I have to go to save the army." "My dear fellow, you're a hero," said Bilibin. Chapter 13. The same night, after taking leave of the War Minister, Bolkonsky was on his way to rejoin the army, not knowing where to find it and worried about being captured by the French on the way to Krems. At Brno, the whole court and everyone attached to it was busy packing, and the heavy baggage was already on the road to Olmütz. Near Etzeldorf, Prince Andrei came to the road along which the Russian army was moving with maximum speed and in maximum disorder. It was so blocked with wagons that no carriage could possibly get through. Prince Andrei procured a horse and a Cossack from the officer in charge of the Cossacks, and, hungry and weary as he was, he wove in and out between the wagons and rode on in search of the commander-in-chief and his own luggage. The most sinister rumours about the situation of the army reached him along the road, and they were confirmed by the sight of the army fleeing in such disorder. He recalled the words of Napoleon's address to his army at the beginning of the campaign. "That Russian army which English gold has brought from the ends of the universe is going to suffer at our hands the same fate, the fate of the army of Ulm." These words aroused in him simultaneously open-mouthed admiration for the genius of his hero, a feeling of hurt pride, and the hope of glory. "And what if there's nothing left but to die?" he thought. "Well, if I must, I'll do it as well as the next man." Prince Andrei turned his scornful gaze on the endless, chaotic mass of detachments, wagons, supply vehicles, artillery, and more wagons, wagons of every size and shape, overtaking one another and blocking the muddy road 3 and 4 abreast.
On all sides, right up front and way behind, as far as the ear could strain in every direction, you could hear wheels rumbling, carts rattling, wagons creaking, gun carriages groaning, horses trampling, whips cracking, drivers shouting, and everybody swearing, soldiers, orderlies, and officers. The roadsides were littered everywhere with fallen horses, flayed and unflayed, broken-down wagons with solitary soldiers sitting by them just waiting, other soldiers separated from their units, heading in little groups for the next village or carrying loot from the last one, chickens, sheep, hay, or sackfuls of something or other. When the road went uphill or downhill, the crowds squashed together even closer, and there was an endless hubbub of shouts and groans. Soldiers floundering knee-deep in mud heaved guns and wagons along with their bare hands while the whips cracked, hooves slithered, traces snapped, and the air rang with the most heart-rending cries. The transport officers rode up and down, in and out of the wagons, their voices barely audible amid the general uproar and their faces showing all too clearly that they despaired of ever controlling this chaos. "And this is our well-loved, holy Russian military machine," thought Bolkonsky, recalling Bilibin's words. He rode up to a convoy, intending to ask someone where he could find the commander-in-chief. There in front of him trundled a strange one-horse vehicle, obviously knocked up by some soldiers out of any everyday bits and pieces they could lay their hands on, part wagon, part carriage, part cab. A soldier was driving, and under a cover behind the leather hood sat a woman swathed in shawls. Prince Andrei rode up and was just beginning to ask the soldier a question when he was distracted by the desperate cries of the woman sitting in this contraption. The transport officer had lashed out at the soldier in the coachman's seat for trying to overtake, and the whip had cracked against the cover of the vehicle. The woman was screaming. Catching sight of Prince Andrei, she thrust her head out from under the cover, waved at him with her thin little arms sticking out from under the matting shawls, and yelled, "Adjutant, sir! For heaven's sake, give us some protection! What's going to happen to us? I'm a doctor's wife in the 7th Chasseurs. They won't let us get past. We're miles behind. We've lost our own people." "I'll cut you to pieces. Get back!" shouted the exasperated officer to the soldier. "Get back and take that whore with you." "Sir, please protect us. What does he think he's doing?" screamed the doctor's wife. "Kindly let this carriage through. Can't you see there's a lady in it?" said Prince Andrei, riding up to the officer. The officer glanced at him, said nothing, and turned back to the soldier. "I'll teach you to shove in. Get back!" "Let it through, I tell you," repeated Prince Andrei, tightening his lips. "Who do you think you are?" cried the officer, turning upon him suddenly in a drunken rage. "Just who are you? Are you in charge here?" he asked with brazen insubordination. "No, you're not. I'm in charge. You get back," he repeated, "or I'll cut you to pieces," a phrase which had obviously caught his imagination. "One in the eye for our little adjutant," came a voice from the background. Prince Andrei could see the officer was in one of those drunken, senseless rages when people don't remember what they have been saying. He could see that his championing of the doctor's wife in that odd contraption was exposing him to the one thing he most dreaded, becoming a laughingstock. But instinct spoke differently. Hardly were these words out of the officer's mouth when Prince Andrei rode straight up to him, his face distorted with fury, and raised his riding whip. "Let them through!" The officer waved at him and galloped off. "It's their fault, these staff officers, all this chaos," he grumbled. "Do what you want now." Prince Andrei, without looking up, hurried to get away from the doctor's wife, who was calling him her saviour, and with every last detail of this humiliating scene nauseatingly lodged in his memory, he galloped on towards the village where he had been told he would find the commander-in-chief. Once in the village, he got off his horse and went up to the very first house with the intention of relaxing for a minute or two, finding a bite to eat, and somehow sorting out all the hateful impressions that were tormenting him. "It's a gang of crooks, not an army," he thought, and he was just going up to a window when he heard a familiar voice calling his name. He looked round. There before him
was the handsome face of Nesvitsky, sticking out of a little window. Nesvitsky was munching something, as his moist lips showed, waving like mad and calling him in.
"Bolkonsky! Hey, Bolkonsky! Come on in, quick!" he shouted.
Prince Andrei went in and found Nesvitsky and another adjutant eating. They turned round quickly to ask Bolkonsky whether he had any news. Prince Andrei read alarm and uneasiness on their familiar features, especially Nesvitsky's, which were usually so good-humoured.
"Where's the commander-in-chief?" asked Bolkonsky. "He's here, over there in that house," answered the adjutant.
"Well, is it true? Peace and surrender?" asked Nesvitsky.
"I thought you might know. I don't know anything, beyond the fact that it wasn't easy to get here."
"Wait till you hear about us, my boy. It's terrible. To think I laughed at Mac. We're worse off than he ever was," said Nesvitsky.
"But look, sit down and have something to eat." "You won't find your baggage or anything else here, Prince, and God knows where your man's gone," said the other adjutant. "Where are the headquarters?" "We're spending the night in Znaim."
"Well, I managed to pack everything I need on 2 horses, said Nesvitsky. "Very good packs, too. They'd see me over the mountains of Bohemia. We're up against it, old fellow. But look at you. You don't look very well. You're shivering."
Nesvitsky had seen Prince Andrei jump as if he'd had an electric shock.
"No, I'm all right,"
answered Prince Andrei. He had just recalled the brush between the doctor's wife and the transport officer.
"What is the commander-in-chief doing here?" he asked.
"I haven't the slightest idea," said Nesvitsky.
"All I know is it's a disaster, an absolute disaster," said Prince Andrei,
and he went over to the house where the commander-in-chief was said to be. He walked past Kutuzov's carriage, the weary saddle horses belonging to members of his entourage, and the Cossacks talking loudly together, and approached the entry. He was informed that Kutuzov was in the inner room of the hut, with Prince Bagration and Weyrauchter, an Austrian general who had taken Schmidt's place. There, in the entry, sat little Kozlovsky, squatting on his heels in front of a copying clerk. The latter was sitting on an upturned tub with the cuffs of his uniform rolled up, writing at speed. Kozlovsky looked worn out. Someone else who had obviously not slept all night. He glanced up at Prince Andrei, but didn't even nod.
"Line 2, have you got that?" he went on, dictating to the clerk. "The Kiev Grenadiers, the Podolyan—"
"You're going too fast, sir,"
protested the clerk, with a brazen, angry glance at Kozlovsky. At that moment he heard Kutuzov's strong and impatient voice through the door, with another unknown voice interrupting him. The sound of those voices, Kozlovsky's perfunctory glance at him, the rudeness of the harassed clerk, the fact that he and Kozlovsky were sitting around a tub on the floor at so little distance from the commander-in-chief, and those Cossack horse-minders laughing so raucously just outside the window, all of this made Prince Andrei feel that some great and ghastly misfortune was about to descend on them. He turned to Kozlovsky with some urgent questions.
"Prince, you'll have to wait," said Kozlovsky. "The disposition of Bagration's troops. Is it surrender?" "No, it's not. We're getting ready to take them on."
Prince Andrei walked over towards the door of the room from which the voices were coming. But just as he was about to open it, the voices inside stopped speaking. The door opened, and there in the doorway stood Kutuzov, with his familiar aquiline nose and podgy features. Prince Andrei was standing directly opposite Kutuzov, but from the look in the commander-in-chief's one good eye, it was clear that he was observing very little, being preoccupied with so many thoughts and anxieties. He looked his adjutant straight in the face and didn't recognize him.
"Well, have you finished?" he inquired of Kozlovsky.
"Very nearly, Your Excellency."
Bagration followed his commander-in-chief out of the room, a short, lean man, still relatively young, his semi-oriental features suggesting a phlegmatic man of strong character.
"Beg to report back, sir."
Prince Andrei had to say it twice in rather a loud voice before handing Kutuzov an envelope.
"Oh, yes, back from Vienna. Very good. Later, later."
Kutuzov went out to the steps, accompanied by Bagration.
"Well, Prince, I bid you farewell," he said to Bagration. "Christ be with you. You have my blessing for the great task ahead."
Kutuzov's face suddenly softened. There were tears in his eyes. With his left hand he drew Bagration to him, and with the other, which bore a ring, he made the sign of the cross over him, a gesture which seemed to have become second nature. He offered him a podgy cheek, but Bagration ended up kissing him on the neck.
"Christ be with you,"
repeated Kutuzov, walking away towards his carriage.
"Get in with me,"
he said to Bolkonsky.
"Your Most High Excellency, I would like to be of some use here. Please allow me to remain in Prince Bagration's detachment."
"Come in," said Kutuzov, and noticing that Bolkonsky was still hanging back, he added, "I need some good officers myself. Yes, indeed, I do." They took their seats in the carriage, and for some time neither of them spoke.
"We still have a very great deal ahead of us,"
Kutuzov said, seeming to penetrate with the sharp wisdom of a veteran all the spiritual torment that was troubling Bolkonsky.
"If 1/10 of his detachment gets through tomorrow, I shall thank God for it," added Kutuzov, apparently to himself.
Prince Andrei glanced at this man only inches away from him, and his eyes were drawn to the sharp outline of the scar on his temple where that bullet had gone through his head at Ismail, and the empty eye socket. Oh yes, he's earned the right to talk so casually about the destruction of all these men, thought Bolkonsky.
"That's why I'm asking you to send me to that detachment," he said.
Kutuzov didn't reply. He seemed to have forgotten what he had been saying and sat deep in thought. But 5 minutes later, rocking comfortably in the smoothly sprung carriage, Kutuzov looked at Prince Andrei. His face now showed no trace of emotion. With shrewd amusement, he questioned Prince Andrei about the details of his interview with the Emperor and how the court had reacted to the Krems affair, and also about certain ladies known to them both. Chapter 14. On the 1st of November, Kutuzov received an intelligence report that placed his army in an almost impossible situation. A spy reported that the French, having crossed the bridge at Vienna, were moving in great numbers on Kutuzov's line of communications with the reinforcements marching up from Russia. If Kutuzov were to remain at Krems, Napoleon's army of 150,000 men would cut him off from all communications and surround his weary army of 40,000, and he would find himself in the same situation as Mack before Ulm. If he wanted to abandon the road connecting him with the Russian reinforcements, he would have to go off the roads altogether into unknown territory, the mountainous region of Bohemia, pursued by the cream of the enemy's forces, and would give up all hope of joining with Buxhoevden. If he decided to retreat down the road from Krems to Olmütz to join up with the forces coming from Russia, he ran the risk of being intercepted by the French, who had crossed the Vienna Bridge, and having to engage them on the march, encumbered with stores and transport, an enemy 3 times as numerous and hemming him in on 2 sides. Kutuzov went for this last option. According to his intelligence, the French, once over the river, had set off on a forced march towards Znaim, which was on Kutuzov's route, 60 or 70 miles away. To get to Znaim before the French offered the best hope of saving the army. To let the French get there first would mean exposing the whole army to a disgrace like that of the Austrians at Ulm, or to complete destruction. But to reach Znaim with the whole army before the French got there was impossible. The road for the French from Vienna to Znaim was shorter and better than the road for the Russians from Krems to Znaim. On the night he received the report, Kutuzov dispatched Bagration's advance guard of 4,000 men off to the right, over the mountains from the Krems-Znaim road to the Vienna-Znaim road. Bagration was to march without stopping and take up a position facing Vienna with his back to Znaim, and if he did manage to get there before the French, his task was to delay them for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Kutuzov set off for Znaim with all the heavy transport. Bagration covered the 30 miles over the mountains at night in foul weather, with no road and with hungry, badly shod soldiers. Leaving a third of his men straggling in his wake, Bagration reached Hollabrunn on the Vienna-Znaim road a few hours before the French, who were marching there from Vienna. Kutuzov still needed a good 24 hours to get to Znaim with his heavy transport, and so, to save the army, Bagration, with his 4,000 hungry and exhausted soldiers, needed to hold up the entire enemy army confronting him at Hollabrunn for a day and a night. An obvious impossibility. But an odd twist of fate made the impossible possible. The success of the trick that had given the Vienna Bridge into the hands of the French encouraged Murat to try and outwit Kutuzov too. Encountering Bagration's feeble detachment on the Znaim road, Murat mistook it for Kutuzov's whole army. With a view to administering one final crushing defeat to this army, he decided to wait for the troops coming up behind him from Vienna. With this in mind, he proposed a 3-day truce on condition that neither army changed position or made any movement. Murat insisted that peace negotiations were underway, and this truce was proposed to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Count Nostitz, the Austrian general in charge of the advance posts, trusted Murat's word as conveyed by an emissary and fell back, leaving Bagration's detachment unprotected. Another emissary rode along the Russian lines to make the same announcement about peace negotiations and propose a 3-day truce to the Russian troops. Bagration's response was that he had no authority to accept or to decline any truce, and he dispatched an adjutant to Kutuzov with a report of the French proposal. A truce was Kutuzov's only hope of gaining time in order to give Bagration's exhausted forces some rest and to get the transport and heavy convoys, the movement of which was concealed from the French, one stage further along the road to Znaim. The offer of a truce gave them out of the blue one last chance to save the army. Once informed of it, Kutuzov promptly dispatched Adjutant General Wintzingerode, who was with him, to the enemy's camp. Wintzingerode was instructed not only to accept the truce, but to propose terms for surrender, and meanwhile Kutuzov sent his adjutants back to speed up the transport of the baggage and equipment of the whole army along the Krems-Znaim road. Bagration's starving and exhausted detachment was to provide cover single-handedly for the troop and transport convoy by just staying there, facing an enemy 8 times as strong. Kutuzov was right in 2 respects: that the offer of surrender, which did not tie his hands in any way, gave time for at least some of the transport to reach Znaim, and also that Murat's blunder would very soon be discovered. Napoleon was at Schönbrunn, less than 20 miles from Hollabrunn, when he received Murat's dispatch and the proposals for a truce and surrender. He saw through the trick immediately and sent the following letter to Murat by return. Schönbrunn, 25 Brumaire, 1805, at 8 o'clock in the morning. To Prince Murat. I can find no words to express to you my displeasure. As a mere advance guard commander, you have no right to enter into truces without orders from me. You are losing for me the spoils of a whole campaign. Break the truce immediately and march on the enemy. You must have it declared to them that the general who signed this surrender had no right to do so, and that only the Emperor of Russia has that right. If, however, the Emperor of Russia should ratify the aforesaid convention, I shall do likewise. But this is nothing but a trick. March on and destroy the Russian army. You are well placed to seize its baggage and artillery. The Russian Emperor's aide-de-camp is an impostor. Officers are nothing when they have no power. This one had none. The Austrians let themselves be tricked into allowing us across the Vienna Bridge Now you are falling for a trick played on you by one of the Emperor's adjutants, Napoleon. Napoleon's adjutant galloped off at full speed, bearing this ominous letter to Murat. Distrusting his generals, Napoleon himself moved to the battlefield with his whole guard, worried that a ready victim might slip through his fingers. Meanwhile, the 4,000 men of Bagration's detachment cheerfully lit their campfires, dried themselves out and got warm, and cooked porridge for the first time in 3 days, none of them realizing or even dreaming of what might be in store for them. Chapter 15. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Prince Andrei, who had finally persuaded Kutuzov to release him, reached Grunt and joined Bagration. Napoleon's adjutant had not yet reached Murat's detachment, and the battle had not yet begun. In Bagration's detachment, they had no idea how things were going. There was talk of peace, but no one believed it was possible. There was also talk of battle, but no one believed that was about to happen either. Knowing Bolkonsky to be a popular and trusted adjutant, Bagration gave him his warmest welcome and special indulgence as a commanding officer. He informed him that action would probably begin that day or the next, and gave him absolute freedom either to remain with him during the battle or to retire to the rear guard and supervise the order of the retreat, also a matter of some importance. "But I don't think there'll be any fighting today," said Bagration reassuringly to Prince Andrei. "If he is one of the run-of-the-mill little staff dandies sent here to win himself across," he was thinking, "he can do that in the rear guard. But if he really wants to be with me, I may as well let him. I can use him, if he's got any guts." Without replying, Prince Andrei asked leave to ride round the territory and learn the disposition of the forces, so that if he had to deliver any messages, he would know where to take them. One of the duty officers, a handsome and elegantly dressed man with a diamond ring on his forefinger, a confident speaker of bad French, was detailed to conduct Prince Andrei. On all sides they could see rain-soaked officers with dejected faces who seemed to be looking for something, and soldiers carrying doors, planks, and fences from somewhere in the village. "Just look at these men. They're all over the place," said the staff officer, pointing to them. "Their officers let them run riot, and look here," he pointed to a canteen set up under a tent. "They come in here and just sit around doing nothing. I sent them all out this morning, and look, it's full again. I must just ride over and give them a scare. Prince, one moment." "Let's both go, and I'll get myself some bread and cheese," said Prince Andrei, who had not yet had time to eat. "Why didn't you say, Prince? I could have offered you something." They got off their horses and went in under the tent. Several officers with flushed and exhausted faces were sitting at the tables, eating and drinking. "Now, what's all this, gentlemen?" said the staff officer, in the reproachful tone of a man who has said the same thing over and over again. "You can't keep leaving your posts like this. The prince gave orders that nobody should be in here. What about you, Captain?" he said to a grimy, thin little artillery officer, standing there in his stockings, having handed his boots to the stall-holder to dry them. He stood up when they came in, with a rather forced smile on his face. "What about you, Captain Tushin? Shame on you," the staff officer persisted. "I'd have expected you, as an artillery officer, to set an example, and here you are, in bare feet. If the alarm goes, you'll look fine with no boots on." The staff officer smiled. "Back to your stations, gentlemen, if you don't mind," he added in a tone of authority. Prince Andrei couldn't help smiling as he glanced at Captain Tushin. Saying not a word, Tushin was smiling at them, hopping from one bare foot to the other, and looking inquiringly with his big, shrewd, kindly eyes from Prince Andrei to the staff officer and back. "The men say it's easier in your bare feet," said Captain Tushin, with a shy smile, keen to cover his embarrassment with a joke or two. But before the words were out of his mouth, he could see that this one was going wrong. They didn't like it. He was even more embarrassed. "Please go back to your post," said the staff officer, struggling to maintain due gravity.
Prince Andrei glanced again at the little figure of the artillery officer. There was something odd about him, something unmilitary, rather comic, but very engaging. The staff officer and Prince Andrei mounted their horses and rode on. Riding out beyond the village, continually meeting or overtaking soldiers and officers of various divisions, they saw that on their left trenches were being dug, piling up mounds of fresh red clay. Several battalions of soldiers in shirt sleeves, despite the cold wind, were swarming like white ants all over the trenchworks. Spadefuls of red clay came soaring out onto the mounds thrown up by hands unseen. They went over to inspect the work and then rode on further. Just beyond the entrenchment, they came across dozens of soldiers continually running over to the latrine, changing places and running off again, and they had to hold their noses and get their horses to trot away from the noxious atmosphere. "Here we have it, the nice side of camp life," said the staff officer. They rode up the hill opposite, from where they could get a good view of the French. Prince Andrei stopped and looked. "That's our battery up yonder," said the staff officer, showing him the highest point, "commanded by that funny fellow sitting there with no boots on. From there you can see everything. Shall we go up, Prince?" "I'm most grateful to you, but I can manage now," said Prince Andrei, anxious to be rid of the staff officer. "Please, don't worry about me." The staff officer rode off, and Prince Andrei went on alone. The further forward and the closer to the enemy he went, the more orderly and cheerful he found the troops. The worst of the disorder and despondency had been seen in the transport column just outside Znaim, which Prince Andrei had passed that morning, 6 or 7 miles away from the French. He had also felt some degree of alarm and a vague sense of apprehension at Grund. But the nearer Prince Andrei got to the actual French lines, the more confident our troops appeared to be. The soldiers stood in orderly ranks, wearing their greatcoats, while their sergeant-major and the captain were numbering off, poking the last soldier in each section in the chest and telling him to raise his hand. Soldiers were scattered about everywhere, bringing logs and brushwood, knocking up little shacks, chatting together and laughing in high spirits. They sat round the campfires, some dressed and some stripped, drying off their shirts and leg bands, or seeing to their boots and coats. Many of them thronged around the cauldrons and porridge pots. In one company, the meal was ready, and the soldiers gazed at the steaming pots with ravenous faces, waiting for the quartermaster sergeant to take a bowlful over to an officer sitting on a log outside his shack so that he could sample it. In another company, luckier than most, they didn't all get vodka. The soldiers crowded round their thick-set, pock-marked sergeant while he tilted a keg of vodka and poured it into the canteen lids offered up in turn. With a heavenly look on their faces, the soldiers lifted the lids to their mouths, tossed them back, licked their lips, and then, wiping their mouths on their coat sleeves, strolled off looking nice and merry. Every face was calm. It was as if all this were happening not in sight of the enemy, and just before a battle in which at least half of them would be left behind on the field, but somewhere back home in Russia, with the prospect of a nice quiet halt for the night. Prince Andrei rode past a chasseur regiment and on to the ranks of the Kiev Grenadiers, splendid men, all engaged in the same peaceful activities. Not far from the colonel's rather superior little hut, he came upon a platoon of grenadiers, with a man stripped naked lying on the ground in front of them. 2 soldiers held him down while 2 others were swinging supple birches, lashing them down rhythmically across the man's bare back. The man screamed like nothing on earth. A stout major was walking up and down in front of the platoon, ignoring the screams and saying to the men, "It's a disgrace for a soldier to steal. A soldier must be honest, honourable, and brave. Anyone who steals from a brother must be without honour. He's a swine. Keep it going." The measured lashing continued. So did the desperate screaming, though some of it may have been for effect. "Keep it going," said the major over and again. A young officer walked away from the flogging, his face a picture of bewilderment and sorrow, looking quizzically at the adjutant. Prince Andrei rode out to the front and then along the line. On both flanks, the 2 lines, ours and the enemy's, were quite a long way away from each other, but in the centre, where the emissaries had come over that morning, the lines came so close together that the soldiers of the 2 armies could see each other's faces and talk to each other. Besides the picket line itself, many onlookers had gathered on both sides, enjoying a good laugh as they scrutinized the enemy, who looked to them like weird and alien beings. Since early morning, although the line was officially out of bounds, the commanding officers had not been able to keep the curious onlookers away. The soldiers who made up the line were now carrying on like showmen, with some novelty to offer. They had stopped looking at the French, and were wholly absorbed by the men who had come up to have a look, anything to distract them from boredom as they waited to be relieved. Prince Andrei stopped and took his measure of the French.
"Hey, mate, look at them two," said one soldier to his pal, pointing to a Russian musketeer who had gone up to the very front with an officer and was repeatedly bellowing something across to a French grenadier. "He can go on a bit, can't he? Old Froggy can't get a word in. How about that, Sidorov?" "Hang on, let's listen. Dead right, he knows his stuff," replied Sidorov, who fancied himself as a bit of a French expert. The soldier they were pointing to and laughing at was Dolokhov. Prince Andrei recognized him and listened to what he was saying. Dolokhov had come over with his captain from the left flank, where his regiment was stationed. "Go on, ask him again," the captain urged, straining forward in an attempt to catch every word, even though he didn't understand them. "Please keep it going. What's he trying to say?" Dolokhov didn't answer the captain, having been drawn into a fierce argument with the French grenadier. They were talking, inevitably, about the campaign. The Frenchman had got the Austrians and the Russians mixed up, and he was claiming that the Russians had surrendered and had been on the run all the way from Ulm. Dolokhov was telling him that the Russians had never surrendered. No, they had beaten the French. "Our orders are to drive you out of here, and that's what we're going to do," said Dolokhov. "Make sure you don't get captured, you and your Cossacks," said the French grenadier, to a roar of laughter from everyone watching and listening on the French side. "Remember Suvorov? He made you dance, and we'll have you dancing again," said Dolokhov. "What's he on about?" asked a Frenchman. "Ancient history," said another, guessing that it had something to do with previous wars. "Our emperor will give you a dose of Suvara, same as he did with all the others." "Bonaparte," Dolokhov began, only to be interrupted by the Frenchman. "Don't you say Bonaparte." "He is the emperor. His name is sacred," came the angry shout. "Damn and sod your emperor!" And Dolokhov cursed like a soldier in his vilest Russian, before shouldering his gun and walking away. "Come on, Ivan Lukitch," he said to his captain. "Let's go." "Bit of good froggy French there," said the soldiers down the line. "Come on, Sidorov, your turn." Sidorov winked at them, turned to face the French, and began to gabble strange words as fast as he could. "Karimala tafa safi mutakaska," he rattled out, trying to embellish his message with the most expressive intonation he could manage. The Russian soldiers burst into a great roar of happy, hearty laughter, and the French line took it up so spontaneously that you would have thought the only thing to do now was to unload the guns, blow up the ammunition, and get back home as soon as possible. But the muskets remained loaded. The marksmen's slits in buildings and earthworks stared out as ominously as ever, and the big guns still stood, ready, ranged against each other. Chapter 16. After doubling around the whole front line from right flank to left, Prince Andrei rode uphill to the battery which the staff officer had described as offering a good view of the whole field. Here he dismounted and stood by the farthest cannon in a line of 4, prepared for firing. An artilleryman on sentry duty in front of the big guns looked ready to come to attention at the approach of an officer, but at a signal he resumed the steady, tedious pace of his patrol. Behind the cannon stood the front sections of their carriages, and behind them were the tethered horses and campfires of the artillerymen. To the left, not far from the farthest cannon, the sounds of officers' voices in lively conversation emerged from a little, new wattle hut. And, indeed, the battery gave a splendid view of almost the whole spread of the Russian forces, and most of the enemy's too.
Straight across from the battery, on the crest of the opposite hill, he could see the village of Schöngraben, to the left and right of which there were 3 places where masses of French troops could be seen through the campfire smoke, though it was clear that most of them had been kept back in the village itself and over the hill. To the left of the village, something resembling a battery lurked in the smoke, indistinct to the naked eye. Our right flank was deployed on a rather steep hillside dominating the French position. Our infantry had been placed there too, and the dragoons were visible behind them on the very top of the ridge. In the centre stood Tushen's battery, from which Prince Andrei was now surveying the landscape. Here the ground below fell away very steeply before rising towards the stream that separated us from Schöngraben. On the left, our troops stuck close to the woods, and smoke rose up from campfires where our infantry had been detailed to cut wood. The French line was wider than ours, and it would obviously be an easy task for the French to outflank us on both sides. To our rear there was a precipitous ravine down which retreat with artillery and cavalry would be difficult. Prince Andrei leant one elbow on the cannon, took out a notebook, and sketched a plan of the disposition of the troops. In 2 places he jotted down some penciled notes, meaning to bring them up with Bagration. His first proposal would be to concentrate all the artillery in the centre, and the second would involve pulling the cavalry back and sending them to the other side of the ravine. Prince Andrei was used to standing near the commander-in-chief, watching the movements of masses of men and large-scale manoeuvres, and he had long been a student of military history, so now it was inevitable that he would take a generalized view of the impending operations. He always imagined things on a grand scale. If the enemy attacks us on the right flank, he told himself, for example, the Kiev Grenadiers and Podolsky Chasseurs will have to hold their positions until reserves from the centre reach them. In this event, the dragoons could counterattack and drive them back. In case of an attack on the centre, though, we should deploy the central battery on this height and use its cover to withdraw the left flank and effect a staged retreat as far as the ravine. This was his way of thinking. As he stood there in the battery next to the cannon, he was aware of officers' voices emanating from the hut, but, as often happens, he wasn't taking in a word of what they were saying. Then suddenly he heard someone speak with such feeling that he couldn't help listening. "No, my dear fellow," said a pleasant voice that struck him as vaguely familiar, "I'm telling you, if we could know what's going to happen after we're dead, not one of us would be scared of dying. There you have it, old man." A younger voice interrupted him to say, "Anyway, scared or not, it comes to us all."
"But you're still scared, you lot with your education," said a different, mature voice, cutting across the first 2. "You gunners think you know it all because you can take everything with you, never short of a drop to drink or a bite to eat." This brought a laugh from the owner of the mature voice, apparently an infantry officer. "But we're still scared," insisted the first voice, the one that Prince Andrei half recognized. "We're scared of the unknown. That's what it's all about. It's all right saying the soul goes up to heaven. We know for certain there isn't any heaven. There's only the atmosphere up there." Once again the mature voice interrupted. "Come on, Tushen. Give us a drop of your homemade vodka."
"Oh, it's that captain in the canteen with no boots on," thought Prince Andrei, delighted to recognize that pleasant voice now so full of philosophy. "Yes, have a swig," said Tushen. "But, listen, the idea of a life to come—" He never finished his sentence. At that moment a great whoosh came through the air, nearer, nearer, faster and louder, louder and faster, and a cannonball, also not quite saying everything it wanted to say, thudded into the ground not far away, blasting the earth with superhuman force. The earth seemed to groan at receiving such a terrible blow. Immediately the diminutive Tushen dashed out of the hut before anyone else, with his short pipe stuck in the corner in his mouth, and his kind, bright face looking rather pale.
Then came the owner of the mature voice, a dashing infantry officer who rushed off to get back to his company, buttoning up his jacket as he ran. Chapter 17. Prince Andrei mounted his horse, but stayed at the battery for a while, staring at the smoke rising from the cannon that had fired the ball. His eyes swept the wide open spaces. What registered with him was that the previously solid masses of the French were beginning to move, and there really was a battery on the left-hand side, the smoke above it having not yet cleared. 2 French horsemen, probably adjutants, were galloping across the hill. A small column of enemy troops was clearly visible, moving downhill, probably to strengthen the line. Before the smoke of the first shot had cleared, there came another puff of smoke and another report. The battle was beginning. Prince Andrei turned his horse and galloped back to Grunt to find Prince Bagration. Behind him he could hear the bombardment getting louder and more frequent, a sign that our guns were beginning to respond. Musket fire rang out down below at the spot where the lines were closest. Le Marois had only just delivered Napoleon's ominous letter, and the humiliated Murat, desperate to make up for his mistake, rapidly moved his forces for an attack from the centre and a double flanking manoeuvre, hoping to destroy the puny detachment facing him before evening and before the arrival of the Emperor. "It's started. This is it," thought Prince Andrei, feeling the blood surging around his heart. "But where do I look? How do I find my Toulon?" he wondered. Riding through companies that only a quarter of an hour earlier had been eating porridge and drinking vodka, he could see the same rapid movement everywhere, as soldiers fell in and got their muskets ready, and on every face he could see the same excitement that he felt in his heart. "It's here, this is it. God, I'm scared, but it's marvellous," said every face of officer and man. Before he got back to the unfinished earthworks, through the late afternoon gloom of a dull autumn day, he saw several men riding towards him. The first of them, wearing a cloak and an astrakhan cap and riding a white horse, was Prince Bagration. Prince Andrei stopped and waited for him to come on. Prince Bagration reined in his horse, recognized Prince Andrei, and nodded to him. He continued to gaze ahead while Prince Andrei told him what he had seen. A touch of "it's here, this is it" was noticeable even on Prince Bagration's strong brown face, with his half-closed, dull-looking eyes that betrayed a lack of sleep. With excited curiosity, Prince Andrei kept glancing at that impassive face, wondering whether this man was thinking and feeling anything at this moment, and then what he was thinking and feeling. "Is there anything there behind that straight face?" Prince Andrei asked himself as he watched him. Prince Bagration nodded to acknowledge Andrei's words and said, "Carry on," in a tone which implied that all these events, everything reported to him, were going to plan. Prince Andrei was out of breath from his hard riding, and he spoke rapidly. Prince Bagration had an oriental accent, and now pronounced his words with great deliberation, as if to impress upon him that there was no need to hurry. He did, however, spur his horse to a trot before riding towards Tushen's battery. Prince Andrei went after him as part of the entourage. The party consisted of an officer of the suite, Bagration's personal aide, Zherkov, an orderly officer, the duty staff officer on a handsome bobtailed horse, and a civil servant, an auditor who had asked permission to watch the action. The auditor, a podgy man with a podgy face, looked around with a naive smile of amusement, flopping about on his horse, a preposterous figure among the hussars, Cossacks, and adjutants, with his camel-hair coat and borrowed saddle. "He wants to see some action," said Zherkov to Bolkonsky, with a nod towards the auditor, "but his tummy's playing up already." "That's enough of that," beamed the auditor, with a simple but knowing smile, as if he felt quite flattered to be ridiculed by Zherkov, and wanted to make himself seem stupider than he really was. "Most amusing, my Mr. Prince," said the duty staff officer, who knew there was a special way of using the Russian title Knyaz, Prince, in French, but kept getting it wrong. By this time they had all ridden up close to Tushen's battery, and a cannonball hit the ground not far ahead of them.
What was that? Asked the auditor with his naive smile. A French pancake, said Zherkov. So that's what they fight with, observed the auditor. That's awful. But he seemed nevertheless to swell up with pleasure. Hardly were these words out of his mouth when suddenly there came another terrible whoosh, ending in a thudding splash into something soft, and with a great squelch, a Cossack riding just behind him to the right toppled to the ground from his horse. Zherkov and the staff officer bent over their saddles and turned their horses away. The auditor stopped a short distance from the Cossack and gave him close scrutiny. He was dead, but his horse still struggled. Prince Bagration looked round squinting, noted what the delay was, and casually turned back as if to say, I can't be bothered with silly details. He reined in with the skill of an expert horseman, leant slightly to one side and freed his sword, which had snagged in his cloak. It was an old-fashioned sword, no longer worn by anyone. Prince Andrei recalled the story that Suvorov had given his sword to Bagration in Italy, and the memory of it gave him a particular thrill at that moment. By now they had reached the battery from which Prince Andrei had surveyed the battlefield. "Who's in charge here?" Prince Bagration asked an NCO gunner standing beside the ammunition boxes. When he asked, "Who's in charge here?" he seemed to be saying, "Not gone soft, have you?" And the gunner understood. "Captain Tushin, sir," came the breezy response from the red-haired, freckle-faced young man as he came to attention. "Good, good," said a deeply preoccupied Bagration, and he rode past the gun carriages towards the end cannon. Just before he got there, a shot boomed out from it, deafening him and his suite, and through the smoke that suddenly enveloped the big gun, they watched the gunners grab the cannon, strain against it, and trundle it back into position. A huge, burly soldier, the number 1 gunner holding the cleaning rod, sprang up to the wheel, his legs widely braced, while number 2 rammed the charge down the cannon's mouth with a shaking hand. Captain Tushin, short and stooping, tripped over the gun carriage as he dashed forward, without noticing the general, to stare into the distance, shading his eyes with a tiny hand. 2 points up! That'll do! He shouted in a shrill voice, with attempted bravura which didn't quite square with his small figure. "Fire number 2, he piped. "Hammer then, Medvedev!" Bagration called the officer over, and Tushin went up to the general, raising 3 fingers to his cap with a timid and gawky movement, more like a priest blessing someone than a soldier saluting. Tushin's guns had originally been intended to bombard the valley, but he was now lobbing incendiary bombs straight over at Schönengraben village, where great masses of French soldiers could be seen advancing out and down. Tushin had not been told what to fire at or what charges to use, so, after consulting his sergeant, Zakharchenko, a man he greatly respected, he had decided it would be a good thing to set the village on fire. "Carry on," said Bagration, when he heard what the officer had to say, and he began scrutinizing the entire battlefield that lay unfolded before him. He seemed to be working things out. The French had advanced furthest on the right side. From the hollow, with the stream at the bottom, downhill from the Kiev regiment, came a continuous, soul-stirring crackle of musket fire. Much further away to the right, behind the dragoons, the officer of the suite showed Bagration where we were being outflanked by a French column. To the left, the nearby woods rose to the skyline. Prince Bagration gave orders for 2 battalions from the centre to move to the right to reinforce that flank. The officer of the suite ventured to remark to the prince that the transfer of these battalions would leave the big guns without cover. Prince Bagration turned and stared at him with lacklustre eyes, saying nothing. Prince Andrei thought the officer had a good point, and really nothing could be said against it. But just then an adjutant galloped up with a message from the regimental colonel down in the hollow that the French were coming down on them in huge numbers, and his men were retreating in disorder uphill towards the Kiev grenadiers. Prince Bagration gave a nod of acknowledgment and approval. He then rode off to the right at walking pace,
and dispatched an aide to the dragoons with orders to attack the French. But this man returned half an hour later with the news that the colonel of the dragoons had already retreated beyond the ravine in the face of overwhelming fire to avoid unnecessary further losses, and now had his marksmen dismounted in the wood. "Carry on," said Bagration. Just as he began to ride away from the battery, more shots rang out, this time in the wood on the left. Since it was too far to go himself, Prince Bagration dispatched Zherkov to tell the senior general, the one whose regiment had been inspected by Kutuzov at Braunau, to retreat with all speed beyond the ravine, because the right flank would probably not be able to hold the enemy much longer. Tushin and the battalion that was supposed to cover him were forgotten. Prince Andrei listened carefully to what was said between Prince Bagration and the commanding officers, and to any orders issued, and he was astounded to observe that no orders were really given. Prince Bagration was just trying to pretend that everything they were being forced to do, every accidental development, or anything brought about by individual commanders, was happening, if not according to his orders, then at least as part of his plan. Prince Andrei noticed, on the other hand, that even though everything was happening by pure chance and had nothing to do with the commander's volition, the tact shown by Prince Bagration meant that his presence there was of enormous value. Commanding officers who rode up to Bagration looking desperately worried quickly regained their composure. Soldiers and officers hailed him with good cheer. They found his presence reinvigorating, and he put a swagger and new courage into their steps. Chapter 18. After riding up to the highest point on our right flank, Prince Bagration started off downhill, where a continuous rattle of gunfire rang out and nothing could be seen for the smoke. The further they descended into the hollow, the less they could see, but the more sharply they could sense the proximity of actual battle. They began to come across wounded men. 2 soldiers were dragging a third along with his arms around their necks. His head was covered with blood. He had lost his cap. He was hawking and spitting blood, a bullet having evidently got him in the mouth or throat. Another man came towards them, walking sturdily on his own, with no gun, moaning and groaning, and shaking his wounded arm as pain hit him, while the blood poured down his greatcoat like liquid from a bottle. To judge by his face, he seemed more scared than hurt. He had been wounded only a moment before. They crossed the road and started down a steep incline, where they saw several men lying on the sloping ground. Then they were met by a crowd of soldiers, some of them not wounded. These soldiers, gasping for breath as they hurried uphill, took no notice of the general and went on shouting to each other with much waving of their arms. Ahead of them, through the smoke, they could now see whole ranks of grey coats, and once the commanding officer set eyes on Bagration, he ran off after the retreating mass of soldiers, shouting for them to come back. Bagration rode up to the ranks, where noisy, sporadic fire drowned all speech, including the officers' shouted commands. The air was thick with gun smoke. The soldiers' faces were all animated and smudged with gunpowder. Ramrods plunged in and out. Powder was poured into pans. Charges came out of pouches. Guns fired. What they were firing at couldn't be seen for the smoke that hung undispersed by the wind. Much of the time the air was full of sweet sounds, the whine and whistle of bullets. "What's all this?" wondered Prince Andrei as they rode up to the crowd of soldiers. "It can't be the front line. They're all bunched up together. It can't be an assault group. Nobody's moving. And they're certainly not forming a square." A skinny, frail-looking old colonel, with a sweet smile and eyelids that drooped down, more than half covering his weary old eyes, all of which made him look like a gentle sort of person, rode up to meet Prince Bagration and greet him like a host welcoming a favourite guest. He reported that his regiment had been attacked by the French cavalry, and that although the attack had been repulsed, the regiment had lost more than half its men.
The colonel said that the attack had been repulsed because that seemed like a suitable military term for what had happened, but he had no real idea of anything that had taken place during that half-hour of skirmishes involving his troops, and couldn't have said with any certainty whether the attack had been repulsed or his regiment had been destroyed by the attack. All he knew was that the action had started with cannonballs and grenades raining down on his regiment and hitting his men. Then someone had shouted, "Cavalry!" and our men had opened fire. And they were still at it, firing not now at the cavalry because they had disappeared, but at French infantrymen who had turned up in the hollow and started firing at us. Prince Bagration nodded his head as a sign that this was just what he had wanted and planned for. Turning to an aide, he ordered him to bring down from the hill the 2 battalions of the 6th Chasseurs they had ridden past. Prince Andrei was struck, at that moment, by a change that had come over Prince Bagration's face. It had assumed the concentration and wilful delight of a man who has decided to take a plunge on a hot day and is now on his run-up to a dive. Gone were the lacklustre, dozy eyes and that forced appearance of profound thought. His round, sharp, hawk-like eyes peered ahead with new exhilaration and some disdain without actually seeing anything, though he still moved with the same leisureliness and steady rhythm. The colonel then urged Prince Bagration to go back, since it was too dangerous where they were. "Sir, I implore you in God's name," he kept saying, glancing at the officer of the suite for support, but he was looking away. "See what I mean, Your Excellency," he said, reminding him of the bullets which never stopped whining, singing, and hissing all around them. He spoke like a carpenter remonstrating with his master who has just picked up an axe. "We're hardened to it, sir, but you'll get blisters on your hands." He talked as if he couldn't be killed by these bullets, and his half-closed eyes gave his words extra conviction. The staff officer added his protests to the colonel's, but Bagration made no reply. All he did was give the order for a ceasefire and reformation to create space for the 2 battalions of reinforcements. As he spoke, a breeze lifted the pall of smoke covering the hollow like an unseen hand sweeping from right to left, giving them a view of the opposite hillside, with all the French soldiers moving across it. Every eye turned instinctively to that French column bearing down on them, weaving in and out and up and down as it came. They could see the soldiers' shaggy caps, the differences between officers and men, and their standard flapping on its staff. "Nice bit of marching," said someone in Bagration's suite. The head of the column was well down into the hollow. Any fighting would now take place on this side. The remnants of our regiment that had already been in action fell in as fast as they could and started to move off to the right. Meanwhile, behind them, the 2 battalions of the 6th Chasseurs were marching up in good order, scattering the stragglers. Well before they drew level with Bagration, they heard the heavy tramp, tramp, tramp of massed men marching in step. On their left flank, nearest to Bagration, marched the captain, an imposing man with a round face which looked rather silly in its cheerfulness, the infantry officer who had followed Tushin out of the wattle hut. At that moment he was clearly oblivious to everything except the swaggering style of his march past in front of the commanding officer. With the smugness of an endman on parade, he bounced along on his sinewy legs, effortlessly marching to attention, floating with a lightness of step remarkably different from the heavy tread of the soldiers keeping time with him. Down by his thigh he carried unsheathed a thin little sword. It was a small curved sabre, for ceremonial use only, and he looked and turned sideways to the commander and back to the men behind, without straining his big, powerful frame or getting out of step. He seemed to strive with every fibre of his soul to march past his commander with maximum style, and his strong sense of doing this well made him a happy man. "Left, left, left," he seemed to be mouthing to himself at each alternate step, and that was the rhythm to which the solid wall of military men
weighed down by packs and guns, advanced. Each face was different in its stern concentration, and each one of these hundreds of soldiers seemed to mouth his own, left, 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 at each alternate step. A stout major skipped around a bush on the road, puffing and panting and losing step. A soldier who had fallen behind trotted along in an effort to catch up with the company, panic at his offence written over his face. And then a cannonball whooshed over the heads of Prince Bagration and his suite. They could feel its pressure through the air, and, exactly in step with the left, 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 it crashed into the column. "Close ranks!" the captain sang out in a chirpy voice well suited to his swaggering step. The soldiers circled around something at the spot where the ball had landed, and an old cavalryman, NCO, who had fallen behind near the dead bodies, now caught up with his line, fell into step with the march and strode on, glaring angrily about him. "Left, left, left," seemed to echo through the ominous silence and the tedious tramp, tramp, tramp of synchronized feet. "Well done, men," said Prince Bagration. "Thank you, sir, sir," echoed down the ranks. One surly-looking soldier, marching on the left, stared straight at Bagration as he shouted, as if to say, "We don't need you to tell us." Another looked rigidly ahead as he marched past, opened his mouth wide and bawled out as if he daren't risk any lapse of concentration. Then they were brought to a halt and allowed to take off their packs. Bagration rode around the ranks of men that had marched past and then dismounted. He gave the reins to a Cossack, took off his cloak and handed that over too, stretched his legs and set his cap straight. And there, suddenly, was the French column, officers in front, coming into sight as they climbed the hill. "God be with us," cried Bagration in a clear, strong voice. He turned for a moment to the front line, and then marched forward over the rough terrain, swinging his arms a little and lumbering along awkwardly, like a man more used to riding. Prince Andrei felt himself drawn forward by an irresistible force, and he had a sensation of supreme happiness. The French were getting nearer, and now Prince Andrei, walking beside Bagration, could clearly make out their bandoliers and red epaulets, even their faces. He had a clear view of one bandy-legged old French officer wearing gaiters, who had to grab hold of bushes because climbing uphill was so hard for him. Prince Bagration gave no further orders. He just marched on silently ahead of the ranks. Suddenly, the crack of a shot came from the French side, then another, and a third. Smoke rose, and gunfire rang out down the ragged ranks of the enemy. Some of our men fell, one of them the round-faced officer who had been putting so much effort and pleasure into his marching. But when the very first shot rang out, Bagration had looked round and roared, "Hurrah!" A great, sustained hurrah went echoing down our lines, and our men raced past Prince Bagration and overtook one another, hurtling chaotically downhill in one inspired and jubilant mob to get at the scattering Frenchmen. Chapter 19. The attack of the 6th Chasseurs secured the retreat of our right flank. In the centre, Tushen's forgotten battery had succeeded in setting fire to Schöngraben, and was thus delaying the advance of the French. They were so busy putting out fires fanned by the breeze that the Russians had plenty of time to retreat. The retreat of the centre across the ravine was carried out at speed amid the din, although the different units managed to keep themselves apart. But the Azovsky and Podolsky infantry and the Pavlograd hussars on the left were simultaneously attacked and outflanked by the pick of the French troops under Lannes and torn apart. Bagration dispatched Zherkov to the general in command there, with orders for an immediate retreat. Zherkov responded smartly, still saluting. He spurred his horse and galloped off. But the moment he was out of Bagration's sight, his courage failed him. He panicked uncontrollably and could not bring himself to ride into the danger area. Approaching the left flank troops, instead of riding straight ahead into the gunfire, he veered off to look for the general and his officers in places where they couldn't possibly be. So the order was not passed on. The left flank was commanded by the senior general of Dolokhov's regiment, the one that Kutuzov had inspected before Braunau, but the extreme left flank was commanded by the colonel of the Pavlograd Hussars, Nikolai Rostov's regiment. The two commanders were at cross purposes. There was a feud between them, and while battle was raging on the right flank, and the French had already begun to advance, these two officers were still in discussions devoted to mutual abuse. The two regiments, cavalry and infantry, were anything but ready for the action to come. Not a man among them, soldier or general, was expecting a battle. All were going about their peaceful occupations, cavalrymen feeding horses and foot soldiers cutting wood. "Yes, I know he outranking me," said the German colonel of the Hussars, growing very red and addressing an adjutant who had just ridden over. "So let him do how he likes. Mine Hussars I not sacrifice. Bugler sounds the retreat." But things were getting urgent. On the right and in the centre, cannon and musket now thundered in concert, and the French greatcoats of Lannes's sharpshooters had crossed the dam by the mill pond and were reforming on this side a couple of musket shots away. The infantry general walked over to his horse, quivering as always, mounted, sat up very straight and tall, and rode off to see the Pavlograd colonel. The two commanders met with polite bows and secret venom in their hearts. "Now look here, colonel," said the general. "I cannot leave half my men in the wood. I beg you, he repeated. "Get into position and prepare to attack." "And I am begging you not meddling in other people's business," answered the colonel, roused to fury. "If you was cavalry officer—" "I am not a cavalry officer, colonel, but I am a Russian general, and if you are unaware, aware of this I am, sir." Suddenly the colonel, purple with rage, put spurs to his horse and yelled at the general, "Kindly please to come to the front with me. You will see this position no good. I will not destroy my regiment just to please you." "You forget yourself, colonel. I am not thinking of my own pleasure, and I cannot allow such a thing to be said." The general saw the colonel's proposition as a challenge to his courage, so he squared his chest and rode off with him, scowling towards the front line, as if the whole argument between them would be settled once and for all when they were there under fire. When they arrived at the front, several bullets flew by, and they just halted in silence. There was nothing new to be seen. It was obvious from where they had been standing before that the cavalry couldn't operate here because of bushes and gullies, and also that the French were outflanking them to the left. The general and the colonel glared at each other with sour determination on both sides, like two cocks strutting around ready for a fight, vainly searching for the slightest sign of cowardice. Both passed the test. There was nothing more to be said, and neither was willing to give the other any grounds for claiming that he had been the first to withdraw from under fire, and they might have stayed there forever, locked in this trial of strength, but for a burst of musket fire and several voices shouting just behind them in the wood. The French had attacked some of our soldiers collecting wood in the copse. No one could retreat now, neither the Hussars nor the infantry. They were cut off from retreat on the left by the French line. Now, never mind the rough terrain, they were going to have to fight their way through. The Hussars of Nikolai Rostov's squadron had scarcely had time to mount their horses when suddenly there they were, confronting the enemy. Once again, as on the Enns bridge, there was no one between the squadron and the enemy, but there was that dreadful dividing line of uncertainty and fear, so similar to the line between the living and the dead. All of them sensed this, and one question worried them all. Would they cross it or not? And if yes, how would they cross it? The colonel rode up to the front, gave some testy answers to questions posed by the officers, and, like a man desperate to have his own way, rapped out an order. There had been no definite word, but a rumour had swept the squadron that they were going to attack. Now the order to fall in was followed by the slash of sabres coming out of scabbards. Still no one moved. The left flank infantry and hussars sensed that their commanders had no idea what to do, and their uncertainty was soon transmitted to the soldiers. Come on, thought Rostov, feeling that at long last the moment had come to enjoy the thrill of a charge, which his regimental comrades had so often told him about. God be with you, men! Rang out Denisov's voice. Forward! Quick, twat! In the front line, the horses stirred their haunches. Little Rook pulled on the reins and set off on his own. To his right, Rostov could see the leading ranks of his own hussars. Up ahead, he could make out a dark strip, not very clear, but presumably the enemy. Shots could be heard, but they were some way off. Faster now! Came the word of command, and Rostov felt Little Rook's hindquarters dip as he surged into a gallop. Rostov knew the horse's every movement in advance, and he was getting more and more excited. He noticed a solitary tree just ahead. That tree had once been in front of him, right in the middle of the dividing line that had seemed so terrible. But now they had crossed that line, and nothing terrible had happened, except that he felt even more elated and excited. God, how I'll slash him, thought Rostov, squeezing down on his sabre hilt. All voices roared a huge hurrah! Let 'em all come, he thought, spurring Little Rook to go even faster, sweeping past the others and moving into a full gallop. Now the enemy could be seen ahead. And then suddenly something happened. It came like a great lash across the whole squadron, as if it had been slapped by a big broom. Rostov had his sabre raised, ready to slash with it. But at that moment, Nikitenko, who had just galloped past, suddenly disappeared, and Rostov felt himself flying through the air at an amazing speed, and yet at the same time not moving. Was he dreaming? One of his comrades, Bandarchuk, almost crashed into him and flashed him a furious glare. Bandarchuk's horse veered away and galloped on. What's happened? Why can't I move? I'm down? I'm dead? For a moment, Rostov questioned and answered himself. There he was, on his own, in the middle of a field. Instead of the galloping horses and the hussars' backs, all he could see around him was the earth and stubble, and no movement of any kind. There was warm blood under him. No, I'm only wounded. It's my horse that's dead. Little Rook struggled to get up onto his forelegs, but sank back, pinning his rider's leg. Blood was flowing from the horse's head. He was thrashing about. He couldn't get up. Rostov tried to get up too, and fell back down. His sabotage had snagged in the saddle. Where were our men? Where were the French? He had no idea. There was no one in sight. He managed to free his leg and stood up. Which way now? Where's that dividing line that separated us off so neatly? He wondered. But this time there was no answer. Something's gone terribly wrong. Do things like this really happen? What do you do? He kept wondering as he got to his feet. Then he suddenly felt there was something dangling on his numb left arm that shouldn't be there. The wrist seemed not to belong to his arm. He stared down at his hand, looking for blood. Oh, look, someone's coming, he thought with great delight, seeing some men running towards him. They'll help me. The first wore a strange shako and a blue coat. He had a swarthy, sunburnt face and a hooked nose. He was followed by two others, and there were a lot more just behind him. One of them said something funny, not in Russian. Rostov could see a Russian hussar standing among the same sort of men wearing the same sort of hat. They were pinning him by the arms and holding his horse too, a bit further back. It's one of our boys. He's been taken prisoner. Yes, he has. Are they going to take me? Who are these people? Rostov was still wondering. He could hardly believe his eyes. Is it the French?
He looked at the Frenchman running towards him, and although only a few seconds before he had been galloping along, dying to get at them and hack them to pieces, now that they were so near, everything seemed so ghastly that again he couldn't believe his eyes. Who are they? Why are they running? They're not after me. They can't be after me. Why? They can't want to kill me. Me! Everybody loves me. He remembered all the love he had had from his mother, from his family, and his friends, and the idea of the enemy wanting to kill him seemed absurd. But they might want to. He had been standing there rigid for more than 10 seconds, not taking anything in. The hook-nosed Frenchman was getting near, so near you could see the look on his face. And the sight of this rampaging foreigner's face as he sprinted breathlessly towards him with fixed bayonet suddenly terrified Rostov. He grabbed his pistol, and instead of firing, he hurled it at the Frenchman and dashed towards the bushes as fast as his legs would carry him. Gone were the feelings of doubt and conflict that had pursued him across the bridge at Enns. He was running now like a hare chased by dogs. His whole being was reduced to a single sensation. He was terrified and running for his young and happy life. He scorched the ground, flew across fields, and soared over hedges like the lively child he had once been, chasing his friends, once or twice turning his kind, pale, youthful face to look back, only to feel a chill of horror run down his spine. No, don't look back, he thought. But when he got to the bushes, he did glance round once more. The Frenchman had given up, and even as he looked round, the first man was just slowing down from a gentle trot to a walk, and turning round to yell back to one of his pals. Rostov stopped. It can't be right, he thought. They can't have been going to kill me. Meanwhile, his left arm felt heavy, as if a great weight had been hung on it. He could run no further. The Frenchman stopped too, and aimed at him. Rostov squeezed his eyes shut and ducked. One bullet sang past his head, then another. He gathered what strength he had left, took his left hand in his right, and ran into the bushes. There, in the bushes, were the Russian marksmen. Chapter 20. The infantry regiments that had been caught napping in the wood were now rushing out, with companies mixing together, and all of them retreating in a shambles. It only took one panicky soldier to call out, "We're cut off!" Meaningless words, perhaps, but terrifying on any battlefield, for them to affect the entire mass of men. "Surrounded! Cut off! We've had it!" they shouted as they ran. The moment their general heard musket fire and shouting from the rear, he realized something terrible had happened to his regiment, and the thought that he, an exemplary officer with a long and blameless service career, might now be accused by his superiors of negligence or dereliction of duty, struck him so forcibly that he suddenly became oblivious of everything else. The insubordinate cavalry colonel, his own important role as a general, and, what mattered most, any sense of danger or thought of self-preservation. Clutching the pommel of his saddle and spurring his horse, he galloped off to the regiment under a hail of bullets that sprayed everywhere but luckily didn't hit him. His sole purpose was to find out what was wrong and put it right, if it had been his fault, anything to avoid being censured, now after 22 years of exemplary, unblemished service. He galloped unscathed through the French forces and emerged from the wood into a field where our men were ignoring orders and running away downhill. This was now one of those decisive moral points which turn a battle. Would this rabble of soldiers respond to their commander's voice, or would they just look at him and keep running? Despite all the desperate shouts from a commander who had once put the fear of God into every last soldier, despite his infuriated purple face contorted beyond all recognition, even despite the wild brandishing of his sabre, the soldiers kept running, yelling at each other, firing in the air, and ignoring every word of command. That moral turning point on which a battle hinges was unmistakably the way of panic.
Coughing from the shouting and the smoke, the general stopped in despair. All seemed lost, when suddenly the French, who had been advancing on our men, ran back, for no apparent reason, and disappeared from the outskirts of the wood. There, among the trees, were the Russian marksmen. It was Timokhin's company, the only one to have maintained order and discipline in the wood, which had hidden in a gully, ambushed the French, and now mounted a swift attack. Timokhin rushed at the French with such a furious yell, assailing them with such wild and drunken zeal, with nothing but a sword in his hand, that the French were taken by surprise. They dropped their guns and fled. Dolokhov, running beside Timokhin, killed one French soldier at close quarters, and was the first to grab the collar of an officer who wanted to give himself up. Our men who had been running away returned. The battalions reformed, and the French, who had been on the point of splitting the left flank forces, were for the moment driven back. Our reserves had time to join the main forces, and everyone stopped running away. The general had halted alongside Major Ekonomov, and was seeing the retreated companies over a bridge when a soldier ran up to him, grabbed hold of his stirrup, and almost clung to him. He was wearing a bluish coat of fine cloth. He had no pack or shako. His head was bandaged, and a French ammunition pouch was slung across his shoulders. He was clutching an officer's sword in both hands. The soldier had a very pale face, and his blue eyes looked defiantly into the general's face. There was a smile on his mouth. The general was busy giving instructions to Major Ekonomov, but he could hardly ignore this man. "Sir, I have 2 trophies for you," said Dolokhov, pointing to the French sword and ammunition pouch. "I took an officer prisoner. I stopped a company." Dolokhov was gasping from exhaustion, and he spoke haltingly. "The whole company is my witness. Please remember this, sir." Very good," said the general, and he turned away to Major Ekonomov. But Dolokhov wouldn't go. He undid his bandage, yanked it off, and showed congealed blood on his head. "A bayonet wound. I stayed there at the front. Please remember this, Your Excellency." Tushin's battery had been forgotten, and it was only at the very end of the action that Prince Bagration, hearing the bombardment still coming from the centre, sent the duty staff officer and then Prince Andrei to order the battery to retreat with all speed. Any support for Tushin's cannons had been ordered away in mid-battle, but the battery had kept on firing and was not taken by the French simply because the enemy didn't believe that 4 guns could have the effrontery to go on firing without any protection. Quite the reverse. From the sustained action of this battery, the French came to believe that the main Russian forces were concentrated here in the centre, and mounted 2 attacks on that point. Both times they were driven back by grapeshot from the 4 cannons standing in solitude at the top of the hill. It was not long after Prince Bagration's departure that Tushin had succeeded in setting fire to Schöngraben. "That's got 'em moving! It's on fire! Look at the smoke! Good shot! Well done! Look at the smoke! Look at the smoke!" cried the gunners, taking heart. In the absence of any instructions, the 4 guns had been pointed towards the conflagration. The soldiers seemed to be urging the cannonballs on their way. Every shot was hailed with a roar. "Good shot! There she goes! Look at that! Nice one!" Fanned by the wind, the fire was spreading quickly. French columns that had marched out of the village came straight back, but evidently in revenge for this nasty turn of events, the enemy positioned 10 guns outside the village to the right and began firing back at Tushin. In their childlike glee at setting fire to the village, and the excitement of their lucky firing on the French, our gunners failed to spot this battery until 2 cannonballs and then 4 more fell among their guns, one killing 2 horses and another blowing a wagon driver's leg off. Their blood was up, though, and their energies, far from flagging, simply found another outlet. The horses were replaced by others from a standby gun carriage. The wounded were carried away, and their 4 guns were ranged against a 10-strong enemy battery. One of Tushin's fellow officers had been killed at the outset, and after an hour's firing,
17 of the battery's 40 gunners were out of action, but the rest were as bright and eager as ever. Twice they had seen the French encroach on them from below, twice they had sprayed them with grapeshot. The diminutive Tushin, with his clumsy little gestures, kept asking his orderly to "refill my pipe for this one," as he put it, and he was forever running about, scattering sparks all over and peering across at the French from under his tiny little hand. "Come on, men! Let 'em have it!" he never stopped saying, and he was not averse to heaving at the cannon wheels and working the screws himself. In all the smoke, deafened by the incessant banging of the cannons that made him jump at every shot, Tushin ran from one cannon to the next, his stubby pipe never out of his mouth, taking aim, checking the charges, arranging for killed and wounded horses to be unharnessed and replaced, and shouting to everyone in his unimpressive, shrill little voice. His face became more and more animated, although when someone got killed or wounded, he would frown, turn away from him, and shout angrily at the men who are always dilatory in picking up a wounded soldier or a dead body. Every one of the soldiers, for the most part handsome, strapping boys, head and shoulders taller than their officer, and twice as broad in the chest, inevitable in the artillery, looked at their commanding officer as do children in trouble, and whatever expression they found on his face was invariably reflected on their own. With all the fearful clamour and banging, and the need to concentrate and keep busy, Tushin never felt the slightest nasty touch of fear, and the idea that he might be killed or badly wounded never entered his head. Quite the reverse, he felt more and more buoyant. The moment he had first seen the enemy and fired his first shot now seemed a long, long time ago, yesterday maybe, and that little plot of earth where he now stood was a familiar place, and he felt at home in it. He missed nothing, thought of every last detail, and did everything as well as the finest officer could have done in his situation. But nevertheless, he was always in a state of mind not far from feverish delirium or the abandonment of a drunk. The devastating sound of his own guns around him, the whoosh and bang of enemy shells, the sight of his gunners, red-faced and sweating as they rushed around the cannons, the sight of blood from men and horses, and the puffs of smoke from the enemy across the hillside, inevitably followed by a cannonball soaring across and hitting the earth, a man, a horse, or a gun, all of this created for him a fantastic world of his own, which for the moment gave him immense pleasure. He imagined the enemy guns not as guns, but pipes from which an invisible smoker blew puffs of smoke every so often. "There he goes, puffing away again," Tushin would murmur to himself as another smoke cloud rose from the hillside to be wafted away by the wind to the left in a single streak. "Here comes the ball. We've got to hit it back." "What was that, sir?" asked a gunner standing nearby who had heard him muttering. "Never mind, it's just a grenade," came the answer. "Right, Matthew's girl," he would sometimes say to himself. Matthew's girl was the name his fancy gave to the huge cannon, an old-fashioned casting that stood at one end. The French swarming around their big guns he saw as ants. Also, in his dream world, that handsome soldier who liked a drink or two, his #1 gunner on the second cannon, was known as Uncle. Tushin looked at him more than anyone else and revelled in his every movement. The sound of musket fire at the bottom of the hill dying away and building up again seemed to him like somebody breathing. He listened for the rise and fall of these sounds. "There she goes, another breath," he would say to himself. He imagined himself as a great Herculean figure lobbing cannonballs at the French with both hands. "Come on, Matthew's girl, come on, old lady, don't let us down," he was saying, moving away from the cannon, when a strange, unknown voice called over his head, "Captain Tushin! Captain!" Tushin whipped round in some panic. There stood the same staff officer who had sent him out of the tent at Grunt. Getting his breath back, he shouted to him, "What's all this? You must be mad! Twice ordered to retreat, and here you are!" "Why are they getting at me?" Tushin wondered,
looking in alarm at his superior officer.
I can't,"
he began, raising 2 fingers to his cap. But the staff officer didn't get any more out. A cannonball zoomed over nearby and made him duck down on his horse. He paused, and just as he was about to say something else, another cannonball stopped him. He turned his horse and galloped away. "Retreat, everybody, retreat!" he shouted from a long way off. The soldiers laughed at him. Then, a minute later, an adjutant arrived with the same order. It was Prince Andrei. The first thing he saw when he got to where Tushin's cannons were stationed was an unharnessed horse with a broken leg, neighing piteously beside the harnessed horses. Blood gushed from its leg like water down a brook. Among the gun carriers lay several dead men. One cannonball after another flew past him as he rode up, and he felt a nervous shudder run down his back. But the very idea that he was afraid was enough to rouse him again. "I cannot be frightened," he thought, and he took his time dismounting between the guns. When he had transmitted the order, he did not leave the battery. He decided to stay on and watch the guns dismounted and taken away. Stepping over corpses and under terrible fire from the French, he helped Tushin move his big guns.
"One of them staff officers came up just now, didn't stay long," said one of the gunners to Prince Andrei. "Not like you, sir."
Prince Andrei and Tushin didn't talk. They were both so busy that they hardly seemed to be aware of each other. When they had got the 2 surviving guns onto their carriages and were moving off downhill, a smashed cannon and a howitzer were left behind. Prince Andrei went up to Tushin.
"Well, goodbye for now," said Prince Andrei, holding out his hand to Tushin. "Goodbye, my dear fellow," said Tushin. "You're a good soul. Goodbye, my dear fellow," he said through tears which had filled his eyes for no apparent reason.
Chapter 21. The wind had dropped, and black clouds lowered above the battlefield, melting on the horizon into the pother of gun smoke. 2 fires blazed more and more brightly in the gathering darkness. The cannonade was dying down, but there was a build-up of musket fire from behind and to the right. As soon as Tushin had manoeuvred his big guns out of firing range, trundling around some wounded men and running over others, he began to descend into the ravine and was met by some senior officers, including the staff officer and Zherkov, who had been sent to Tushin's battery twice and never went there. They were all trying to outshout each other in the issuing of orders, telling people how to proceed and where to go, and showering Captain Tushin with blame and criticism. Tushin came on behind, riding his gunner's nag. He had lost all control of his emotions and said nothing to them, afraid to open his mouth because every word brought him inexplicably to the brink of tears. Orders had been given to abandon the wounded, but many of them dragged themselves after the troops and begged for a lift on the gun carriages. The dashing infantry officer who had rushed out of Tushin's little wattle hut just before the battle had been hoisted shot through the stomach, up onto the carriage of Matthew's girl. At the bottom of the hill, a pale hussar cadet came up to Tushin, holding one arm in his other hand, begging for a lift.
"Captain, for God's sake, I've hurt my arm," he said timidly. "For God's sake, I can't walk, for God's sake."
This was clearly not the first time the cadet had asked for a lift, and everyone else had refused. He asked in a pitifully diffident voice,
"Please tell them to let me get on, for God's sake." "Let him get on! Let him on!" said Tushin. "You, uncle, spread that coat out." He turned to his favourite soldier. "Hey, where's that wounded officer gone?"
"We had to chuck him off. He was dead," someone answered.
"Well, give him a hand up. Sit yourself down, my dear fellow. There you are. Get that coat under him, Antonov."
The cadet was Rostov. He was still holding one arm with the other hand. He was pale, his jaw was trembling, and he was shivering feverishly. They hoisted him up onto Matthew's girl, from where they had just removed the dead officer. There was blood on the coat that was laid under him, and Rostov's breeches and arm were smeared with it.
"So, you're wounded, old fellow?"
asked Tushin, going across to the gun carriage on which Rostov was sitting.
"No, it's only a sprain." "What's all this blood on the side plate?"
asked Tushin.
"It was that officer, sir. He stained it,"
answered a gunner, wiping the blood off with his coat sleeve as if to apologize for the dirty state of the cannon. With much effort and some assistance from the infantry, they hauled the cannon uphill and stopped when they got to the village of Guntersdorf. By now, it was so dark you couldn't see the soldiers' uniforms 10 paces away, and the firing was beginning to die down. All of a sudden, shouts rang out not far away to the right, followed by some shooting. Gunshots flashed through the darkness. It was a last attack by the French, and an immediate response came from our men who had taken refuge in the village houses. They rushed out from the village, but Tushin's big guns couldn't move. The gunners, Tushin and the cadet, looked at each other in silence, wondering what might happen to them. But then the firing on both sides began to subside, and some soldiers streamed out of a side street, talking excitedly to one another.
"You all right, Petrov?" inquired one. "We gave it to 'em hot, men. That'll keep 'em quiet," another said. "Couldn't see nothing. They were hitting their own men. Couldn't see nothing for the dark, mates. Anything to drink?"
The French had been driven back for the last time. Once again, Tushin's big guns, shielded by the noisy infantry, trundled forward, moving on in pitch darkness. Through the darkness streamed a kind of invisible black river, always flowing in one direction, abuzz with whispers, words, clopping hooves, and rumbling wheels. Amid the dull murmur, only the sounds of wounded men moaning and calling out rang through the dark night with any clarity. Their moans seemed to swell and fill the surrounding darkness. Moaning and darkness melted into one. After a while, a wave of excitement swept through the moving crowd. Someone with an entourage had ridden past on a white horse and said something as he went by.
"What did he say? Where are we going now? Are we going to halt? Thanked us, did he?"
Eager voices called out on all sides, and the whole surging mass began to squeeze together. The men at the front must have stopped, and a rumour swept back that the order had been given to halt. Everybody came to a stop on the muddy road just where they were. Fires were lit, and there was a lot more talking. Captain Tushin gave some instructions to his battery, then sent some soldiers to find a dressing station or a doctor for the cadet, and finally sat down by a fire lit by his soldiers at the roadside. Rostov struggled to the fire. His whole body was trembling feverishly from the pain, the cold, and the damp. He was utterly weary, but he couldn't get to sleep because of the agonizing pain in his aching, dislocated arm. His eyes would close and then open again to stare into the fire, a blazing red blur, or at the feeble, hunched figure of Tushin squatting at his side. Tushin's wide, bright, kindly eyes were fixed on him with sympathy and commiseration. He could see that Tushin wanted to help him with all his heart, but there was nothing he could do. From all sides they could hear the footsteps and chatter of infantrymen as they walked past, drove by, or settled down not far away. The sounds of those voices and footsteps and horses' hooves squelching through the mud, and firewood crackling nearby and far away, blended together into a dull, throbbing murmur. The invisible black river flowing through the darkness had turned into a dismal sea, subsiding but still agitated after a storm. Rostov's uncomprehending eyes and ears followed what was going on in front of and around him. An infantry soldier came to the fire, squatted on his heels, held his hands to the heat, and turned towards Tushin. Is this all right, sir?" he asked. "You see, sir, I've lost my company. I've no idea where I am. It's terrible." With him, an infantry officer with a bandaged cheek came to the fire to ask for the cannon to be shifted over a little so that a wagon could get through. Then 2 soldiers ran up. They were swearing fearfully, struggling and fighting over a boot.
"Oh, no, you don't. Picked it up, did you? That's a good un," shouted one in a hoarse voice.
Then a thin, pale soldier with a blood-stained rag bandage on his neck came over, furiously demanding water from the gunners.
"Expect me to die like a dog?" he said.
Tushin told them to give him some water. After that, a good-humoured soldier ran up to ask for some burning embers for the infantry.
"A bit of fire and heat for the infantry. Bless you, men. Thanks for the loan. We'll pay it back with interest," he said, carrying some glowing pieces of wood off into the darkness.
He was followed by 4 soldiers who walked past carrying something heavy in an overcoat. One of them stumbled.
"Damn it, they've dropped firewood all over the road," he grumbled.
"He's dead. Not worth carrying him now," said another voice.
"You shut up."
And they vanished into the darkness with their heavy load.
"Bit painful, eh?"
Tushin asked Rostov in a whisper.
"Yes, it is."
"Sir, the general wants to see you. He's just over there in a hut," said a gunner, coming up to Tushin.
"Right, my friend."
Tushin got up, buttoned his coat, straightened his clothes, and strode away from the fire. In a hut made ready for him not far away from the gunner's fire, Prince Bagration was taking dinner with several section commanders who had gathered about him. The little old colonel with the droopy eyes was there, greedily gnawing at a mutton bone, and also the general with 22 years of unblemished service, red in the face from a glass of vodka and the food, along with the staff officer wearing the signet ring, and Zherkov, who kept glancing nervously from one person to another, and Prince Andrei, looking pallid with his tense lips and feverishly glittering eyes. Leaning in the corner of the cottage was the captured French standard, and the naive-looking auditor kept feeling the material, shaking his head and looking puzzled, perhaps because he really was interested in the flag, or perhaps because it was not very nice for a hungry man to watch them all eating when no place had been laid for him. In the next cottage was the French colonel taken prisoner by the dragoons. Our officers were continually flocking in to have a look at him. Prince Bagration was thanking the various commanding officers and inquiring about the details of the battle and the losses. The general, whose regiment had been inspected at Braunau, was reporting that as soon as the engagement began, he had withdrawn from the wood, picked up the wood-cutting contingent, let the French through, and then gone at them with the bayonets of 2 battalions and destroyed them.
"Your Excellency, as soon as I saw that the 1st Battalion was in trouble, I stood there in the road and I says to myself, why don't I let them through and then open fire on them? And that's just what I did."
This was so much what he wanted to have done, and so much regretted not doing, that he seemed to think it had really happened like that. Well, maybe it had. Who could tell in all that confusion what had happened, and what hadn't?
"Oh, by the way, sir, I beg to report," he went on, remembering Dolokhov's conversation with Kutuzov and his own recent encounter with the disgraced officer, "that Private Dolokhov, who was reduced to the ranks, took a French officer prisoner before my very eyes, and fought with particular distinction."
"Sir, I watched the attack of the Pavlograd Hussars, here," put in Zherkov, glancing around uneasily. He hadn't seen a single hussar all day, but he had heard something about them from an infantry officer. "They broke up 2 squares, sir." Several men smiled, as always when Zherkov held forth, expecting a joke. But realizing that his words redounded to the glory of our armed struggle on that momentous day, they all suddenly looked serious, though many of them knew full well that what he was saying was a complete fabrication. Prince Bagration turned to the old colonel. Gentlemen, I thank you, one and all. Every branch of the service has behaved heroically, infantry, cavalry, and artillery. How did 2 cannons come to be abandoned in the centre? He inquired, looking for someone to respond. Prince Bagration didn't even ask about the guns on the left flank. He knew they had all been abandoned at the very outset. Didn't I send you? He added, addressing the duty staff officer. One was put out of action, answered the staff officer, but the other, well, I can't explain. I was there all the time myself, fully in control, and I'd just left there. Well, yes, it was pretty hot, he added modestly. Someone said that Captain Tushin was at hand in the village and had been sent for. Oh, but you went there, said Prince Bagration, turning to Prince Andrei. Yes, I did. We must have just missed each other, said the staff officer, smiling affably at Bolkonsky. I didn't have the pleasure of seeing you, said Prince Andrei, coldly and sharply. No one spoke. Tushin appeared in the doorway, timidly squeezing through at the back of the generals. Edging around behind them in the crowded hut, embarrassed as always before his superior officers, Tushin failed to see the flagstaff and tripped over it, to laughter from some of the officers. How did the cannon come to be abandoned? Asked Bagration, frowning not so much at the captain as at the highly amused officers, among whom Zherkov was laughing loudest of all. Only now, stared at so fiercely by his commander, did Tushin conceive the full horror of his crime and disgrace in losing 2 cannons and remaining alive. He had been so excited that until this very moment, nothing like this had occurred to him. The officer's laughter had confused him even more. He stood there, in front of Bagration, his jaw quivering, scarcely able to get his words out. Sir, I don't know, didn't have the men, sir. You could have got men from your cover. Tushin didn't say there hadn't been any cover, although that was the truth. He was afraid that saying this might get another officer into trouble, so without uttering a word, he gazed with staring eyes straight into Bagration's face, like a schoolboy whose mind has gone blank and can only goggle at the examiner. The silence went on for some time. Prince Bagration clearly did not wish to be severe, but couldn't think of anything to say. Nobody ventured to intervene. Prince Andrei was looking askance at Tushin, and his fingers were twitching nervously. Sir, Prince Andrei broke the silence with his sharp voice, you were kind enough to send me to Captain Tushin's battery. When I got there, I found 2/3 of the men and horses dead or wounded, 2 guns destroyed, and no cover whatsoever. Prince Bagration and Tushin looked with equal intentness at Bolkonsky, who was speaking with controlled emotion. And if your Excellency will allow me to express an opinion, he went on, we owe today's triumph more to the action of that battery and the heroic determination of Captain Tushin and his men than to anything else, said Prince Andrei, who then rose and walked away from the table without waiting for a reply. Prince Bagration glanced at Tushin and, evidently reluctant to express any disbelief in Bolkonsky's rather impudent comment, yet not quite disposed to believe it entirely, he dismissed Tushin with a nod. Prince Andrei followed him out. My dear fellow, thank you. Got me out of a mess, Tushin said to him. Prince Andrei looked at Tushin and walked off without a word. He was feeling bitterly disappointed. It was all so strange, so unlike what he had been looking forward to. Who are these people? Why are they here? What do they want? When will it all end? Thought Rostov, staring at the shadowy figures dancing before his eyes. The pain in his arm was more and more agonizing. He was heavy with sleep, crimson circles danced before his eyes, and impressions of these voices and these faces, together with a feeling of loneliness, all merged into a single sensation of pain. There they were, These soldiers, wounded or not wounded. There they were, pressing him and crushing him, twisting the sinews and searing the flesh in his damaged arm and shoulder. To get rid of them, he closed his eyes. He dozed off for a moment, but in that brief span of oblivion he dreamt of things without number. He dreamt of his mother and her large white hand, Sonia with her slender shoulders, Natasha's eyes and laughter, Denisov with his voice and his moustache, Telyanin and all that business with Telyanin and Bogdanich, all that business blurred into one soldier with a harsh voice, and together these things, all that business and the one soldier, were crushing, pulling and twisting his arms so agonizingly, relentlessly on and on in the same direction. He was trying to get away from them, but they wouldn't let go of his shoulder, not for anything, not for a second. He would have been free from pain. Everything would have been all right if only they would stop twisting it. But there was no getting rid of them. He opened his eyes and looked up. Night's black canopy hovered only a couple of feet above the firelight, through which snowflakes were fluttering down. Tushin had not returned. No doctor had come. He was all alone, except for one soldier sitting naked on the other side of the fire, warming his skinny yellow body. "Nobody's bothered about me," thought Rostov. "There's nobody to help me, nobody to feel sorry for me. And to think I was at home only the other day, all strong and happy, and with people who loved me." He sighed, and the sigh turned into an unintended groan. "Still hurting, eh?" asked the soldier, shaking his shirt out over the fire, and without waiting for an answer, he wheezed on. "Aye, there's a fair number bought it today. It's a bad business." Rostov couldn't hear what he was saying. He gazed into the snowflakes swirling above the fire, and thought of Russian winters at home, warm and bright, snug in his cosy fur coat, with a speeding sledge, rude health, and his family, with all their love and tenderness. And he wondered, why did I ever come here? Next day, the French decided not to renew the attack, and the remnant of Bagration's detachment joined up with Kutuzov's army. Part 3. Chapter 1. Prince Vasily was not given to planning ahead. Still less would he think of doing any harm to other people in order to gain an advantage. He was a man of the world, pure and simple, someone who had found success in society and turned success into a habit. Various plans and considerations were always forming in his mind according to circumstances and individual encounters. But he was never fully conscious of them, even though they were his main interest in life. At any time, he had on the go not just one or two such plans and considerations, but dozens of them, some just emerging in his mind, some coming to fruition, and others coming to nothing. He never said to himself, for instance, "Here is a man with power, I must gain his friendship and confidence and use him to obtain a grant from some special fund." Nor did he say, "Now that Pierre is a wealthy man, I must hoodwink him into marrying my daughter and lending me the 40,000 I need." But whenever he came across a man of power, he knew instinctively whether this man might be of some use, and Prince Vasily would ingratiate himself and take the first opportunity, again, instinctively and without any forethought, to flatter him, get on familiar terms with him, and then tell him what he wanted. With Pierre at hand in Moscow, Prince Vasily secured him an appointment as Gentleman of the Bedchamber, a position which put him on the same footing as a state councillor, and he insisted that the young man travel with him to Petersburg and stay at his house. Quite inadvertently, it seemed, though with absolute certainty that he was doing the right thing, Prince Vasily did everything to ensure that Pierre would marry his daughter. Had Prince Vasily been given to thinking his plans out in advance, he could never have behaved so naturally or been so direct and familiar in his relations with everyone, whether higher or lower in rank.
There was something that always drew him towards men richer or more powerful than himself, and he had the rare gift of knowing precisely when he could and should make use of such persons. Pierre's unexpected elevation to wealth, and the title of Count Bezukhov, coming as it did after a life of solitude and easygoing pleasure, now made him feel so hemmed in and preoccupied that the only time he could be alone with his thoughts was in bed. He had to sign papers, put in official appearances with no clear idea of what he was doing, consult his chief steward, go out to his estate near Moscow and receive a host of people who had never wanted to know of his existence before, but would have been hurt and offended now if he had refused to see them. These different people, businessmen, relatives, acquaintances, showed the same friendliness and affection to the young heir, every last one of them, ostentatiously and beyond all doubt was convinced of Pierre's noble qualities. He kept hearing people say, "With your remarkably kind disposition," or "with a heart as good as yours," or "Count, you are so pure-minded," or "If only he was as clever as you," and so on, until he came to believe genuinely in his own exceptional kindness and his own exceptional intelligence, especially since at the bottom of his heart he had always thought of himself as both very kind-hearted and very intelligent. Even people who had once been nasty to him, and sometimes openly hostile, now showed him warmth and affection. The eldest princess, she of the long waist and doll-like plastered-down hair, so bad-tempered before, had gone to see Pierre in his room after the funeral. With eyes downcast and many a blush, she told him how greatly she regretted the misunderstandings that had arisen between them. Now she felt she had no right to ask for anything except only his permission, following the blow that had befallen her, to stay on for a few weeks in the house she had always been so fond of, and where she had sacrificed so much. At these words she lost control and lapsed into tears. Deeply moved by the change that had come over such a statue-like person, Pierre took the princess by the hand and apologized to her, though he had no idea for what. From that day on, the princess began knitting a striped scarf for Pierre, and she adopted a completely different attitude towards him. "Do this for her sake, dear boy. She had a lot to put up with from the late Count," Prince Vasily said to him, handing him a document to sign for the princess's benefit. Prince Vasily had decided it might be worth throwing the poor princess a bone to chew on, a draft for 30,000, so that it wouldn't occur to her to open her mouth about Prince Vasily's part in the business of the inlaid portfolio. Pierre signed, and from then on the princess became even sweeter. Her younger sisters were also very nice to him, especially the youngest, the pretty one with the mole, who often embarrassed Pierre with her smiles and her own embarrassment at the sight of him. It seemed so natural to Pierre that he should be liked by one and all, and it would have seemed so unnatural if anyone had not liked him, that he couldn't help believing in the sincerity of everyone around him. In any case, he had no time to wonder about their sincerity or insincerity. There was no time for anything. He wandered about in a permanent state of mild and agreeable intoxication. There he was, apparently the central figure in an important social system, a man from whom something was always expected, someone who, if he failed to do this or that, would let people down and disappoint them, whereas if he did do this and that, all would be well. So he did do what was demanded of him, though any happy outcomes belonged to the future. In these early days, it was Prince Vasily more than anyone who took charge of Pierre's affairs and of Pierre himself. Since the death of old Count Bezukhov, he had kept a firm hold on Pierre. Prince Vasily went about with the air of a man weighed down by affairs, careworn and weary, but ultimately too sensitive to abandon this helpless youth, heir to such a huge fortune, and the son of a friend to boot, by leaving him to an uncertain destiny and open to exploitation. During those few days spent in Moscow following the death of Count Bezukhov, he had summoned Pierre, or gone to see him,
and had prescribed for him everything that had to be done in tones of such weariness and authority that he seemed to be saying, by way of a refrain, "You're aware that I am a very busy man, and my concern for you is based on charity alone, and in any case, I'm sure you appreciate that what I am proposing is the only thing to do." "Well, my dear boy, tomorrow we're off at last," he said one day, closing his eyes and gently squeezing Pierre's elbow, seeming to imply that what he was saying had been settled long before and couldn't have been settled in any other way. "Yes, we're off tomorrow, and I can give you a place in my coach. I'm very glad. All our important business is settled here, and I really should have been back long ago. Look what I've just received from the Chancellor. I applied on your behalf, and you've been placed on the diplomatic list and made a gentleman of the bedchamber. Now, a career in diplomacy lies open to you." His tone of weariness combined with authority was having its usual effect, but Pierre had spent so long worrying about his future career that he now made as if to protest. But Prince Vasily cut across him by cooing away in a deep bass that precluded any possibility of interruption, a device that he had recourse to whenever he needed to be at his most persuasive. "No, dear boy, I've done this for myself, for my own conscience. Please don't thank me, no one has ever complained of being too much loved. In any case, you're quite free. You could give it all up tomorrow. You'll see for yourself in Petersburg, and it's high time you got away from all these painful memories." Prince Vasily sighed. "So that's it, my dear boy. By the way, my valet can go in your coach. Oh, I almost forgot," he added. "I'm sure you know, dear boy, your father owed me a little something, so I'll take it out of what has come in from the Ryazan estate. It's nothing you need to bother about. We can sort the details out later." What had come in from the Ryazan estate was several thousand roubles paid in lieu of service by Pierre's peasants. These Prince Vasily now kept for himself. Petersburg was just like Moscow. Pierre was enveloped by the same atmosphere of tenderness and affection. He couldn't resign from his post, or rather the title, for he did nothing, that Prince Vasily had obtained for him, and as for his acquaintances, invitations and social obligations, these were so numerous that Pierre felt even more bewildered, rushed off his feet, and expectant of some future benefit which was always on the way but never realized. Not many of his former bachelor acquaintances were left in the city. The guards were away on active service, Dolokhov had been reduced to the ranks, Anatoly was also doing army service somewhere in the provinces, and Prince Andrei was abroad. So Pierre had no opportunity of nights out like the ones he had loved before, nor could he bare his soul in intimate conversation with a respected older friend. When he was not out at dinners and balls, he spent most of his time at Prince Vasily's in the company of his wife, the fat princess, and their beautiful daughter, Hélène. Anna Pavlovna Scherer was no different from anyone else in showing Pierre how much society's attitude towards him had changed. Formerly, when Pierre had been with Anna Pavlovna, he had always felt that whatever he was saying sounded unseemly, tactless, or out of place. Phrases that had seemed so clever as he formed them in his mind always came out as something stupid, whereas Hippolyte's silliest remarks were taken as clever and pleasing. Now every word he uttered was deemed delightful. Anna Pavlovna may not have actually said so, but he could see she was longing to, and it was only respect for his modesty that kept her from doing so. At the beginning of the winter of 1805-6, Pierre received one of Anna Pavlovna's customary pink invitation cards, to which had been added, "Here you will find the lovely Hélène, of whom one can never see enough." As he read this, Pierre felt for the first time that a kind of bond had formed between him and Hélène, which people were now noticing, and this idea both alarmed him, because it seemed like a growing obligation that he could not fulfill, and yet pleased him as an amusing prospect. Anna Pavlovna's soirée was just like the previous one, except that the special attraction provided for her guests was not Mortemart, but a diplomat fresh back from Berlin with the latest details of Emperor Alexander's visit to Potsdam, and of the indissoluble alliance sworn between two distinguished friends to uphold the cause of righteousness against an enemy of the human race. Pierre was welcomed by Anna Pavlovna with just a touch of sadness at the recent loss sustained by the young man on the death of old Count Bezukhov. Everyone seemed to think that Pierre needed constant assurance that he was much distressed by the death of a father he had hardly known. Her sadness was much like the even more exalted emotion that she always displayed at any reference to her most august majesty the Empress Maria Fyodorovna. Pierre felt flattered by it. Anna Pavlovna had used all her old skill to set up different circles in her drawing-room. One large group, which included Prince Vasily and some generals, had the benefit of the diplomat. Another group was positioned near the tea table. Pierre made a move to join the first group, but Anna Pavlovna, who was behaving like an exasperated general on a battlefield, thinking up thousands of unachievable bright ideas, on seeing Pierre, fingered his coat sleeve and said, "Wait, I have plans for you for this evening." She looked round at Helene and beamed at her. "My dear Helene, please show some charity to my poor aunt, who simply adores you. Go and keep her company just for 10 minutes, and so that you don't find it too tiresome, here's our dear Count, who will surely not refuse to follow you." The lovely Helene moved off towards the old aunt, but Anna Pavlovna kept Pierre back at her side, with the air of somebody who has one last essential arrangement to put in place. "She is gorgeous, isn't she?" she said to Pierre, nodding after the majestic beauty as she floated away from them. "Look how she carries herself. For such a young girl, what sensitivity, what magnificent deportment. It comes from the heart, you know. It will be a happy man who wins her. A man with no social skills would occupy a brilliant place in society beside her, don't you think? I just wanted to know what you think." And she let him go. Pierre was speaking sincerely when he gave a positive response to her question about Helene's perfect deportment. If he ever gave a thought to Helene, it was to recall her beauty and that extraordinary way she had of maintaining an aloof and dignified silence in society. The old aunt welcomed the two young people into her corner, but seemed less eager to express her adoration of Helene than to demonstrate her fear of Anna Pavlovna. She kept glancing at her niece as if wondering what she was supposed to do with them. Before moving on, Anna Pavlovna again fingered Pierre's sleeve and said, "I hope you will never again say that my parties are boring," and she glanced at Helene. Helene smiled back in a way that suggested she knew it was impossible for her to be looked at without being admired. The old aunt coughed, swallowed, and said in French that she was very glad to see Helene. Then she turned to Pierre with the same greeting and the same set facial expression. In the middle of a desultory and tedious conversation, Helene looked round at Pierre and treated him to one of the bright and beautiful smiles which everyone received from her. Pierre was so used to it, this smile that meant so little to him, that he virtually ignored it. The aunt was speaking at that moment about a collection of snuff-boxes which had belonged to old Count Bezukhov, and she showed them her own little box. Princess Helene asked if she could look at the portrait of the aunt's husband on the snuff-box lid. "I think it's by Vaness," said Pierre, mentioning a celebrated miniaturist as he bent forward over the table to take the snuff-box, though he was actually eavesdropping on the conversation at the other table. He half rose, meaning to go over, but the aunt passed him the snuff-box behind Helene's back. This caused Helene to thrust forward to make room, and she looked round with another smile. She was wearing a fashionable evening dress cut very low at the front and back. Her bosom, which had always seemed like marble to Pierre, was so close to his short-sighted eyes that he could hardly miss the vibrant delights of her neck and shoulders, and so near his lips that he was only a few inches away from kissing it all. He could sense the warmth of her body, the aroma of her perfume, and he could hear the slight creaking of her corset as she breathed. What he saw was not marble beauty at one with her gown. What he saw and sensed was the sheer delight of her body, veiled from him only by her clothes. And once he had seen this, he could never again see it otherwise, just as we cannot reconstruct an illusion once it has been explained. She glanced round, stared him in the face, her dark eyes flashing, and gave him her smile. "So it's taken you all this time to notice how lovely I am," Helene seemed to be saying. "How could you not see that I'm a woman? Yes, a woman, who might belong to anyone, yes, even to you," her eyes said. At that moment, Pierre suddenly felt that Helene not only could, but must become his wife. It had to be so. He knew it at that moment as surely as he would have done standing beside her under the wedding crown. How it would happen, and when, he didn't know. Neither did he know whether or not it would turn out to be a good thing. He had an inkling that it wouldn't, but he did know it was going to happen. Pierre looked down and then up again, trying to reinstate her as the remote, inaccessible beauty that he had seen in her every day until then, but it couldn't be done. It couldn't be done any more than a man who has been staring through a fog at a patch of tall steppe grass, thinking it was a tree, could ever see a tree in it again, once he has recognized it as a patch of grass. She was terribly close to him. Now she had him in her power, and now between him and her there were no barriers of any kind, other than those of his own volition. "Well, I'll leave you in your little corner," came Anna Pavlovna's voice. "I can see you like it here." And Pierre, coming round with a shock and wondering whether he'd done something badly wrong, blushed as he looked around. He seemed to think that everyone knew as well as he what had happened to him. Shortly afterwards, when he went over to the larger group, Anna Pavlovna said to him, "They say you're making improvements to your house in Petersburg." This was true. The architect had told him it had to be done, and Pierre, without knowing why, was having his immense house done up. "That's a good idea, but don't move away from Prince Vasily's. It is a good thing to have a friend like the prince," she said, smiling at Prince Vasily. "I know a thing or two about that, don't I? And you're still very young. You need advice. Now, don't get cross with me for taking advantage of an old woman's privileges." She paused, as women do, expecting some comment after mentioning their age. "Now, if you were to get married, it would be different." And she conjoined them in a single glance. Pierre did not look at Helene, nor she at him, but she was still terribly close. He mumbled something and blushed. When Pierre got home, it took a long time to get to sleep. He kept going over what had happened to him. What exactly had happened? Nothing. He had simply become aware that a woman he had known since childhood, of whom he used to say quite casually, "Yes, she is pretty," when people had told him she was a real beauty, he had become aware that this woman might now be his. "But she's stupid. I used to say that myself. She is stupid," he thought. "This can't be love. No, there's something disgusting about the way she has aroused me. It's forbidden fruit. Somebody told me that her brother Anatoly was in love with her and she with him, and there was a bit of a scandal, and that's why Anatoly was sent away. Ippolit's another brother, and her father is Prince Vasily. It's not good," he mused. And just as he was thinking this through, the thoughts never came to any conclusion, he caught himself smiling and became conscious of another pattern of thoughts bubbling up through the earlier ones, that he was simultaneously dwelling on her uselessness and dreaming of how she would become his wife, how she might fall in love with him, how she might change into someone quite different, and perhaps everything he had thought and heard about her might be untrue. And again he saw her, not as some daughter born to Prince Vasily. No, he saw her whole body,
thinly veiled by a grey dress. "No, but why did I never think of that before?" And again he told himself that it was impossible for there to be anything disgusting or, as he had thought, unnatural or dishonourable in this marriage. He remembered her earlier words and glances, and the words and glances from other people who had seen them together. He remembered the words and glances of Anna Pavlovna when she had spoken about his house, and hundreds of hints like that from Prince Vasily and other people, and he horrified himself by wondering whether one way or another he might already have tied himself into something that was obviously not a good thing to be involved in, something he ought not to do. But the moment he began to find a way of expressing this to himself, from another part of his mind she emerged again, her image floating up in all its feminine loveliness. Chapter 2. In November 1805, Prince Vasily was due to set off on a tour of inspection, taking him through 4 provinces. He had arranged this assignment for 2 reasons. First, to visit his run-down estates, and then to pick up his son, Anatoly, from where his regiment was stationed, and take him on a visit to old Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky, with a view to marrying him to the rich old man's daughter. But before he could leave and deal with these new matters, Prince Vasily wanted to settle things with Pierre, who for some days now had certainly been hanging about the house, Prince Vasily's house where he was still staying, mooning around stupidly and looking all excited when Helene was there, as befits a young man in love, but he had still not made a proposal. "This is fine, but it's got to be settled," Prince Vasily said to himself one morning with a sad sigh, feeling that Pierre, who owed him so much, but let that pass, was not behaving too well in this matter. "Ah, the folly of youth. Still, God bless him," thought Prince Vasily, much enjoying his own good-heartedness. "But it's got to be settled. It's little Helene's name day the day after tomorrow. I'll invite a few people round, and if he can't see what he's supposed to do, I'll have to do it for him. Yes, it's up to me. I am her father." 6 weeks after Anna Pavlovna's party, and the sleepless night of worry when Pierre had decided that marriage to Helene would be a disaster and he must avoid her and get away, 6 weeks later, Pierre had still not left Prince Vasily's, and he was horrified to think that with each passing day he was becoming more and more closely associated with Helene in people's minds, that he could never recover his former attitude towards her, that he couldn't possibly tear himself away from her, and that even though it would all work out horribly, he would have to unite his life to hers. He might just have been able to extricate himself, but not a day passed without Prince Vasily, who almost never gave receptions, holding an evening party which Pierre had to attend if he was not to spoil people's pleasure and let them all down. On the rare occasions when Prince Vasily was at home, he would catch Pierre by the arm as they passed, casually offer him a clean-shaven, wrinkled cheek for a kiss, and say, "I'll see you tomorrow," or "Don't miss dinner, or I shan't see you," or "I'm staying in for your sake," or something like that. But even though Prince Vasily, when he did stay in for Pierre's sake, never spoke 2 words to him, Pierre hadn't the heart to let him down. Every day he said the same thing to himself over and over again. "I really must try to understand her and work out who she is. Was I wrong then? Or am I wrong now? No, she's not stupid. No, she's a lovely young woman," he told himself sometimes. "She never puts a foot wrong. She's never said anything stupid. She doesn't say much at all, but what she does say is always straightforward and clear, so she can't be stupid. She's always self-possessed, never loses control. She can't be all that bad." When he was with her, he would often start to develop an idea or think out loud, and she would always respond with a terse but relevant comment that showed she wasn't interested, or else with a silent smile and peculiar look, the most palpable indication of her superiority. She was right to think that any spoken arguments were nonsensical when set against that smile. She now smiled at him in a special way. It was a cheerful, reassuring smile, which meant more than the society smile that was always there adorning her face. Pierre knew that everyone was just waiting for him to say the word, cross the line, and he knew he would cross it sooner or later, but he was inexplicably horrified whenever he thought of taking this dreadful step. During those 6 weeks, as he felt himself sucked down deeper and deeper into the ghastly abyss, Pierre had said to himself 1,000 times, "What am I doing? I've got to be firm. Surely I can manage that." He struggled to make a decision, but was dismayed to realize that in this case he lacked the willpower which he had once known in himself and really did possess. Pierre was one of those people who can show strength only when their intentions are absolutely pure, and ever since the evening when he had felt so powerfully aroused as the snuff-box was being passed at Anna Pavlovna's, an unconscious sense of sinfulness in that impulse had paralyzed his willpower. On Helene's name-day, Prince Vasily gave a small dinner party for "a few of their own," as his wife put it, just a handful of relatives and friends. All these relatives and friends were given to believe that this was the day when the young lady's destiny would be decided. They were all now at the table. Princess Kuragin, a huge, imposing woman who had once been beautiful, sat at the head, with guests of honour on either side, an old general and his wife, and Anna Pavlovna Schauer. At the other end of the table sat the less elderly and less important guests, including Pierre and Helene, who were family, sitting side by side. Prince Vasily did not eat. He wandered up and down the table in jovial mood, sitting down beside one guest and then another. To each he addressed a few pleasant and casual words, except Pierre and Helene, whose presence he seemed not to notice. Prince Vasily was the life and soul of the party. The wax candles burnt brightly. Silver and crystal glistened on the table, as did the ladies' finery and the gold and silver of the men's epaulets. Servants wove in and out around the table in their red livery. There was the clinking of knives, glasses, and plates, and a buzz of lively chatter from several conversations around the table. At one end, an aging chamberlain could be heard assuring an elderly baroness of his ardent love for her, and she was laughing. At the other end, someone was describing the misfortune of a certain Maria Viktorovna. In mid-table, Prince Vasily had collected his own little audience. With a playful smile on his lips, he was telling the ladies about last Wednesday's session of the Privy Council, when Sergei Kuzmich Vyazmitinov, the newly appointed military governor of St. Petersburg, read out a missive, much talked of at the time, which he had received from Emperor Alexander. Writing from the army, the Emperor had assured Sergei Kuzmich that from all sides he was receiving tokens of devotion from his people. He found the one from St. Petersburg particularly gratifying. It was an honour for him to be at the head of such a nation, and he would do his best to live up to it. The missive began with the words, "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides, reports are reaching me." "Are you saying he never got further than Sergei Kuzmich?" one lady asked. "No, not a syllable," Prince Vasily answered with a laugh. "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides, Sergei Kuzmich. Poor old Vyazmitinov, he just couldn't get any further. He kept starting again, but as soon as he says Sergei, he starts sniffing. Kuzmich, then tears, and from all sides is smothered in sobs, and he can't go on. Out comes the handkerchief again. Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides. More tears. We had to get somebody else to read it. Kuzmich, from all sides, and tears, someone repeated, laughing. Don't be so nasty to him, said Anna Pavlovna, from the other end of the table, wagging a finger at him.
He's a worthy and excellent man, our good Vyazmitinov." Everyone was laughing heartily. At the head of the table, among the honoured guests, everyone seemed to be enjoying the evening. In their various ways, they were all in a good mood and high spirits. Only Pierre and Helene sat there in silence towards the bottom of the table. Both of them managed a broad grin, but it had no connection with Sergei Kuzmich. It was a smile of embarrassment at what they were feeling. But for all the happy chatter, the laughter and the joking, for all their enjoyment of the white wine, the sauté and the ices, for all their scrupulous avoidance of looking at the young couple, the apparent indifference and studied lack of interest, it was still somehow felt from the odd stolen glance that the story about Sergei Kuzmich and all the laughter and the food were a false front, because everybody there was really concentrating on nothing but the two of them, Pierre and Helene. As he mimicked the sniffs of Sergei Kuzmich, Prince Vasily carefully avoided any glance in his daughter's direction, but as he laughed, his expression seemed to say, "Yes, it's going well, it'll be settled today." Anna Pavlovna may have wagged her finger at him for laughing at our good Vyazmitinov, but when her eyes flashed towards Pierre, Prince Vasily read her look as congratulations on gaining a future son-in-law and a daughter's happiness. Old Princess Kuragin, sighing sadly as she offered more wine to the lady next to her, glanced huffily at her daughter, and her sigh to her companion seemed to say, "No, there's nothing left for you and me now, my dear. Nothing but sweet wine. It's time for these infuriating youngsters to flaunt their happiness." "What a lot of rubbish I'm spouting, as if I had any interest in it," the diplomat was thinking as he stole a glance at the lovers' happy faces. "Now that's what I call happiness." The trivialities and affectations shared by all the guests had been invaded by a simple feeling, the mutual attraction between two handsome and healthy young creatures. And this one human feeling dominated everything else and soared above all their affected chatter. Jokes fell flat, news was boring, the jollity was obviously forced. It was not only the guests. Even the servants seemed to have the same feeling as they neglected their duties to glance at the lovely Helene with her radiant look and the broad, red, happy face of the uneasy Pierre. The very candlelight seemed to be concentrated on those two happy faces. Pierre sensed that he was the centre of everything, a situation that he found both agreeable and embarrassing. He was like a man deeply preoccupied, with no clarity of vision, no proper hearing, no understanding of anything. Only now and then did a few desultory ideas and fleeting impressions of reality flash across his mind. "It's all over, then," he was thinking. "How did it come about? It's been so quick. I can see now it is definitely going to happen. Not for her sake, and not just for mine, but for everybody else's. They're all expecting it. They are all so sure it's coming. I can't let them down. I just can't. But how will it work out? I don't know. But there's one thing for sure. It will happen. It will," thought Pierre, glancing at the dazzling shoulders so close to his eyes. Then suddenly, a vague sense of shame would come over him. He felt embarrassed to be the sole object of attention, such a lucky man in the eyes of everyone else. A man with a plain face acting like Paris possessing his Helen. "Oh, well, I suppose it's always like this. There's no other way," he would tell himself by way of consolation. "But what have I done to deserve this? When did it all start? I came up from Moscow with Prince Vasily. Nothing happened. After that, why shouldn't I have stayed with him? Then I played cards with her. I picked up her evening bag and we went skating. When did it all start? When did it happen?" And here he was, sitting next to her, a virtual fiancé, hearing and seeing, sensing her closeness, her breathing, the movements of her body, her beauty. Then it suddenly seemed to him that he
was the extraordinarily good-looking one, not Helene, and that was why they were all looking at him. And there he was, revelling in the general admiration, sitting up straight, tilting his head, and rejoicing in his happiness. Then suddenly he heard a familiar voice, repeating something to him. Pierre was so absorbed that he couldn't take in what was being said. "I was asking whether you'd heard from Bolkonsky," said Prince Vasily for the third time. "You're getting a bit absent-minded, my boy." Prince Vasily smiled, and Pierre saw that everyone was smiling at him and Helene. All right, you all know, don't you?" Pierre was saying to himself. "So what? Yes, it's all true." He smiled his gentle, childlike smile, and Helene smiled too. "When did you hear from him? Was he in Olmütz?" repeated Prince Vasily, who needed to know in order to settle an argument. Why are they talking and thinking such stupid things? Pierre wondered. Yes, it was from Olmütz," he answered with a sigh. When dinner was over, Pierre took his lady into the drawing-room, following the others. The guests began to take their leave, several without saying goodbye to Helene. Apparently not wanting to distract her from the serious business of the evening, some guests went up to her for only a moment and then scuttled away, refusing any offer to be shown out. The diplomat was silent and glum as he left the drawing-room, comparing the futility of his diplomatic career with Pierre's happiness. The old general growled angrily at his wife when she asked how his leg was. "Stupid old fool," he thought. "That Helene will be just like her when she's 50. "I believe congratulations are in order," Anna Pavlovna whispered to Princess Kuragin, giving her an affectionate kiss. "I would stay, but I'm afraid I have a headache." The princess didn't respond. She was writhing with envy at her daughter's happiness. While the guests were leaving, Pierre found himself left alone with Helene for some time in a little drawing-room where they had gone to sit down. During the last 6 weeks, he had often been left alone with Helene, but he had never spoken to her of love. He now sensed that this was inevitable, but still couldn't bring himself to take the last step. He still had a feeling of shame. Here, at Helene's side, he seemed to be occupying some other man's place. "This happiness is not for you," an inner voice told him. "This happiness is for people who don't have what you have." But something had to be said, so he launched himself by asking whether she had enjoyed the evening. She replied with her usual straightforwardness. This name-day had been one of the nicest she'd ever had. A few of the closest relatives were still there, lingering on, sitting in the large drawing-room. Prince Vasily walked casually over towards Pierre. Pierre stood up and said it was getting late. Prince Vasily fixed him with a stern, questioning look, as if his words were so strange he must have misheard. But the stern glance soon disappeared, and Prince Vasily took Pierre by the arm, drawing him down into a seat and beaming affectionately. "And how is my little daughter?" he said to her abruptly, using the casual tone of familiar affection that comes naturally to parents who have cuddled their children since childhood, but in his case had been worked out by imitating other parents. Again he turned to Pierre. "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides," he proclaimed, undoing the top button of his waistcoat. Pierre smiled, but his smile showed that he knew Prince Vasily was not really interested in Sergei Kuzmich, and that Prince Vasily knew that Pierre knew. Then Prince Vasily suddenly mumbled something and walked away. Pierre got the impression that Prince Vasily was quite embarrassed, and he was moved by the sight of embarrassment in this old man of the world. He glanced round at Helene, and she looked embarrassed too. Her eyes seemed to say, "Well, you did it." "I must cross that line, but I can't. I just can't do it,"
thought Pierre, and he launched into something different, asking about Sergei Kuzmich and the point of the story because he hadn't quite heard it. Helene smiled and said she didn't know either. Prince Vasily had gone into the drawing-room, where the princess was talking about Pierre in subdued tones to an elderly lady. "Yes, of course, it's a very brilliant match, but happiness, my dear." "Marriages are made in heaven," retorted the elderly lady. Prince Vasily walked to the far corner and sat down on a sofa as if he hadn't heard them. He closed his eyes and seemed to nod off. His head began to droop, but then he roused himself. "Alina," he said to his wife, "go and see what they are doing." The princess went to the door, and, strolling past with an air of studied nonchalance, she managed a glance into the little drawing-room. Pierre and Helene were sitting there talking, just as before. "Just the same," she said in answer to her husband. Prince Vasily frowned, twisting his mouth to one side, and his cheeks began to twitch with that nasty, brutal expression of his. He shook himself, got up, tossed his head back, and walked with firm steps past the ladies and into the little drawing-room. He strode in quickly and went straight up to Pierre, full of delight. The prince's face was so outrageously triumphant that Pierre rose in alarm the moment he saw him. "Thank God," he said. "My wife has told me." He put one arm around Pierre, the other around his daughter. "My dear boy, Helene, I am so very pleased," his voice quavered. "I was so fond of your father. And she will make you a good wife. God bless you both." He embraced his daughter, then Pierre again, and kissed him with his old man's mouth. There were real tears on his cheeks. "Alina, come here," he called out. The princess came in, and she wept too. The elderly lady also wiped an eye with her handkerchief. They kissed Pierre, and he kissed the hand of his lovely Helene several times. Soon they found themselves alone together again. All this had to be, and couldn't have been otherwise, thought Pierre. So it's no use wondering whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. It has to be a good thing because it's something definite, and there's no more of that agonizing suspense. Pierre held his fiancée's hand in silence and gazed at the rise and fall of her superb bosom. "Helene," he said out loud and immediately stopped. "There's something special that's supposed to be said on these occasions," he thought. But for the life of him he couldn't remember what was supposed to be said on these occasions. He looked her in the eyes. She leant forward, closer to him. Her face glowed red. "Oh, please, take them off," she asked, pointing to his spectacles. Pierre took them off, and in his eyes, besides that strange look that people always have when they remove their spectacles, there was a look of alarm and bemusement. He made an attempt to bend down and kiss her hand, but after one quick, rough toss of her head, she found his lips and brought them to her own. Pierre was struck by the new, unpleasantly distorted expression on her face. "It's too late now. It's all over, and I do love her," thought Pierre. "I love you," he said in formal French, suddenly recalling what was supposed to be said on these occasions. But the words sounded so feeble that he felt sick and ashamed. 6 weeks later, he was living as a married man in the enormous, newly refurbished Petersburg mansion of the Counts Bezukhov, the proud owner, as people pointed out, of a beautiful wife and millions of rubles. Chapter 3. In December 1805, old Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky received a letter from Prince Vasily
proposing a visit with his son.
I am going on a tour of inspection, and it will only mean a little detour of 70 miles for me to visit you, my honoured benefactor, he had written. My Anatoly is coming with me on his way to the army, and I hope you will allow him to express to you in person the high esteem in which, following his father's example, he holds you.
Well, there's obviously no need to wheel Marie out. The suitors are coming here, the little princess said rather crudely when she heard this.
Prince Nikolai frowned and said nothing.
2 weeks after the letter, Prince Vasily's servants arrived one evening in advance of him, and the next day he and his son arrived. Old Bolkonsky had never had a high opinion of Prince Vasily's character, especially in recent years under the new reigns of Paul and Alexander, when Prince Vasily had risen high in rank and honour. Now he could see from the letter and the little princess's insinuations what was afoot, and his low opinion of Prince Vasily turned into hostility and contempt. He couldn't mention his name without an indignant snort. On the day when Prince Vasily was due to arrive, the old prince was unhappy and in a particularly bad mood. Whether he was in a bad mood because Prince Vasily was coming, or whether his being in a bad mood exacerbated his unhappiness at Prince Vasily's visit, the fact is he was in a bad mood, and early that morning Tikhon had advised the architect against reporting to the prince.
"Listen to him stamping about,"
said Tikhon, nodding towards the sound of the prince's footsteps.
"Banging down on his heels. We all know what that means."
Nevertheless, at 9 o'clock, the old prince went for his usual walk, wearing his short velvet coat with the sable collar and a sable cap. Snow had fallen overnight. Prince Nikolai's favourite path down to the conservatories had been cleared. There were broom marks in the swept snow, and a spade had been left sticking out of one of the loosely piled snowbanks on either side of the path. The prince strode through the conservatories, the servants' quarters, and the outbuildings, scowling and silent.
"Can a sledge get through?"
he asked, a venerable old steward, rather like his master in looks and manner, who was escorting him back to the house.
"The snow is deep, Your Excellency. I'm having the avenue cleared."
The prince nodded, walking towards the steps.
"Thank heaven for that," thought the steward. "The storm has passed. It would have been a hard drive, Your Excellency," he added. "And I did hear tell, sir, there's a minister coming to visit Your Excellency."
The prince turned to the steward and glared at him, scowling.
"You what? A minister? What minister? Who told you to do that?" he began in his thin, harsh voice. "You don't clear the road for the princess, my daughter, but you do for a minister. There are no ministers in my house."
"Your Excellency, I just thought—"
"You just thought?"
roared the prince, speaking faster and faster, and more incoherently.
"You just thought? You're all crooks and villains. I'll give you just thought."
He brandished his stick at Alpatych, and was going to hit him, but the steward instinctively dodged away.
"Just thought? You villains!"
He was still gabbling, but although Alpatych, shocked at his own temerity in dodging the blow, moved closer to the prince, bowing his bald head submissively, or perhaps it was because of this, the prince kept his stick down and ran off to his room, still yelling,
"Villains! Put that snow back where it came from!"
Princess Maria and Mademoiselle Bourienne stood waiting for the old prince just before lunch, well aware of his bad mood. Mademoiselle Bourienne's beaming face seemed to say, "I don't know anything, I'm just the same as ever." But Princess Maria looked down, pale-faced and terrified. The worst thing for Princess Maria was that she knew that she ought to do what Mademoiselle Bourienne did at times like this, but she simply couldn't. She felt, if I pretend not to have noticed anything, he'll think I'm not sympathetic. But if I pretend to be depressed and in a bad mood myself, he'll say, as he often did, that I'm sulking, and so on. The prince glanced at his daughter's apprehensive face and gave a snort. "Poof," he muttered, or it may have been
little fool. And she's not here. What have they been saying to her? He thought, noticing that the little princess was not in the dining room. Where's Princess Lisa? He asked. Hiding away?
She's not very well, said Mademoiselle Bourienne, with a bright smile. She won't be coming down. It's quite natural in her condition.
Growled the prince, sitting down to the table.
He thought he'd been given a dirty plate, so he pointed to a stain and flung it away. Tikhon caught it and handed it on to a footman. The little princess was not unwell, but she was so abjectly terrified of the prince that when she heard he was in a bad temper, she decided not to come down. "I'm afraid for my baby," she told Mademoiselle Bourienne. "You never know what a scare might do." And indeed, the little princess's life at Bald Hills was lived in a state of continual dread of the old prince and a thorough dislike of him, which she wasn't aware of because the overriding terror obscured any other feeling. The prince had the same thorough dislike of her, but on his side it was blotted out by contempt. As the days went by at Bald Hills, the little princess made a close friend of Mademoiselle Bourienne. She would spend whole days with her, and sometimes invited her to sleep in her room, and she often talked about her father-in-law, and spoke badly of him. "We're to have company, then, Prince," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, unfolding her white napkin with pink fingers. "His Excellency Prince Guragin and his son, I believe," she said in a tone of inquiry.
His Excellency is a nobody. I got his career going," the old prince said spitefully, "and I haven't the slightest idea why that son of his is coming. Maybe Princess Lizaveta and Princess Maria can tell us. I don't know what he's bringing his son for. I don't want him."
And he looked at his daughter, who had turned bright red.
"Not well, is she? More likely scared of the minister, as that stupid Alpatit called him just now."
"Oh, no, father." Unabashed by her failed attempt at conversation, Mademoiselle Bourienne carried on chattering away about the conservatories and a beautiful flower that had just opened. By the end of the soup course, the prince had subsided. After dinner, he went to see his daughter-in-law. The little princess was sitting at a small table chatting with her maid Masha. She turned pale at the sight of her father-in-law. The little princess had changed a great deal, and now looked more ugly than pretty. Her cheeks were sunken, her lip was drawn up, and there were bags under her eyes. "Yes, I feel a bit weighed down," she said, in answer to the prince's inquiry after her health.
"Do you need anything?"
"No, thank you, father."
"Good. Very well, then."
He went out and walked to the servants' room. There stood Alpatich, with downcast head.
"Have you put that snow back?"
"Yes, sir, we have. God forgive me, sir, it was a silly mistake." The prince cut him short with his weird laugh.
"Oh, very well, then, very well."
He held out a hand for Alpatich to kiss, and then went off to his study. That evening, Prince Vasily arrived. He was met on what the staff called the Avenue by the Bolkonsky coachman and servants, who, with much shouting, struggled with the carriages and sledge over a road deliberately re-covered with snow, and brought them through to one wing of the house. Prince Vasily and Anatoly were conducted to their separate rooms. Taking off his coat, Anatoly sat beside a table, hands on hips, his beautiful big eyes staring at one corner, with a distracted smile on his face. He looked on life as one long